Parallel world Rongqing. It happened to be May 20th, and the whole city was filled with a festive atmosphere that made one's hormones surge. However, on the streets illuminated by brilliant lights, a scene completely at odds with the festive mood was unfolding. A tall, beautiful woman with delicate features and a slender figure was frowning at the young man, holding roses and a gift in front of her, her face full of impatience. Her seemingly apologetic words were not only a rejection, but also tinged with contempt. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept you. Guli, you're a good man. In fact, I've always regarded you as an older brother. I never thought you'd misunderstand. Thank you for all these years. You've helped me so much and made me feel so much warmth. But really, I just don't have those feelings for you. I hope we can still be good friends. That's it. My friend is here to pick me up." With that, the beauty curled her lips in disdain, turned around, and walked toward an Audi A8 parked by the street. Her stride was resolute, and she didn't look back. In the driver's seat of the Audi A8, a handsome young man was gazing at the beauty with an expectant smile at the corners of his lips. But when the view shifted to Guli, his lips curled into a cold sneer, and he casually muttered 2 words. Though inaudible, Guli could roughly guess what they meant: loser. Yes, he was just a loser. That was an undeniable fact. But so what? Was an ordinary man unworthy of a beautiful love? 7 years of care, 7 years of companionship, 7 years of infatuation. All of this combined in Yu Wei's heart amounted to less than a stranger she had known for less than a month. Why? Just because the other man was rich. He had foolishly believed in sayings like, perseverance can split a stone, and a persistent suitor wins the beauty, thinking that as long as he kept trying he would someday enter Yu Wei's heart. So this was the naked truth. Watching the Audi A8 disappear into the night, Guli's heart was wrenched with pain. This time, unlike before, he didn't continue to fight, didn't continue to beg for even a sliver of non-existent charity. He simply stood there watching the girl he had loved for 7 years get into another man's car and drive off in triumph. Especially that final glance. Yu Wei's lips even curled into a faint sneer, which made him completely realize that she had never truly cared about him. Heh, how laughable. Only today do I see your true colors. Hatred. 7 years of devotion repaid with endless deception. I can only blame my own poverty, unable to afford luxury cars or grand mansions. His tearless self-mockery made Guli's eyes grow increasingly bleak, a state of despair greater than death. To hell with 520. To hell with this online Valentine's Day. After a full half-minute of standing stunned, Guli finally snapped back to reality, his eyes vacant. Then he threw the 99 roses into a nearby trash can, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and walked toward the river without looking back. At a Hongqi convenience store on the corner, he bought a case of wusu beer. Arriving by the Jin River, he collapsed onto a bench in dejection, popped open a can, and chugged it furiously. Gulp. Cough. Cough. Drinking too fast, the beer went up his nose and the sensation was truly painful. But Guli didn't care at all. Wanting only to get completely drunk, he drained an entire can in one go. With a clink, the empty beer can fell to the ground. Just like his feelings for Yu Wei, they vanished without a trace in that moment. At this moment, Guli had completely let go of the high school beauty he had loved for 7 years. After all, with his height of 1.8 meters and a somewhat handsome face, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be hard. Over the years there had been girls who liked him, but because of Yu Wei he had turned them all down. Otherwise he wouldn't still be a singleton 3 years after graduation. Oh no, maybe he was more precisely a groveling suitor. Huh, indeed. Groveling suitors grovel until they end up with nothing. With that thought, Guli couldn't hold back his bitter laughter. Last week the company's layoffs cost him his job, and now he had been thoroughly rejected. He truly had nothing left. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Guli laughed out loud. His laughter carried a hint of madness, and then he raised a can of beer and spoke to the heavens. Bottoms up, heaven. Drink today while we have wine down 1 can and wash away sorrows. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll start a different life. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can never afford a luxury car in this lifetime. I'll never be a groveling suitor again. Better yet, let others grovel before me. That woman Yu Wei. Heh. Life. Fucking damn it. One can after another, Guli drank and muttered nonsense. Some elderly men and women taking evening walks by the river couldn't help shaking their heads and quickly sidestepped away. After drinking for a while, a wave of urine hit him, making Guli shudder. Seeing that the restroom was still far away, he decided to hell with it, stumbled over to the bushes, and relieved himself without a second thought. A passerby who happened to be nearby couldn't help muttering, pervert, and hurriedly sped away. Ah, so refreshing. After finishing his business and giving his pants a shake, Guli felt a wave of relief. He hadn't expected that after drinking he could be so brazen without even his face reddening. After all, he was an introverted, somewhat shy person. Somehow before long the entire case of 12 cans of wusu were finished, and Guli was thoroughly drunk and befuddled. The after effect of wusu was indeed powerful. After just this much he was already dizzy and seeing stars. It truly lived up to its nickname, deadly big wusu. Drinking it was really fucking exhilarating. Just at that moment, a graceful young woman appeared on the path instantly, making his eyes light up. Ghoulie, who had been preparing to get up and leave, stopped dead in his tracks, staring at her intently, as if appreciating a peerless treasure. Before his eyes was a flawless face, a pair of deep, mysterious cold eyes, and beneath a confident nose, crimson soft lips radiating endless allure. The beauty approaching from afar wore a beige crewneck knit top that couldn't hide her proud curves, and a pink-blue knee-length chiffon skirt printed with delicate, white florals, perfectly showcasing her long legs clad in sheer flesh-colored stockings. A true queen goddess. Drunk as he was, Ghoulie was so captivated by the stunning beauty that he almost drooled. TSK. If such a goddess could become his girlfriend, he'd willingly die for her. Yet a thought suddenly popped into his mind. At this moment, Shenlinshi, having had a few drinks with her girlfriends, was also flushed and a bit dizzy. As she walked closer and saw the beer can scattered on the ground, she frowned slightly and couldn't help shaking her head. On a day like this, drinking alone by the river obviously meant a broken heart. He was actually a tall, decent-looking young man. A pity he seemed a bit brainless and clearly hurting badly. Indeed, being too devoted was no good. In the end, the one who always got hurt was yourself. Hey miss, do you have a boyfriend? Seeing that she was about to pass by, Ghoulie, drawing courage from nowhere, suddenly shouted out. Shenlinshi, who was pondering to herself, was startled by the sudden call. Her hand immediately reached into her bag and grabbed pepper spray, ready to defend herself. Fortunately, Ghoulie didn't seem to intend to charge at her, which put her somewhat at ease. Perhaps because she had also been drinking, and also because of the poor man's pitiful state, she felt a trace of sympathy. Shenlinshi actually nodded against all odds and responded. No, I don't. Then let's give it a try, Fine. Then from now on, I'm your boyfriend. Call me hubby. Hubby. Love me. You're too demanding. Let's break up. Seeing people approaching from the other side, Shenlinshi quickly dropped those words and ran off. Ghoulie was left speechless. He could only sigh helplessly and watch the young lady, whose face was flushing even redder, flee in panic. He hadn't expected such a refined ice queen beauty to be so shy. But at that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out in his mind, causing his brain to go completely blank. Congratulations, lucky blue star human. As long as you bind the young lady just now as your girlfriend, you can activate the Shenhao system. After activation, you will receive money rewards every second, as well as many extra lottery chances. Would you like to bind Shenlinshi as your sole current girlfriend? What? Would you like to bind Shenlinshi as your sole current girlfriend? Bind quickly. The mysterious voice reappeared in his mind, and Ghoulie, no longer caring whether it was a drunken hallucination, nodded vigorously at once. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of sounds came again, plunging him directly into ecstatic ding. Bound with girlfriend Shenlinshi, the rich god system activated successfully. Ding. Current benefit: as long as the host is within 100 meters of Shenlinshi, you automatically receive a money reward of 0.01 yuan per second. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Do you want to open it? Ding. Please improve your relationship with your girlfriend as soon as possible. There will be more surprises and rewards later. A series of prompt sounds in his mind directly stunned him on the spot, and it took a full minute before he came back to his senses. At this moment, Ghoulie finally confirmed that the voice in his mind was not an illusion, but reality. He had obtained a golden finger, a somewhat unique rich god system. As a veteran reader of novels for over a decade, and having written a few failed novels himself, he was no stranger to the rich god system. This is the most friendly system, the kind that gives you money while lying down. Although it was already 11 or 12 at night, and it had rained a couple of days ago, making it a bit cold, it still couldn't stop the fever and longing in his heart. System view personal attributes. As soon as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent white virtual screen appeared in front of him. Host Ghoulie. Bound girlfriend Shenlinshi. Current level 1. Money reward: when the host is within 100 meters of the girlfriend, receives 0.01 yuan per second. Upgrade experience: 0.10000. Spending 1 yuan accumulates 1 experience point. Draws 0. System space empty. Note 1. Each system upgrade unlocks the money reward limit and increases the reward cap. Additionally, you will receive 1 draw chance. The higher the system level, the more valuable the prizes may be, including, but not limited to, money, sports cars, luxury homes, black technology items, mysterious blueprints, etc. Note 2. Also, making significant progress in the relationship with your girlfriend can earn an extra draw chance. Note 3. If the girlfriend voluntarily spends for the host, there is a chance to get a consumption rebate. The rebate multiplier is random with a maximum of 10000 times. Note 4. Every day at midnight, the previous day's money reward will be automatically transferred to the host's universal bank card ending in 1002. The moment he saw the money reward, Ghoulie was instantly excited. 1 cent per second means 864 yuan per day and 25000 yuan per month. This was pure windfall requiring no effort whatsoever. Before being laid off, his salary was just over 1000 yuan. Moreover, the system can be upgraded continuously and the money reward after upgrading will definitely be more. The experience needed for the next level is only 1000 points. He roughly calculated that with over 1000 yuan in his card plus Huabei Jiebe and credit cards, he should be able to upgrade 2 levels in a short time. By then, the monthly money reward would be tens of thousands, making it fine to not work. As for the 100-meter restriction, it's easy to solve. Just move to Shun Linx's residential area. He didn't believe there wasn't a single rental house within 100 meters of her. Even if Shun Linxi lived in a villa, he would still live there for the money reward. Later he would find out where she works, and then get a job within 100 meters. That way he could get the reward for at least 20 hours a day, if not 24. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Gu Li's face, along with anticipation for the future. After all, conquering a goddess like Shun Linxi would be very difficult. But since he no longer had financial worries, the difficulty only made it more challenging. Of course, having been a licking dog for 7 years, he never wanted to be one again. And for someone like Shun Linxi, she definitely wouldn't like a licking dog. So Gu Li had to improve his abilities in all aspects and conquer her in a dignified manner. Moreover, since he had the system, he couldn't just be a rich tycoon, he had to be a tycoon with excellent qualities and depth. Thinking of this, he was filled with immense ambition, and his previous grievances, unhappiness, and heartbreak vanished completely. I've finally turned the tables. From now on, I'm the protagonist. Gu Li's brow cleared of gloom, and he burst into laughter. If it weren't already after 10 at night, and there were few people by the river, others might have thought they'd encountered a drunkard. Alright. After a moment, he suddenly remembered there was still a gift pack and shouted in his mind, "System, open the big gift pack and see what good stuff is inside." Congratulations, host. You have received the system activation gift pack. You have received 1 million yuan in love funds, which has been deposited into your bank card, ending in 1002. Additionally, you have obtained the humanoid weapon, which has been placed in the system space. Wow. The system is quite generous, giving me 1 million love fund. Seeing the content on the virtual screen, Gu Li was overjoyed again. With this 1 million, he had more confidence to quickly upgrade the system by 1 more level. At that moment, his phone suddenly lit up. It was a text message confirming the arrival of the funds. Looking at the bank balance, which had gone from 1700 to 117 million, he told himself to stay calm, but couldn't help gasping. This system, it's really good. It even claimed the money was withdrawn from his stock account. A flawless excuse. By the way, what is the humanoid weapon? Humanoid weapon, as the name suggests, can transform the host into a combat super powerful humanoid weapon. After transformation, physical defense, speed, strength, and overall combat power are increased dozens of times like a superhuman. Since the host has become a tycoon, how can you be a weakling? First, you will have unparalleled combat power, and your lifespan will be greatly extended. Wow. Awesome. Hearing the system's explanation, Gu Li was shocked again. He didn't expect the activation gift pack to have such benefits. This is absolutely fantastic. As long as he doesn't seek death, he could live to be 200 years old. He immediately said eagerly, come on. I want to become the humanoid weapon right now. It is recommended that the host undergo the transformation at home, as the process involves pain, impurity removal, etc. Okay, then let's go home quickly. I can't wait to become a superhuman. I wonder if my dick will get bigger or longer after the transformation. Tiskim, so looking forward to it. Thinking and anticipating, Gu Li sprinted towards his rental apartment. His speed was faster than ever, incredibly eager. Of course, his eagerness was mainly for the former. The latter, he would take it as it comes. 2 hours later, after the transformation was complete, Gu Li's face broke into a joyful smile. The effect is really good. Gu Li felt that he could now kill an elephant with 1 punch, and his energy was excessively abundant. What surprised him even more was that besides combat power, other aspects had also improved. For example, his memory. He could recall a time he had encountered Shun Linxi at a nearby supermarket. After careful consideration, Gu Li found that not only his memory, but also his thinking and calculation abilities had greatly improved, making him speculate. Could my brain have been developed too? If that were the case, he would have hit the jackpot, improving all his abilities. Of course, the main focus was still combat. But at this moment, he couldn't test whether he could dodge modern bullets. Fortunately, he lived in a peaceful era with no real danger. When a crisis did come, he would let his enemies taste his power, making them regret messing with him. He had to admit the system's activation gift pack was truly amazing. After being happy for a long time, Gu Li finally calmed down. Then he looked at the upscale residential area a few hundred meters away, Jingshang Huoding, and fell into thought. A top-tier goddess like Shun Linxi definitely wasn't simple, she was clearly wealthy. Since he walked back along the riverbank, and combined with the earlier encounter at the nearby supermarket, he concluded that she must live nearby, definitely within 2 to 3 kilometers of the supermarket. Thus, the only upscale residential area that fit the description was Jingshanghuading. Jingshanghuading was a premium housing development built a few years ago. It had several high-rise buildings with 2 elevators and 4 units per floor, and over a dozen 12-story flat-floor buildings with 2 elevators and 2 units per floor. It was said that those flat-floor units were at least 150 square meters, some even 200,300 square meters. At the current average price of over 3,000 per square meter, these were at least 56 million yuan luxury homes, and the top-floor units with rooftop gardens could reach tens of millions. Considering Shen Lingxi's aura and her expensive-looking clothes, it was highly likely she lived there. Right tomorrow, I'll have an agent show me around to find out which building she lives in. After all, it was an upscale residential area hard to enter without a purpose like buying or renting. Gu Li stroked his chin and decided on his next move. Anyway, tomorrow was the weekend and Shen Lingxi had been drinking tonight, so she should be at home resting. If I could rent a place right below Shen Lingxi's apartment, that would be awesome. Thinking of this, Gu Li snickered. But the more he looked at that smile, the more lecherous it seemed. What Gu Li didn't know was that as he gazed toward Jingshanghuading, Shen Lingxi had already returned home showered and was now languidly reclining on the sofa. Her silk nightgown did little to conceal her alluring figure, and her long, slender, snow-white legs were so dazzling they could make anyone's eyes water. Having just soaked in a warm bath, a faint blush still tinted her cheeks, and beneath her exquisite visage was a proud, full bosom that defied the downward glance. If Gu Li were here with his vast experience, he would surely discern at a glance. That roundness, that fullness, at least 36D. Shen Lingxi stared at the television, but her mind was far from the handsome celebrities on screen. Recalling the riverside scene earlier, a trace of shyness crept onto her face. After all, this was the first time she had ever responded to a stranger's approach, and her playful banter with Gu Li was utterly unlike her usual self. Undeniably, Gu Li had struck gold. He had encountered Shen Lingxi when she was slightly tipsy and the area was nearly deserted. Under any other circumstance, he would have either been sent flying by a fierce kick or blinded by a spray of pepper repellent. Likewise, Shen Lingxi now found her own behavior utterly baffling in retrospect. Even more horrifying, she had called a complete stranger honey. Oh, the sheer embarrassment. What on earth is wrong with me? I've never acted like this after drinking before. Touching her burning cheeks, Shen Lingxi shook her head again. Humph, it's all Hu Lin's fault for making me drink. She's the reason I called a stranger honey. How utterly infuriating. After all, this was her first time. Yet that young man last night was also quite pitiable. Drinking alone by the river on the evening of May 20th, heartbroken. It seemed that love was truly not something to be trifled with. Being single like her was much better. Why bother falling in love only to end up crying miserably after a breakup? What was the point? It was beyond her comprehension. Whatever she should drink less in the future, her tolerance wasn't that good. With these thoughts, Shen Lingxi's mind began to wander, and overcome with emotion, she buried her face into the throw pillow. Enough, she decided to stop thinking. It took her a while, but she finally composed herself and headed into her study to continue working overtime. As a career-driven woman, working late at 11 p.m. was perfectly normal. The Haidong Logistics project bidding was scheduled for next month, and the company placed great importance on it. She refused to allow herself to fail. Because Shen Lingxi was a proud person. The next morning at 8 o'clock sharp, after the alarm had rung for a while, Gu Li finally rose, rubbing his bleary eyes. It was a good thing he had set the alarm, otherwise, having been too excited to sleep for most of the night, he would never have woken up. With the system now at his disposal, Gu Li abandoned his frugal habits. After freshening up, he went out for breakfast. He headed straight to the beef restaurant opposite his apartment and ordered a generous bowl of beef noodles. The 3-liang portion cost 20 yuan, a few yuan more than other places, but it was worth every penny. The beef chunks were large and fresh. After finishing his meal, he curiously opened his personal attribute panel and saw that his experience points had indeed increased from 0 to 20. Not bad, a leveling up seemed quite simple. All he needed to do was pay 2 or 3 months' rent on his new apartment, and the system would level up along with its rewards. With that thought, Gu Li grew even more eager to see how the system would change after the upgrade. Humming a cheerful tune, he walked straight into the nearby real estate agency, intending to rent a place within 100 meters of his future wife. Sir, are you looking to rent or buy? As soon as he entered, a realtor, surnamed Li, greeted him enthusiastically. Gu Li wasted no time and asked directly, do you have any apartments in Jingshanghuading? I'd like to rent one. Upon hearing this, Sister Li's smile instantly brightened even more. Knowing that rents in Jingshanghuading were far from cheap, with units starting at 50 yuan or more, she immediately began her sales pitch. Of course we do. Right this way, let me introduce you to some options. But before she could even finish presenting the first one, Gu Li waved his hand. Let's head over there first. You can tell me more on the way. Actually, I'd like to take a look around the complex itself, first to see the environment. Well, that works too, Sisterly replied, not wanting to argue. She called over another agent of Mr. Wang and led Gu Li into the residential complex. Upon entering, Gu Li saw a large central courtyard surrounded by over a dozen 12-story flat buildings, with several high-rises along the main road to the right. He silently prayed that Shun Ling's apartment wasn't in the far-left buildings. If it were, he'd have to rent one of the large flats to stay within the 100-meter range. Of course, he could afford those 200-square-meter units, but the problem was that most owners of such large flats lived in them, and very few were available for rent. And so at Gu Li's insistence, the three of them strolled around the central courtyard. His peculiar behavior puzzled the two salespeople. Shouldn't one focus on the interior of the apartment when renting? Why was he so interested in the courtyard, and why did he insist on circling every single building? What kind of house-viewing logic was this? It was baffling. Watching Gu Li walk ahead seemingly lost in his own world, Sister Li leaned over and whispered to her colleague. Brother Wang, do you think this guy is just here to mess with us? I've never seen anyone view apartments like this. Wang, the salesperson, was equally puzzled by Gu Li's behavior, but didn't jump to conclusions. What's the big deal? The fact that he's inspecting things so seriously shows he's genuinely here to rent. If anything, I think this deal has a higher chance of succeeding. Besides, he came straight to Jinshang Huading, which shows he knows what he wants and isn't short on cash. Are you sure? I don't think so, Sister Li said, shaking her head with the confidence of her years of experience. Look at his plain clothes. He's clearly just an average worker. I doubt he's the type to spend thousands a month on rent for a place he lives in alone. Upon hearing this, Wang simply smiled and teased, in that case, how about I take over the client? If he does end up renting, the commission counts as mine. Deal? Sister Li chuckled dismissively. Fine by me, I'd be happy to. Go ahead, be my guest. But I'm telling you, you're just wasting your time. Wang glanced at Gu Li and shook his head. We'll see about that. Let's just wait and see, Sister Li shrugged, pulling out her phone and losing interest in Gu Li. Just then Gu Li's face lit up with surprise, and he stopped, turning back to look at them. Over there near the high-rise next to Building 9. Do you have any apartments? Sir, of course we do, Wang replied, quickening his pace, while rapidly scanning his mental database of available listings. Brother, there's a 3-bedroom unit on the 23rd floor of Building 17, a 4-bedroom on the 3rd floor of Building 20, and another 3-bedroom on the 16th floor of Building 19. Oh, and the renovation in that Building 19 place is truly top-notch, absolutely comfortable. Shall we go take a look? As Wang spoke, he gestured towards the cluster of high-rises beside Building 9, launching into his introductions. Gu Li, however, surveyed the listed properties with a flicker of dissatisfaction, as the closest to Building 9 was Building 18. Had it been Building 18, most of its units would likely fall within 100 meters, but with 17, 19, or 20, that was far from certain. He had already pinpointed the location of Shun Ling's residence, Building 9. Though the exact floor was unclear, he estimated it to be within the 8th to 12th floors. While strolling through the central courtyard earlier, he had discreetly activated the system's virtual interface, monitoring the accumulating seconds of his monetary reward in real time. He discovered that whenever he came within 100 meters of Shun Lingshi, the reward's cumulative seconds began to tick up incessantly. Conversely, the moment he stepped out of that range, the count would halt. This allowed him to triangulate the approximate position of her apartment based on the distance from his current location to Building 9. To the two real estate agents, his behavior was nothing short of bizarre. Gu Li, however, couldn't be bothered. After all, what were their misconceptions compared to the ever-growing reward seconds before his eyes? By securing a suitable rental here, he could rake in at least several hundred a day, a prospect too comforting to ignore. Moreover, as the system leveled up, the returns would only continue to climb. Perhaps soon, even lounging at home all day, his bank account could swell by thousands, even tens of thousands. At this moment, the system's reward seconds had officially surpassed 1,000. 1,000 seconds meant that merely standing there for over 10 minutes had earned him 10 yuan. Money had never come this easily. Gazing at the high-rises before him, they now shimmered like glittering gold in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he asked directly, "Is there nothing in Building 18? Wang was taken aback, puzzled by the client's preference. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "There is one, but it's a bit pricey." Pricey? A flicker of amusement crossed Gu Li's mind. How expensive could a high-rise rental truly be? What's the place like? How much per month? It's on the 12th floor of Building 18, a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit. Not only is it luxuriously renovated, but even the appliances are top-tier brands. The landlord wants 800 a month, and it must be paid semi-annually. Yet this condition sparked a surge of joy within Gu Li. Oh, this place is quite good. The 12th floor was perfect. He could look down and see Shun Ling's side from above. Plus, with its luxurious decor and quality appliances, it suited his penchant for a comfortable life perfectly. Without further hesitation, he waved his hand and strode towards Building 18. Let's go, let's take a look. Seeing this, Wang quickly called out to Li, who was still glued to her phone, and hurried after Gu Li. 2 minutes later, they stood before Unit 1202. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, Gu Li could see all floors of the opposite Building 9 directly facing it. The location was perfect, just right. Brother, look at this decor, this furniture. Wang began his effusive spiel, but was promptly cut short by Gu Li. This one, he'll take it. Huh, did I hear that right? Wang, momentarily stunned, gaped in disbelief. Gu Li continued, I'm renting this one. Let's sign a contract right away. I need the keys today. Just moments ago, he had walked through every room in this apartment, and in each one he had witnessed the reward seconds ticking up. That meant this entire unit was within the 100-meter radius of Shunlinshi. This made it the perfect choice for him. There was no need to haggle. 8,000 a month was nothing. Once he moved in, had earned that back in half a month. By now, Wang had snapped out of his shock, his initial surprise morphing into even greater enthusiasm. Brother, no problem. Getting the keys today is totally doable. Come have a seat over here. We'll have it done in a few minutes. Subsequently, under Wang's guidance, Gu Li completed the rental transaction smoothly on the app. With the payment for 6 months rent, 1 month's deposit, and 1 month's agency fee, Gu Li's card was debited 6,400 yuan. The instant the payment went through, an anticipated voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Spending 5,600 yuan has earned you 5,600 upgrade experience points. Your total upgrade experience is now 6,420 points. Upgrade conditions met. The system has ascended to level 2. The next level requires 1,000 experience points. Keep up the good work, host, and accelerate your progress. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 lottery draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Not right now. Though Gu Li was eager to draw and see what fortune awaited, he decided against it, mindful that the agents were still present. He suppressed his excitement, choosing to wait until they had left. Just then, Li, the other agent from downstairs, came huffing and puffing up the stairs. Upon seeing that Gu Li's contract was already signed, a wave of fury washed over her. Damn it. She had let a sure thing slip right through her snobbish fingers. She had truly misjudged him. The seemingly unremarkable Gu Li had casually rented an 8,000 yuan a month apartment without batting an eye. And for a single occupant, no less. Quite the spender. After all, if he were single, he could have opted for a more convenient and cost-effective studio near the subway. Wang, noticing the resentment in her eyes, felt a pang of sympathy. He patted her shoulder and whispered, All right, don't be upset. They'll treat you to dinner tonight. Okay, she replied, feeling slightly mollified. Wang then turned to Gu Li and said, Brother, we'll be heading off then. If you have any issues, don't hesitate to call. We'll do our best to resolve them. Oh, actually, Gu Li interjected, pausing to think, there is something. Help me get someone to install a smart lock and also arrange for 2 cleaners. I want the lock changed and the place cleaned up this afternoon. No problem, handsome. He'll arrange it right away. We'll make sure you're fully taken care of. Li immediately whipped out her phone, approaching with renewed enthusiasm. Here, handsome. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. In Li's eyes, Gu Li had suddenly transformed into a promising prospect, someone who might rent or even buy in the future. If she didn't swallow her pride and seize this opportunity, she would have wasted all her years as an agent. Internally, she also regretted her earlier condescending and superficial judgment. Gu Li, saying nothing, simply took out his phone and added her on WeChat. All right, thanks for the help. Li waved her hands profusely. No trouble at all, not in the slightest. Huh. The shift from arrogance to servility was truly something. Witnessing this fawning behavior from both Li and the previously respectful Wang, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a pang of irony. Money certainly changed things. After seeing them off, he walked to the balcony to admire the view opposite. And at that very moment, a figure appeared on the 10th floor across, instantly capturing his attention. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, her exquisite beauty and alluring figure made his heart skip an involuntary beat. Despite working late the previous night, the ever-disciplined Shen Linshi still rose at 7:30. After a quick wash, she began her routine weekend exercise plan. After running on the treadmill for an hour, the millet porridge she had prepared earlier was nearly ready. Paired with golden brown pan-fried buttered toast and a fried egg, this constituted her simple weekend breakfast. Do not assume that because Shen Linshi is a career woman, her culinary skills are lacking. On the contrary, her cooking was quite decent. At least the simple dishes she enjoyed were rather delicious. After breakfast and washing the dishes, she began cleaning the house, gradually busying herself. Thanks to the robot vacuum and her infrequent presence at home during the workweek, the house was hardly dirty or messy. She merely tidied up her clothes, washing what needed washing and organizing the rest, besides tending to the flowers and plants on the 10-meter-wide balcony. Shen Linshi had a particular fondness for flowers and greenery, which is why the balcony was adorned with numerous potted plants. It was currently May, presenting a scene of lush blossoms. Stepping onto the balcony, one was greeted by a fragrant, refreshing aroma. Immersed within it, one felt as though spring had been captured in its entirety. Amidst such beauty, Shinlinshi, standing there, resembled the most exquisite flowers, smiling sweetly. Unfortunately, due to the distance, Guli could not see her clearly. Yet even so, he could perceive the lattice joy and the relaxed state of her mind. Looking at Shinlinshi across the way, Guli couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps on such a weekend at home, she could be this at ease. After all, last night in Jiangbei, Shinlinshi had been as cold as ice. When he had tried to strike up a conversation, her instant wariness had projected a powerful aura that he felt immediately. Reflecting on it now, Guli also sighed in relief, glad it had happened that way. Had he been sober, he wouldn't have dared to approach her so boldly. If he had, it would have been akin to courting death, likely being treated as a harasser and severely rebuked by Shinlinshi. Shinlinshi, of course, was unaware she was being observed. After all, the living room balcony of the high-rise opposite was sealed with floor-to-ceiling windows. Thus, under the reflection of light, it was truly difficult to see inside, and naturally, she couldn't spot Guli's gaze. Of course, she was quite aware of being watched. Previously, people had often leaned out of their windows to stare at her. Although it was somewhat annoying at first, after a while she paid it less mind. After all, she was clothed, and there was nothing much to see. She wouldn't respond to any admirers she bumped into in the neighborhood, offering nothing but a frigid expression. Over time, certain residents in the community realized that the beauty from Building 9 was too cold, and their interest quickly waned. A woman like this is indeed quite a challenge to win over. Guli mused, withdrawing his gaze, as Shinlinshi finished watering the plants and returned inside. Merely relying on money wouldn't work. And since he had vowed not to be a sycophant, he naturally had to resort to other methods. But at this moment, he couldn't think of a solution. Never mind, it was better to first gather some information about her. There was no rush. He knew her residence, and the next step was to find out where she worked. Ding dong. Just then the doorbell rang. Guli saw that the cleaners and the locksmith had arrived. Letting the three of them in, he inquired about the price, and without much deliberation nodded in agreement. 2 cleaning ladies for a full house cleaning and disinfection cost 500 yuan. As for the lock cylinder, he directly requested a smart lock. He had no desire to carry a key around all day, as it was a hassle. And just like that, he gained over 2,000 more experience points. Seeing his experience points drawing closer to 1,000,000, he also bought several thousand yuan worth of daily necessities on Jingdong, pushing his experience points past the 70,000 mark. Heh, not bad. Just 30,000 more, and I can level up again, Guli muttered, nodding to himself as he looked at his personal attribute panel. By noon, looking at his refreshed room, he couldn't help but ponder why people loved big houses. The ample space meant no agonizing over where to put things, and it was visually pleasing, being there lacked the cramped feeling of a small apartment. His previous residence was a 3-bedroom apartment with an interior area of only about 60 square meters. Although he had the master bedroom, it was only 12 square meters, barely fitting a large bed and a computer desk. Now moving to this 136 square meter 4-bedroom apartment, living alone, he felt as if the world had changed. By the way, he still needed to buy some greenery for the balcony to make it feel like home. Walking through each room, he couldn't help but nod approvingly, extremely satisfied with the apartment. The space, the decor, the floor, those were secondary. The key was that it was within 100 meters of Shinlinshi, which was the most important factor. This way, as long as he and Shinlinshi were both at home, the money rewards would flow in endlessly. Subsequently, he ordered takeout, ate his fill, and then lay down on the sofa. He hadn't slept well the previous night, so it was best to take a nap. This was also a habit from his days as a programmer. He had to take a nap every day, or he would have no energy in the afternoon. And so he slept until 3 in the afternoon, woke up stretched, and opened the system. By now the system had reached level 2, and the money reward had increased to 2 cents per second. Accumulated money seconds 201584 seconds. TSK. Not bad. Not bad. Just staying here for a few hours without doing anything earned me over 400 yuan. The feeling of making money while lying down is simply fantastic. I used to envy others for having passive income, and now I have it too. This feeling is really great. Thinking that he would have several hundred yuan more in his account by tomorrow, Guli was so happy, he burst into hearty laughter. Since he was in his own home, with decent soundproofing, he laughed without restraint. Just the day before, he had been facing the double blow of unemployment and romantic failure. His life was truly in shambles. Yet he never expected that in just half a day, everything would change dramatically. For Guli, it was like going from extreme sorrow to extreme joy, his emotions like a roller coaster ride. It's a pity there's no wine. Otherwise, a toast would be perfect for this celebration. Lying on the sofa looking at the wine cabinet nearby, he suddenly felt he should buy some wine later to enjoy when happy. After the excitement, there was an even more thrilling prospect: the lottery chance obtained from leveling up the system. Guli then meticulously washed his hands and face, almost going as far as a ritual bath. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, he walked to the living room with a serious expression, ready for his first lottery draw. Heavens, let me win the jackpot. The neighboring Tycoon System directly gave 9,000 trillion. I don't ask for much, just a small goal will do. Gu Li went straight to the windowsill and began his hopeful anticipation facing Shinling's residence. An unprecedented look of reverence appeared on his face. Miss, I hope you can bring me good luck. System, start the lottery. Deducting 1 lottery chance. The draw has begun, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a skill type prize, top-tier computer programming skills. Would you like to extract it? Upon hearing such a prize, Gu Li was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that the first draw from the God of Wealth system would yield something like this. However, he quickly came to terms with it, reasoning that the humanoid weapon reward from the activation gift pack was also a skill type item. Moreover, that reward had not only granted him extensive combat and martial arts experience, but had also enhanced his physique, providing an all-around improvement. But this top-tier computer programming skill only offered an improvement in skill. As for how top-tier it truly was, only time would tell. Still, even if it only made him a top-tier engineer in the industry, it would be a massive boost for him. Considering how top programmers and technical directors at major companies earn annual salaries in the millions, it was clear how valuable this was. Without hesitation, Gu Li commanded the system to extract the skill, and in an instant his mind was flooded with an overwhelming torrent of knowledge. It took him over 10 minutes to snap back to reality, but his head was still throbbing with pain. This is truly incredible. Gu Li glanced at his phone and realized that only about 10 minutes had passed in the real world, yet it felt like he had lived for decades in another dimension. He had transformed from someone with zero knowledge of computers into a top-tier IT engineer with decades of programming experience. He was now familiar with C, Java, Python, and was proficient in many of them. His expertise even spanned front-end and back-end development, as well as deep dives into architecture kernels and low-level systems, making him a true master of computer programming. Damn, I never realized how amateur I was before. Reviewing the knowledge in his mind, Gu Li finally understood just how poor his previous programming skills had been. But then again, his previous company worked on traditional projects with average functional and performance requirements, so the technology used was naturally average. Over time, his skills had stagnated, and he had merely resorted to copying and pasting code every day. He had never harbored grand ambitions like switching to a better company or obtaining certifications, so his programming skills had become quite outdated. TSK. With his current level of expertise, he wondered if he could get into a major company and snag a position as a technical director. He also wondered what role Shinlingshi held at her company. Was she the boss and executive, or something else? Since he wanted to get closer to his destined girlfriend, he needed a respectable identity. Otherwise, as an unemployed coder, he would hardly be attractive to her. Having this top-tier skill, however, sparked new ideas in Gu Li's mind. His best bet was to find an IT company near Shinling's workplace, land a leadership role, and then find a way to approach her. If the opportunity arose later, he could even start his own software company, which would be even more impressive. After careful consideration, Gu Li felt that this top-tier computer programming skill was actually a huge boon for him. It had instantly made him a top-tier professional in the industry, giving him a better way to get close to Shinlingshi. With that in mind, his next step was to find out where Shinlingshi worked. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Gu Li glanced towards the main gate of the residential complex and suddenly had an idea. Right, let me check with the property management office. Acting on impulse, he headed straight there, intending to pay his property fees and casually inquire about his beautiful neighbor. As expected of a high-end community, the staff at the Jingshang Housing Property Management Office were quite attractive. Of course, the property fees were also steep, costing 5 yuan per square meter for the high-rise units. If the service weren't up to par, the residents would surely be complaining. The staff were dressed in neat professional attire, wearing black stockings, and greeted everyone with warm smiles. Hello, sir. How can I help you? As soon as he walked in, a young woman named Zhang Tingting, whose name tag identified her, enthusiastically greeted him. Gu Li smiled and nodded. I'm here to pay my property fees and also rent a parking space. All right, please come this way. Zhang Tingting led him to the counter, poured him a glass of water, and then began calling the landlord to verify the details. The process was quite efficient, and within just a few minutes both the property fees and parking space were settled. Gu Li paid a year's worth of property fees up front, which came to over 7,000 yuan. Then he paid another 3,000 for a 6-month parking space rental, bringing his total experience points up by another 10,000. Seeing that he only needed 20,000 more experience points, Gu Li felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed that the system would level up again before the day was out. He wondered if the money reward per second would double to 4 cents or go up to 5 cents at level 3. Impressed by Gu Li's decisiveness, Zhang Tingting walked him to the door. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Li said, "By the way, let me add you on WeChat. I might consider buying a parking space in the future, so we'll get in touch with you for the details." Hearing this, Zhang Tingting's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her phone. "No problem, Mr. Gu. If you want to buy a parking space, just come to me. They'll notify you right away if there are any discounts." "Great, thank you very much." Guli nodded with a smile, then, as if a thought struck him, he casually asked, "By the way, I just saw a beautiful neighbor in building 9, 10th floor from my window. Do you happen to know her?" "Oh." Zhang Tingting was taken aback and laughed. "Mr. Gu, you're being quite direct. You've caught me off guard." Having a thick skin when it came to pursuing women, Guli chuckled. "A virtuous maiden is a gentleman's pursuit, right? I just moved in, and I already spot a beautiful neighbor. What luck? Besides, I'm just asking about her. It's not some big secret, is it?" Zhang Tingting was speechless and could only smile wryly. "Sir, while it's not classified information, we are not at liberty to disclose other residents' details. You're putting me in a difficult position." "Oh, never mind then." Guli hadn't expected the property management to be so principled, so he didn't push further. After all, he already knew her name, and since he was about to move in soon, getting information later would be easy. Instead of being annoyed, he even praised them before waving his hand and striding off. "Good. I've seen your attitude, and it's worthy of that 4-5 yuan property fee. Actually, I was just testing you." "Huh? Ah." Zhang Tingting was baffled by his words. It took her a few seconds to realize that Mr. Gu might have been speaking sarcastically. After all, with Shen Linshi being so beautiful, it was natural for a young man who had just rented a place to let his mind wander. However, after mulling it over, she took out her phone and opened WeChat. She found a contact saved as Sister Shi and sent a message. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tingting actually had Shen Linshi on WeChat. It looked like she was about to tip her off. "Sister Shi, someone just came to the property management office asking about you. He's a new tenant in building 18, looks pretty young. Be careful, and if he harasses you, tell me right away." At this moment, Shen Linshi was deeply focused on her work in the study, not even noticing the coffee beside her had gone cold. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later, after finishing this portion of her work, that she finally had time to pick up her phone. She then saw Zhang Tingting's message, shook her head in exasperation, and replied, "Okay, I got it. Thank you, Xiao Zhang." Then she took her cup to the coffee machine, poured another cup, and took a sip. Her gaze then drifted from the living room through the glass door leading to the balcony towards the high-rise building 18 across the way. But after a few seconds of looking, she saw nothing. Probably another bored rich kid trying to get close to her. Such instances had occurred multiple times in the years since she moved into Jingshan Housing. As for roadside approaches, she had lost count long ago. There were also neighbors in the same complex. Some would even time their departures just to bump into her, all for a chance to strike up a conversation. Some were even more extreme. Once a rich kid bought an apartment directly below hers just to be her neighbor, spouting cliches like a waterfront pavilion gets the moonlight first. He didn't last a month before she sent him to the hospital crying and calling her a violent woman. Fortunately for him, housing prices skyrocketed a few months later, and he sold the place for a hefty profit, which soothed his wounded pride. This incident became a source of amusement in certain circles, earning Shen Linshi quite a notorious reputation. From then on, everyone in the community understood one fact: this beautiful neighbor was not to be trifled with. She became the most unique, thorny rose in the complex, one that people dared only glance at, never stare. And why? Because they simply couldn't win a fight against her. Hope you're smart enough to stay out of my way, or else you'll be sorry." Shen Linshi snorted coldly, looking at building 18 across the way. It had been a long time since anyone dared to pester her. If someone truly sought death, she'd gladly let them taste her newly learned techniques. Indeed, besides running yoga and swimming, Shen Linshi also attended combat training sessions weekly. Her goal was not just to stay fit, but to enhance her combat skills and ensure her personal safety. After all, she had no intention of being a weak, helpless woman. In the workplace, she was the boss, intimidating her subordinates. And in terms of personal strength, she aimed to be able to send any grown man fleeing in panic if danger ever arose. This was her confidence and her strength. Just then, the ding-ding-ding sound came from the computer, and she quickly walked back into the study. She saw a file sent by a subordinate on DingTalk and immediately began to review it. However, as she read, her expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, she picked up the phone and launched into a scathing tirade. "Xiao Wu, why is the SPC 3-phase performance optimization issue still unresolved? If this affects the entire project, how do you intend to answer for it?" Hachu. At that moment, Gu Li, who had just arrived at Hongqi to buy a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, shaking his head in confusion. "I'm not sick. Why such a huge sneeze out of the blue? How strange. Could someone be thinking about me?" He didn't have a girlfriend, no job, and thus no boss to think of him. Besides his parents, who else could it be? After much thought, he couldn't figure it out. He simply chalked it up to catching a chill from napping on the sofa without a blanket at noon. He was completely unaware that his current physique was enhanced, making catching a cold from a mere nap virtually impossible, even if he showered in cold water all day. But soon he forgot about the sneeze as he arrived at the garage entrance. The vehicle entrance was at the back of the complex, guarded by a young security guard. "Hey buddy, have a smoke." Gu Li took out the pack of Zhonghua he just bought, took one for himself, and offered the whole pack to the guard. The guard didn't refuse, grinning as he took it. What's up, big bro? Ghoulie chuckled casually. Nothing much, just wanted to ask you something. Oh, what is it? If I know, I'll surely tell you. Feeling obligated, the guard readily agreed. Ghoulie lowered his voice and asked, do you know the name of the beautiful woman on the 10th floor of Building 9L and where she works? The guard's eyes lit up with understanding. Her name I know, big bro. But her company I really don't know. Ghoulie felt a pang of disappointment, but pressed on. So what do you know? Her name's Shinlinchi. She's loaded. Heard she's a high-level exec at some tech company, something to do with software, I think. Oh, and she's got 2 cars. Want to know about them? Ghoulie's interest was piqued, and he nodded eagerly. The one she usually drives to work is an Alfa Romeo with a license plate ending in 69. Heard it's worth over $1 million. Besides that, she also has a Porsche worth around $2 million. The guard added, if you go to the basement garage of Building 9, you can see them right now. Ghoulie patted the guard on the shoulder gratefully. Thanks, buddy. How about we add each other on WeChat for future contact? I'm not sure that's appropriate. The guard hesitated. Ghoulie insisted, don't worry. I won't get you in trouble. In moving into this complex too, we just want to make a friend. The guard finally nodded. Alright, then big bro, I'll add you. Through their conversation, Ghoulie learned the guard's name was Yu Xiaofeng. He wasn't planning anything nefarious. Having the guard's contact would simply make it easier to get information about Shinlinchi in the future. Of course, this was just a little tactic for the pursuit phase. He wouldn't do this once they were officially together. After chatting a bit more, he headed to the garage, spotted Shinlinxi's 2 luxury cars, and memorized their license plates. He had to admit her taste was rather distinctive. Her daily driver was an Alfa Romeo, not a Mercedes or BMW like most. Alfa Romeo was a niche brand, though classic and quite popular among women. Shinlinxi's car was a Giulia Quadrifoglio 100th anniversary edition worth around $1 million yuan. The cloverleaf emblem on the Alfa Romeo was said to have a special story behind it. Also, the 4-leaf clover symbolizes luck. Thinking about it, Ghoulie wondered if Shinlinchi harbored some desire for luck. Besides that, there was also a Porsche Panamera worth about $2 million, a 5-door 4-seat hatchback with extremely spacious interiors. Wow, she really is loaded. These 2 cars alone are worth $3 to $4 million. Add the apartment, and her net worth must be well over $10 million. Walking out of the garage, Ghoulie stroked his chin in amazement. Shinlinchi didn't look that old, at most 24 or 25, yet she was this wealthy. Could she be a rich beauty? Now he was even more curious about her profession, her company, and even her family background. Someone this accomplished probably came from a good family too. Thinking about it, Ghoulie realized that winning her over would be a long and arduous journey. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Looking at the system's upgrade experience, a new idea struck him. Why not buy a car first? After all, the system had given him $1 million yuan in dating funds, so he might as well spend it. But first he needed to find out where Shinlinchi worked. With that, Ghoulie fell deep into thought again. Host Ghoulie. Found girlfriend Shinlinchi. Current level 2. Money reward: when the host is within 200 meters of his girlfriend, he earns 0.02 yuan per second. Upgrade experience 7925 for 10.0000. Spending 1 yuan accumulates 1 experience point. Daily money accumulation seconds 25602. Lottery draws 0. System space empty. Looking at his personal attribute panel, Ghoulie abandoned the idea of buying a car immediately. After all, he was only short by 20,000 experience points. Even without buying a car, it wouldn't take more than a day or 2 to reach the next level. As for the car, he would decide after finding out where Shinlinxi's company was located. He could also check how much experience was needed for the next level. If it exceeded 1 million, he'd buy a luxury car worth over $1 million. Subsequently, he calculated his current daily income. If he stayed within the effective 200-meter range for 24 hours, his daily income would be over 1500 yuan, and his monthly income would exceed 400 yuan. Not bad. After leveling up again in a couple of days, he could earn at least 300 yuan a day, achieving a monthly income of 100 yuan. That was when he could make his formal move on Shinlinchi. How I never thought Shinlinchi might be in the same industry as me. What a coincidence. After thinking it over, he asked in his university class group chat to see if anyone knew her. However, several minutes passed without any reply, leaving him speechless. He then searched online, but the results were all namesakes, either some leader or other famous people. None of them matched, which left him somewhat disappointed. Beep. Just then his QQ sounded. It was a message from his college classmate Xiang Qingzhou. Their relationship had been mediocre back then. They weren't the closest friends, nor were they strangers. Could it be that he had news about Shinlinchi? At the thought, Ghoulie perked up and quickly opened the chat window. What do you want with Shinlinchi? Seeing this, Ghoulie excitedly replied, I do have something to ask her, but I can't disclose the details yet. If you know anything, help me out and tell me about her. They'll treat you to a big meal later. However, after sending the message, half a minute passed without a reply. This left him speechless, almost cursing in frustration. Always letting him down at critical moments. How was he supposed to live like this? Hey, are you still there? Say something, eh? 2 minutes later, just as he was about to pick up the phone and call the guy directly, Xiang Qingzhou finally replied. Damn, you're that anxious. Seeing this, Guli replied with irritation. Ugh, it's extremely urgent. Help me out, please. Heh, let me guess you've taken a liking to her, haven't you? Wow. Seeing Xiang Qingzhou's words, Guli couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on? How could this guy possibly know his true thoughts? He didn't want his pursuit of Shenlinshi to become public knowledge, so he immediately denied it. How is that possible? I'm not worthy of her. I'm asking for a friend of mine. Oh, I see. In that case, he'll give you a QQ number. Contact him directly. He happens to work at Shenlinxi's company and is a senior from our school. Seeing this, Gu Li was overjoyed and shouted out loud. Yes. Thanks. He'll pass on my thanks to you on behalf of my friend. He'll treat you to a meal next time. After expressing his gratitude, he eagerly added the senior on QQ, waiting for approval. During this time, he learned that the senior's name was Su Huai, 3 or 4 years his senior, now 30 years old. He worked as a developer at Shenlinxi's company and was a project lead managing projects under him. As for his salary, that was unclear. After another tense wait of over 10 minutes, Su Huai finally approved the friend request and immediately asked, Junior, what are you inquiring about President Shun for? Gu Li thought for a moment and replied, well, a friend of mine met Shenlinshi once, was utterly captivated and wants to pursue her. I'd advise your friend to drop that idea right away. There's really no hope. Why? Well, how should I put it? President Shun is extremely cold. People feel intimidated at the sight of her. A rich second-generation heir once sent her flowers daily, and she had him thrown out. We've never heard of her being close to any man, so even wealthy or talented individuals have a very, very low chance of winning her over. Seeing this message, Gu Li's fighting spirit was actually ignited because he wasn't just an ordinary rich or talented person. He was someone with a system. Besides, the system was already bound and the girlfriend couldn't be changed. At this point, he couldn't back down. It's fine. How about this? Let's have dinner tonight and talk. My friend is the type who won't give up until he's hit a dead end. If he doesn't try, he'll never be satisfied. Gu Li decided it was best to meet Su Huai in person to gather more information. Of course, it was also a chance to build a closer relationship with him, making it easier to get information in the future. Someone like Su Huai was the perfect inside contact and had to be secured. And so the two agreed to meet at a hot pot restaurant at 7 in the evening, chatting a bit more afterward. Afterwards, Gu Li learned the name of Shenlinxi's company, Qinhuan Venture Capital. He then searched for information about the company online and found it was one of the largest software companies in the Southwest. Not only did it have branch offices in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, but its business also spanned a wide range from basic software development and hardware procurement to intelligent solutions. Now it had even entered the artificial intelligence track, and its development was progressing better and better. He also found information about Shenlinshi on the company's official website. She was the deputy general manager of the Intelligent Solutions Division in Chengdu with considerable experience. The company address was at Chuanxing Plaza, located on the edge of Tianfu Avenue, near the subway station and Financial City, making transportation very convenient. It was only about 7 or 8 kilometers from Jingshang, hooting a drive of about 20 minutes. Well, there are quite a few job postings too. Looking further, Qinhuan Venture Capital had many openings from various front-end and back-end developers to senior architects and project implementation roles. With his current top-tier programmer skills, getting in would be no problem at all. However, he hesitated for a moment because Su Huai had just mentioned that Shenlinshi particularly disliked office romances. If he joined the same company, wouldn't that just create an extra obstacle for himself? Forget it, he'd decide whether to join Qinhuan Venture Capital after meeting Su Huai. After some thought, Gu Li ultimately decided to wait until after the meeting. After all, even if he wasn't in the same company as Shenlinshi, there were plenty of companies in Chuanxing Plaza, and his options were numerous. Gu Li chose a hot pot restaurant called Dazheiman Hot Pot, which had excellent food and cost over 100 yuan per person. Su Huai would take a while to arrive, so he directly ordered a lot of meat since he didn't care about the money anyway. Soon enough, the other person arrived, and Gu Li's simple senior instantly bridged the distance between them. They were alumni of the same school, and with Xiang Qingzhou also being a fellow programmer, the bond grew even closer. Su Huai didn't suspect the fictional friend in Gu Li's words. After all, this junior didn't seem like someone who would aspire to something far beyond his reach. After all, everyone has self-awareness. A smart person is unlikely to set their sights too high, especially since he had probably heard that Gu Li had just been laid off. That made it even more unlikely that he would have any thoughts of pursuing Shenlinshi. Therefore, he answered Gu Li's probing questions unreservedly, holding nothing back. It was just a chat between friends anyway. Gu Li listening wouldn't matter since it wouldn't affect him. And so halfway through the meal, several bottles of wine had been consumed. Gu Li had gained some understanding of Shenlinshi, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems your beautiful boss is really not easy to get along with. Su Huai sighed, picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and then said, who says otherwise? Working under her, you have to be prepared to be scolded, otherwise over time your mentality will definitely collapse. There was once a project manager. A critical project had a major flaw. At the project acceptance meeting, a serious bug appeared, directly causing President Shun to lose face. Afterwards, he was scolded by President Shun in front of dozens of people, completely humiliated before his subordinates. It was really pitiful. This directly led him to be unable to bear the situation, and he resigned in disgrace a few days later. But that guy had a lousy character. Before leaving, he even cursed Shun Linshi, saying she would never find a man. You know what? We all call President Shun the Demoness privately. Holy crap. Demoness. You guys really aren't afraid of death. How dare you call her that? Aren't you afraid she'll hear and cause trouble for you? Hearing this last part, Gu Li couldn't help but laugh. Su Huai chuckled, nonsense. No one would talk like that in the company. It's just you here. You're not part of the company, so it's fine to say these things. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. So any more interesting stories about President Shun? Keep going. On the surface, Gu Li remained calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Good. Through Su Huai, he could dig up a lot of unknown information about Shun Linshi. These would be leverage in his future interactions. Such things might sometimes have an extraordinary effect. Of course, since he had already set her as his future wife, he felt a little uncomfortable that the resigned project manager had cursed her. If he ever ran into that guy, a beating would be unavoidable. As for the nickname, Demoness, Gu Li could do nothing about it. After all, what had happened couldn't be changed. Through the conversation, Gu Li learned that Shun Linshi was indeed a woman with strong abilities and a strong career drive. She possessed both beauty and talent, and was well known in the office buildings of Chuanqing Square. At the same time, she was diligent and responsible, known for her exceptional competence and strictness. She balanced authority with kindness toward her employees and subordinates. Although strict, as long as it was a project under her management, the project bonuses were quite generous. This led to a situation where, despite her harsh scolding, many people still wanted to join her projects. As for Shun Linxi's private life, Su Huai knew relatively little. He hadn't heard of her being close to any man. After all, she usually had a cold demeanor, and most people wouldn't want to approach her. He had heard that some people had once sent flowers and gifts, but they were all scared off in the end. Because Shun Linshi would put the flowers in various meeting rooms as decorations, and as for the gifts, she would auction them off in the company group chat, allowing some female employees to snatch bargains. Only an idiot would continue investing in such a situation. Your President Shun is really hilarious. Hearing this, even Gu Li, who had a low threshold for laughter, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Huai nodded. So working under President Shun, although it's mostly painful sometimes, it's also quite fun. That's true. It's just when the year-end bonuses, project bonuses, and team dinners come around. Who doesn't like a generous boss? Gu Li nodded in agreement, but inside he became even more interested in Shun Linshi. Previously his interest had started with her beauty, but now he found her more intriguing. Exquisite looks combined with an interesting soul. This girlfriend was really tempting. But the more so, the harder it would be to pursue her. Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. This woman is a tough nut to crack. But recently our days haven't been easy either. The Haidong Logistics project has been giving us project leaders a headache. At that moment, Su Huai added, just this afternoon, old Wu got scolded again. It's really miserable. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately became interested and asked, what's the situation? After a while, he learned that Shun Linshi was recently competing for a big project from Haidong Logistics, facing off against two other companies. It seemed to be a comprehensive logistics intelligent management project involving hardware procurement worth hundreds of millions and software worth tens of millions. The entire Chinhuan venture capital was very serious about it. Originally, the project was a sure thing, but a company called Jindian Technology suddenly emerged, causing a twist in the bidding. However, Chinhuan Venture Capital was a veteran software integrator with deep roots in technology that few could match, so they still had a good chance of winning the project. But Shun Linshi had also put in full effort, determined to secure a 100% success. Therefore, recently Shun Linshi and many of her subordinates were working overtime every day, coming back very late. Interesting. This Jindian Technology actually dares to snatch your company's project. If they succeed, Shun Linshi will definitely lose face, right? You're right. If we lose this project, President Shun will lose a lot of face. You know, President Shun started a business right after graduation, and after the project was acquired, she made at least tens of millions. Since joining our company, she has been succeeding project after project. If the Haitong Logistics project is poached, her authority will take a big hit. Su Huai paused, then continued. What's even more frustrating is that Jindian Technology is also in Chuanqing Square. You see, we'll be seeing each other all the time. Tut. Holy crap, that intense. Hearing these inside stories, Gu Li didn't know what to say. This would force Shun Linshi to fight hard. If Jindian really stole the home base, then given her personality, she might not be able to swallow that insult. But then he let out an as an unexpected idea popped into his mind. Jindian Technology was also in Chuanxing Square. Could he perhaps? With this thought, Guli picked up his phone and opened the AMAP application to search. To his surprise, both Chinhuan Jichuang and Jindian Technology were located in Chuanxing Square and quite close to each other. Chinhuan Jichuang was in Building A while Jindian was in Building B with a distance of no more than 200 meters between them. Even if it were slightly more, it wouldn't matter much to him. After all, when the system was at level 2, the effective range was already 200 meters. With just one more level, the distance could increase to at least 400 meters. That way, as long as he worked within Chuanxing Square, he would remain within Shin Linx's effective range. In that case, why not enter Jindian Technology and realize his ambitions? According to online information, Jindian Technology was a rising star established only 3 years ago with a particularly strong hunger for talent. With his top-tier computer programming skills, joining this company would undoubtedly lead to greater advancement. If he could contribute to successfully snatching the Haitong Logistics project, it would undoubtedly send a massive shockwave through Chinhuan Jichuan. Shen Linxi, who was in charge of the project, would certainly become curious about him, the key figure behind her failure. This way, he would truly ignite the competitive spirit of that proud woman. His 7 years of being a devoted admirer had taught him a crucial lesson: to truly conquer a woman, one must rely on one's own strength. This could be through wealth, background, or sheer superiority in ability. And for a strong woman like Shen Linxi, one must defeat her in the business arena to truly earn her respect. Yes, that was the plan. My dear Cece, I can only offer my apologies in advance. Consider the failure of this Haitong Logistics project as a gift for our acquaintance. The thought of making Shen Linxi taste the bitterness of her first failure filled him with glee. Looking at Su Huai across from him, Gu Li continued to refine his plan. He would need to ensure Shen Linxi learned of his involvement, perhaps through the senior alumnus. This made Su Huai crucial to the scheme. It seems that once things come to fruition, I'll have to be straightforward with him and win him over completely to my side. With the plan set, Gu Li thought to himself. Another hour passed, and both men were well-fed and satisfied, their camaraderie deepening. He generously hailed a taxi for Su Huai before leisurely heading home. Afterward, he downloaded Boss Jipin, updated his resume, and submitted an application to Jindian Technology. Now all that remained was to await their interview invitation. Before the interview, however, he decided to research Jindian Technology's current projects to be well prepared. After all, although he was applying for a senior engineer position, his true aim was to secure a role as a technical team lead or even the head of the technical department. Only by securing a mid to high-level leadership position could he play a pivotal role in the upcoming projects. Of course, given his current technical expertise, he was highly confident in his ability to achieve this. It was undeniably a bold and cunning move for Gu Li to plan to join Jindian Technology, a direct competitor of Chinhuan Jichuan. If the two of them ever got together in the future, Shen Linxi would surely be furious upon learning the truth. Of course, according to Gu Li's thinking, he would definitely keep this matter buried deep within his heart. After all, if that proud woman ever found out he had deliberately sabotaged her, she would surely make him sleep on the sofa for a month. To earn the monetary reward, Gu Li had returned to Jingshang, hooting the previous night, enduring a night on the sofa. When he woke up in the morning, he noticed the reward counter had stopped increasing, instantly realizing that Shen Linxi wasn't home. This worked out perfectly, as he needed to move out anyway. He had arranged with the landlord the day before to vacate the apartment today. Given such a hasty departure, the security deposit was naturally forfeited. But Gu Li didn't care about that small amount of money anymore. He simply packed up the essentials and discarded the rest. To make things even easier, he hired a moving company and experienced their premium Japanese-style service. It was quite impressive, really. All he had to do was instruct the staff on what to pack and what to discard while he sat back and played with his phone. After everything was moved to his new rental, he could lie down and watch TV as the staff placed items where he directed. They even cleaned the place thoroughly before leaving. 2 hours later, looking at the spotless, homey new apartment, Gu Li couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable life was with money. However, as he looked at some items he had been reluctant to throw away, but also wanted to replace, he fell into thought. Right, I can just give them to those two guys. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Old Duck Feng Ye and Fatty Zhao Yixian were his college roommates, also working in Rongqing. The old rice cooker, electric fan, computer chair, and so on could just be given to them. Since he planned to replace everything with new items anyway, these cheap things no longer matched his status as a moneyed man. Deciding to act on it. And since it was the weekend, he planned to invite these two over for dinner that evening to celebrate his newfound wealth and new home. Besides, his money was earned legitimately, all sorted out by the system, so there was nothing to hide. He immediately sent a message to the dormitory group chat. Old Duck Fatty, come over this afternoon. I've moved. The address is Building 18, Unit 1202, Jingshang Huading. Then we'll have a big dinner tonight, my treat. After sending, he also shared a photo of the huge floor-to-ceiling window to make them envious. Although both of them had bought apartments, one was still under renovation and the other hadn't been handed over yet, so they were both currently renting. Fengya was taller than Gu Li and quite handsome. He worked as a fitness coach, earning a decent income from tips alone aside from his salary. He had previously bought a large 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters, which was currently being renovated. He was renting a small apartment for himself. Zhao Yixian, on the other hand, was a hefty guy weighing 180 jin. Like Gu Li, he was an IT worker, but he shared a rental with others. Damn. Old Gu, you've struck it rich, huh? Renting such a nice place. I just looked it up. Apartments in that complex go for at least 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Weren't you just laid off? Did you find some awesome job? In no time, Zhao Yixian sent a barrage of messages complete with shocked emojis. Gu Li chuckled and replied directly, I've hit the jackpot. So I'm treating you guys to a meal. Pick whatever you want to eat. Oh, and just so you know, this apartment costs me 8,000 a month, and I'm living in it alone. Heh. Jealous. Within 2 seconds, Zhao Yixian cursed in disbelief. Damn. You're a freaking millionaire now. I don't. Shocked. JPG. What's going on? Then Fengya chimed in as well. Gu Li laughed heartily, easily picturing the stunned look on Zhao Yixian's face on the other end of the connection. What's going on? You'll find out when you get here. By the way, I've got a bunch of stuff here. Take it if you want it. If not, I'll call the junk collector. With that, he took photos of the old items and sent them over. Immediately, a flurry of messages popped up. I want it. I want it. Save it for me. Don't throw it away. That fan cost 200 and you've only had it for less than a year. Alright, they'll save it all for you. After saying this, Gu Li paused, feeling that their conversation had taken a slightly strange turn. One lottery draw chance deducted. The draw begins, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a physical prize, a 2.38 million yuan imported Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A special delivery will be sent to your residential community shortly. Please wait. Well, I never expected to win a luxury car this time. It couldn't have come at a better time. Seeing that his experience points were still a few thousand short of 100,000, Gu Li immediately bought a treadmill on JD.com, leveling up the system to level 3. This earned him another lottery draw chance, and the prize turned out to be a car, the very Mercedes-Benz G-Class he had been longing for. After all, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is a favorite of many. Driving it would definitely turn heads. In truth, he didn't care much for sports cars. Flashy as they were far from comfortable. Nothing beats the spacious comfort of SUVs and off-road vehicles. Sports cars could only be driven in the city, offering little cost-effectiveness. If he hadn't won the car, he would have bought a modest vehicle worth around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. This way he could save several hundred thousand. However, looking at the 1 million experience points needed for the next level, he fell into thought. The million yuan romance fund the system had previously granted remained untouched. Spending another 900,000 would smoothly bring the system to level 4. But since he already had a car, did that mean he could only buy a house? Yet Gu Li didn't want to settle for a mediocre property, and a decent one would be far beyond his budget. After much deliberation, he couldn't come up with a good plan and decided to set the matter aside until he started his job at Jinduyan. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't even met his future wife yet, so he could take things slow. At this point, the system had reached level 3, and both the rewards and the effective range had changed. As expected, the effective distance for money rewards expanded to 500 meters, greatly increasing the range. Even more surprising was that the money reward per second was no longer 0.04 yuan, but 5 cents. If he stayed within the effective range all day, his daily income would be 4,320 yuan, translating to a monthly income of 1,320 yuan. TSK 1,300 a month meant an annual income of 1.5 million. Such passive income was something he had never dared to dream of before. Now he could earn it just by lying down. And this had all happened only 2 days after he obtained the system. Just as Gu Li was marveling at how his circumstances had completely changed in 2 days, his roommate called. He glanced at the time. It was only 2 p.m. and couldn't help but smile. That fatty sure is quick. He must have had his eyes on my fan for a while. He answered the phone and headed downstairs to meet the two at the entrance of the residential community. A few minutes later, he led them into the community. Seeing the beautiful central garden of Jingshang, hooting, the two couldn't help turning to Gu Li and asking, "Damn, old Gu, you really moved in?" Gu Li replied with exasperation, "No shit, of course I moved in." Even now, Fengya and Zhao Yixian could hardly believe that Gu Li, who had just lost his job, had suddenly turned his life around. Wasn't it just the night before last that he had been rejected after confessing his feelings and was moaning about it in the group chat? Could this be what they meant by surviving a great disaster brings good fortune? When they entered the rented apartment and saw the spacious, lavishly decorated home of over 100 square meters, they were stunned once again. After confirming that Gu Li lived there alone, fatty Zhao Yixian grabbed him and speculated, "Old Gu, did you win the lottery? 5 million. Yo, what's going on? You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Old Duck Phone, you couldn't help asking, his face full of concern. Having been close friends for 4 years in college and 3 years at work, they all knew each other's family situations well. It would have been strange if they weren't curious about Gu Li's sudden upgrade. Gu Li had anticipated this and said with a smile, "Hey, old duck, what do you take me for? I just got lucky, made a bunch from stocks I bought earlier. And a novel I wrote that flopped was bought by a rich second generation to turn into a TV series. All in all, not much, just 3 or 4 million. What?" Upon hearing this, Fatty immediately cried out in disbelief. Old Duck, meanwhile, was so shocked his mouth could hold a duck egg, and then he sneered. 3 or 4 million, and you say not much. You're showing off to the point we're speechless. Indeed, the system had perfectly disguised these incomes, leaving no trace of a flaw. If he hadn't known it was all from the system, even he would have believed he had actually bought some stocks years ago. If he hadn't known how terrible his own novel was, even he would have believed some fool had actually bought the rights. A few minutes later, after seeing the website backend and stock trading records, the two had no more doubts. They couldn't help lamenting why they weren't so lucky. But then old Duck thought of Yue, whom Gu Li had loved for 7 years, and patted Gu Li on the shoulder, laughing. Old Gu Yui's probably kicking herself now. Whether she regrets it or not, I don't care. I have no feelings for her anymore. After being a simp for 7 years, I just want to quietly enjoy the rest of my life. Gu Li felt a twinge of regret thinking about his past behavior. But to the two of them, his words sounded unbearably smug. Fatty said sarcastically, "Damn, with a few million, of course you can enjoy life. Old Duck will be fine too. He can find a sugar mommy and live comfortably for the rest of his days. And the unlucky one destined to be a wage slave forever." Hearing this, Fengya immediately retorted, "Fatty, stop right there. I have no plans to spend my life with a sugar mommy. A handsome young man like me prefers girls in their late teens." "Well said. Even if you're 10 years older, you'll still like girls in their late teens." Gu Li chimed in with a laugh, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Just then his phone rang. It was the JD.com delivery man. Soon the doorbell rang, and all the appliances Gu Li had bought the previous night arrived. Looking at the oven, microwave, instant water heater, the latest Huawei Mate phone, and the nearly 10th Saniyuan Makrivo esports desktop, the two couldn't help but swallow and show envy. Especially the frugal Zhao Yixin, who shook his head and said, "Old Gu, you're really splurging now that you have money." Fengya nodded in agreement. "Yeah, at this rate, I doubt that few million will last you a year, let alone decades." Gu Li laughed heartily and didn't argue, thinking to himself, "This is nothing. If you saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I won, you'd probably think I'd lost my mind." Fortunately, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class hadn't arrived yet, or these two would have been utterly astonished. The three roommates were Gu Li's closest friends, bound by 7 years of life-and-death camaraderie, so naturally his newfound wealth didn't create any distance between them. Besides, the few million he had revealed so far were nothing compared to some wealthy individuals. Take Fengya, for instance. The wealthy women he dealt with were all at least 10 times richer than Gu Li. There was once even a middle-aged woman worth hundreds of millions who wanted to keep him, but he simply couldn't bring himself to stomach it, and flatly refused. Though old Duck relished his cushy lifestyle, he was quite picky, only accepting those in their 30s or 40s who still retained a certain charm. Thus he was the most carefree and romantic of the four, having already bought a large house outright, and reportedly amassed a tidy nest egg. As for Fatty and Gu Li, they were the unfortunate working stiffs living from hand to mouth. Better off than some, worse off than others. After all, a monthly salary of over 10,000 in Chengdu, a western city, was considered decent. Unfortunately, Gu Li had squandered his years of labor for the sake of so-called love, saving only a paltry 100,000, while spending the rest on wooing Yue. Fatty, on the other hand, had scrimped and saved to put a down payment on an apartment. However, given his weight and introverted nature, finding a girlfriend was a real challenge. As for the last roommate, he hailed from Jiangbei province and returned to Jiangsheng after graduation, where he married and had children, stepping prematurely into the tomb of marriage. He spent his days posting photos of his kids, leaving the other three with little common ground, and their contact gradually dwindled. Still, the bond remained, and Gu Li and his friends had been thinking of visiting Jiangsheng. After all, it boasted famous sites like the Yellow Crane Tower and the Yangtze River Bridge, offering plenty of entertainment. Thus the three of them spent the next few hours watching TV and playing games at home. Then Gu Li led them to a nice hot pot restaurant outside the neighborhood to celebrate his housewarming. During the meal, the two took turns drinking with him, leaving him utterly intoxicated and his legs weak by the end. When it came time to pay, Fatty had already settled the bill. "Old Gu, I'm taking so many of your things today. I can't just accept your nearly new items for free. This meal's on me. Brothers are brothers, but we still need to settle accounts." Fatty supported Gu Li and spoke earnestly, "By the way, congratulations on breaking free from the cage. Now you can finally spread your wings. Right? Maybe we'll have to call you Boss Gu from now on," chimed in Fengya, who was carrying 2 cartons of milk and a bag of fruit, laughing heartily. Moved by the scene, Gu Li smiled and said, "Thanks, Fatty, old duck. Feel free to come by often. I envy old Nyo, that guy. Hi. Let's make him jealous. He posts about his kids every day. Let him see how carefree we are in our single lives. Weekends always seem to fly by. Soon it was the next day, and Ghoulie, feeling his empty stomach, got up to cook a bowl of noodles. Just as he finished breakfast, a call came in. The car had arrived. Damn, I'm a man with a luxury car now. Ghoulie laughed heartily, wolfed down the noodles, threw on his coat, and went to the community gate. The towering Mercedes-Benz G-Class sat like a beast by the roadside, drawing the gazes of passers-by. Seeing Ghoulie approach, the 4S store attendant warmly greeted him. Are you Mr. Goo? Yes. Ghoulie nodded and turned his eyes to the car, his gaze filled with approval. The system knew him well. It understood the kind of car he liked. A few minutes later, the handover was complete. Ghoulie slipped into the driver's seat, feeling the leather beneath him. Truly comfortable. Are you Mr. Goo? Just then a voice came from beside him. Ghoulie looked up and saw Zhang Tingting, the property manager, known for her strong principles. He had asked her about Shenlinshi before, and the girl had been rather uncooperative, leaving a deep impression. Seeing her now, Ghoulie said, yeah. By the way, I've bought the car. Please register it in the system later, so I can park. Upon hearing that the G-Class was indeed Ghoulie's car, Zhang Tingting's heart skipped a beat. It turned out she had been superficial all along. She had misjudged him. He was actually a low-key rich second generation. Not only handsome, but also wealthy. No wonder he dared to set his sights on Sister Shi. Of course, Mr. Goo. With that thought, Zhang Tingting's attitude warmed considerably. Perhaps he would really buy a property here in the future. Alright, I'll be off. She was about to say more, but Ghoulie started the engine, waved, and drove away, leaving her stunned. Ow. Ghoulie was in a hurry because he truly had things to do. He would be starting work soon, and he needed to change his image. Now that he had a wealth system, he couldn't keep wearing those cheap clothes. So he drove to a nearby mall and went on a shopping spree. At the Vacheron Constantin boutique, he admired a simple yet elegant manual winding watch. The 18K pink gold hue appealed to him, exuding a subtle opulence without the garishness of pure gold from Rolex. The classic style of the Traditionnel series with its railway minute track appeared refined and poised. The bezel was even set with 54 round-cut diamonds, making the dial dazzlingly brilliant. As for the price, it was quite reasonable. Only 238 yuan. Besides the watch, he bought Gucci clothes, a Bally men's coat, Armani shoes, and even a Trek bicycle worth 130 yuan. Sometimes driving wasn't convenient, and cycling was faster. Plus he enjoyed riding, and now that money was no object, he indulged himself. These purchases added up to nearly 2,000 yuan, bringing the total to about 4,500 yuan, including the Vacheron Constantin. Seeing his experience points rise to 5,500, still 4,000 short of a million, he smiled. His card balance was around 6,000 yuan, so he could buy more and upgrade again later. Afterward, he enjoyed a nice meal at the mall, got a stylish haircut, changed into a well-fitted suit, and drove back to the community. At the garage entrance, the security guard Yu Xiaofeng was startled by Gu Li's transformed appearance. Damn, I thought Brother Gu wasn't that rich. Turns out I was the superficial one. After getting to know Gu Li, he had inquired at the property office and learned Gu Li was renting, so he assumed he was just average. Today he had been schooled. Back in his apartment, Gu Li began planning his routine from now on. Just then, Jindian Technology called him for an interview tomorrow. Good morning, esteemed customer. Your bank card ending in 1002 received a transfer of 3514.00 yuan at 2:00 a.m. and your current balance is 645815. 41 yuan. Universal Bank. Waking up, Gu Li picked up his phone and saw the notification of yesterday's earnings. He nodded with delight. Not bad. Not bad. Earning thousands a day, this is truly a divine existence. In truth, if not for the system and the fact that Shenlinshi was so stunning, he would rather skip work and just laze around every day. Because even living without ambition in less than 2 years, he could enjoy a carefree life of daily earnings reaching tens of thousands. But fortunately, he was only 27, still brimming with passion and not ready to surrender to inertia. So he had to abide by the pact with the system and diligently pursue his destined girlfriend. Shenlinshi, here I come. He braced himself, sprang out of bed, and began his morning routine. At the same time, he grew excited about the upcoming interview at Jindian Technology. By 9 o'clock, Gu Li was still en route heading toward Chuanxing Plaza. Floor 22, Building B, Manager Z's office. Wang Tai, the technical director in his 40s, was reporting an urgent message. Manager Su, that's roughly the situation. Chenhuan Jichuang has completed the system design ahead of schedule and plans to submit the bid proposal by the end of the month. I've heard they've made a major breakthrough, so our odds have dropped even further. After listening, Manager Z's expression grew serious. He looked at Wang Tai and asked, on our side, can't we really improve the algorithm any further? After all, this is a rare opportunity. You know, the boss had to call in favors just to get us into the bidding for Haitong. If we fail, it would be a huge embarrassment. Manager Su, that's not something I can guarantee. You know how difficult it is to raise the performance level of such a massive project. Wang Tai understood this well. Since joining the project, he hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep in days. Although their system had certain advantages in some areas overall, it was still slightly inferior to Chenhuan Zichuang's. Coupled with the fact that Chenhuan was an established integrated software supplier with even more pronounced advantages in other aspects, wresting the project from them was no easy feat. Of course, new business was always won through such struggles. They had experienced it many times before. So despite the slim odds, everyone poured in 1,000% effort. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated the difficulty of improving the algorithm in the Jindian system, and a solution remained elusive. If they couldn't achieve a massive breakthrough in software performance, their technology would be on par with Chenhuan Jichuan. In that case, Haitong Logistics would undoubtedly choose the more mature Chenhuan Jichuan. I see. Then we'll have to make concessions on price. Hearing this, Manager Su felt a pang of disappointment and said offhandedly, "Well," Wang Tai didn't know what to say. This was far beyond his authority. Just then a knock came at the office door. "Manager Su, is Director Wang in?" Manager Su frowned, then signaled to Wang Tai and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and Wang Tai immediately asked, "Xiang Chuan, what are you doing here?" He was a senior engineer under Wang Tai, one of the best technical minds in the company. But wasn't he supposed to be conducting technical interviews this morning? Why was he looking for him here? Though only in his 30s, Xiang Kaiwan's years as a programmer had left his hair increasingly sparse with a hint of a receding hairline. After entering, he glanced at Manager Su before speaking. "Director, I just interviewed a candidate. He's quite arrogant. I'm not sure whether to hire him." Wang Tai was dumbfounded. Is that all? He thought. A candidate who's arrogant during an interview. Why bring in someone like that and cause trouble? He said impatiently, "You're the one short on staff for the project. It's your call. Take him or leave him. Why chase me here? All right, go back now. Manager Su and I are discussing important matters." Xiang Qiwen felt a flush of embarrassment. But that guy said, "Enough, just leave. We'll talk later." Wang Tai waved him away, growing irritated. After all, Manager Su had just been questioning his technical capabilities. Why add to the embarrassment? Fine. Sensing his boss' anger, Xiang Qiwen shook his head, regretting his intrusion. "Wait, why don't you tell us about this arrogant candidate? Arrogance must have a foundation. I'm sure you wouldn't have barged in for no reason." But Manager Su was intrigued and called him back. Xiang Qiwen froze, then looked at Wang Tai. Wang Tai sighed and nodded. Manager Su, Director He raced the thing. The candidate originally applied for a senior engineer position. But during the interview, I realized his skill far surpasses mine. Hearing this, Wang Tai perked up and interrupted. "Are you sure? Far surpasses yours?" Xiang Qiwen nodded firmly. "Absolutely, Director. In fact, I think he's even. Seeing him hesitate, Wang Tai pressed, "Spit it out. Say whatever's on your mind." "Well, even better than you." Xiang Qiwen shot a cautious glance at Wang Tai. "Oh." Wang Tai chuckled. "You really think so? No wonder he's so arrogant. Did he come from a big-name company?" But Xiang Qiwen shook his head. "No, he worked at a small firm for just 3 years. Now Manager Su laughed. "You must be joking." "Manager Su, I'm absolutely serious. That guy is incredibly talented. I brought up some work challenges, and he instantly provided solutions." Recalling the interview, Xiang Qiwen still found it hard to believe that someone so young could have such extensive programming experience. "Oh, and he also said something I didn't quite understand." "What?" He said there's a major flaw in the ALNS algorithm for the simulated path in our Jindian system." "What?" Wang Tai was stunned. After all, the ALNS algorithm for simulated paths was his own creation, a signature feature of the Jindian system. A mature algorithm that had been running for over a year with a massive flaw. He couldn't believe it. Yet only someone deeply familiar with the Jindian system and a master of algorithms would even know that name. Now Wang Tai was eager to meet this young candidate. "Oh, and He raced the most arrogant part. He said he could help us win the Haitong Logistics project." Xiang Kaiwan's words sent ripples through both Manager Su and Wang Tai. They exchanged glances. This candidate truly had something to back up his arrogance. "Let's go see this candidate. Who on earth is he?" Manager Su stood up intrigued and said to Wang Tai. Wang Tai nodded. "All right." Inside a certain interview room on the 20th floor, Gu Li sat idly, utterly bored. Before him, a virtual screen invisible to others displayed the real-time accumulation of his system's wealth ticking up by the second. Watching his money increase with each passing moment, it would be a lie to say he wasn't pleased. Indeed, with this system, his former worries of poverty and loneliness had vanished overnight. He walked around with a perpetual smile, his spirits soaring. This was the life. As the system ascended to level 3, extending its effective range to 500 meters, his freedom had expanded tremendously. Had the range remained a mere 100 meters, his midday meals would have fallen outside its bounds. That would have meant a significant loss in daily earnings, a thought that pained him dearly. But now with the system's upgrade, he was confident the effective range would only continue to grow. He just wondered when this distance limitation would finally disappear. Otherwise, being confined to a radius for rewards was a nagging constraint, leaving him feeling incomplete. Recalling the interview he had just endured, he couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, he never imagined he could attend an interview with such audacity, turning the tables and leaving the HR and technical staff speechless. Especially when the HR lady asked about his desired salary and he casually mentioned 100,000, she must have thought him insane. Luckily, he insisted they let the technical team assess him first, or he would have been thrown out. The subsequent technical interview left the young woman questioning her very existence. After all, it was her first time witnessing an applicant reduce the interviewers to stammering and sweating. With Gu Li's wild claims and unbridled boasts, the two were given a masterclass in eloquence and shameless fabrication. Finally, the project lead Xiang Qiwen stepped in personally to decipher what Gu Li truly wanted. This led to the earlier scene where Xiang went to find director Wang Tai reporting the arrival of an exceptionally arrogant candidate. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, his reputation had already spread like wildfire through the adjacent employee area. What did you guys hear? A cocky programmer showed up today demanding 100,000 a month. No way. Is this guy for real? You said it. Even Xiang Qiwen came out on the losing end and had to fetch director Wang. Seriously, you're joking, right? I caught a glimpse of him when he walked in. Looks pretty young. A few years of experience, and he's better than team-led Xiang. Do you actually believe that? Believe it or not, it's the truth. First, Li Kai interviewed him and was sweating bullets from the counter questions. That's a bit much. Is he really that good? We'll see soon enough. Hey, I heard he's also handsome. Hopefully he's not all talk. He does look young, probably not much substance. Maybe he's just a professional interviewee. True. Huh. When General Manager Su and Wang Tai descended and saw the commotion in the cubicles, they were at a loss for words. Ahem. What's going on here? Stop gossiping and get back to work. Wang Tai cleared his throat, signaling everyone to focus. They looked up, caught a glimpse of General Manager Su behind the director, and hastily bowed their heads, plunging the office of dozens into dead silence. The clatter of keyboards, however, grew even more fervent. Seeing this, Wang Tai was a bit embarrassed, knowing the rascals were doing it on purpose. He couldn't be bothered to scold them further, and with a cold snort headed towards the interview room. By now, Gu Li was growing impatient. The HR and technical staff had left saying they'd report back, but the wait was dragging on. To make matters worse, they hadn't even offered him a glass of water, leaving him parched. Just then the door swung open, and several people walked in. Gu Li recognized Xiang Qiwen, the initial HR specialist, another bespectacled man, and a portly figure who was clearly a senior executive. He remained seated, calmly observing the trio. Xiang Qiwen made the introductions. Mr. Gu, this is our general manager, Mr. Su, and this is our technical director, Director Wang. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Mr. Su. Director Wang. Hello, welcome to Jinduyan Technology. Mr. Su responded with a smile, then looked towards Wang Tai. Go ahead and chat, I'll just listen from the side. Gu Li hadn't expected to attract the attention of the company's top brass, and a flicker of delight passed through him. This would make achieving his goal much easier. Wang Tai picked up Gu Li's resume and noted his work experience was fairly ordinary, having only been at 2 companies. However, the skills section left him utterly astounded. It claimed proficiency in a vast array of programming technologies from front-end and back-end to frameworks and underlying logic, so comprehensive that even he, a 40-year-old technical director, wouldn't dare claim such mastery. Were it not for Xiang Qiwen's earlier report, Wang Tai would have suspected Gu Li was a joke. To be this young and such a tech prodigy, he must have started coding in his cradle. Nevertheless, adopting a wait-and-see approach, he began his questioning patiently. So, Mr. Gu, I hear you're very confident in your skills. You also pointed out some bugs in our Jinduyan simulation paths, ALNS algorithm. Let's start there. With that, he threw down the gauntlet, using his most familiar project to test Gu Li's mettle. For instance, there's a classic scenario in our system. You see, even in Xinhuan Zichuang's system, this hasn't been solved. And also, that's simple. Isn't that just the his cell effect based on distributed? Gu Li, unfazed, spoke with ease. Your Jinduyan system has significant advantages in many areas. However, under the impact of even larger-scale data, it harbors unknown dangers. For example, in your ELNS algorithm, when the traffic system is under strain, irreversible errors will occur. There was no denying it. Gu Li's analysis was incisive, striking at Wang Tai's vulnerabilities. The onlookers were visibly shocked. The HR lattice expression was particularly dramatic. How is this possible? The astonishment was written all over her face, reflecting a collapse of her beliefs. In her eyes, Jinduyan's technology was top-notch, among the best in the industry. Yet today someone had flawlessly exposed its flaws, leaving even a big shot like the technical director without a rebuttal. Meanwhile, General Manager Su was equally stunned, never imagining this young man possessed such skill. Since he could identify the problem, perhaps he also had a solution. Thinking of the upcoming Haitong logistics project, a faint, uncertain hope began to stir within him. Noticing the unnatural expression on Wang Tai's face, Gu Li was taken aback and asked casually, Don't tell me you're the one who built this system. At these words, everyone present turned their gaze toward Wang Tai. Su in particular wore a look of amusement. After all, as the company's technical director, Wang Tai had always been supremely confident in himself. Being questioned so directly, it would be unfortunate if he harbored any resentment toward Gu Li because of it. Well, this system was indeed led by me. I wrote the core framework and core algorithms myself. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Wang Tai's face before he spoke with candor. I just never expected it to have such a major flaw. In the past I was quite proud of this system, but today I realize I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Wang Tai, don't take it to heart. After all, a system this large can't be made flawless. You should know that this system's immense contribution to the company is already a remarkable achievement. Hearing this, President Su nodded with satisfaction and offered words of comfort. After all, as the company's technical director, Wang Tai's humble acknowledgement of his own shortcomings truly reflected a generous spirit. On hearing this, Gu Li's impression of Wang Tai improved considerably, and he spoke with a smile. Director Wang, don't let it bother you. President Su is right. Any system is bound to have bugs. It's simply unavoidable. At the same time, he felt that with such a magnanimous attitude, their future working relationship would likely be free of petty conflicts. This reminded him of his previous company where several top executives had engaged in fierce infighting, throwing everything into chaos. It not only plunged some departments into internal strife and drained company funds, but ultimately led to the entire software division being sacrificed, a heavy price indeed. In truth, his original plan was that if he didn't find Jinduan pleasant to work at, he would leave after completing the Haidong logistics project. But now it seemed he could stay a while longer and see how things played out. Perhaps after accumulating some wealth, he would eventually start his own company and gradually grow it. After all, life still had decades ahead, and one needed a career to pursue. Otherwise, idling through life would not only be boring, but would also invite others' contempt. Indeed. Both of your technical abilities are truly awe-inspiring. Working together from now on will surely be a wonderful chapter. As a company leader, President Zu's words immediately drew nods and praise from everyone. Gu Li smiled and asked President Su, does this mean I've passed the interview? Of course. Welcome to Jinduan Technology. Wang Tai immediately rose to his feet, extended his right hand, and said with a warm smile, it's an honor to join Jinduan Technology. Then Gu Li and Wang Tai shook hands firmly. However, your exact position will need to be discussed with the boss. President Su pondered for a moment, then asked Gu Li, will you return home to wait for the news, or would you prefer to stay here? It shouldn't take long. Gu Li thought briefly and replied, perhaps Director Wang could have someone show me around the company first. That works too. Wang Tai had no objection and said to Xiang Chuan, take Mr. Gu to see the project first. He'll join you shortly. Gu Li then followed Xiang Chuan on a tour of Jinduan Technology's several floors of office space, gaining a general understanding of the company's structure. They finally stopped at the technical department's office, a large workspace capable of accommodating hundreds filled with cubicles. Employees were intently writing code while heated discussions echoed from the conference room. Everyone seemed energetic and remarkably young. Gu Li couldn't help but notice this was indeed a youthful company. As the HR lady and Xiang Chuan accompanied this young man into the office, the working employees began to speculate among themselves. Various small chat groups instantly buzzed with activity. Even as project discussions continued, new topics were injected. Whoa, could this guy be that technical whiz? Coming for a tour right after the interview. Now that's a first. I've confirmed it. The boss and President Su have gone to consult the owner about his position. I heard that even the boss was impressed during the meeting. That's incredible. Is there no justice? Seriously, with skills this good and looks to match, it's just unfair. Comparing him to others is enough to drive you mad. I wonder if he's single. The front-end girls will be in a frenzy. Never mind the front-end girls. Even the ladies from other departments will be swooning. Haven't you noticed? He's wearing designer brands head to toe. And that watch on his wrist. It's a Vacheron Constantine worth hundreds of thousands. At that, the group chat went silent for a few seconds before erupting in a flurry of shocked messages. He's a rich second generation too. A watch worth hundreds of thousands. Unbelievable. Damn it, I admit I'm so jealous I could scream. Just then Gu Li noticed many people staring at him, their eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. What's going on? He felt a bit speechless. When had he become so noticeable? Just then a programmer who looked to be in his 30s suddenly called out, Team Leader Xiang, I've got a problem here that I haven't been able to solve for days. I heard this gentleman is a technical expert. How about we see him in action? At this, everyone's gaze turned to Gu Li. Xiang Chuan was taken aback, then also looked toward him. Gu Li immediately understood the intent and nodded. Let's take a look. Wo Jinliu is really trying to stir up trouble. That guy's always been envious. Seeing this handsome young man now, he's definitely cooking up something. If this doesn't get solved, it'll be a real loss of face. Gu Li of course saw right through the man's intentions. A faint smile played on his lips as he seriously examined the problem. With his top-tier programming skills, he pinpointed the issue in less than half a minute. It was simply a logical flaw. The code appeared fine on its own, but when combined logic errors emerged, and only with certain specific inputs would the problem manifest. Then with a soft laugh he said, "This is simple. It should be written this way to ensure all inputs produce correct results after computation and prevent the program from overflowing." Jean Liu listened then asked hesitantly, "Is that all it takes?" Gu Li spread his hands and chuckled, "Of course. It's not easy for the average person to solve. Spotting this issue requires carefulness and patience." At these words Jean Liu's face flushed red at a loss for words. After all, he had struggled with this problem for days, yet Gu Li had identified it in half a minute. That made him the average person in Gu Li's words. At the sight someone let out a laugh, leaving Jean Liu utterly embarrassed, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Seeing Jean Liu deflated so quickly, everyone realized that this handsome newcomer truly had some real skills. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. At this point the looks directed at Gu Li were filled with even more shock and curiosity. Of course, some female colleagues' eyes glimmered with unmistakable intent. "What are you all doing? Get back to work." Just then Wang Tai and President Su walked in again, and a sharp command immediately brought everyone in line. Then, under everyone's curious gaze, President Su directly announced Gu Li's appointment. Effective immediately, Gu Li is appointed as Deputy Technical Director, directly responsible for the bidding of the Haitong Logistics Project. Now let's welcome Director Gu to officially join Jinduyan Company. A resounding round of applause erupted, and the eyes fixed on Gu Li sparkled with amazement. A deputy director this handsome and this young was certainly a first. Hearing the title, Gu Li was genuinely pleased and said with a smile, "Thank you all. I look forward to a pleasant time together at Jinduyan." Then he glanced toward the direction of Building A and smirked inwardly. "Shenlinshi, our meeting isn't far off now." Given the urgency of the Haitong project, Gu Li indicated he could start immediately, and Jinduyan expedited his onboarding process. Thus he interviewed in the morning and moved into his own office by the afternoon, beginning his new work life. Though the office was modest in size, it was tastefully arranged. The HR department had even brought in fresh flowers and greenery to spruce the place up. What's more, the location was prime. Through the Venetian blinds he could clearly see Chinwanjichuang on floors 16 to 25 of Building A across the way. He wondered if Shen Linx's office happened to face this direction as well. Reflecting on the twists of fate over the past few days, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. After a 6-month silence, he finally posted on his social feed, "Started at a new company today. The office isn't bad. With flowers and greenery and a lovely view." Along with the post he attached 2 photos, one of the office and another of the imposing tower of Building A across the way. Moments later his messages exploded with notifications, especially the old colleagues group chat, where even the silent lurkers surfaced. They fired off questions, astonished that a former ordinary co-worker had landed a private office. Gu Li, however, couldn't be bothered to respond. He hadn't been particularly close with any of them. After all, once you leave a company, even decent work friendships tend to fade without regular contact. It was his college dorm group that buzzed with activity. Old Duck Fatty and even Old Neo all sent messages promptly, one after another, brimming with congratulations, nearly addressing him as Boss Gu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Li felt it was enough and quickly shifted into work mode. After all, he was here for serious business. At next month's bidding he had to defeat Chinwanjichuang and make Shenlinshi remember his name. And so over the next day or two, Gu Li immersed himself in understanding the framework and analyzing code, busying himself with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, amid his bustling schedule, word somehow reached Shenlinshi as well. On Wednesday afternoon, May 25th, Shenlinshi was deep in work when Lin Huaqing, head of technology, knocked and entered. She was diligently reviewing documents and upon seeing him said, "Old Lin, I was just about to look for you. How's progress on your end?" Lin Huaqing, the company's undisputed technical genius, oversaw Project Division 1 under Shenlinshi. Wu Jingshan, the one she had berated over project issues, managed Project Division 2. Despite Shenlinshi being a decade his junior, Lin Huaqing held no disdain, only deep respect. She might be strict, but she treated her subordinates well. Of course, that applied to those who worked diligently and didn't hold the team back. For those who were sloppy and incompetent, it was a different story entirely. President Shen Weave completed the initial optimization and should have a test version ready within the week, Lin Huaqing reported, though he seemed hesitant to say more. Noticing this, Shenlinshi said, "That's good. I appreciate your team's hard work these days. And what else? Speak your mind." Only then did Lin Huaqing speak up. "President Shun, I've heard that Jinduyan has hired a new technical expert. I'm told he's fully in charge of the Haitong project now. Should we be concerned?" "Oh." Shenlinshi looked up immediately. Who is this person? At such a critical juncture, Jinduyan's replacement of their technical director Wang Tai certainly caught her attention. Nothing notable. He previously worked at a small company for a few years, and he's under 30. Is that so? Then there's nothing to worry about. We just need to complete our optimization before the bidding, and we should secure the win without much trouble. But I've heard this person made Wang Tai concede defeat outright, and he's even claimed he can fix flaws in Tycoon System to boost its performance. What? At that, the ease on Shun Linx's face vanished instantly. The two software companies' solutions for the Haidong project were roughly on par, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. But if Tycoon System were to become superior, the outcome would be all but certain. Regardless of whether he could achieve it, she had to prepare for the worst and shore up her defenses. With that thought, Shenlinshi said decisively, "In that case, we must go all out. Have your team put in overtime over the next few days to refine the plan further. Also bring in Team 3 to rebuild the model we discussed. If successful, we'll have an extra edge." Hearing this, Lin Huaqing nodded promptly. Understood. He'll relay the orders right away. Who was this person exactly? Claiming he could enhance Jinduyan's platform performance. Shenlinshi had of course tried the competitor's system and knew how daunting it was to improve such a massive architecture. She rose to her feet, her elegant silhouette radiant in the sunlight. Jinduyan truly is a formidable opponent. Gazing toward Building B, she couldn't help but sigh. At the same moment, as if sensing something, Guli looked over toward Building A. Achoo! He sneezed, caught off guard by the chill of the air conditioning. Rubbing his nose, he chuckled to himself. Could it be that someone's thinking of me again? In the days that followed, Guli found himself locked in a silent rivalry with Shenlinshi. If she didn't leave, he wouldn't either. Unfortunately, despite living in the same neighborhood and working in the same plaza, they never once crossed paths. The sheer coincidence left Guli speechless. But by Friday, with the day's work done early and the optimization plan finalized, he was eager to head home. The real reason was that he'd have to come back for overtime over the weekend, so this rare Friday evening was a chance to rest. These past few days, he hadn't been getting home until 11 or 12 at night, and he was back at the office before 9 the next morning. Even with his extraordinary constitution, fatigue was starting to set in. He couldn't help but admire Shenlinshi. She managed the same grueling hours while staying so energetic and radiant. It was truly impressive. And so around 8 o'clock, he wheeled his Trek bicycle downstairs. The bike had drawn considerable attention over the past few days, and everyone knew its price. Although it was only a bit over 100,000 yuan, who would spend that much on a bicycle? With that kind of money, most would rather buy a luxury car, better for commuting and for impressing people. Yet it was precisely this that earned Guli newfound respect among Jinduyan employees. Wealthy, handsome, and dedicated to fitness. Who wouldn't be drawn to a guy like that? As a result, he received plenty of admiration from female colleagues, with quite a few seizing the chance to ask for his contact info. Of course, it also invited a fair share of envy and resentment, nearly making him the office's public enemy among single men. And so, under the curious gazes of his co-workers, he wheeled the bike out and rode to the plaza intersection. As he waited at the traffic light, coincidentally, an Alfa Romeo pulled up beside him. The striking cloverleaf emblem instantly filled Guli with delight. And just then, Shenlinshi in the driver's seat turned her head and spotted him on his bicycle. Their eyes met. Time stood still. At this moment, Shenlinshi, dressed in a perfectly fitted business suit, looked so valiant and heroic. Especially her aloof temperament and that faint indifference that kept people at arm's length made one involuntarily sigh. What an ice queen! Seeing a man on a bicycle staring at her like that, Shenlinshi immediately felt displeased. She let out a cold snort, turned her head away, and cursed inwardly. This guy is so rude. Is this how you look at a woman? Although he's a bit handsome, that's no excuse for you to stare. Guli, on the other hand, seized this rare opportunity to appreciate the view, gazing fixedly. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even passers-by and delivery guys, as they passed Shenlinxi's car, couldn't help but glance in surprise. After one glance, they would steal a second, and even a third. Guli, on the other hand, was quite well behaved. He only looked once. How infuriating. She really wanted to gouge out that guy's eyes. Just as Shenlinshi was about to lose her patience, the red light finally turned green, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You're lucky. She shot a fierce glare at that lecher. Guli then gritted her teeth and floored the accelerator, speeding away. Seeing this, Guli couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected that a woman's angry expression could be quite attractive. He immediately took a deep breath, tightened his helmet, and with a roar chased after her. Yes, Guli had been wearing his helmet, so naturally Shenlinshi didn't recognize him as the heartbroken man drowning his sorrows in Jiangbei that night. Of course, given her indifference toward Guli, even if he hadn't worn a helmet, she probably wouldn't have recognized him. As for why he wore a helmet, it was simply because of his extreme speed. After all, one must not underestimate the physical capabilities enhanced by the system. A couple of days earlier, taking advantage of the sparsely populated streets late at night, Guli rode at full speed and managed to reach the residential compound in just over 10 minutes. You see, although the residential compound was only 5 or 6 kilometers from the company, that was the straight line distance. Whether driving or cycling, one had to travel about 7 kilometers. Given traffic congestion and numerous traffic lights, even a car would take nearly 15 minutes to get there. Yet Gu Li on a bicycle had managed to do it in just over 10 minutes. That speed was quite impressive. Moreover, as he rode more frequently, his skills improved. Watching Shenling's car ahead, Gu Li exerted all his strength to keep up. Before him, the system's virtual screen was always displayed with the money accumulation seconds constantly increasing. This meant that the distance between them was always within 500 meters. And so Shenlingshi and Gu Li, one ahead and one behind, arrived near the residential compound after 10 minutes. This was a major intersection and the traffic light duration was unusually long, a full 90 seconds. Because of this mere minute and a half, Gu Li was slowly catching up. However, just as he was about to close the gap, the red light turned green, allowing Shenlingshi to make a smooth left turn. Damn, I was so close to catching up. Seeing the red light ahead, Gu Li had no choice but to stop and let out a helpless sigh. Sure enough, a few dozen seconds later, the money accumulation seconds stopped, indicating that Shenlingshi had already exceeded the 500-meter distance. It's okay, just a little over 100 seconds. I can afford to lose that much. When the light turned green, Gu Li had to console himself and continue forward. Hey, there seems to be a traffic jam ahead. Looks like an accident. Heaven is helping me. Go. Charge. Let me show you my speed. Then Gu Li pedaled furiously, speeding towards Shenling. Just as he was about to reach the intersection, Shenlingshi finally turned on her right turn signal and smoothly passed through the congested crossing. However, as she was turning right, she suddenly noticed a bicycle rapidly approaching from behind. The speed felt like at least 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the appearance of that bicycle and the helmeted rider seemed strangely familiar. As Shenlingshi tried to recall, it suddenly struck her. Wasn't that the same person she had encountered at the Chuanxing Square intersection? That guy had stared at her for half a minute back then. How infuriating. But then she reconsidered, how could that be? She was driving a car. How could a cyclist possibly have been following her all along? An illusion. It must be an illusion. The more Shenlingshi thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. While driving, she couldn't help but shake her head. I must be tired. I'm even hallucinating. Shaking her head, she quickly found an excuse. Seeing the residential compound ahead, she said to herself, this week has been really exhausting. I'd better get some good rest. If this continues, how will I secure the project next month? However, just as Shenlingshi was waiting at the last traffic light, a uniquely styled bicycle suddenly pulled up beside her. The same turning of the head, and it seemed there was the same gaze inside looking at her once again. Oh my god. It really is the same person. This time Shenlingshi was shocked. But before she could react, Gu Li simply turned right on his bicycle and headed toward the main gate of the residential compound. Her direction, on the other hand, was straight ahead to the garage entrance at the back of the compound. Just as Shenlingshi was wondering whether to follow him and see, the car behind her honked, urging her forward. I really ran into a ghost today. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Urged by the honk, Shenlingshi had no choice but to start her car and drive straight ahead. At the same time, she shook her head again to reassure herself. Perhaps she was overthinking. How could anyone be following her? Gu Li, on the other hand, had no idea that this encounter had sparked so many thoughts in Shenling's mind. If he had, he would probably have laughed out loud. Meanwhile, the system suddenly sent a notification that left him speechless. Congratulations to the host. Due to this unexpected encounter, Shenlingshi has taken notice of you and even mistaken you for a stalker. You have earned an additional chance to draw a lottery. May I ask if you wish to draw now? Hearing this, Gu Li was stunned, completely dumbfounded. What? What's going on? She actually thought he was a stalker. How could that be? With a screech, he stopped right there at the entrance of the residential compound, at a loss for words. Well, since she didn't see my face clearly, it probably doesn't matter. Gu Li thought about it, but found no way to remedy the situation. Who could have known Shenling's imagination would run so wild? He could only chalk it up to bad luck. He headed home, took a shower, and then began the formal lottery draw. This was the first lottery opportunity he had earned from Shenlingshi due to their relationship progress. He secretly hoped for something good. System, start the draw. Very well, host. Congratulations. You have obtained a piece of wealth information for the coming month. The renowned pharmaceutical company Shenling Pharmaceutical is about to achieve a major breakthrough in new drug development and will announce it within the next month. At that time, its stock price will surge over 10 times, potentially peaking at more than 15 times its current value. Eventually, due to asset restructuring and substantial financing, the stock price will stabilize at around 10 times its current level. Below is the stock price curve chart for the coming month. Host, please zoom into view. Whoa, this is incredible. Gu Li was stunned for a few seconds, not expecting the prize to be a piece of financial information. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands in his card, he cheered up immediately. This way he could multiply his money several times over and earn millions. Subsequently, Gu Li immediately opened his computer to look up Shenling Pharmaceuticals information and discovered it was listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The current stock price was only 2 Hong Kong dollars. 87, with a total market capitalization of $1 Hong Kong dollar, 178 billion. Searching for more details about the company, he found that 3 years ago, it had a market value of 7 to 8 billion. However, due to the lack of results in new drug research and unexpected circumstances, the stock price had been falling for 3 years, losing 80% of its market value. But this was a great opportunity for him. The success of the new drug research combined with restructuring and financing would allow the company to turn things around and achieve a market value of 10 billion. Guli was not greedy. He would be satisfied with a tenfold increase, earning a few million. Looking at the remaining 600 in his card, he started planning. According to the stock price curve chart, the news would not be leaked until the 15th of next month, which is July 15th. Then Shinling Pharmaceuticals stock price would begin to soar, rising fivefold in just 3 days. On the 20th, they would hold a press conference announcing the new drug and financing restructuring. In the following week, the stock price would surge again, reaching a peak of over 40 Hong Kong dollars per share. Finally, at the end of the month, it would fall back to around 30 Hong Kong dollars and stabilize. This meant he had 20 days to gather funds. Since this was a guaranteed, when the more capital he had, the better. He noticed that buying Hong Kong stocks from the mainland required certain conditions. However, this was not a problem for him at all. With a trading volume of 10 million, he could get his account activated in a single day. He had the system to thank for this, as his daily earnings were currently being distributed through the stock market. This had given him the identity of a seasoned stock investor. Otherwise, the hard requirement of 2 years of stock trading experience for the Stock Connect program would have been impossible to meet. In the past few days, the system's monetary rewards had accumulated to tens of thousands. Pooling together the money from his various bank cards, he had exactly 6,800 yuan. Suddenly, Guli fell into deep thought again. With such a good opportunity, it would be a waste not to earn more from this system reward. Oh, that's right. I could bring the 3 of them in on this, let them make some pocket money. I can also take a cut as a management fee. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered the envious looks in Fatty's and Old Duck's eyes when they saw his stock trading account. Although they hadn't said anything, he knew those two were eager for him to guide them. But this opportunity was in Hong Kong stocks, and the two who had never traded before wouldn't be able to participate directly. They would have to entrust their funds to him for investment. Having been brothers for 7 years, he knew them inside out and was willing to give them a hand. After thinking it over, Guli asked directly in the group chat, "Old Duck, Fatty, Old Neo, am planning to play the Hong Kong stock market this time. Do you guys want to join? If so, send me your money and they'll invest it for you." This message caused an immediate uproar in their group of 4. "Damn, Old Gu, you finally remember to help your brothers get rich. Count me in. After seeing your stock account, you've made millions in the past few days. It's amazing. I've wanted to ask you for a while, but I was too embarrassed to say it. What's going on? Old Gu is really good at stocks. Let me tell you, Old Neo. Old Gu is a stock market wizard, practically a stock god." After Fatty's explanation, Old Neo Jinya also became excited. "An opportunity like this, not participating would make me an idiot. Damn it, my private savings are just too little." Seeing this, Guli smiled, but still gave everyone a word of caution. "Don't rush into this. Take some time to think it over. After all, the stock market is risky. Although I'm about 70 or 80% confident, I can't guarantee it's foolproof. If we end up losing money, that wouldn't be good. It's not a huge amount of money, but it could affect our friendship, right?" However, this statement immediately drew contempt from the other 3. "Come on, Old Gu, what are you saying? If we lose, we lose. It's not like we're going to ask you to compensate us." "Exactly. Remember when Old Neo broke my tablet? I didn't even bat an eye. If we lose, we lose. It's no big deal. Right? I'll invest 5,000. Not too much, not too little, just right. He'll put in 5,000 too. That's all I have in my little savings. It took me years to save up this much." Seeing Fatty and Old Neo invest 5,000, each, Guli nodded. Those two were a bit cautious, so it was impressive they could come up with 5,000, especially with mortgages and living expenses to worry about. I'm investing 5,000. However, Old Duck's investment shocked all 3 of them. "Damn, are you serious? You're that rich?" Old Duck was immediately besieged by Fatty and Old Neo. Guli also asked, "Old Duck, aren't you renovating your place? How do you have so much money?" Old Duck immediately replied, adding a smug emoji. "I've gotten to know a wealthy lady recently. I treat her well, so borrowing a few 100,000 is no problem at all. Plus I have 3,000 saved up, so borrowing another 2,000 is a piece of cake." See a quick phone call, and the money was transferred. This statement left the other 3 speechless. Guli had to admit a well-lived life on someone else's dime. But at this point his mind was racing with new ideas. Even though he couldn't use borrowed money to trade stocks, he could borrow money to level up the system. Once he leveled up, his daily income would be 8,000. With over 20 days left, he could invest another 1,000. With a tenfold return, that would mean an extra million in profit. With this in mind, Guli decided to start spending immediately to upgrade the system to level 4. Meanwhile, Guli was pondering how to cash out and upgrade the system when 3 transfers arrived on his WeChat. Zhao Yixin and Niu Jingye each sent 500 yuan, and Feng Ye sent 500, totaling exactly 600 yuan. This amount coincidentally matched the remaining 600 yuan in his bank account. He then transferred all 1.2 million yuan into his stock account and began purchasing shares of Shunling Pharmaceutical in batches. Although this sum was negligible against the company's massive market cap, he remained cautious, planning to execute the purchases over several days to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Over the following days, while diligently working on optimizing the Jinduyan system, he diligently cashed out from various platforms, finally scraping together 500 yuan. He had maxed out 2 credit cards and drained several major platforms, including Jiebe, WeChat, Tuanshuan, and Douyin. Having finally secured over 300 yuan in cash, combined with 700 to 800 yuan worth of orders on Baijiao and Huabei, he had met the million yuan spending requirement. This time, however, he didn't plan to shop online. Instead, he took time off to head to the mall for another extravagant shopping spree. He selected a Cartier rose gold clover necklace adorned with diamonds priced at 13600 yuan. He also picked out a Chanel caviar leather handbag for 880 yuan and an Armani women's long embroidered dress valued at 1600 yuan. Although Shen Linshi hadn't tried them on, given her alluring figure and 1.7-meter stature, they would undoubtedly exude elegance and nobility. He bought these 3 items specifically to gift her later. Having already spent over 200 yuan on his own wardrobe, there was no need to buy more for himself. The moment he completed the payment, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. Upgrade experience has reached 106351. 56. The system has successfully reached level 4. You have also earned 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Congratulations, host. Current effective money reward distance is 1 kilometer with a reward of 0.1 yuan per second. Hearing this, Guli thought to himself, just as I suspected. With the system's upgrade, both the effective distance and the reward rate had doubled. This meant that as long as he stayed within a reasonable distance of Shenlinshi, he would earn 800 yuan daily. That translated to 2400 yuan a month. An annual income of nearly 3 million yuan from this alone was simply staggering. Filled with excitement, he commanded system, open my personal status panel. Alright, host. Host Guli bound partner Shen Linshi, current level 4 money reward, while within 1 kilometer of partner, earn 0.1 yuan per second. Upgrade experience 106351. 56 100. Spin 1 yuan to gain 1 experience point daily. Accumulated seconds 1420. Lottery draws 1 system space. Empty notes. Gazing at the virtual screen, Guli understood everything clearly. As expected, the experience required for the next level had increased tenfold, demanding 10 million yuan in spending. If this pattern continued, reaching level 6 would require a staggering 100 million yuan. The system's demands were becoming increasingly daunting. With 600 yuan already invested in the stock market and another 300 to 400 yuan lent out, he had no surplus funds for further spending. It seemed upgrading again would be impossible in the near future. Well, I guess he'll just enjoy this 800 yuan a day income for a while, he sighed. Though slightly disappointed, he wasn't overly discouraged. After all, if his stock investments paid off, he could see millions flowing in by next month, allowing him to upgrade rapidly once more. Now let's see what this lottery draw has in store. Guli thought with anticipation. He hoped for a piece of cutting-edge technology or a brilliant blueprint. That way he could establish a company and generate wealth quickly. Relying solely on the system's daily reward wouldn't be enough to achieve true affluence. He was also unaware of Shun Lynx's family background. If her parents turned out to be business tycoons who insisted on matching social status, things could get troublesome. Thus he aspired to strengthen himself and build a respectable career of his own. System, begin the lottery draw. Alright, host. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have won a rebate opportunity. Spend once on your girlfriend Shenlinshi, and upon her acceptance you will receive a rebate with a random multiplier. Guli was stunned by the prize. What was this nonsense? He was supposed to spend money on Shenlinshi. That was impossible. They weren't even acquainted yet. He had only seen her twice briefly. He knew a little about her, but she knew nothing about him. Without some special circumstance, getting her to accept a gift from him would be incredibly difficult. She clearly wasn't the type to casually accept presents from strangers. Damn it. This system is deliberately messing with me. Guli cursed, inwardly realizing how tough this challenge was. He had no good opportunity to approach her. Since she likely despised suitors, a poorly planned attempt could easily backfire. As he walked out of the mall, burdened with shopping bags and worries, Shenlinshi approached with her best friend Hu Lin. Guli, preoccupied with the reward dilemma, failed to notice them initially. By the time he realized Shenlinshi was walking towards him laughing and chatting with another woman, they were less than 5 meters apart. With no time to prepare, he steeled himself for the encounter, cursing the system under his breath. Damn it. This must be the system's doing. At that same moment, Shinlinshi noticed Gu Li approaching and felt a jolt of surprise. She hadn't expected to run into the man she had called hubby that day. A pang of unease struck her. Hu Lin, noticing her friend's sudden change in demeanor, became curious. Spotting Gu Li, she couldn't resist teasing, "What's this? Interested in that handsome guy? Want me to go get his WeChat for you?" Shinlinxi's face flushed at her friend's words. "What are you talking about?" she retorted, feigning annoyance. "I just thought of something and spaced out for a second." Such a flimsy excuse, however, did not convince Hu Lin in the slightest. After all, the two had been friends for over a decade. One might even call them childhood sweethearts. Hu Lin knew Shinlinxi's temperament all too well. The current situation, however, stirred her curiosity intensely. Could her dear best friend actually harbor some interest in the handsome man before them? But just as she was about to continue her teasing and have a good laugh at Shinlinxi's expense, Gu Li strode over directly. Gazing at the beautiful woman before him, Gu Li decided to throw caution to the wind. Besides, the system had issued its mission. If he didn't step up, he'd be lacking in courage, wouldn't he? Moreover, he was no longer the love-struck fool who had eyes only for Yue. With the system in hand, his boldness had grown considerably. Steeling his resolve, he walked straight over and offered a smile as a greeting. "Miss, what a pleasant surprise to meet again. Fate must be at play here." At these words, Hu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, and she shot a suspicious glance at her best friend. Shinlinshi, catching on, furrowed her brow and quickly explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. This gentleman and I only crossed paths once by the riverside a few nights ago." As she spoke, she felt a surge of resentment. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Hu Lin dragging her into drinking that night, she would never have interacted with this guy at all. Now running into him again, she was mortified. Had she not possessed strong composure, her discomfort would have been written all over her face. She could only manage a faint nod toward Gu Li. "Ah, quite a coincidence indeed. Just finished shopping." As she spoke, Shinlinshi glanced at the bags in Gu Li's hands, her brow subtly knitting. Wasn't this guy just heartbroken on May 20th? Why was he buying so many luxury items typically favored by women? Just as she suspected, men were all the same. Fresh off a breakup and had already found someone new. Humph. Gu Li, unaware of Shinlinxi's inner thoughts, let out a sigh and spoke with a tone of resignation. "Yeah, I've been feeling really down lately, so I can only numb the pain with a shopping spree. After all, retail therapy isn't exclusive to you ladies." Hearing this, Shinlinxi's heart skipped a beat. Had she misjudged him? Then how was she to explain the items in his hands? Watching the exchange, Hu Lin grew increasingly intrigued. Could there actually be something between this handsome stranger and her best friend? She turned to Gu Li and asked, "Handsome, so you just went through a breakup?" "Sigh, I wouldn't exactly call it a breakup," Gu Li replied, seizing the opportunity to play the victim, donning a deeply emotional expression. "A few days ago on May 20th, I confessed once more to the girl I've loved for 7 years. But she rejected me again. What's worse, she got into another man's car and drove off without a backward glance. 7 years, 7 whole years of sincere devotion outdone by someone she'd known for less than a month. Tell me who could bear such a thing?" Seeing Gu Li's pained, regretful, and aggrieved expression, Hu Lin couldn't help but nod. "That's truly heartbreaking." Shinlinshi too hadn't expected such a story, and a wave of sympathy for Gu Li washed over her. Yet her lingering curiosity compelled her to ask, "But then why are you buying women's things?" Gu Li let out a bitter laugh. "I don't really need anything for myself. With no other option, I just followed the salesperson's suggestions and picked up a few things. I figured I'd consider it as buying for my future girlfriend. Sigh, before I was broke and she looked down on me and rejected me. Now that I have a bit of money, she's gone. Perhaps this is just fate's cruel joke on me." "Ah." The reply left Shinlinshi speechless. She thought to herself that this guy was rather amusing. Just to soothe his emotional pain, he goes on a random shopping spree at the mall. Hu Lin, after a careful once-over, could tell that Gu Li didn't seem short on cash. She shook her head, thinking, a handsome man with money like this, and that girl still turned him down. Her standards must be sky-high. She glanced at her best friend, then teased Gu Li, "Handsome, there are countless wonderful girls in this world. Why hang yourself from one tree? Look at my best friend here. She's single too. Why not give each other a try?" Before she could even finish, Shinlinxi's face flushed crimson, and she retorted with annoyance, "What are you saying?" Hu Lin chuckled. "I'm just trying to play matchmaker, help you find a boyfriend sooner and melt that icy exterior of yours. Otherwise, with that perpetual frosty demeanor, it's getting tiresome to look at. I really don't want to talk to you anymore. All right, let's go." Seeing her best friend getting more ridiculous by the second, Shinlinshi grew impatient and pulled her to leave. At this moment, Gu Li found Shinlinxi's friend increasingly agreeable. She truly was a fantastic wingwoman. He mulled it over and then smiled. "Your friend is certainly beautiful. Oh, any man would be drawn to her. But I'd better not. Am not worthy of her. Besides, after what happened, I can hardly muster the courage again. I think I'll just focus on my career and elevate my work to new heights first." Hearing this, not only was Hu Lin stunned, but Shenlinshi was taken aback as well. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she looked at Gu Li. Her own allure seemed to have lost its effect for once. Hu Lin, for her part, was now fully convinced by Gu Li's words, believing that those 7 years of unrequited love had truly crushed the handsome man. She immediately offered words of encouragement. You say that, and I'm not sure how to console you. Don't worry, you'll definitely find someone better in the future. Thank you. Well, I should be going now. I won't hold you up from your shopping. Having established his persona, Gu Li prepared to take his leave, flashing one last smile at Shenlinshi. Miss, goodbye, and thank you for the other night. With that, he picked up his bags and walked away with a graceful, carefree stride without looking back. Hey, Hu Lin wanted to ask more, but Shenlinshi held her back firmly, leaving her to watch Gu Li's retreating figure. She turned to her best friend, her curiosity piqued. Cece, confess now, what exactly happened that night? There's something about that young man's last words that feels off to me. What could be off? You're overthinking it. Shenlinshi turned her head away and started walking ahead. But Hu Lin wasn't about to let her off so easily. She caught up, wrapped her arm around her, and began to tickle her. Not talking, huh? Do you want to taste my wrath? Ha ha ha. What are you doing in public? You crazy woman. Shenlinshi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself, and dashed away. Fortunately, Hu Lin knew Shenlinxi's temperament well. She made a brief fuss before settling down, instantly regaining her composed and virtuous demeanor. It must be said that Hu Lin was also a striking beauty, though she possessed a livelier and more endearing charm compared to Shenlinshi. She was also 2 or 3 years younger, speaking in a carefree manner with a smile perpetually gracing her face. Shenlinshi, in contrast, boasted a more alluring figure, but rarely smiled, embodying the quintessential ice queen. Yet this mature and aloof aura held a more potent allure in the eyes of many men. As the two walked down the street, their contrasting personalities, one cool and reserved, the other vivacious, drew numerous glances. Had they been in Tycoon, they would likely have been swarmed by street photographers. After a while, they arrived at a beauty salon on the 3rd floor for a spa session. They were regulars here, coming for massages whenever work became exhausting. It allowed their entire body and mind to relax. They also indulged in skincare treatments to keep their skin supple, smooth, and maintain a youthful, vibrant glow. Of course, the prices were far from cheap. A single session cost at least several thousand yuan, with the more luxurious options exceeding 10,000. It was simply not something an average salaried worker could afford on a regular basis. Oh, by the way, was that handsome guy telling the truth earlier? No sooner had they lain down than Hu Lin began asking, curiously, looking like an inquisitive child. Shenlinxi's expression immediately darkened. She sighed, and only after a moment did she speak. I said, why can't you let this go? Isn't it annoying? We're here to relax, not to discuss some random passerby. Naturally, Hu Lin was unsatisfied with this answer. As Shenlinxi's best friend for years, she had a persistent feeling that there was more to this story. Seeing her friend slightly irritated only fueled her curiosity further. A passerby. From what I saw earlier, it seemed more than just a chance encounter. That handsome guy was actually quite nice. He looked tall and lean, but I bet he's got some decent muscle under there. Also, he didn't even ask for your WeChat, which is genuinely surprising. You really think every man who sees a beautiful woman on the street has to go and hit on her? Shenlinshi tilted her head back, staring at the white ceiling, and pursed her lips. Then why did he just say hello to you earlier? This was the part Hu Lin couldn't quite figure out, and it piqued her curiosity immensely. After all, if he truly didn't care, he could have just walked past. But what happened was rather strange. Gu Li simply greeted her, exchanged a couple of words, and then did nothing else. He hadn't even tried to add her on WeChat, which completely defied the typical street pickup playbook. After all, if luck wasn't on their side, they'd probably never run into this young man again. In that case, what was the point of this whole encounter? Shenlinshi, of course, had no idea what Gu Li was thinking. Equally puzzled, she replied irritably, You're asking me. How should I know? Oh, come on, just tell me how you two met that night. Hu Lin, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, turned her head and pressed on. Seeing this, Shenlinshi felt helpless and finally conceded. It was nothing really. He had just been rejected and was drinking alone by the river in Jiangbei. At the time, I was heading back from dinner with her, and my head was a bit fuzzy too. So I just chatted with him for a bit. Then I left. There's really nothing more to it. Really? Hu Lin heard the explanation, but still seemed skeptical. Shenlinshi nodded. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Hu Lin's eyes twinkled with mischief as she smiled. All right then. If that's truly all it was, then swear an oath. If you're lying, you'll have to agree to your family's wishes and let your uncle arrange your marriage. Deal? At these words, Shenlinshi let out a cold snort, a flash of anger crossing her face as she shot Hu Lin. Fine. You actually doubt me so much that you'd make me swear such an oath. You're practically pushing me into a fire pit. Hu Lin, however, defended herself. Since what happened that day was so simple, the oath would never come true, right? What are you afraid of? Shenlinshi was momentarily stumped by Hu Lin's relentless pestering, rendered speechless. At this point Hu Lin could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. See, there's something you're not telling me. You definitely didn't tell the whole truth. Ugh, I can't take you anymore. At that moment Shenlinshi was too exasperated to keep arguing. She slowly recounted the events of that night. After hearing the story, Hu Lin was utterly stunned. Holy crap. You actually called that handsome guy hubby. That's unbelievable. Hu Lin stared at Shenlinshi in disbelief, teasing her relentlessly. Huh. My dear CC, why don't you call me hubby so I can hear it? Tisk TSK. You actually called someone else hubby. If I hadn't heard it from your own lips, I'd never have believed it. Get lost. Keep this up and he'll really get angry. At this point Shenlinshi was mortified, wishing she could just run out of the room and get far away from this insufferable friend. Besides, if you hadn't insisted on dragging me out for drinks that night, this would never have happened. And you're still going on about it, it's infuriating. Huh. However, the more flustered Shenlinshi became, the more delighted Hu Lin was, laughing so hard she could barely stand straight. It took her a while to regain her composure, and finally she spoke seriously. Okay, I'll stop laughing. Seriously though, let me ask you this, was this guy really rejected and drowning his sorrows by the river on the night of May 20th? And then he hit on you? Hearing this, Shenlinshi recalled the memory and nodded. Yeah. Probably because he was drunk. Otherwise, judging by today's encounter, he doesn't seem like the type to randomly hit on people. I think so too. Hu Lin stroked her chin thoughtfully and asked again, so what do you think of this young man? Shenlinshi was confused. What do you mean, what do I think? Don't play dumb. I'm asking if you have any feelings for him. Hu Lin asked with a sly smile. Shenlinxi's expression changed instantly, and she waved her hand dismissively. Don't you dare get any funny ideas. I have no interest in anything like that right now. The company project is already stressing me out enough. Don't add to the chaos. Hu Lin chuckled. How is this adding to the chaos? You're about to turn 29, aren't you at all worried? Shenlinshi seemed to think of something, and her gaze dimmed slightly. I'm not worried at all. It's fine if I never get married in this life. Unfortunately, some people aren't willing to accept that and keep trying to force me. Hearing this, Hu Lin let out a sigh and comforted her. CC, it's okay. Thus 2 hours later the two finished relaxing. Then they went upstairs to a private kitchen for a delightful meal. However, because they had to return to work, Shenlinshi directly declined Hu Lin's suggestion of having a few drinks. Hu Lin was somewhat displeased and shook her head. You take work too seriously. I advise you, no matter how successful your career or how much money you make, it's not as comforting as having a man. Shenlinshi couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the rather blunt remark. She barely suppressed the smile at the corners of her mouth, finished her meat, took a sip of the old duck soup, and then spoke slowly. I really don't know when you started thinking a man brings comfort. As far as I know, you've had 3 or 4 boyfriends, but you've never gone all the way. Who says that? I've long known what a man is like. Seeing the smile on Shenlinxi's lips, Hu Lin directly argued shamelessly. At that, Shenlinshi didn't indulge her and cooperatively nodded. Oh, and what's it like? Hu Lin was momentarily stunned. Shenlinshi laughed heartily, finally finding some relief from the pent-up frustration of being cornered earlier. I know you too well. You're just a keyboard warrior. I am not, Hu Lin retorted. Maybe the next one is my true love. When I get married and you still have no boyfriend, it'll make you jealous. Shenlinshi was speechless. Hell, wait and see. Having been close friends for over a decade, if Hu Lin were so easily smitten, she wouldn't still be a maiden. The two could be best friends precisely because neither would settle for less. The future husband had to be satisfactory in every aspect. Most importantly, he must love them deeply, a love reserved only for them. Better to be alone than to settle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guli had spent the afternoon working out at the gym and was now enjoying a lavish meal nearby. Dining alone, savoring the night view through the window, he felt utterly at ease. His handsome appearance and well-built figure even drew the attention of 2 young ladies at the next table. Had it not been for his aloof expression, they might have struck up a conversation. It was undeniable that since the system's humanoid weapon transformation, his physique was impeccable. His body with symmetrical muscles firm and his 8-pack abs seemed naturally sculpted even without exercise. Coupled with his moderately handsome face and tasteful attire, he turned heads quite often on the street, a veritable hunk. This was why Hu Lin, accustomed to seeing good-looking men, was immediately captivated when she first saw him. To Shenlinshi, however, it seemed a bit excessive. Subconsciously, she thought that a man liked by many must have a promiscuous lifestyle. With that preconception, she felt a tinge of disgust when she saw him carrying shopping bags clearly meant for a woman. Although Guli later explained, Shenlinshi remained skeptical. Still, he was very pleased with the chance encounter. After all, if they met again and he revealed his name, they would officially be acquainted. Thus, the relationship took another step forward. By then, the system would surely grant him another lottery draw. That day should not be far off, as after several days of overtime, the optimization plan for the Jindo cloud system was complete. It only awaited next week's testing before the solution could be submitted to Haidong Logistics for the real bidding. As for Qinhuan Jichuang, he had learned from Su Huai that while they had made some progress, they posed no significant threat. As long as there was no breakthrough, the Jindo Cloud team would surely secure the Haitong logistics project. Perhaps he would even see Shen Linshi at the bid meeting. Her expression then would certainly be interesting. He only hoped that after losing Shen Linshi would not fly into a rage, or otherwise becoming enemies would be something he would regret forever. With these thoughts, Guli spent an entire hour on his meal before preparing to drive home. But as fate would have it, just as he reached the parking lot, Shen Linshi drove out of the mall with Hu Lin. A few minutes later, they ended up driving one after the other along the Jin River, heading toward the Jingshang Huading residential complex. Hey, what's going on up ahead? Damn, someone seems to have jumped off a building. Let's go, we need to save them. Look, there's someone in the river. Minutes later, as they turned onto a road, they saw the bridge ahead suddenly congested. The crowd ahead grew noisy as if someone had jumped into the river. Guli hadn't expected to encounter such a situation and quickly pressed the brake to slow down. But perhaps due to the chaos, a person suddenly darted out from the side, startling him. His hand jerked uncontrollably, and his car veered toward the adjacent lane. Guli frantically tried to turn the steering wheel. Damn, a quadrifoglio. Just then he noticed that the car ahead was Shun Linksys Alfa Romeo, its quadrifoglio badge unmistakable. In the corner of his eye, he saw Shin Linksys' elegant figure in the driver's seat, and she also appeared startled upon seeing his car. Damn, what a coincidence. They even ran into each other on the way home. He was about to yank the wheel, praying not to scrape her car, when the prize he had won earlier flashed through his mind, a rebate opportunity. He hesitated. That split second of hesitation caused his car to scrape along the rear of Shun Linksys' vehicle for several meters before stopping. The accident left Shin Linshi dumbfounded. She immediately stuck her head out to see what had happened. Guli, however, didn't bother locking the car. He tore off his shirt and leaped into the river. Before Shin Linshi could even see clearly, the person who had rear-ended her jumped straight into the water. What's going on? What's wrong, Cici? Hu Lin in the passenger seat sensed something was amiss and asked quickly. Shin Linshi hurriedly said, I think I was rear-ended. But the driver got out of the car and jumped into the river. Oh, he's going to save someone. Hu Lin exclaimed, slapping her thigh. She then glanced at the rearview mirror and got out to watch the commotion. Shin Linshi realized the situation and also got out to take a look. By the time she reached Hu Lin, she saw a figure swimming swiftly in the river, heading rapidly toward the woman downstream. Everyone present was stunned by Gu Li's speed and his impeccable swimming technique. Wow, that guy is amazing. He swims so fast. Indeed, his swimming form is clearly professional. I saw it just now. When he took off his shirt, he definitely had an 8-pack. And he's quite handsome too. This remark sparked a gleam of interest in the eyes of the young female onlookers. However, Shin Linshi felt a flicker of doubt, because in that brief moment, she found Gu Li's back strangely familiar. Swimming towards the center of the river, Gu Li's heart surged with excitement. The power of the humanoid weapon truly astounded him. Not only was his physical strength extraordinary, but even his previously mediocre swimming skills had been enhanced. It made sense though, as the ultimate weapon on the surface, he felt an inexhaustible well of energy. Perhaps with his current physical condition, he could dominate any sport he tried. Unfortunately, his ambitions lay elsewhere. After all, being a celebrity was exhausting and restrictive, offering little freedom. Of course, he was even more pleased with the sudden inspiration had just had. As long as Shin Linshi asked him to repair her car, he was guaranteed that cash back. After all, he was the one who had scratched it. That was indisputable. Even if she refused, he would find a way to make her accept. So under the gaze of the onlookers on the shore, Gu Li reached the still thrashing woman in less than half a minute. He wrapped one arm around her waist and swam back to the shore with the other. Seeing her hands flailing wildly, he tightened his grip, instantly jolting her back to her senses. Calm down. I'm getting you to safety. If you keep screaming like that, we'll both drown. His sharp shout silenced her, and she stared blankly before snapping out of her daze. But then she swallowed a mouthful of river water and coughed violently. Seeing this, he exerted more force and lifted her head entirely above the water. Simultaneously, he pushed with his left arm, engaged his core, and kicked his legs, propelling them faster. After a few gasps of air, the woman finally regained her composure. A minute later, they reached the shore, and with the help of kind bystanders, she was brought safely onto land. By then, the police and paramedics had arrived and immediately began emergency treatment. Great job, young man. Wow, handsome, so cool. Damn, those abs are amazing, I want to touch them. Handsome, how about we add each other on WeChat? Thanks, everyone. It's nothing much. Helping others is a fine tradition of ours. Alright, I've got things to do. Please make way. Acknowledging the praise with a smile, Gu Li quickly slipped away. It was then that Shun Linshi and Hu Lin among the crowd realized the rescuer was the handsome young man they'd met that afternoon. Shin Linshi never expected he was also the one who'd scratched her car. Yet she felt no anger toward him, knowing had acted carelessly only to save someone. Seeing Gu Li emerge, they walked over to him. Lin especially couldn't help but admire his well-proportioned muscles. Handsome, didn't expect to run into you again, huh? Geez. Your physique is really something. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, almost tempted to reach out and touch. Seeing her friend so smitten, Shen Linshi shook her head in exasperation, wishing she could look away and pretend not to know her. It was utterly embarrassing how she couldn't resist a handsome face. Still, Shen Linshi deeply admired Gu Li's selfless act of diving into the dark river to save someone. Noticing his drenched clothes, she felt a pang of concern and spoke up. You should go home and change, or you'll catch a cold. As for the scratch earlier, it's just a minor scuff. No big deal. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Gu Li looked at her, in surprise, touched by her kindness. Anyone else might have insisted on a full repair job. But that wasn't his goal, so he quickly said, it's fine really. Besides, it's not cold tonight. Consider it a cold shower. I've got clothes in my car. They'll change right away and head to the 4S shop with you to get the car sorted. Shen Linshi was taken aback. She had already let him off the hook, yet he still insisted on getting it fixed. He really didn't like owing anyone anything. Most likely he was just a man of principle. This made her warm up to him a bit more, and she began to believe what Head said that afternoon. Maybe he really did shop to pass the time and buy things for a future girlfriend. Really, it's fine. You were saving someone, not acting carelessly. If I made you pay for it, I'd be breaking a hero's heart. She genuinely didn't want him to fix the car, especially so late. She still had work to do later and couldn't afford to waste time. Seeing how adamant she was, Gu Li said, Miss, I've already checked with a nearby 4S shop, and they have staff on duty. We can just drive over ITLL, only take a few minutes. If you refuse, it'll feel terrible. If I don't get it fixed and something goes wrong with your car later, I'd never forgive myself. Shen Linshi was speechless, giving a wry smile as she struggled to respond. Let's go. See, he's being so sincere. If we keep refusing, we're the ones being ungrateful. Hu Lin chimed in, urging her friend. Shen Linshi finally nodded. All right, let's go. Great, just follow my car, Gu Li said, leading the way to the 4S shop, where Head picked up his car. They arrived in minutes, and the service advisor Head met earlier came over enthusiastically. Gu Li waved his hand and said, Buddy, it's these two cars. I scratched the lattice car a bit. Fix whatever needs fixing and give it a full service too. By the way, how long will it take? The advisor then noticed the Alfa Romeo behind them and Shen Linshi and her friend. He was secretly impressed. Such beautiful women were rare. But maintaining his professional composure, he carefully inspected the car. After a couple of minutes, he said, Mr. Gu, the scratch isn't severe. It'll be fully repaired in 2 days. Just leave your contact numbers, and we'll call you when it's ready for pickup. Gu Li nodded. No problem. You have my number. Just ask the lady for hers. All right, that's settled then. They'll leave the cars here and be on my way. With that, he said goodbye to Shen Linshi, grabbed his things from the car, and walked off. Okay. Shen Linshi was surprised by how decisive he was, leaving right after handling everything. She couldn't help but wonder if Head been hurt so badly before that he was afraid of relationships. He didn't seem even slightly interested in her, and just walked away. Beside her, Hu Lin was equally puzzled, and said to Shen Linshi, Damn, is this handsome guy a total straight shooter? I thought he was playing hard to get. After insisting on the repair, Head surely apologize and ask you to dinner. But he just left like that. So weird. What are you talking about? He probably just wants to go home and shower. Shen Linshi said, though she secretly agreed with her friend. What she didn't realize was that without even noticing, she'd become a little curious about Gu Li. What was really going on in that guy's head? The next day arrived swiftly, and the 4S dealership called to outline the costs. The total for repairing and servicing both vehicles came to 98,000 yuan, while Shen Linxi's portion amounted to 39,000. Gu Li, unfazed by the sum of less than 100,000, declared it was no issue at all. What intrigued him more was the 39,000 spent on Shen Linshi, for he eagerly anticipated the potential rebate. Unknown to him was the multiplier that chance would bestow. Thus, brimming with anticipation, 2 days passed in a flash. On the 1st of June, the after-sales team called to inform him that the cars were repaired and ready for pickup that afternoon. Unable to contain his excitement, Gu Li took leave from work, had lunch, and headed straight to the dealership. Without a second thought for any other vehicle, he strode in and swiped his card without hesitation. Silently, he invoked in his mind, System, use the rebate opportunity. Affirmative, host. Rebate opportunity successfully activated. Obtained a 1,000-fold critical strike. A crisp ding echoed as the payment went through, instantly boosting his experience by 100,000, reaching a total of 1,100,000. At the same moment, the system's melodious voice rang out again, leaving him momentarily stunned. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 39,870 yuan for Shen Linshi, triggering a 1,000-fold critical rebate, totaling 39,870,000 yuan. As the voice faded, his phone chimed with a text message. Gu Li opened it to find a bank credit alert, and his hand trembled involuntarily as he held the device. Dear customer, good morning. Your account, ending in 1002, received a transfer of 39870000 yuan at 130444. Current balance 40045815. 41 yuan. Yuzhou Bank, combined with the monetary rewards from recent days, his account had surged past 40 million. Holy crap. I've become a multi-millionaire overnight. 40 million. Staring at the balance, Guli could hardly believe it was real. In mere moments, he had transformed from a man burdened by hundreds of thousands in debt to one possessing tens of millions, a surreal dream made manifest. Mr. Gu, is something the matter? At that moment, the after-sales staff noticed his daze and inquired. Guli snapped back to reality, composed himself, and chuckled lightly. Nothing, just recalled something unexpected and spaced out for a bit. He'll be off now. But, alright Mr. Gu. If you encounter any issues with the vehicle, feel free to call me anytime. Thoroughly impressed by Guli's no-haggle demeanor, the after-sales representative warmly bid him farewell. Sure. Guli waved his hand, then drove out of the dealership. However, instead of heading straight back to the office, he cruised aimlessly as his mind was still far from settled. Prior to this, he had been an ordinary worker earning around 10,000 a month with savings under 200,000. Suddenly, in less than half a month, he had become a multimillionaire, and he hadn't quite adapted to the change. More terrifyingly, if he poured the 30+ million back into Shunling pharmaceutical stock by months, and his assets would multiply several times over. TSK. In just 1 month, he would become a billionaire. This was too fast. Indeed, the divine wealth system was remarkably effective. If only he could draw more such rebate opportunities from the lottery. At this thought, Guli's anticipation soared. Afterward, Guli navigated to a nearby tea house and leisurely sipped tea while mulling over his future path. Pursuing Shenlinshi remained unchanged, but regarding other endeavors, he was uncertain. He'll just stay a Jinduyan for now. At the same time, I can explore software development, maybe create a product, and later start my own software company. After a long deliberation, he reached this decision. Given his reserved nature, he lacked the acumen for business. Thus, even with wealth, starting a company required caution. The software industry was his forte. Coupled with his top-tier programming skills, he could certainly develop a remarkable software product. Over this period, leveraging his advanced computer programming expertise, his IT capabilities had grown exponentially as he delved into Jinduyan's system. In fact, his current computer prowess was unrivaled by most in the country. As for his career, everything would have to wait until after the stock market play concluded. With billions at his disposal, any venture would be feasible. Then there was the matter of his relationship with Shenlinshi. They had met a few times, but she still didn't know his name. They weren't truly acquainted. So next came the bidding conference for Haitong Logistics. When that time comes, imagining Shenlinxi's expression upon seeing him, Guli found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. As for other matters, should he buy a property in her building? That would allow him to get closer to her and foster their bond. If there's a suitable apartment in her building, I could give it a try. The residential complex featured large flats with 2 elevators serving 2 units, and the elevator lobbies were shared, allowing neighbors to meet casually. If he could live across from Shenlinshi or on the same floor, the opportunities would multiply. After some thought, Guli decided to check with a real estate agent. With 40 million as a safety net, his confidence was unshakable. Properties in Shenlinxi's building ranged from 5 to 10 million, well within his means. However, even if they became neighbors, he had no intention of being a sycophant. He planned to strengthen himself in every way and rely on his own charm to attract Shenlinshi, making her fall for him willingly. That would be truly satisfying. Ring. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from home, Guli promptly answered. Dad, what's up? A deep, gentle voice came from the other end. Your mom's asking if you're coming back for the Dragon Boat Festival. Guli thought for a moment. The Dragon Boat Festival was in 2 days, and he hadn't been home in half a year. Given his dramatic transformation, he needed to prepare his parents. Now that he had a car, going home was much easier, so he agreed. Alright, then have Guqiu accompany you on the way back. Gu Mingyuan was delighted to hear his son would return. Guli replied with a smile, sure, don't worry. He'll bring Guqiu home safely. He'll give you a huge surprise. Gu Mingyuan immediately asked, what surprise? Did Yue finally say yes? Guli was caught off guard. No, not that. Hearing it wasn't what he guessed, Gu Mingyuan's tone turned gruff. Then what surprise could it be? Anyway, you'd better find a girlfriend soon, or your mom will nag you all day when you come home. At this, Guli pondered and said, Dad, I've already given up on Yue and am looking for someone else. Rest assured, he'll bring a girlfriend home this year. With my looks, it's no big deal. Oh, that's good. Keep it up, son. Dad believes in you. Hearing that his son had finally let go of the classmate head love for 7 years, Gu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and offered encouragement. This meant he could directly buy a unit in Shenlinxi's building, accelerating their budding relationship. No problem at all. Guli laughed heartily, his mind drifting to Shenlinshi. Shenlinshi, you can't. By the way, the old house back home, needs renovation too, and the road leading to the cement one should be fixed as well. Guli continued planning his next steps, even jotting down notes in WeChat. Having earned so much money, whether to improve his family's living conditions or to make it convenient for his future girlfriend when she visits the house back home, needed to be taken care of. After all, his family's house was a 3-story building built with tens of thousands of yuan by his parents in the early 2000s, though it was quite spacious. The first floor consisted of 3 main rooms of similar size, a large living room in the middle, a storage room on the left for various items. On the right was a bedroom where his parents usually stayed, avoiding the stairs for convenience. The second floor had a layout of 3 rooms plus a balcony, a large living room, and 2 secondary bedrooms, which were previously used by his sisters. His elder sister Gu Xinyue was married and lived with her family in the county. As for his younger sister Gu Qiu, she would be a senior in college next semester. The balcony area housed the bathroom and was convenient for drying clothes, and Gu Qiu also grew some flowers and plants there. The third floor had a large bedroom of over 30 square meters plus a bathroom, and it was the room Guli stayed in when he returned home. Of course, the house had only simple decoration. Walls were whitewashed and floors tiled. Other furniture was also basic, and even the curtains were hung with wire, looking quite shabby. Fortunately, the house had a solid foundation and was sturdy, so there was no need to rebuild a villa or anything. Even if they rebuilt, except for his parents, the 3 siblings wouldn't stay often, so it was unnecessary. Moreover, when they married and had children, their parents would likely come to help care for them, leaving the house even emptier. So Guli planned to spend a few $100,000 to renovate it thoroughly. The old house would serve as a countryside villa where they could stay occasionally. As for Rongqing, he planned to buy a large villa there in the future. Oh, and that Gu Qiu hasn't called me in so long. I wonder what she's busy with. After planning clearly, Gu Li remembered his parents' request to bring his sister home for the Dragon Boat Festival, so he made a call. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Linshi received a call from the 4S shop in the afternoon, asking her to pick up the car. She then called Hu Lin to arrange a visit together. After work, she drove her Porsche Panamera to pick up Hu Lin and headed to the 4S shop. In the car, Hu Lin asked, "Cici, was it that handsome guy Gu who called you?" Shen Linshi shook her head. "No, it was the 4S shop directly." "Oh, that's strange." Hu Lin rubbed her chin curiously. "That guy is really odd. Could I have guessed wrong?" Shen Linshi was puzzled. "What's strange about that?" Hu Lin began counting on her fingers, saying, "Look, you're such a beautiful goddess, yet he doesn't seem interested at all. Isn't that a bit strange? So far, except for the first time when he hit on you after getting drunk by the river in the other 2 encounters, he didn't show any sign of recognition. At first I thought he was playing hard to get, but it doesn't seem like that. It's really odd. If that guy can really hold back that much, then I truly admire him." Hearing her best friend's elaborate reasoning, Shen Linshi sighed, her face full of exhaustion. "What's so strange about it? I may be a bit pretty, but I can't expect everyone to like me at first sight. Besides, didn't someone say that once a heart is broken, no beauty can move it?" "Uff, I don't buy that." Hu Lin pouted and retorted, "Men are all the same. They're lechers. I don't believe that handsome guy is completely indifferent to you. It's just that his approach is strange. You said you didn't need the car repaired, but he insisted on fixing it. What's the reason?" Seeing her best friend's puzzled expression, Shen Linshi felt speechless and said directly, "Oh, stop overthinking. Just help me drive the car back. Oh, I have to go back to work overtime." "You? Always working overtime?" Hu Lin couldn't help but complain, shaking her head in confusion. Shen Linshi sighed. "My job isn't as easy as yours. That project has hit problems again lately. The competitors are really putting pressure on our department. If it's lost, it's lost. Seeing you work so hard, I feel sorry for you. You say it so lightly. After all, it's my job." Soon they arrived at the shop and saw the car. Seeing that the car was repaired to look like new and it had been thoroughly maintained, even the air conditioning fan was thoughtfully replaced, Shen Linshi felt a bit guilty. After inquiring, she learned that Gu Li had already picked up the car at noon. She wanted to say thanks, but it seemed there was no opportunity. Shen Linshi felt a sudden pang of regret. This was the first time she had such a feeling about a man. She almost asked the after-sales service for Gu Li's phone number, but the thought passed quickly and she decided against it. Since he didn't seem particularly interested in her, why should she approach him? Moreover, with her proud personality, she couldn't take the initiative to call a man, even to express gratitude. So the 2 drove 1 car each back to Shen Linxi's residence at Jingshanghuading. As soon as they entered, Hu Lin, as if at home, changed into slippers. "Cici, I haven't stayed at your place in ages. How about we sleep together tonight? You're asking for it. Get lost." At home, Shen Linshi shed her cold exterior and became feisty, scolding her best friend without restraint. "I'm not a pervert." Hu Lin laughed heartily and said mysteriously, "Then don't regret it. Tonight I'm going to flirt with that handsome guy." Hearing this, Shen Linshi was taken aback and then asked, "You? What did you say?" Hu Lin grinned slyly, mysteriously pulling out her phone and waving it. "While you were looking at the car, I got the handsome guy's WeChat. I'll add him soon and have a chat to see what he's really up to. I'm really fed up with you." Hearing this, Shen Linshi slapped her forehead in exasperation. Why are you adding him on WeChat? Are you planning to chase him? Besides, he just went through a breakup, so don't bother him, okay? Or are you feeling sorry for him now? Hu Lin teased upon seeing her best friend's reaction. Shen Linshi quickly denied, why would I feel sorry? I just think that Mr. Gu is a good person, that's all. A good person, you're a good person. Why does that sound so familiar? Hu Lin continued, don't worry. They'll check him out for you, and see what kind of person he is. Seeing that Hu Lin was determined to add Gu Li on WeChat, Shen Linshi didn't bother to argue further, and just shook her head, helplessly ignoring her. Meanwhile, Gu Li received a friend request notification and was a bit puzzled. But when he learned it was Hu Lin, he cheered with joy. Great, great. As long as I win over the best friend, Shen Linshi will be within reach. Handsome, so your surname is Gu. And Gu Li, what a distinctive name. After saying this, Hu Lin felt it wasn't enough, so she immediately sent 2 handshake emojis. By the way, I'm Hu Lin. Nice to meet you. One doesn't strike a smiling face. Since she was Shen Linxi's close friend, Gu Li knew he had to handle this gracefully. If he played his cards right, he might even turn her into an ally on the inside, which would make winning over Shen Linshi much more achievable. Of course, he couldn't show any interest in Shen Linshi, as his established persona wouldn't allow it. The 7-year secret crush from his past had left his heart feeling like ashes, temporarily devoid of interest in new romance. Showing sudden interest in Shen Linshi now would be completely counterproductive. Without saying much, he simply sent a handshake emoji in return and introduced himself. Hello, Beauty Hu. I'm also very pleased to meet you. After that, he fell silent, as if he had vanished after that initial greeting. Seeing this, Hu Lin had no choice but to initiate the conversation herself. Huh. A pleasure indeed. By the way, my bestie asked me to thank you. The car is fully repaired, looking just like new. Oh, it's nothing. Since I scratched her car, it's only right that I fix it. Gu Li's businesslike demeanor left Hu Lin utterly bewildered. She never expected that despite her enthusiasm, he would remain so indifferent. She was tempted to throw her phone aside and ignore him completely. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it and continued to engage him in conversation. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on WeChat. Hu Lin desperately searched for topics, asking about everything from age to work, from hobbies to other matters. Meanwhile, Gu Li responded casually, his replies brief and devoid of any unnecessary words. He showed no interest whatsoever in Hu Lin. This kind of conversation was driving her to the brink of madness. Damn it. This guy is just here to torment me. Hu Lin never imagined that chatting with someone could be this exhausting. She was practically fuming. What she didn't realize was that this exact type of conversation often occurred between her and some of her male admirers. It was just a role reversal. But what baffled her even more was that despite her own looks, even her more beautiful friend failed to spark any interest in Gu Li. After half an hour of chatting, he hadn't mentioned Shen Linshi even once. This man was simply an unyielding blockhead. While at least Shed managed to glean some information, it wasn't a total loss. After gathering some basic details, Hu Lin quickly reported back to Shen Linshi. Cici, guess what the deal with that guy is? Shen Linshi was working at the moment, but upon hearing this, her curiosity was piqued. She turned and asked, oh, is he another rich, second-generation heir? If a rich heir wouldn't surprise me. Hu Lin then launched into her explanation. He's about 27 or 28, around our age. But his hometown is in the countryside. He built everything from scratch and has amassed a fortune of at least several million. He's also in IT, same industry as you. Isn't that a coincidence? It is somewhat coincidental. However, Shen Linxi's face showed no astonishment. She merely nodded slightly in a perfunctory manner. It seemed as if such a man wasn't worth a second thought. Seeing this, Hu Lin felt deflated and said with exasperation, oh sister, can't you show a little reaction? Here I am worrying about your affairs and you're acting like this. Hearing this, Shen Linshi reluctantly set down her mouse and spoke seriously. For me, the most important thing right now is to secure the project as soon as possible. Everything else can wait. As for what you mentioned about my affairs, men are to me ultimately optional. Ugh, I really give up on you. Hu Lin looked at her best friend and finally let out a helpless sigh. I feel like you two are actually quite similar. You're a workaholic career woman, and that Gu Li is a straightforward guy who knows nothing about romance. Dealing with the two of you is just exhausting. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Shen Linxi's face. Oh, so his name is Gu Li. Chang'an returns to the old hometown. As the sun sets, we part ways east and west. But Hu Lin was utterly confused and blurted out. Hey, what are you talking about? Gu Li is Gu Li, not your old hometown Gu Li. I mentioned his name, how did you jump to poetry? You wouldn't understand. Shen Linshi looked at Hu Lin, shook her head, and said no more. Hu Lin was left speechless. What on earth was all this about? Did having gone to university mean she had to be looked down upon like this? Chang'an returns to the old hometown. Did Gu Li's parents study classical poetry, just to name him? She had to admit some things were indeed beyond her, a mediocre student. On the other hand, Shen Linshi, upon hearing Gu Li's name, had this poem spontaneously surface in her mind, and fell into deep thought. On the night of May 20th, by the river, Gu Li had looked so dejected, each empty beer can on the ground a testament to his profound melancholy. And a few days ago on the bridge, that figure leaping down, knowing full well the danger of jumping into the river at night, yet doing so with a man's unwavering resolve. He truly is a unique person. Chang'an returns to the old hometown, and in the old hometown, there is Chang'an. Gazing at the night scenery outside the window, Shen Linshi found herself murmuring softly, without quite knowing why. Meanwhile, Gu Li in building 18 across from her was reading a programming book when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have formally met Shen Linshi and piqued her curiosity. You know her elegant name, and she knows yours. You have advanced from being mere acquaintances to friends. You have earned one lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? While just chatting with Hulin for a bit, and our relationship has advanced this quickly. Overjoyed at the progress with Shen Linshi, Gu Li couldn't help but clap his hands in celebration. Great, great. I need to maintain this connection with Hulin. Whether I can win over Shen Linshi sooner depends on her. Immediately a plan formed in his mind. His gaze drifted towards Shen Linxi's balcony, across the way, a broad smile spreading across his face. System, let's draw. Alright, host, the draw begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the top-tier automobile driving skill. Do you wish to extract it now? Oh, another useful skill. Excellent, excellent. I'm planning to drive back to my hometown in a couple of days, so this will definitely come in handy. With this skill, navigating those narrow country roads will be much easier. System, extract immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Li was once again immersed in an illusion, as if he had been driving for decades. A few minutes later, he finally snapped back to reality and chuckled to himself. Well, now I'm a seasoned driver too. However, his curiosity was soon piqued again, and he was baffled. What exactly did the system mean by "she knows your elegant name"? Yet after a long while, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only guess that perhaps Hulin and Shen Linshi had given him some kind of nickname, which was why the system said that. Anyway, once they got more familiar, he could ask around and find out. No need to dwell on it for now. After much deliberation, Gu Li turned his attention back to the system. By now, his personal attribute panel had undergone some changes. Host, Gu Li bound girlfriend Shen Linshi, current level 4 money reward. While the host is within 1 kilometer of his girlfriend, he earns 0.1 yuan per second. Experience 1193865. 56,100,000. Spending 1 yuan accumulates 1 experience point. Cumulative seconds today, 8,714 seconds. Lottery draws 0. System space, empty asset level tens of millions. Skill list, humanoid weapon top tier, computer programming top tier, driving skills. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Note 4. Apparently an asset level and skill list had been added, making things a bit clearer at a glance. Gu Li merely glanced at these changes and didn't pay them much heed. Having long been familiar with the system's workings, he knew the one had received was relatively simple. Aside from the daily monetary rewards, the only thing to look forward to was the lottery draw. There were no quests or system shops like in the novels. The main storyline was simply to chase after Shen Linshi as quickly as possible and level up the system. As for how many levels the system had, or what changes would occur once he got together with Shen Linshi, he had no idea. Also, the system space being completely empty was a bit disappointing. Although had been quite lucky with the draws so far, after all this time, he still hadn't drawn any impressive high-tech items. It was a bit unlucky. Blueprints and technologies that surpassed modern science, even futuristic black-tech gadgets. He was eagerly anticipating those. After all, as a modern person, he had an inexplicable fascination with all things sci-fi. Immortality, interstellar travel. The very thought made his blood race. Unfortunately, he hadn't drawn any of those amazing things yet, so he could only dream about them. The next day arrived, June 2nd. Gu Li took the afternoon off, planning to head back early since the next day was the Dragon Boat Festival, and he didn't want to be stuck on the road early in the morning. As for Guqiu, had already called her and arranged to pick her up at school. After lunch, he first stopped by the Chuanxing Square supermarket, bought a ton of stuff, and then drove towards Chuan University. Meanwhile, upstairs, Shen Linshi received a call from Hulin. CC, tomorrow's the Dragon Boat Festival. Are you going back to Yidu? Shen Linshi hesitated for a moment before slowly replying no. Why are you going back? Hulin chuckled. My parents wanted me to, but I refused. Home isn't that fun anyway. I'd rather stay in Rongqing with you. Hearing this, Shen Linshi felt a warmth in her heart, but still tried to persuade her. It's a holiday, you should go back. You haven't been home for over half a year. Uncle and Auntie must miss you a lot. I'm not going back because I have to work overtime. It's not like he'll be free to hang out with you, so it's better for you to go home. Oh my god. You're working overtime during the Dragon Boat Festival. Seriously. Hulin was taken aback and started to persuade her too. I really don't get you. Is work really that important? People like us with money, a house, and a car, why live so exhaustingly? Also, if you keep this up, I'm really worried about your health. That female boss of the Celian group, she just got cancer not long ago, you know. Shenlinshi didn't know how to respond and fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the strictness of her parents throughout her childhood and the strangeness and distance that followed as she grew up. If she hadn't been born into such a family, maybe she wouldn't have become the person she was today. Perhaps life truly is full of things beyond our control. Suddenly on the eve of this family-oriented holiday, Shenlinshi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Sometimes she genuinely envied ordinary families where children could receive their parents' love. It was a simple wish, not expecting their children to achieve great heights, but simply hoping they'd live safe, happy lives. Hey, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Hu Lin's concerned voice came through the phone, snapping Shenlinshi out of her daze. Shenlinshi quickly said, I'm fine. I appreciate the thought. Once this project is done, we'll go out and have some real fun. As for my health, I work out every day. I'm in much better shape than some people I know. Oh, you're mocking me now. Seriously. Hu Lin chuckled, no longer insisting. Alright, you promised. We can invite Guli too. I'm starting to think that guy is pretty fun. Hearing Hu Lin mention inviting Guli, Shenlinshi tensed up and quickly asked, didn't you two just become friends online? How are you already planning to hang out? Hee, you wouldn't know about this. Hu Lin explained, he's a good guy worth getting to know. I was actually thinking of not going home and maybe hanging out during the holiday. But it turns out he's going back to his hometown, so ITLL have to be next time. Sigh, alright. You're still so quick to befriend people. Maybe he was just being polite. Shenlinshi could only sigh helplessly at her best friend's personality. But Hu Lin on the other end started to persuade her. Really, I think Guli is great. To have achieved so much at such a young age, his future is definitely bright. You should consider him. He bought a big G at such a young age, his net worth must be at least tens of millions. Don't you think? If he's so great, why don't you consider him? Anyway, stop worrying about my personal life. I have to get back to work now. Seeing Hu Lin was about to start her nonsense again, Shenlinshi didn't dare listen any longer and hung up. Hey, I wasn't finished. Listening to her friend's final words, Shenlinshi put down the phone, feeling a bit distracted. Although Hu Lin was right, and Guli did seem decent on the surface, who could really know the specifics? Besides, she wasn't the type to be easily swayed. Life is full of choices. Since she had chosen her career, she didn't have much energy left for romance. After all, some people had already made clear arrangements for her love life. And her efforts now were nothing but a struggle against that. Guli, of course, was unaware of Shenlinxi's melancholy. He had already picked up his sister. However, to his slight annoyance, his sister Guqiu had brought a friend along, apparently a fellow townsman from Qianshui County. And she was quite a beauty. At that moment, Guqiu gazed at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked before her, utterly bewildered. She was no stranger to luxury cars and instantly recognized this as a multi-million yuan vehicle. She had assumed that her brother, having finally cast off Yue, had come to his senses and started thinking about his own well-being. She had only expected him to buy an ordinary commuter car, never imagining it would be such a lavish one. Her first thought was, where did he get the money? However, with their fellow townsfolk nearby, Guqiu could only bury her shock and suspicion deep within, planning to question him thoroughly once they were alone. Brother, come here. Let me introduce you. She quickly suppressed her confusion and pulled over the slender beauty standing nearby, saying with a smile, this is Yang Yixiao, a fellow townsfolk I got to know before. Call her Sister Xia. Oh, and she's actually your alumna. She also went to the Polytechnic University. She's also heading back to Qianshui this time. No problem if she rides with us, right? Yang Yixiao wore a white embroidered short-sleeve top paired with jeans, which made her long, slender legs appear even straighter. Especially the sweet smile on her face, like a campus first love archetype, was pure and refreshing at first glance. Guli had to admit that these beautiful Nodiat graduated college girls were indeed captivating. Of course, having seen Shenlinxi's beauty, he could only appreciate such girls aesthetically without any deeper thoughts. Hearing Guqiu's words, he immediately laughed and said, of course, no problem. Come on, hop in. Thank you, senior. Yang Yixia greeted him warmly, and then sat in the back seat together with Guqiu. She then fell silent like a well-behaved girl, though her gaze frequently drifted toward Guli, who was driving. She had heard from Guqiu before that Guli was just an ordinary programmer. Even with a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000, how could he possibly afford a luxury car worth millions? Could it be rented? Yang Yixia had some inkling of Guqiu's intentions. Inviting her along this time was clearly a way to introduce her to Guli and see if there was any chemistry. She had held no expectations initially, but now she was met with a pleasant surprise. However, Guli's somewhat cold demeanor left her a bit disappointed. She wanted to strike up a conversation, but he remained focused on driving, leaving no opening. So apart from exchanging idle chatter with Guqiu, she spent the rest of the time curiously observing Guli and everything inside the car. Half an hour later, she found herself even more puzzled. Judging by Guli's attire and the state of the car, it seemed to be a personally owned vehicle. Yet this was a far cry from the situation Guqiu had described earlier. For the remainder of the journey, her mind wandered far away. Meanwhile, since Guccio didn't know the full details of her brother's situation, she didn't bring up much either. 2 hours later, Gu Li smoothly exited the highway and arrived directly at the county town. Following Yang Yixia's directions, he dropped her off right outside her residential complex. Guccio, brother Gu, thanks a lot this time. Yang Yixia smiled and waved at them before heading toward the complex. Okay, Sister Yixia, see you later. Guccio nodded, then got back in the car and finally voiced the question she'd been holding in. Brother, what's going on with you? Why did you buy such a nice car? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Hearing this barrage of questions, Gu Li found it a bit amusing and exasperating. He replied with mild annoyance, what are you talking about? How could I ever do anything bad? You girl, can't you just wish the best for your brother? Guccio thought for a moment and said, of course I want what's best for you. The thing is, this change is just too huge. She patted the leather seat beneath her and exclaimed, brother, this car costs over 2 million. Even working 10 years, you'd only earn that much. And you've only been working for less than 4 years. Even if you never spent a dime, you couldn't afford this car. Besides, you spent so much money on you way before. Don't think I didn't know. Huh? Gu Li was amused by her words and quickly began to explain. Sis, my salary is indeed that much. But I also have side hustles like stock trading and cryptocurrency. Oh, and I also took on external projects before and made some money. You didn't know about any of this, did you? What? You have that many side hustles? Guccio was taken aback by this revelation. Gu Li grinned slyly. What else did you expect? Guccio then took a good look at her brother, but the more she looked, the stranger she felt. Sensing his sister's bewildered expression, Gu Li couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Guccio replied, no flower on your face, but you seem a bit more handsome. She then shook her head and muttered to herself, this doesn't make sense. We met during the May Day holiday, and you didn't have such a big change then. Tell me, brother, are you hiding something else from me? Or is it like in the novels? You had a one-night stand with some rich girl, and now she's pregnant, and came to find you with the child. Hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh? My dear sister, you've been reading too many novels. How could you even think that? Guccio spread her hands in resignation. Who told you to change so much? First you suddenly don't like Yue anymore, and then you suddenly have a luxury car. Gu Li was at a loss for words, as this was indeed hard to explain. As expected, the closest family knows you best. He knew that coming home this time would inevitably reveal his changes to everyone. Fortunately, he had prepared for this in advance and calmly spun a story. He simply embellished the breakup, with Yue moving the May 20th confession up to May Day, and briefly described his past month. Essentially, he said the confession was rejected, he became completely heartbroken, and then pulled himself together to train hard. To distract himself from romantic thoughts, he trained obsessively and turned into a fit man in just 1 month. After that, as luck would have it, when one door closes, another opens. He unexpectedly made a fortune in the stock market. So that's how it is. Now are you satisfied? After hearing Gu Li's story, Guccio finally understood. So her brother had been working so hard all these years, trading stocks, trading crypto, and taking on external projects. What a tough life had. But it was also a case of sweet after bitter. Having left that woman Yue behind, finding a good sister-in-law later would be perfect. She immediately asked, brother, what do you think of Sister Yixia? Upon hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but smile. He had known what his sister was up to since he first saw that fellow townsfolk. Although her intentions were good, it was truly unnecessary. So he said, sis, don't worry about my affairs. I've come to terms with things now. As they say, there's plenty of fish in the sea. Don't worry, you'll find a girlfriend this year. With my current assets in the millions, finding a girlfriend isn't hard at all. With her doubts temporarily resolved, and Gu Li's news all positive, Guccio set aside her worries and felt happy for her brother. Alright, then I'll be waiting to call someone's sister-in-law. Then remembering something, she clapped her hands excitedly. Brother, you're in for a show coming back this time. When Uncle and the others come over tomorrow, their expressions will be priceless. Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately asked, what's the situation? Uncle and the others are coming over tomorrow. Yes, Guccio replied, holding up her phone with a smile. Dad just announced it in the group chat. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, so he invited everyone over. He even transferred 1,000 yuan to the eldest sister, telling her to buy groceries for tomorrow morning. But she hasn't accepted it yet. Oh, the eldest sister's husband replied, saying Dad was too polite, and why bother sending money? Now they're discussing in the group what to buy for tomorrow's meal. Jeez. Gu Li was somewhat surprised. Dad, since when did he become so flashy? As if struck by a thought, he turned to look at his sister. Under his gaze, Guccio sensed something was off, and immediately put on a pitiful expression. Well, it's because I just mentioned in the group that you drove back a luxury car worth 2 million. Upon hearing this, Gu Li instantly understood. So his father thought he had struck it rich and wanted to show off. But he really didn't want to be so ostentatious. Such is life, he sighed in exasperation. Since childhood, you've never been able to keep a secret. Now that you're grown up, nothing has changed. Hey, big brother, just focus on driving. Suddenly, as they took a turn, the car veered too close to the edge, startling Guccio, who quickly called out. But Guccio let out a sly chuckle, turned back, and wore an exceptionally confident smile. Don't worry. I'm the god of Choming Mountain. This mountain road is nothing to me. I haven't even used my real skills yet. Let me show you what lightning speed feels like. However, Guccio didn't believe a word her brother said. She knew the car was bought last month, and logically Guli was a novice. Moreover, although the distance from the county town to the village was only about 20 kilometers, more than 10 of those were mountain roads. Though not particularly steep, the winding mountain roads were extremely difficult to navigate. The road was a village path built over a decade ago, only 3.5 meters wide, making it impossible for two cars to pass simultaneously. Although in recent years, due to the increasing number of cars passing, places had been added every few dozen meters. But for those who didn't return, often encountering an oncoming car was troublesome. Usually a novice had to drive slowly and honk at every turn. Hearing Guli's words, Guccio was genuinely scared. At the same time, she found it strange. Guli had never been so reckless before. It seemed that losing love and gaining wealth had made him more flamboyant. She immediately shook her head, grabbed the door handle, and urged, "Brother, please slow down. We're not in a hurry, really." "Huh? Little sister, why don't you trust your brother?" Guli sighed, but his hands moved swiftly, turning the steering wheel left and right as he sped up. Soon on the bumpy mountain road, he was driving over 40 kilometers per hour. Feeling the abnormal jolts, Guccio was speechless. "My dear brother, you're getting back at me. I didn't expect you to become so petty." Guli chuckled. "You're wrong about that. I'm just showing you my driving skills. Don't underestimate me." "How childish," Guccio said in exasperation, a helpless look on her face. But after a moment she realized that Guli's driving skills were actually quite good. Apart from the initial fear, she began to calm down. After another stretch of road, even when passing an oncoming car, her face finally showed surprise. The road was so narrow, yet Guli smoothly turned the steering wheel and shifted the car to the side. The other driver was about to reverse, but the car ahead maneuvered in 2 quick moves, then happily passed by, honking in thanks. Such skill surpassed even the drivers of the van she had ridden before, who were familiar with this road. This time, besides shock, Guccio was puzzled. "Brother, when did you become so good at driving?" "Hee, now you believe me. Honestly, not trusting your brother. Am I that unreliable?" Hearing the sarcasm in Guli's words, Guccio had to apologize and nod in agreement. All right. It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted your skills." Satisfied, Guli laughed heartily. "Fine, I'll be magnanimous and forgive you. By the way, I plan to give Dad $1 million to renovate the house. When we get home, you need to help out." "Got it." Hearing Guli's generous offer, Guccio was stunned again. "Brother, you're my real brother. You're giving Dad 10,000. Could you lend me some money?" "Geez, you're not treating me like your real brother. Forget about borrowing. I'll transfer 10,000 to you later. Consider it a holiday bonus. Buy whatever you want." Unexpectedly, Guli waved his hand grandly and gave her 10,000. This time Guccio screamed with joy, let go of her seat, leaned forward, and thanked him with a smile. "Brother, you're the best." "Moi." But Guli's face turned stern. "What are you doing?" "I'm driving." "Sit still." Hearing this, Guccio obediently sat back, unable to hide her smugness. 10,000 yuan. With her monthly allowance of 1,000, that was a whole year's worth of expenses. She used to take on part-time jobs, but now she could finally splurge. Thus, chatting and laughing, they reached the village entrance in less than 20 minutes. After passing the entrance, they had to navigate a narrow 2-meter-wide path for a few hundred meters to reach home. This path was not concrete, but paved with gravel. Guli's original plan was to renovate the house and also pave this few 100-meter path with concrete. Since only their family and the neighbor Uncle San used this road, there was no need to make it too wide. Just over 4 meters would be enough to allow 2 cars to pass barely. Past the village entrance, along the road for several hundred meters, houses began to appear. There was a village primary school, the village committee office, a village clinic, and even a farmhouse restaurant in a large square. As Guli's car drove over, it immediately drew many curious glances. When people recognized Guli, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and acquaintances even called out, "Oh, it's Guli." "Yes, I didn't expect him to buy a car. And it doesn't look cheap. Let me tell you, that emblem is a Mercedes. It must cost at least several $100,000, a knowledgeable person immediately announced loudly. These words stunned everyone present. Wow, Guli has really made it. He's only been working for 3 or 4 years and can already afford a car worth hundreds of thousands. That's right. He works in IT in the big city, making tens of thousands a month. Hearing this, Guccio couldn't help but become curious. "Brother, are you working now?" Guli nodded. "I just joined a company last month, only been working for a week or 2. Shifting her stiff bottom, Guccio leaned forward again. "Well, that's great. I remember you used to make about 10,000 a month, right? So how much do you make now?" Guli chuckled. "If I tell you, it might scare you." "What?" Guccio was stunned. "Just an annual salary of $1 million. What?" This time Guccio was truly shocked, her mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Staring at Gu Li in front, she couldn't believe this was her real brother. How could he become so unfamiliar in just 1 month? Gu Li's claim of $1 million annual salary was no exaggeration. From the very first interview at Jindian, he had set his sights on that goal. He boldly requested a monthly salary of 100,000. To his surprise, after a brief discussion, the boss and Mr. Su agreed without hesitation, even adding performance bonuses to the deal. With the bonuses, his total compensation would far exceed $1 million. Even so, as a top-tier programmer, he was arguably worth even more. But he didn't push for it, not wanting the hassle, especially since he wasn't sure how long he'd stay at Jindian. He was destined to start his own business eventually, so this job was just a stepping stone. He didn't place much importance on the salary anyway, as the system gifted him 8,000 yuan daily. That was 240,000 a month, a solid sum deposited directly into his bank account, far surpassing his paycheck. Of course, he'd miss out on that daily reward during his days at home. It was a bit frustrating, making him wonder when the system would remove the distance restriction. Perhaps only after he and Shen Linshi officially became a couple would the system reveal any changes. Bro, you're amazing, Guccio exclaimed. Not just your side hustle, but you've landed such a great job too. Mom and Dad would be overjoyed and so proud. They won't have to worry about you finding a wife anymore. Guccio was genuinely impressed, a hint of admiration creeping into her voice. Gu Li felt a swell of happiness in his heart. Reflecting on his past simpering behavior, he was filled with regret. Had been so naive back then, failing to see Yu Wei for who she truly was, letting her string him along. She'd only call him when she wanted a free meal or a shopping companion, always on his dime. When she didn't need him, she'd claim she was busy with work or on a business trip impossible to reach. Worse still, every time he confessed his feelings, she'd accept his gifts and play the victim, claiming she wasn't ready for a relationship. What a scheming woman. Compared to Shen Linshi, she was worlds apart. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that had drunkenly approached that girl that night. If he hadn't, perhaps the system would never have chosen him. Perhaps it was simply fate. The few hundred meters to his house passed in under 2 minutes. Gu Li honked the horn, parked at the entrance, and stepped out. Breathing in the familiar fresh air of home, he felt an immense sense of comfort. There's nothing like the air back home, so fresh and natural. It's truly invigorating. Rongqing was nice, but the air quality was terrible. Exhaust fumes and dust were everywhere, a constant torment to endure. When he got old, he'd want to retire in a peaceful place like his hometown. Gu Li found his thoughts drifting unexpectedly. Gu Li, is this car really worth 2 million? His parents Gu Mingyuan and Tao Huizhi had heard the horn and walked over with smiles. Seeing him, Gu Mingyuan immediately began stroking the Mercedes, asking with a slight tremor in his voice. Gu Li laughed heartily. Dad, of course. It cost 38 million Allen. How do you like it? Wow, it's beautiful. Gu Mingyuan's hands nearly shook when he heard the price, and he began to circle the car. I don't see anything particularly special about it. Why does it cost over 2 million? That's enough for an apartment in the city. Upon hearing this, Tao Huizhi quickly asked, I say, you boy, why didn't you buy a house first with your earnings? Why did you think of buying a car? Even if you wanted a car, couldn't you get one for around 100,000? Why did you have to buy such an expensive one? Indeed, in the eyes of the older generation, property was the more solid investment. After all, owning a house would make finding a girlfriend much easier, especially since their son was already 27. He'd be 28 in the latter half of the year, no longer young. Though he wouldn't hit 30 for another 2 years, he was undeniably approaching that milestone. Hearing this, Gu Li quickly explained himself, not wanting to endure his mother's nagging for the next few days. Mom, don't worry. I'm already looking at houses. You'll get a spacious flat, maybe a couple hundred square meters, so you'll have plenty of room when you visit. As for your worries, they're unfounded. I have the money, buying a house is well within my means. Mom, brother is really something now, Guccio chimed in. He earns 100,000 a month. Buying a house is no problem, he can do it in a year or 2. What? Son, is this true? Yeah. How did your salary increase so much? Wasn't it just over 10,000 a month before? Hearing their daughter's words, Gu Mingyuan and Tao Huizhi were stunned. The shock deepened the wrinkles on their faces. My old company had too much free time, so I was taking on side projects and honing my skills, Gu Li explained. Now that I've leveled up, a friend I knew from before referred me to this new company, and so my salary went up. The main thing is that my experience matched their needs perfectly, and I happened to fit their requirements, so they offered this much. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan's smile grew even brighter. He clapped Gu Li on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride and satisfaction. Great, great. I knew it. You're a graduate from a prestigious university. As long as you stay grounded, you're bound to succeed, right? All that's left is a house, and then a girlfriend, and everything will be perfect. Tao Huizhi looked at her son, her face filled with happiness and anticipation. Hearing this, Gu Li instinctively touched his nose, thinking to himself that his mother would probably shift her focus to him, finding a girlfriend next. He'd have to win over Shun Linshi quickly to give his mother some peace of mind. Then he opened the trunk, eliciting another cry of surprise from Guqiu. Wow bro, you bought so much stuff. Guli smiled slightly. I just got some clothes and milk for mom and dad. Come on, let's take it inside first. The path from the door to the house was about 20 or 30 meters, but with 4 of them, it only took 1 trip. Back inside, Guli shook his head inwardly at the mottled walls. Though the house was a building, it was barely renovated. If Shun Linshi visited, she might not complain, but it certainly wouldn't be a comfortable stay. Even he found it a bit uncomfortable. Summers were plagued by mosquitoes and no air conditioning, winters were drafty, and the bathroom had an unsealed window, making showers a freezing ordeal. The bed in particular was an old relic from over a decade ago, creaky and worn out. Guli carried his things up to the 3rd floor and tidied up, just as Gu Mingyuan called from downstairs that dinner was ready. Come dad, let's have some good liquor today. He produced a bottle of matai and poured a glass for each of his parents. Gu Mingyuan didn't stand on ceremony, just chuckling with immense gratification. Never thought I'd get to taste fake yen. If you like it, I'll bring some back for you from time to time. That's not necessary. Drinking this all the time would be a waste of money. Even if you're well off, you shouldn't squander it. Taking care of my parents is never a waste. The family drank together in warm, joyful spirits. It was a pity that their eldest sister Gu Xinyue couldn't make it back. An hour later, both father and son were feeling the effects of the alcohol. Guli pulled out his phone and transferred 1,000,000 yuan to Gu Mingyuan. Dad, I've sent you 1,000,000. Use it to renovate the house and fix the road out front. What? At the mention of 1,000,000, Gu Mingyuan shot to his feet, the alcohol instantly clearing from 1,000,000. Upon hearing his son's words, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but confirm again. Son, did you really say 1,000,000? Guli nodded. It's 1,000,000. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. Don't hold back on spending. He had absolute faith in his father's abilities. After all, having served as an accountant and village head for over 2 decades, the old man's competence was beyond question. It was just that he was too honest and unassuming, never one to scheme or curry favor, which was why he had remained in the village all these years. With retirement looming in a few years, he had already wound down his duties. Though he still held a nominal position in the village, earning a modest monthly stipend, his work now amounted to little more than filing documents and handling logistics. It was a leisurely arrangement, and having a job at all was far better than relying solely on tilling the land. In truth, his plan was to retire from the position entirely after the house renovation was complete and simply enjoy his twilight years at home. However, given the old couple's temperament, they would likely keep working and planting as they always had. Gu Mingyuan, for his part, was utterly taken aback by his son's generosity, and it took him a long while to process it all. Only after confirming that the sum was indeed 1,000,000 and that more would be provided if needed did he shake his head in refusal. Enough. That's more than enough. Renovating the house and fixing the road won't cost 1,000,000. Hearing this, Guli quickly interjected, Dad, don't you go cutting corners on me. What I said was pick out branded furniture and appliances, things that are comfortable to use and pleasant to live with. We're not short on cash, right? Besides, I'm going to find a girlfriend in the future. When your daughter-in-law and grandkids come back, the place shouldn't be too shabby. As he spoke, as if a thought struck him, Guli gestured at the area around the house. Anyhow, fix the place up inside and out like a countryside villa. Waterproof the rooftop and plant some flowers and greenery. Smooth out and pave the paths in front and behind the house. Cut down the big trees to keep the mosquitoes and rats away in summer. As for the chicken coop, move it to the back hills. I don't want chicken droppings all over the yard. It's an eyesore. Guli then went on to list all the areas needing renovation, leaving his father utterly bewildered. When he finished, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. At the rate you're going, 1,000,000 might not even be enough. Guli grinned. Dad, that's exactly why I said I'd send more when you run out. You don't want your future daughter-in-law and grandkids to be unwilling to visit the countryside, do you? Fine. Whatever you say goes. Don't worry, by the time you come back for New Year, I guarantee you'll see a completely transformed home. With that, Gu Mingyuan said no more. After all, with someone footing the bill, all he had to do was put in the hard work. Now that his son had made something of himself, lending a hand was the least he could do. Of course, to entice his future daughter-in-law and grandchildren to visit often, he would have to make the house as splendid as a villa. It had to be done just right. He promptly picked up a pen and began jotting down notes, recording all the key points. Whenever something was unclear, he didn't hesitate to ask Guli for more details. Guli, for his part, didn't hold back, explaining the renovation plans and execution with remarkable clarity. Soon after, Tao Huizhi and Guqiu, who had finished washing the dishes, joined in, chattering away with their own suggestions. Guqiu wanted a room on the east side, sunny in the morning but cool in the afternoon. Tao Huizhi requested a washing station for convenient laundry. So Guli had his father enclose half of the second-floor balcony to create a semi-open laundry room. With a washing machine and dryer installed, both washing and hanging clothes would be a breeze. The rest of the night passed quietly, and early the next morning Gu Li was roused from sleep by Gu Qiu. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and he and Gu Qiu were heading to the county to pick up their elder sister Gu Xinyue, brother-in-law Lu Kai, and their adorable niece Lu Zixu. Gu Xinyue was 5 years older than Gu Li, married for a decade, and ran a small supermarket in the county. Lu Kai, the brother-in-law, worked as a truck driver for a large supermarket, spending several days each month on the road. Their niece Lu Zixu was about 8 years old and exceptionally cute. Their life was comfortable enough, and they had no plans for a second child. Their sole focus was raising their daughter well. As the only daughter among the 3 siblings, she was cherished by the entire family. Everyone doted on her like a treasure, especially Gu Li's parents, who spoiled the little girl rotten. It was partly for this reason that Tao Huiji was so eager for Gu Li to marry, constantly asking him why he hadn't found a girlfriend yet. Thanks to Gu Qiu's big mouth, everyone had learned about Gu Li's unrequited love for Yue. Although Gu Mingyuan never voiced his disappointment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. 7 years of pursuing a girl with no results. It was hard to swallow. Every time Gu Li came home and the topic came up, he would sigh in exasperation. But now with Gu Li's newfound success, finding a daughter-in-law was only a matter of time. Throughout the journey, Gu Qiu chattered on endlessly. She even planned to use the 10,000 yuan her brother had transferred to buy a new phone in the county. Gu Li simply said, "The money's yours, spend it however you like. But I'll tell you this, think about whether it's really necessary first." After all, Gu Qiu's phone was bought just last year, and replacing it within a year would be wasteful. Hearing this, Gu Qiu pondered and agreed, dropping the idea of an immediate upgrade. "Then I'll keep using it for another year. When I find a job next year and get my first month's salary, I'll buy a new one then." Good. That's the spirit. Half an hour later, Gu Li parked the car near his sister's supermarket. "Auntie, uncle, you're here." No sooner had the car stopped than his niece Lu Zixu, having heard the commotion, dashed out to greet them. Gu Li took out the plush bear he had bought in Rongqing and handed it over. "Ha, Shushu. Here, look at the gift your uncle got you. Do you like it?" Seeing the bear, which was taller than her, Lu Zixu's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged it tightly. "I love it. Thanks, uncle. You shouldn't have brought anything." At that moment, Gu Xinyue emerged as well, but upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz, she couldn't help but marvel. "You rascal, you've really made it big this time." Though curious about how her brother could afford a Mercedes, she didn't pry, her smile never fading. Clearly, Gu Li's transformation filled her as the eldest sister with immense pride. "Sis, happy holiday. I got you a gift too. Don't be polite. You've always taken care of me." With that, Gu Li produced a jewelry box and pressed it firmly into her hands. Gu Xinyue, looking at the gold necklace inside, repeatedly refused. "Brother, this is too precious." But Gu Li simply walked away, dragging Gu Qiu along as he made his escape. "Sis, Gu Qiu and I are going shopping. Go get brother-in-law, and we'll head back together." Watching her brother vanish in a flash, Gu Xinyue had no choice but to put the necklace away. That boy, all that love wasn't wasted after all. As she said this, she recalled the haughty demeanor of their eldest uncle's family and couldn't help but smile. She wondered what expression their aunt would have when she arrived. In truth, Gu Li had never intended to make such a grand display. Yet before he even reached home, his parents had already learned of his purchase of the Mercedes G-Wagon, and without consulting him, had invited relatives over for a reunion. He had originally planned to drive home first and have a proper gathering during the National Day holiday. By then the house would be renovated, and perhaps he could even bring Shen Linshi along, which would be a great point of pride. But he hadn't expected his parents to be so impatient, summoning his uncle and eldest uncle's family over in a flash. Seeing it was already done, he returned home without a word of complaint. He decided to let it be. After all, it was time his parents held their heads high in front of the eldest uncle's family. Of course, there was no deep-seated feud with his eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng's family. The main issue lay with his aunt-in-law, who, being from the city and having some family wealth, naturally looked down on their poorer relatives. His eldest uncle, being a thoroughly henpecked man, kept his distance as well, and so the relationship between the two families had grown rather tepid. Adding to this was the attitude of his grandmother, who was predisposed to favor the rich and disdain the poor. Since her eldest son's marriage, she had doted on that side of the family endlessly. Conversely, she held his younger son, Gu Li's father, in rather low regard. This was the complete opposite of many households. As a result, Gu Li's grandparents didn't live with them, but resided in a new house on the other side of the hill. That new house on the other side of the hill was built jointly by Gu Li's father and his eldest uncle, costing tens of thousands, a modest four-room, tiled structure. It was fully furnished, and since the grandparents were still in good health, they didn't require much care. And so upon hearing the news that their grandson had driven back a luxury car, the old couple, right after their morning meal, made their way over to Gu Li's place. Along the way, the grandfather's face was wreathed in smiles as he responded to the warm greetings from the villagers. The grandmother, after confirming the news with many people, couldn't help but be astonished. She truly hadn't expected that her seemingly unremarkable grandson had actually bought a luxury car worth over 2 million. This This was a car that even her eldest son couldn't afford. Of course her surprise wasn't entirely unwarranted. After all, Gu Li's usual demeanor was that of an introverted taciturn IT guy. When he came home he'd either be reading novels or scrolling through videos on his phone, never joining in on card games, seeming quite unsociable. Having studied away from the village since middle school, he had no close companions there either, which made his presence barely noticeable whenever he returned. Some elders couldn't even recall his name, which was rather embarrassing. Coupled with a lack of outstanding career achievements, he seemed utterly ordinary in her eyes. Far from the glory of her eldest son who had left for the city years ago, become a construction contractor, and now boasted a fortune of several million or more. At this moment Gu Li and Gu Qiu hadn't yet returned. The old couple sat by the door helping to pick vegetables and prepare food. Seeing this, Tao Huidi couldn't help but shake her head and whispered to Gu Mingyan, "After all these years, Mom is still the same. This time, she didn't even go out to play cards, just waiting here for us to call her for dinner. Tisk tsk. Should keep your voice down." Gu Mingyuan knew exactly what his wife meant, and quickly urged her to be quiet lest the old lady overhear. If she did, with her sharp tongue she'd surely go on for ages. After all, the old lattice verbal sparring skills were well known in the village, and no one could out-argue her. Though she could be a bit snobbish, reasoning with her was futile. Sometimes she simply refused to listen to reason, and being the elder, she held an inherent advantage. And so the old lady stayed put for a rare 2 hours until Gu Li returned with his elder sister, brother-in-law, and the others. Everyone got out of the car and carried the purchased goods inside. Gu Li spotted his grandparents and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, happy Dragon Boat Festival." At this point he didn't hold any grudges against his grandmother. After all, she was still his grandmother. As a grandson, being magnanimous was the right thing to do. Of course, he wouldn't be overly warm either, as that was only natural. "Gu Li, so this is the car you bought." The grandmother, looking at the brand new Mercedes G-Wagon, couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, marveling at its smoothness. Lu Kai chimed in, "Grandma, this is indeed a Mercedes and a high-end model. The full price comes to over 2 million. Honestly, as a truck driver, he was incredibly envious of this vehicle. He yearned to take it for a spin, but the thought of scratching such an expensive car gave him pause. Although the grandmother didn't understand what made the car so special, hearing the price tag of over 2 million made her click her tongue in amazement. She turned to watch Gu Li walk inside, unable to suppress a smile. This child has really made something of himself. Needless to say, seeing her grandson succeed filled her with immense joy. Just then 2 more cars drove over from the mountain pass, catching her attention. Lu Kai turned to look and saw that it was Gu Li's maternal uncle and the eldest uncle's family arriving together. Hearing the commotion, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Li, and the others came out as well. On the maternal uncle Tao Qing's side, relations were good. He had come with his wife, their daughter, and their son. As for the eldest uncle's side, Gu Mingfeng, his wife Guan Haihua, their son Gu Zitao, and their daughter Gu Ziqing, the whole family had shown up, giving face. In the past, the aunt-in-law and the eldest cousin wouldn't always bother to attend. Seeing that they had not only come, but also brought many gifts, Gu Qiu couldn't help but complain to Gu Li, "Brother, see. This time is definitely different from before. You try to say less later, keep that mouth shut for a bit, but don't just stay silent either." Hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but gently tap her nose as a reminder. The family was well aware of the aunt-in-law's snobbish nature, but there had never been any major conflicts. It wasn't to the point of open confrontation or hostility. She might typically act disdainful, but if they ever truly needed help, she probably wouldn't refuse. In the past, Gu Li felt that his aunt looked down on them, and he couldn't be bothered to visit her house. Thus, ever since he started working, he and his sister would rather stay home glued to their phones than go to the city to pay New Year's visits. After all, it wasn't as comfortable as being at home. Because of the disparity in family circumstances, their cousins Gu Zitao and Gu Ziqing always had nice clothes and fun toys. They even had smartphones and such gadgets before finishing middle school. As for him and his sister, they only got their first real phones in college. In middle school, they had children's smartwatches, and in high school, they had to use their parents' old second-hand phones, which were a source of ridicule among their classmates. Gu Mingfeng, Guan Haihua, and the others spotted the Mercedes G-Wagon parked by the roadside before they even got out of the car. After getting out, they couldn't help but circle it, admiring it. Looking at the model, Gu Mingfeng exclaimed with admiration, "It really is a G-Wagon, and the high-spec version at that. This kid really has struck it rich." Guan Haihua immediately asked, "Old Gu, how much does this car cost?" "Mom, this is the G500 model," and Gu Li picked the top-tier trim. "With all the interior options, it's at least 2 million. At this point, Gu Zitao, who had just finished his walk around the car, chimed in, referencing the information on his phone. Hearing this, Guan Haihua couldn't help but exclaim, "How does Gu Li have so much money?" Gu Ziqing, who was close to Gu Qiu, quickly added, "I heard my brother's been taking on projects and also trading stocks and crypto. Apparently, he made a few million in one go. I don't know the exact details." Upon hearing this, Guan Haihua clicked her tongue in disbelief, wondering when that kid had become so formidable. had been so unremarkable for years, and now suddenly he makes such a grand move. If he could afford a car like that, it must mean his net worth was at least in the tens of millions. She knew her husband had been a contractor for over 20 years and only had a net worth of around 10 to 20 million. That averaged out to just over $1 million a year. But Gu Li had achieved this in only 2 or 3 years. With this realization, she looked at Gu Li in the distance and inwardly sighed. She really had misjudged him. Indeed, the feeling of being wealthy is different. Even the attitudes of relatives have undergone subtle changes. Although Uncle's family seemed not to have deliberately altered anything, Gu Li could still sense the slight nuances. Fortunately, he was generous by nature, and there had never been a major conflict over money as seen in novels. The subsequent lunch naturally proceeded in harmony. Especially Gu Mingyuan, who drank 2 more cups than before. His face never stopped smiling, and he frequently glanced at Gu Li with eyes full of satisfaction. This family gathering had brought together all of Gu Li's extended family. In total, there were just 2 tables of people. Gu Li, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Mingfeng, Tao Qing, Lu Kai, Grandpa Gu Zitao, and others who drank alcohol naturally shared one table. The rest, including Grandma Tao Huizhi, cousins younger Gu Ziqing, Gu Qiu, Gu Xinyue, and others were at the other table, also lively. Of course, the most attention was on Lu Zishu, the little one, as she was the only child of the next generation. But everyone knew that within a decade the table would certainly be filled with little ones. Cousin Gu Zitao was over a year older than Gu Li and had a girlfriend now. If things went smoothly, he would get married in a year or 2. As for Gu Ziqing, everyone was anxious about her. She was already 26 and still without a boyfriend. His younger sister Gu Qiu hadn't graduated yet and would probably need a few more years. As for the younger cousins, one in college and one in high school, there was no rush. Besides, the neighbor third uncle brought third aunt along, but their children were away in other places, not in the village. They had 3 grandchildren also elsewhere. Then as the drinking continued, the elder brother started to scold Gu Ziqing. Ching, when will you bring a boyfriend home? Look, you're already 26. If you don't hurry, you'll become a leftover woman. Hearing this, Gu Ziqing retorted indignantly, Dad, I'm only 26. Look at brother, he's 27, why don't you urge him? Gu Li was speechless, eating and drinking suddenly caught in an undeserved misfortune. Seeing Gu Ziqing's triumphant expression, Gu Li laughed, and then provocatively said, I'm almost there too. By the new year, I guarantee he'll bring a girlfriend home. How about we make a bet? Hearing this, Gu Ziqing became curious. Brother, what bet? Gu Li chuckled, bet on whether we can bring a partner home for the new year. If both of us bring one or neither of us does, it's a tie. If one of us fails to bring one, that person loses. How about it? Okay. Whoever loses is a puppy. Gu Ziqing thought for a moment, confident in herself, and immediately nodded. Gu Li laughed at the puppy remark, thinking she was still childish at heart. However, the bet he had in mind was different. He said, hey, race the deal. If I lose, I'll give you the latest model phone. But if you lose, you'll be my bridesmaid when I get married. How about that? Gu Ziqing, hearing this, suddenly thought of something and asked, brother, don't tell me you already have a girlfriend. You're already planning ahead, seems very confident. Gu Li grinned, don't worry about that. So deal? Okay, I agree. Even if I win, as long as I'm not married, I'll be your bridesmaid. Gu Ziqing agreed, without hesitation, thinking it wouldn't hurt her either way. Great, it's settled. Gu Li nodded, feeling that his cousin was pretty good. Seeing the bet settled, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But more than that, Gu Ziqing's question was also everyone's question. Tao Huizhi asked over there. Gu Li had to say, well, I have a target for now, just met her. But whether I can catch her remains to be seen. Hearing this, everyone became curious and asked about her. It's not convenient to disclose for now. But I can say she's an absolute beauty. Gu Li kept it a secret, not ready to reveal Shenling's details until he succeeded. After all, Gu Qiu had a big mouth and might spread it within 2 days. He made the bet with Gu Ziqing to keep Tao Huizhi from arranging blind dates for him. When everyone heard it was a beauty, they couldn't help but ask to see a photo. But Gu Li refused, leaving everyone helpless. Watching Gu Li become the center of attention, Gu Zitao, who was drinking alone in silence, was stunned, feeling that his younger brother had really changed. The former quiet person had become much more cheerful and talkative. Involuntarily, he raised a glass and gulped it down, choking a bit. The liquor burned his throat, but the sensation was indeed strong. In the afternoon, the adults drank too much and went to sleep. Gu Li and the other young people went to fish at the pond, enjoying a leisurely time. During that time, Hu Lin actually sent a message asking what Gu Li was doing. Gu Li sent a photo and replied, I'm fishing at my hometown. What are you up to? Sigh. So bored. Today's family reunion was just a meal at a restaurant, then the elders drank tea and played cards. I'm alone with nothing to do. So I found a coffee shop and drained my phone battery. Your hometown is fun, you can even fish. Envy. JPG. Gu Li thought for a moment and replied, the countryside is indeed more fun. Fishing, hiking, even doing farm work is very interesting. Especially when I was a kid, we could build channels in the fields and catch fish. In winter, we could dig for loaches and eels in the rice paddies. Lots of things to do. Yeah, the mountain air is better too. Too bad I wanted to travel, but Cece has to work overtime even during the holidays. Really, I don't know what to say. Seeing this, Gu Li was a bit speechless. Couldn't Shen Linshi take it easy? Working overtime even during the holidays. She's really a workaholic. But on second thought, it's okay, everyone has their choices. If she weren't a strong woman, her beauty alone wouldn't make her so interesting. Only with both beauty and talent can one be so captivating. Haha, your friend is really dedicated. Admire. JPG. Since Hu Lin brought up Shen Linshi, Gu Li naturally continued the conversation. He also tried to pry some unknown information like her habits, favorite foods, and hobbies. Yes, she's a total workaholic. You should persuade her balance between work and rest is best. Only focusing on work makes life meaningless. You need career and life to live fully. Oh, you're quite good at reasoning. You two should really meet. You can persuade her well. I'd better pass. If her best friend can't persuade her, I don't think I can. Hu Lin on the other end of the phone fell into deep thought. What the heck, does this guy have no interest in Cece at all? She had said so much, yet he remained unmoved. TSK. Could he be a steel-cold straight man? No, the more like this, the more I have to get them together. Hu Lin don't believe it. Gu Li can't be a man immune to women's charms. Looking at her phone, Hu Lin thought determinedly. Gu Li was oblivious to Hu Lin's thoughts, and had he known, he would have been amused. After all, this was precisely the effect he had hoped to achieve. They fished until 5 in the afternoon, then returned home for dinner. At the table, his uncle Gu Mingfeng learned of Gu Li's plans to renovate the house and pave the road, and promptly offered his assistance. His aunt Guan Haihua chimed in with enthusiastic advice. That's right, Gu Li. Your uncle used to work in construction and knows many people in the county. Let him find you a foreman who will guarantee the quality of the work. All right, thank you so much, uncle and aunt. Gu Li readily accepted their offer of help. Having an experienced foreman would also allow him to fully realize the effect he wanted. As for Gu Mingyuan, he would be responsible for finances, provisions, and supervising the quality of the repairs. Hearing Gu Li's agreement, Guan Haihua was overjoyed, and her tone became even more courteous. We're all family, no need for formalities. Don't be so polite with us, all right? She then turned to her own children. You two learn from Gu Li, understand? Achieving so much at such a young age, his future is truly boundless. Yes, Mom. Gu Zitao felt a bit speechless inside, but responded with a respectful tone. He never imagined how quickly times had changed, with their positions so swiftly reversed. Before he could even react, his younger cousin had surpassed him entirely. Just 3 years after graduating, Gu Li had amassed a fortune of 10 million. It was a comparison he simply couldn't win. Sometimes people just can't be compared. The gap can be so disheartening that it strips away all motivation to strive. At this moment, Gu Zitao could only hope to secure a girlfriend soon and get married early. That way, with a beautiful wife working in the government system, he might be able to salvage some pride. After dinner, everyone except the eldest sister's family drove back home. However, news that Gu Li had invested 1 million to pave the road in front of his house with concrete and completely renovate his 3-story building quickly spread through the village. Many exclaimed, what a grand gesture. First a luxury Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon worth over 2 million, and now, without batting an eye, he spends another 1 million on renovations. This was enough to cause a stir in this ordinary remote mountain village. After all, apart from his uncle Gu Mingfeng, who had gone out to work in his early years, found a good wife, became a construction contractor, and earned a substantial income, no one else in the village was known to have made much money. Now the Gu family had not only Gu Mingfeng, but also the younger Gu Li, leading some to remark that the Gu family's feng shui was excellent. Consequently, over the next 2 days, a steady stream of visitors came to their home, mostly trying to get closer fish for information and perhaps discover the secret to Gu Li's success. However, upon learning that Gu Li's wealth came from the stock market, cryptocurrency trading, and external projects, they felt a sense of helplessness. These technical skills were beyond their reach. They also heard that Gu Li had initially suffered heavy losses on his stock investments and could only hold on to them, waiting for them to appreciate. His success was largely due to luck. The company whose stock he bought was acquired, causing the stock price to skyrocket and earning him a windfall. This made everyone even more hesitant, feeling that these ventures were too risky for them to engage in. As a result, the villagers could only look upon Gu Li with envy. Of course, this was all information Gu Li had deliberately released, half-truths and half-falsehoods, to dispel any unrealistic ideas they might have. This strategy proved to be quite effective. Furthermore, having previously mentioned he had a goal in mind, Tao Huiji had directly told people that Gu Li already had a girlfriend. This discouraged many who were considering introducing him to someone, granting him a couple of days of peace. Gu Mingfeng, on the other hand, acted swiftly. On the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, June 5th, he brought over a master craftsman. After carefully listening to Gu Li's ideas, they decided to begin construction on June 6th, aiming to complete the road within the month. Gu Li naturally had no objections to this. Seeing everything progressing smoothly and heading in a positive direction, Gu Li finally returned to Rongqing with Gu Qiu. On the way back at his sister's request, they also gave Yang Yixiao a lift. However, her enthusiasm had noticeably waned, and she remained silent for most of the journey. Clearly she was upset because Guli hadn't visited her in the county town during the 3-day holiday. As a beautiful woman confident in her looks, she was unused to being ignored. Guqiu, knowing her brother already had his sights set on someone, naturally didn't try to play matchmaker anymore. Guli couldn't be bothered to make conversation with someone who wasn't engaging. Upon arriving in Rongqing, he used the excuse of having things to do and dropped her off right at a subway entrance. Standing at the entrance watching Guli drive off without a shred of chivalry, Yang Yixiao was absolutely furious. Just because he has some money. Humph. She stomped her feet in frustration before heading into the subway. Guli was completely unaware of this reaction. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. After all, their paths were unlikely to cross again, so why bother? As soon as he got home, Guli noticed the money accumulating at a rapid pace, confirming that Shenlinshi was there. He couldn't help but marvel at her dedication, truly a career-driven woman. Marrying such a woman had both its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that seeing such a proud, aloof goddess submit to him would be an incredibly thrilling satisfaction. The disadvantage was that such women are typically very strong-willed and used to having the final say. Soon it was time for work. Upon entering the company, Guli immediately asked about the progress of the Somersault Cloud System optimization project. Xiang Qiwen, is the demo system tested and ready? Xiang Qiwen nodded. Director, everything was set up last week. We also worked overtime during the holiday to debug it. There are absolutely no issues. Guli nodded upon hearing this. Good. Coordinate with the business department to submit the bid proposal. I'll take a look at the system myself to check for any vulnerabilities. Yes, Director. After Xiang Qiwen left, Guli opened the demo system and began to operate it. He intended to use some unconventional methods to test the system's performance and see if it met expectations. He also wanted to determine the highest threshold it could handle before presenting it to the client. After a morning of testing, Guli was very satisfied with the improvements. Both the core functions and the interface optimization had been significantly enhanced, presenting a refreshing and novel look. The overall performance of the Somersault Cloud system had also received a massive boost. Thanks to his optimization of core algorithms and processes, the entire business workflow could be shortened by at least a third, greatly increasing efficiency. Such results would undoubtedly impress Haitong Logistics. Excellent. Everything now hinged on Friday's bidding meeting. In the days that followed, Gu Li and Shenlinshi were both consumed by preparations for the bid, choosing to work overtime in tacit agreement. Yet their circumstances were markedly different. Shenlinshi volunteered for the extra hours, never leaving the office before 10 each night. Gu Li, on the other hand, was forced into overtime, compelled to stay alongside Shenlinshi to accumulate his financial seconds. Of course, the daily earnings were substantial, keeping his spirits high. After all, a daily income exceeding 8,000 would make most people gladly endure a 10 o'clock departure without a single complaint. During this period, they crossed paths twice on the road, which only deepened Shenlinxi's curiosity about the helmeted bicycle rider. What kind of person wears a helmet while cycling? Moreover, it seemed he lived nearby, which she found utterly baffling. She genuinely wanted to lift his helmet and see who he really was. But as a reserved woman, she would never commit such an outlandish act, so she could only suppress her curiosity. Consequently, every encounter with Gu Li left her feeling exasperated. This frustration caused her to drive faster and faster, quickly leaving him behind in a cloud of dust. Watching Shenlinshi speed away faster each day, Gu Li could only shake his head in bemusement. Damn, that woman's got a fire lit under her, driving faster every day. On Thursday night, watching the clover-shaped taillights vanish into the darkness, once more Gu Li couldn't help but shake his head. Could the success of the Somersault Cloud project have rattled Shenlinshi? Was that why she was in such a foul mood, seeking solace and speed? If she's like this now, she'll be in tears once the bidding meeting concludes tomorrow. Waiting at a red light, his thoughts drifting to the upcoming bid, Gu Li found himself filled with anticipation. This would mark their first formal meeting, and he wondered what sparks might fly between them. Time quickly passed to June 10th. Gu Li arrived at the company early in the morning and gave everyone an encouraging pep talk. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day we witness the fruits of our months of labor. We must stay sharp and showcase the true spirit of Somersault Cloud. Then he shared a piece of good news. If the project succeeds, he'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. On the company's dime, of course. Additionally, anyone who wants to rest can take compensatory leave next Monday and Tuesday. Combined with the weekend, that's 4 days off. Plenty of time to relax at home. I know some of you worked 3 consecutive days during last week's holiday. For that, both the department and the company are deeply grateful. On behalf of everyone, I want to say thank you. Hearing such a considerate speech, those present erupted in applause, their confidence bolstered even further. After all, over this period, everyone had come to appreciate the true caliber of their new director Gu. It could be said that he was more than a cut above the nearly 40-year-old director Wang Tai. No matter how difficult the problem, it was never unsolvable in Gu Li's hands. Initially, a few veteran employees relying on their technical prowess and seniority had looked down on him. But after a couple of corrections from Gu Li, they quickly fell in line. Their old habits of arrogance and procrastination vanished overnight. As a result, the entire technical department became more dynamic and the project's progress accelerated dramatically. In just half a month, Gu Li had won over these hundreds of employees. A veritable miracle. In this way, the young executive made a name for himself throughout the entire company. Even the women in HR and administration developed a keen interest in him. Every time he was seen outside, he became the center of attention, much to the envy of the other single men. Yet with his sights set on Shun Linshi, Gu Li paid no heed to the flock of admirers in the office. This left many young women disappointed, some even speculating whether the handsome young director had no interest in women at all. And so at 10 in the morning, Gu Li, accompanied by his key technical staff, including Xiang Qiwen and General Manager Zhu's business negotiation team, arrived at Haitong Logistics Industrial Park. As one of the country's premier logistics companies, Haitong Logistics boasted a sprawling complex in the suburbs where their southwest headquarters office building was also situated. The final evaluation for this bidding project was between Chunhuan Jichuang and Jindian Technology. Today's outcome would directly determine the fate of this nearly 200 million yuan project, and whoever won would have a much easier second half of the year. Gu Li, dressed in a sharp suit that accentuated his handsome features, was an eye-catching sight today. Though he didn't wear a tie like General Manager Zhu, his well-fitted shirt and athletic upright build left a striking impression. On the Haitong Logistics side, an evaluation team of dozens had assembled, including the General Manager of the Southwest Branch, a Managing Director from the Pingqing headquarters, and personnel from finance and legal departments. Additionally, notarization officers were present. The entire headquarters building buzzed with activity, and the large conference room, capable of seating 300, was a hive of excitement. At the central round table, Gu Li, General Manager Zhu, and their team took their seats directly opposite the seats reserved for Chunhuan Jichuang. Among them, Shin Linx's nameplate was conspicuously placed, bearing the title of Vice President. Within minutes, the conference room doors swung open as a dozen more people filed in. Gu Li turned his head and immediately spotted Shin Linshi leading the group, her tall, graceful figure impossible to miss. It must be said, with Shun Linx's beauty, her entrance instantly stole the spotlight that Gu Li had commanded moments before. In an instant, countless eyes turned towards her. Gu Li even noticed a few company employees involuntarily swallowing hard. He chuckled inwardly. The lattice charm was indeed formidable. At that moment, Shin Linshi was walking alongside the leaders from her side, when just as she stepped into the room, her gaze sharpened. She stared at Gu Li in disbelief, a tempest of shock raging within her. What is he doing here? The person beside her seemed to sense her gaze, and also looked over at Gu Li. On his side, Gu Li returned the look with keen interest, a hint of admiration crossing his face before he gave a slight nod. Old Lin, who is that guy? Suppressing the shock within her, Shun Linshi turned to ask the person next to her. Lin Huaqing glanced over and immediately replied, President Shun, that's the mysterious technical expert from Jindian I told you about. I never expected him to be so young. What? Gu Li was that so-called technical guru. Upon hearing this, Shin Linx's mind struggled to process the information, and a strange, unsettling premonition began to take root within her. With the arrival of Chunhuan Jichuang and the assembly of Haitong Logistics personnel, the bidding conference officially commenced. The head of the other side delivered an opening speech, followed by a vice president from headquarters, before the formal bidding process finally began. Then let us begin with Chunhuan Jichuang's bidding presentation. As the words faded, warm applause filled the conference room, and all eyes turned towards Shin Linshi. Everyone present knew that she was the true technical lead for the entire project, so it was only natural for her to present the slides. Today, the young woman wore a crisp white blouse paired with flowing wide-leg trousers, her feet adorned with 5-centimeter heels, the very picture of a professional beauty. Her slender figure was impeccably showcased, and her neat short hair lent her an air of refreshing elegance. Watching Shun Linshi stride gracefully forward, a confident smile gracing her face, Gu Li found himself momentarily captivated. Indeed, a woman like this would be far more challenging to conquer. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for taking time from your busy schedules to hear the comprehensive solution we at Chunhuan Jichuang have prepared. Allow me to elaborate today. Her voice, melodious as a lark, began to resonate through the conference room, her cadence rising and falling with practiced precision. Gu Li and his team listened intently, while members from Haitong Logistics nodded approvingly from time to time. Clearly, the system from Shun Linx's company did meet their requirements. However, everything pales in comparison. Gu Li knew that if this was all they had to offer, then Jindian System would undoubtedly emerge victorious in this round. Of course, our system offers far more than this. We have implemented a series of optimizations targeting the pain points of the logistics industry, such as enhancing the accuracy of route analysis and streamlining certain processes to reduce operational turnaround time. Shenlingshi continued showcasing the system's advantages and the specific improvements tailored to the Haitong project. This approach earned approval from the Haitong side, as every industry has its unique characteristics, and customizing software through secondary development is absolutely essential. As for other aspects, we will continue to optimize. It wasn't until half an hour later that Shenlingshi concluded her presentation and the floor opened for questions. The atmosphere immediately grew lively. Besides the evaluation committee members, many frontline project managers and senior engineers from Haitong were present. Aware of the practical pain points in real-world operations, they seized this opportunity to voice their concerns. True to her reputation as a business expert, Shenlingshi addressed each question with remarkable poise, earning thunderous applause. Guli couldn't help but nod in admiration. She was truly formidable, a powerhouse of a woman who could swiftly devise solutions to even the most challenging problems, never allowing herself to be caught off guard. Her quick-wittedness was truly beyond reproach. For a moment, her brilliance deeply captivated Guli. Perhaps his initial attraction had been based solely on her stunning looks, her figure, and the system itself. But now he found himself genuinely developing feelings for her. A girl like this was truly wonderful. The only drawback might be that her career ambitions ran a bit deep. If they ever ended up together, this would undoubtedly lead to considerable disagreements, perhaps even arguments. However, Guli was prepared for that. After all, a relationship between two people is a process of continuous adjustment, eventually finding a harmonious balance. Meanwhile, on stage, Shenlingshi had been keeping a subtle eye on Guli. When she noticed his gaze fixed upon her, she couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. During their previous encounter, he had treated her with such indifference which had genuinely irked her. Now, seeing that she could command his attention, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. As her presentation concluded, and she walked back to her seat amidst the applause, she even flashed a faint smile in Guli's direction. The message was clear: your turn to perform now. Faced with this subtle provocation, Guli simply returned a smile, his confidence undiminished. Now let us welcome Jinduyan Technology to the stage. At the host's announcement, all eyes instantly shifted to Guli. Guli offered a gentle smile to everyone and walked with steady, assured steps into the spotlight. Distinguished leaders and esteemed guests from Haitong, what I bring before you today is the latest version of the Jinduyan system. Through countless rounds of optimization and refinement, our system has evolved into a truly intelligent platform. In the logistics industry, efficiency is constrained by cost and latency. If we can achieve coordinated optimization through software, we can unquestionably realize significant cost reduction and efficiency gains. Based on the current state of the industry, our Jinduyan system has undergone systematic enhancements, more than doubling overall efficiency. As Guli elaborated on this point, the entire room was visibly astir. Everyone knew that for such a mature system, achieving a twofold increase in efficiency was nearly inconceivable. Yet Guli had boldly declared it, which meant they must be confident in their claims. Witnessing their advantages, Shenlingsi's heart tightened, and a sense of foreboding grew stronger within her. She had studied the Jinduyan system herself and fully understood the difficulty involved. If they had truly accomplished such a feat in less than a month, then today's bidding was as good as lost for Shenlingsi. And Shenlingsi would face the greatest failure of her career since founding her own venture and joining Shenlingsi. This was no mere 1 or 2 million yuan project. With hardware modifications and other factors, Haitong Logistics project was valued at nearly 200 million. Projects of this magnitude were rare in the software industry, appearing only a handful of times a year. But as Guli's presentation continued and the live system demonstration unfolded, everyone began to truly realize that Jinduyan Technology had indeed brought something revolutionary to the table. And they also came to understand that this monumental transformation had been accomplished by this young man in less than a month. Such capabilities stunned everyone in the room. Young and immensely talented, truly a remarkable individual. As for Shenlingsi, her heart had already sunk to the depths. Watching Guli speak with such eloquence, catching the occasional glance he cast her way, she understood in that instant that this was a true rival. If Guli remained with Jinduyan, the company would experience phenomenal growth. In perhaps just a year or two, they would surpass the established Shenlingsi and become the new leading software enterprise in the Southwest. At that moment, Shenlingsi's gaze toward Guli underwent a fundamental shift. Meanwhile, Guli had just concluded his presentation and turned his attention to Shenlingsi. In that instant, their eyes met. Sparks flew. Though it was merely a single exchange of glances, Guli still discerned the meaning in Shenlingsi's eyes. How could it be you? Clearly encountering each other in such a setting at such a moment caught the other party off guard. And as Guli's presentation unfolded, the scales of victory that had once tipped Aitons in Shenlingsi's favor began to waver. A foreboding sense settled in her heart. This bid was destined to be won by Jindian Technology, represented by Gu Li. Gu Li naturally refused to be cowed in this contest of wills, offering a light smile and a subtle nod. Why can't it be me? The implication was clear. Why shouldn't it be him? Was he not equally accomplished? Otherwise, how could he have amassed his tens of millions in wealth and his luxurious G-Wagon? After the exchange, Shenling's gaze hardened as she began to strategize her next move. After all, losing such a monumental project meant she had to find alternatives to fill the void, lest the company's situation take a dire turn. With this in mind, she glanced towards manager Wang from their company. His expression was equally grim, clearly taken aback by Jindian's unexpected surge. Initially, when Jindian had unexpectedly made it to the final round of bidding, he hadn't been overly concerned. With Qinhuan Zichuang's strength and brand reputation, securing this project had seemed highly probable. What he hadn't anticipated was the monumental breakthrough they had achieved in their system technology. They had truly come from behind and turned the tables. It was evident that their company's technological prowess had been eclipsed. Subsequently witnessing Gu Li's outstanding performance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity towards the young man. It was simply remarkable how young Gu Li was. To have attained such mastery over technology at his age, becoming the technical director of Jindian was a rare feat. If he were instrumental in propelling Jindian's technological advancements, they would indeed become a formidable competitor that Qinhuan Zichuang couldn't afford to overlook. With this thought, he turned to Shen Linshi and murmured, "The situation doesn't look promising." Indeed. I never imagined their system would improve so drastically. Shen Linshi sighed, her voice laced with profound reluctance. The two exchanged a look, both harboring deep anxieties about the afternoon's final verdict. Meanwhile, a completely different atmosphere prevailed at Jindian's camp. As Gu Li descended from the stage, President Su was already there to congratulate him with a smile. "Congratulations, that was an excellent presentation. It seems our chances of winning this bid are quite high. If Haidong is sensible, they'll choose us." Gu Li nodded in agreement. "After all, we have the technological advantage and a competitive price. Qinhuan's main strengths are their system stability, financial muscle, and established brand name. Right? If we secure this bid, you'll be the hero of the hour." Reflecting on the bid's turbulent journey, President Su couldn't help but marvel. It was only through the boss' personal connections that they had even made it to the final round. Initially, their chances had seemed a mere 30 to 40%, but the sudden dramatic shift was an unexpected windfall. He turned his gaze towards Gu Li, his respect for the young man deepening. After a moment's thought, he addressed him directly, "Don't worry. I've already petitioned the boss for a bonus for your technical team to commend your tireless dedication in securing this major project." Hearing this, Gu Li was genuinely pleased. "Then he'll pass on our thanks to the boss on behalf of my team." He understood this was an incentive from the higher-ups to encourage him to continue his excellent work at Jindian. Nevertheless, it was a reward he had rightfully earned, and he saw no reason to decline. However, he was careful not to make any grand promises or set himself up for future expectations. Following the presentation, the bidding conference entered a recess with the final results slated for the afternoon. Haidong Logistics had generously provided a lavish buffet for the attendees, who could also retire to the lounge area to await the final outcome. With colleagues from the company present, Gu Li and Shen Linshi had no opportunity to converse. Su Huai, however, sent Gu Li a message inquiring about the situation and how he had become Jindian's technical director. Gu Li didn't elaborate. He simply replied that they should meet up over the weekend and catch up properly. Sure enough, at 2 in the afternoon, Haitong announced the final result: Jindian Technology had won the project. "Congratulations, President Su, and you too, Director Gu. You've given us a tremendous surprise." Facing their enthusiasm, Gu Li responded with a smile, "You flatter me. We'll still need Haitong's support to ensure the smooth completion of this project." "Haha, of course. It's a pleasure to work with you." Likewise. As the two parties celebrated their mutual satisfaction, the Qinhuan Zichuang team wore expressions of utter disappointment. The failure to secure such a critical project was a devastating blow, especially for Shen Linshi, who, despite her usual steely composure and strong personality, rarely showing any hint of emotion. Even she felt a deep sense of frustration this time. The setback was simply too significant. Having built a fortune of tens of millions from her entrepreneurial ventures after graduation and enjoying a string of successes since joining Qinhuan, she had developed an unshakable confidence and pride in her abilities. This failure, however, was a harsh fall she would not soon forget. Watching Gu Li conversing so animatedly in the distance, Shen Linshi felt a surge of irritation. What's there to be so cocky about? Such words, however, were confined to her thoughts. Her outward demeanor remained frosty. Yet compared to her arrival in the morning, there was a touch more ice in her expression. "President Su and Director Gu, congratulations." As she was leaving, Shen Linshi mustered her composure and walked over to offer her congratulations. Gu Li turned at the sound of her voice, took her in, and smiled. "You're too kind, President Shen. I've long heard that Xinhuan Jichuang has a remarkably capable businesswoman at its helm. Seeing you in person truly does justice to the reputation. Shen Linshi was inwardly taken aback, thinking he played his part well. She nodded with a polite smile. Huh, you flatter me, Director Gu. So until we meet again, I look forward to our next encounter. Gu Li could detect the subtle displeasure in her words and responded promptly. Of course, since we're in the same industry, perhaps we'll have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Haha, I do hope for that chance to, Director Gu. Goodbye. Cooperate. Not a chance. Shen Linshi muttered inwardly while her face maintained a polite smile. The corner of her mouth, however, twitched slightly, a detail one would miss without careful observation. Watching his destined partner stride out of the meeting room on her high heels, still maintaining her icy coolness, Gu Li gave a silent nod of approval. She was truly a woman worthy of his admiration. To endure such a crushing blow without betraying a flicker of emotion on her face. Had it not been for that subtle curl of her lips, he would have missed the underlying discontent entirely. Still, there was a certain charm to Shen Linshi when she was a little upset. It had to be said, an angry woman could be quite captivating. Just then the familiar voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, host. You have formally met Shen Linshi in both professional and personal spheres, arousing her curiosity and astonishment, thereby advancing your relationship. You have been granted one lottery opportunity. Would you like to initiate the lottery now?" In the car, Shen Linshi remained as icy as ever, yet her inner turmoil belied her composed exterior. She never imagined that after a few chance encounters, she would now find herself pitted against Gu Li as a rival. What's more, in this major project, she had been bested by him. This was almost unbearable for her. Her long-standing excellence and confidence made it truly difficult to accept defeat so readily. Yet upon reflection, she found herself utterly powerless to change the outcome. After all, Haitong Logistics would not alter their bidding decision based on her wishes. This really is a rather peculiar twist of fate. A wistful sigh escaped her lips, betraying the profound conflict within Shen Linxi's heart. That insufferable man hadn't shown her the slightest bit of courtesy. Recalling the drunken Gu Li who had tried to chat her up on the night of May 20th, she found it hard to reconcile that image with the business elite he was today. Could this really be the same person? Involuntarily, her curiosity about Gu Li grew. How on earth did that man study to possess such remarkable skills? And if he was truly this accomplished, what kind of woman could possibly reject him, driving him to drown his sorrows by the riverside? He was even so scarred by the experience that he now shied away from women afflicted with some sort of love phobia. Somehow throughout the ride, Shen Linshi found her mind filled with thoughts of Gu Li. That man truly evoked a mix of vexation and intrigue within her. Eventually, she had to admit that Gu Li had indeed piqued her curiosity this time. A faint competitive fire even began to stir within her, compelling her to continue vying with Gu Li to see who would emerge victorious in future projects. An hour later, the group returned to Star Plaza, their spirits somewhat deflated. Shen Linshi retreated to her office in silence, causing her subordinates to tread on eggshells. After all, everyone was aware that this marked the first failure for the sorceress Shun. Anyone who slipped up now would be walking straight into the line of fire. Half an hour later, Director Su summoned her. Upon entering and seeing the big boss present, Shen Linshi couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering if the higher-ups were preparing to reprimand her. However, that was not the case. Boss Zhou didn't seem overly critical. Instead, he turned his focus towards Gu Li. "Xiaoshen, don't bear too much burden over this failed bid," Boss Zhou said with a smile. "The main issue is that their system made a breakthrough, greatly enhancing the Jindian system. Losing this project is no great loss, let's just concentrate on the others. Still, this serves as a wake-up call. Our company's technology is lagging behind. Hey Race, what I want you to do, lead the technical department for the next 6 months and focus on overhauling our own system. We must achieve a significant breakthrough. Also, regarding Gu Li over at Jindian, we need to formulate a counter-strategy. First, let's headhunt online and bring in a top-tier expert, someone who can at least hold their own against him. If that fails, we'll see if we can't approach Gu Li directly and persuade him to come over. As for compensation, well, offer more than Jindian. Think about it on your end." Hearing this, Shen Linshi was somewhat stunned. She hadn't expected the big boss to consider poaching Gu Li as a decisive move. Boss, that might be a bit difficult. After all, he's only been with the company for less than a month. It's unlikely he'd jump ship so soon. If he doesn't jump, it's because the offer isn't good enough. As long as he's willing to come to our company, we can discuss the terms. Boss Zhou, however, was non-committal. He then turned his gaze to Shen Linshi and spoke earnestly. "Xiaoshen, I believe in your abilities and trust that you won't disappoint me. Regardless of the approach, I expect our company's system to surpass Jindian by next year. As for how you achieve this goal, I don't care about the process, only the final result. If you encounter any difficulties with headhunting or terms, go directly to Old Su. We'll provide full support." Hearing this, Shen Linshi ceased her objections and nodded. "All right, boss." After a few more exchanges, she exited Director Zu's office, shaking her head slightly. This is getting more and more interesting. I never thought the boss would want to poach Gu Li. I really wonder if it's even feasible. But upon further thought, she wasn't keen on the idea of recruiting Gu Li. After all, resorting to poaching after a loss seemed like a poor sports move. How would she face Su Zong of Jinduyan in the future? Besides, she was fairly certain that even if they tried, Gu Li wouldn't come. Though she didn't know Gu Li well, she understood that anyone who could be easily lured away probably lacked integrity. Gu Li was clearly not that kind of person. With a sigh, she decided to first engage some headhunters in the industry to see if there were any suitable candidates. After deliberating for a long time, Shen Linshi finally settled on this strategy. Returning to her office, she found herself in no mood to continue working. Noticing it was nearly 5 in the afternoon, she decided to leave for the day. Her subordinates were astonished to see her depart before 5 o'clock. It seemed the boss had been deeply shaken by this bid. She, who usually worked overtime, had left before the official end of the day for the first time ever. This was utterly unlike the sorceress Shun. Meanwhile, in another building at Star Plaza, Gu Li had handed off the business matters to other departments and returned to the company. When he announced the successful bid, a wave of cheers erupted. With this project secured, Jinduyan now had a solid foundation for at least the coming year. Director Su, in a grand gesture, declared that the entire department would have a celebratory dinner that evening. This announcement drew another round of cheers. Gu Li, however, retreated directly to his office, eagerly anticipating a system draw. System, begin the draw. Alright, host, the draw is commencing. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the skill top-tier Sichuan cuisine mastery. As a tycoon, you should also know how to savor fine cuisine. Do you wish to extract this skill? Seeing this prize, Gu Li was speechless. What did it mean by savor fine cuisine? This system probably had ulterior motives. Although his cooking skills were mediocre, he was perfectly capable of managing his daily life and entertaining guests. Acquiring this top-tier Sichuan cuisine skill was clearly aimed at his girlfriend Shen Linshi to enhance their relationship. Still, it was a decent skill to have, certainly better than the last one. In the future, he could buy premium ingredients and create exquisite dishes, which would be a delightful experience. He promptly integrated the skill, elevating his Sichuan cooking to an extraordinary level worthy of a master chef. He'll try it out this weekend. Gu Li immediately decided to invite Su Huai over for a meal at his place on the weekend. And so, as the workday ended, everyone eagerly escorted him to the restaurant for a boisterous celebration. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi sent a message to Hu Lin. Come over to my place tonight for some drinks. I've ordered hot pot delivery. Hurry over after work. I'm in a bad mood. In the office building, Hu Lin was in the middle of delegating tasks when she saw her best friend's message, her face a picture of disbelief. This was a miracle. Shen Linshi was actually initiating a drinking invitation. Hu Lin couldn't wait for the workday to end. She quickly delegated her tasks and left the office. Unlike Shen Linshi, who was a senior executive at Xinhuan Jichuang, Hu Lin ran her own online store and was her own boss. She had shops on Taobao JD.com and PDD, and her annual revenue was impressive, easily reaching hundreds of millions. In addition, she had a flagship physical store that sold high-end apparel. According to Shen Linshi, her best friend, Hu Lin was not only wealthier, but also freer than her. She was someone Shen Linshi deeply admired. In the early years, Hu Lin had worked even harder than Shen Linshi did now, often sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a night. Her current success was hard-earned through relentless effort. Hu Lin had once suggested that Shen Linshi join her and expand the online business together. However, Shen Linshi declined, citing a mismatch in expertise, as she had studied computer science and had always worked in the IT industry, unwilling to make a change. Shen Linshi wasn't replying to messages on WeChat, which made Hu Lin extremely anxious. She drove as fast as she could and arrived at the residential complex in about half an hour. Knock, knock, knock. In her haste, she didn't even look for the doorbell and simply pounded on the door. Fortunately, Shen Linshi opened the door shortly after. "Cece, what on earth is going on?" Hu Lin asked while looking her over. "You seem fine to me. I called you earlier, and you didn't pick up. You scared me to death." Seeing the genuine concern on her friend's face, a wave of warmth washed over Shen Linshi, and she managed a faint smile. "Sorry, I was just taking a bath and didn't bring my phone in. It's always on silent, so I didn't hear it." "Oh, so what's really going on? Why the sudden urge to drink?" Hearing this, Hu Lin breathed a sigh of relief and continued to press for answers. Shen Linshi let out a sigh. "Our company lost the bid for the Haitong Logistics project, and you will never guess who the competitor was." Hu Lin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and asked who. "Gu Li." Shen Linshi sighed again before explaining. "He's the technical director for our competitor. It was because of him that they made huge strides in software performance and ultimately beat us." Hearing Gu Li's name, Hu Lin was too stunned to speak for a moment. "No way. You're telling me that guy Gu Li is a technical director, and he's with the competition, causing you to lose the bid?" Shen Linshi nodded, her face full of helplessness. "Well, I get it now," Hu Lin said, also feeling a bit speechless at the sheer coincidence. Her best friend and Gu Li had actually crossed paths professionally. Not only did they meet, but they ended up as rivals. She knew her friend was a proud person who had never failed a project before. This bid failure was a first for her. It was no wonder she was disappointed and feeling down enough to ask Hu Lin over for a drink. After thinking it over, Hu Lin tried to console her. It's okay, Cece. So you didn't win this bid. You'll get the next one. After all, no one can win all the time. You want a drink? Final drink with you all night. And hey, well, have Guli treat us to a meal later. He owes you that much. That guy always picking on my Cece. Oh, stop. Don't you go bothering him, Shen Lingxi said, trying to stop her. Losing is already embarrassing enough. If you go after him, it'll look like I can't handle losing. Hu Lin just chuckled slyly. I won't say that, of course. They'll just ask him if he should treat us to a meal now that his project succeeded. Hearing that logic, Shen Lingxi was left speechless. But Hu Lin noticed a spark of interest in her friend's eyes regarding Guli despite the setback and clapped her hands in assurance. Don't worry. He'll go scope him out first. I promise he'll help you get your revenge. Knowing Hu Lin's methods all too well, Shen Lingxi shook her head. Don't do anything rash. Hu Lin grinned. Trust me. I've got this. Seeing Shen Lingxi's conflicted expression, Hu Lin felt a secret thrill. It seemed her friend did have some feelings about Guli. Who knew if this could be a good start? Since that was the case, why not give fate a little push? Hu Lin had always been concerned about Shen Lingxi's love life. Guli was talented, and he was in the same industry as Shen Lingxi, so they'd have plenty to talk about. If they ended up together, wouldn't that be wonderful? Heh. While the two women were drinking, Guli was also drinking. At a delicious hot pot restaurant, dozens of staff from Jindian Technology were having a boisterous celebration. Guli, along with Wang Taixiang Chiwen and a few other mid-level managers, was chatting and drinking. As the one who contributed the most to this success, he was naturally the center of attention. Not long after they started, people were coming up to toast him one after another, keeping him quite busy. But he couldn't let everyone down, so he drank mouthful after mouthful. Luckily, he only took a sip each time, while those toasting him downed their entire cups. Moreover, his constitution was different from ordinary people. Even after a dozen cups, his face remained unchanged. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at him. This new director was not only skilled in technology, but also had an incredible tolerance for alcohol. Especially the pretty girls, the looks they gave Gu Li were noticeably different. However, even so, after an hour, Gu Li had to excuse himself to use the restroom. Feeling refreshed, he lingered in the hallway for a bit to rest. He took out his phone and saw a message from Hu Lin. Well, handsome, you sure know how to keep a secret. Seeing this, Gu Li knew Shen Lingxi had told her about today's events and replied. What do you mean keeping a secret? I wasn't hiding anything. It's just a crazy coincidence that I ended up working on a project with your best friend. You? I bet you're out celebrating with a drink right now. Yeah, why? You're out living it up while my best friend is feeling miserable. She's been forcing me to drink with her, and now she's completely drunk. Seeing this, Gu Li sobered up instantly and asked, no way. Shenzong can't be that bothered by such a small failure. That's impossible. Today she was the epitome of a formidable career woman. Why is that so hard to believe? Even a strong woman has a fragile heart. She needs a man to take care of her, you know. Gu Li was rendered speechless by Hu Lin's somewhat nonsensical remark, nearly spitting out his drink. Her words got him thinking. Was she hinting at something? Gu Li began to ponder, wondering if Shen Lingxi's close friend was intentionally trying to bring the two of them together. If that were truly the case, it would be quite favorable. He mulled it over and found the conjecture rather plausible, promptly starting to devise a plan. If she invited him out later, he could agree and then probe the situation further. Apart from her, he also needed to continue conversations with Su Huai. With this in mind, Gu Li sent him a message on WeChat to arrange a meeting. They agreed to have lunch the next day at Gu Li's place, where he would cook personally. This approach would better demonstrate his sincerity and help bring them closer, making it more natural to ask for favors later. Just as he finalized the plans with Su Huai, Hu Lin unexpectedly sent him a message directly. Hey big shot, are you free this weekend? Fancy grabbing a meal together? However, he didn't reply immediately. Instead, he returned to the table and lingered for a while, only agreeing after the gathering had dispersed. Sorry, I was just having some drinks. But your invitation is a bit sudden, you know. I'm not sure whether I should accept or not. What? A beautiful woman invites you to dinner, and you hesitate. Are you a man? If so, be decisive about it. Upon reading this tone, Gu Li immediately discerned Hu Lin's personality. She was quite bold and spirited. Such a person suited being Shen Lingxi's close friend, as she seemed loyal. All right then. How about tomorrow evening? What do you say to hot pot? Since you extended the invitation, I'll be the one treating. After replying, Gu Li awaited her response. Within seconds, Hu Lin agreed, sure. A handsome man treating me to a meal. I wouldn't dream of anything better. Seeing this, Gu Li nodded approvingly. Okay, not bad. Time quickly passed to the next day. In the morning, Gu Li bought groceries on his way back from exercise, then did housework before taking a good rest in the afternoon. Su Huai arrived at the neighborhood before 11 o'clock and was welcomed into the apartment by Gu Li. Looking at Gu Li's residence, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Gu Li smiled and said, I'm actually renting this place. It's fine for living alone. Su Huai asked, this place must cost several thousand a month, right? About 7 or 8,000. Also, I'm already preparing to buy a place probably in this very neighborhood. Gu Li nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Su Huai chimed in, this neighborhood is really nice, especially those large flat units. They're typical upgrade homes. Open views facing the central courtyard directly and plenty of space. They must be very comfortable to live in. That's true. Gu Li nodded, appearing modest. But the price is steep too. The cheapest ones go for 5 to 6 million and the expensive ones can reach over 10 million. If I want to buy one, I need to take out a loan of several million. There's still some pressure, you know. Listen to this. Does that even sound human? Buying a home worth over 10 million and the pressure is only some. Su Huai felt speechless upon hearing this, wishing he could face such a house with only some pressure as well. Unfortunately, even the apartment he had bought previously, which cost over 1 million, came with a monthly mortgage of over 3,000 yuan that already weighed heavily on him. Fortunately, he wouldn't reveal his inner thoughts in front of Gu Li. He even offered some flattery. You're joking, boss Gu. For you this truly isn't much pressure, just a matter of 2 or 3 years. Huh. With that kind of praise, I'm starting to feel embarrassed. Gu Li laughed heartily, then quickly gestured for him to come over. Come sit down and eat. Let's have a few drinks today. All right, a few drinks it is. Su Huai took his seat, and when he saw the mitai that Gu Li brought out, he sighed inwardly once again. No wonder he was someone earning 1 million a year. Even his everyday drinking was mitai. Truly wealthy. Of course, since fine liquor was being offered, he intended to drink plenty of it. Thus, under Gu Li's warm hospitality, the two drank glass after glass. As the liquor flowed, their camaraderie deepened, and they chatted about various amusing anecdotes from college and work. By the way, Gu Li, why were you asking about President Shun before? To Gu Li's surprise, Su Huai asked the question before he even had the chance to bring it up. Sensing that the timing was right, he said, I won't hide this from you. I do have a motive. By the way, President Shun doesn't have a boyfriend, does she? Huh. Su Huai was momentarily stunned, then pointed at Gu Li and burst out laughing. Huh. I knew it. Why else would you suddenly ask about President Shun? So you want to pursue her? Gu Li no longer concealed it, nodding directly and taking a sip of his drink. A woman like that. What man wouldn't be drawn to her? Well said, no arguments there. Su Huai now understood the purpose of the meal and raised his glass, saying, don't worry. Whatever information you need, just come to me. As long as I can find out, I'll do my best. Huh. In that case, thank you, senior. Gu Li also raised his glass with a smile. Cheers. Cheers. Wishing you success. May you win her heart soon. Huh. Thanks for the good wishes. Seeing how easily he had achieved his goal, Gu Li was overjoyed. With Su Huai as an insider, he could quickly stay informed about Shenling's situation. Of course, he wouldn't use this to pry into her privacy. After all, even if he wanted to, Su Huai wouldn't agree to such a thing. This move was also meant to better understand Shenling's circumstances, making it easier for him to pursue her. Having won over this one, the next target was Hu Lin, Shenling's close friend. In the afternoon, after Su Huai left, he rested for an hour first. Then he resumed buying shares of Shenling Pharmaceutical, continuing until all 35 million was fully invested, finally completing his strategic positioning. Now I just have to wait for the stock price to take off. Thinking that the news of Shenling Pharmaceutical's successful new drug development would be released in just 2 days, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, that meant returns that would multiply several times over. It would be impossible not to be thrilled. Gu Li rested a bit more before taking a taxi to the destination at 6 in the evening. Arriving at Wangda Plaza, he waited briefly before spotting Hu Lin approaching from a distance. It had to be said, Hu Lin was a stunning beauty in her own right, rivaling Yue, whom he had pursued for 7 years, and perhaps even surpassing her. She wore shorts and a black strappy top, revealing a vast expanse of fair skin that was almost dazzling to the eyes. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. This one, dressed so lightly, doesn't she feel cold? Hey there, handsome. It's not easy to get an invite from you. So what are you treating me to today? Hu Lin greeted him with the ease of an old acquaintance, teasing right away. Gu Li laughed heartily. You're the guest, so you pick the place. They'll just handle the bill. All right then. There's a 3-sheep hot pot place upstairs. I've been there before, and it's really good. Hu Lin didn't stand on ceremony and led the way upstairs. Gu Li followed along, chuckling inwardly. Once he won over this close friend of Shen Linshi, combined with Su Huai, both of them would be his people. Then he thought, how could Shen Linshi ever escape his grasp? Watching Hu Lin navigate the place with practiced ease, Gu Li knew she was a regular. Combined with her cheerful demeanor, she presented a stark contrast to Shen Linxi's outward appearance. Moreover, judging by her looks alone, thanks to good upkeep, it was impossible to tell her age. Still, Gu Li guessed she was slightly older than him, around the same age as Shen Linshi. He couldn't help but wonder how Hu Lin and Shen Linshi had become such close friends. All right. See, anything else you'd like to order? Hu Lin asked casually, handing him the tablet after placing her own order. It'll just add some 1,000-layer tripe beef, tripe blood curd, bean curd, skin, and bamboo shoots, Gu Li said, glancing at the menu. Hu Lin had already ordered quite a bit, so he just picked a few of his usual favorites. Thanks. Please rush the order. Seeing the waiter bring over their drinks, Hu Lin gave another reminder before turning her attention to Gu Li. I gotta say, handsome Gu, you really puzzle me. Hearing this, Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, your question puzzles me too. At that moment, Hu Lin took out a wet wipe, cleaning her hands as she spoke. We've met a few times now, so we're friends, right? I suppose so, Gu Li nodded, unsure of her angle. He then calmly watched her, curious to see what she was getting at today. So what do you think of my best friend Shinlinshi? That? Gu Li thought for a moment before answering honestly, she's great. She has a great figure, a beautiful face, and she's a strong career woman. So haven't you been tempted? Haven't you thought about pursuing her? Hu Lin immediately asked, her face full of anticipation. Gu Li was taken aback by her directness and could only offer a wry smile. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Answer me properly. Thinking Gu Li might mistake her for joking, Hu Lin quickly clarified, her tone earnest. By now Gu Li had a pretty good idea of what Hu Lin was getting at. He hadn't expected her to be so invested in her friend's love life. Could there be more to it? This was a question he needed to answer carefully. He absolutely couldn't reveal his true thoughts. Otherwise his plans going forward would be compromised. After pondering seriously, he smiled, nodded, and spoke with certainty. Since you want the truth, here it is. As a man, it would be a lie to say I'm not attracted to someone as beautiful and capable as Shinlinshi. But being attracted doesn't necessarily mean I have to act on it. If you're suggesting I pursue her, that's not going to happen. Huh. Stunned by the sudden reversal, Hu Lin was confused. If he was attracted, why wouldn't he pursue her? Given Gu Li's own merits, setting aside family background, he was more than a match for her friend. Looking at Gu Li, Hu Lin felt a bit bewildered. Just then the hot pot base and their ordered dishes arrived at the table. Seeing Hu Lin's hesitant expression, Gu Li picked up his chopsticks and said, No rush, let's eat and chat slowly. His unhurried attitude left Hu Lin feeling a bit speechless, but she suppressed her curiosity, deciding to eat first. Huh, are you wondering what I meant by attracted but not necessarily acting on it? After taking a few bites and a sip of his drink, Gu Li set down his chopsticks and asked. Hu Lin nodded while chewing her food. Yeah, if you're attracted, you should go for it boldly. With your abilities, what are you afraid of? Gu Li let out a wistful sigh, a hint of desolation in his voice. If only pursuing a woman were that simple. Hearing this, Hu Lin knew he was referring to his 7-year confession ordeal and retorted with a hint of exasperation. That was 7 years ago, she's the one who missed out. You can't stay stuck in the past forever. I'm not just pushing you to chase my friend, but I genuinely think you're a good guy. I think you should give it a shot. After all, she's turning 29 soon, and that's not young anymore. Gu Li shook his head, raising 4 fingers to illustrate his point. First, I'm merely impressed by her, far from being tempted enough to pursue her. Second, as a strong career woman, she's likely quite domineering and prioritizes work above all. Honestly, I prefer someone gentle and virtuous. Third, I doubt she's from an ordinary family. Her parents might want her to marry into a family of equal standing, which would be a hassle. Fourth, instead of pursuing her, I could find another equally outstanding woman from a similar family background. Wouldn't that make for a smoother relationship? Having laid out all his points, Gu Li concluded, based on these 4 reasons, that's why I say attraction doesn't necessitate action. Hearing his logically structured reasons, even Hu Lin was left speechless. What was this guy talking about? He was treating the pursuit of a woman like a project. It was absurd. Was this really necessary? But his reasoning left her with no counter-argument. Right, just as Gu Li said, so what if he was attracted? After all, in one's life, encountering someone who catches your eye isn't a one-time occurrence. Given Gu Li's conditions, why not find an equally gentle and accomplished girl from a similar family and background? That way he wouldn't have to face Shinlinxi's parents. Thinking about it, Hu Lin couldn't help but admire Gu Li. No wonder he was self-made. To have amassed a fortune of tens of millions at such a young age was truly impressive. Well, alright. I have to admit I can't argue with that. Finally, Hu Lin could only sigh. Maybe this is what they call fate not allowing it online. Hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but laugh. You're really good to Shinlinshi. Truly a best friend. You're so worried about her affairs, it's like the emperor's eunuchs being more anxious than the emperor himself. But what do you know? Hearing this, Hu Lin quickly explained, actually there's a reason for it. Gu Li's interest was piqued. Oh, if you don't mind, I'd love to hear it. Hu Lin thought for a moment, deciding it wouldn't hurt to share with Gu Li. Well, you guessed right. Shi's family isn't ordinary. Her father always wanted her to marry someone from a similar background. But she resents this deeply. That's why she works so hard, striving to build her own career, hoping to decide her own marriage. Wow, a father like that exists nowadays. His views are way too outdated. Hearing this, Gu Li felt a pang of sympathy for Shinlinshi. Hu Lin nodded. You're telling me. But she is an only child, so her father naturally has other considerations. Gu Li thought about it, and figured that made sense. After all, for wealthy families they had to consider every aspect. Not like his own small family, where just making ends meet and finding a partner to settle down with was enough. So the rich have their own troubles. Comparatively, he preferred a simpler life. However, this meeting with Hu Lin had been quite fruitful. Not only had he officially become friends with her, but had also gleaned a lot of information about Shenlinqi. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking about it, a smug grin spread across Gu Li's face. Unfortunately, Hu Lin caught this and immediately asked, "What are you grinning about?" "Oh, nothing. Just remembered something, zoned out for a second." Gu Li quickly covered it up with a casual laugh. However, Gu Li's words did not fool Hu Lin, who instead, they made her suspect something was amiss. She immediately questioned him. "No, you must be secretly plotting something. By the way, are you thinking about pursuing Cece again? You're really overthinking this." Hearing this, Gu Li shook his head firmly. He knew he absolutely could not show any interest in Shenlinqi, or it would contradict the persona he had established. Moreover, haste makes waste. Pursuing a strong woman like Shenlinqi required a patient approach. Excessive concern akin to being a sycophant would not work. He had to pique her curiosity and gradually make her see him as someone dependable. After all, this wasn't a novel where Shenlinqi would blindly fall for him just because he was wealthy and handsome. That was simply impossible. If he were too aggressive or impatient, he would be no different from the wealthy heirs and elite men who had pursued her before. Therefore, despite a flicker of attraction, he wasn't at the point of being determined to marry Shenlinqi. After all, with the 100 million yuan returns from this stock investment, even if he married another woman, he could live a very comfortable life for the rest of his days. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. He would only give up if something irreparable happened between him and Shenlinqi. As he chatted casually with Hu Lin while planning for the future, the mealtime passed quickly. They talked for about an hour and a half, covering most of what they needed to discuss. Unsurprisingly, much of the conversation centered around Shenlinqi, along with updates on Hu Lin's own life. Gu Li hadn't expected that the woman before him was also a formidable force, and quite a versatile one at that. However, due to their different personalities, their styles were starkly contrasting. Shenlinqi was the quintessential career woman, corporate executive, and social elite, exuding a unique feminine charm with her confident stride. Moreover, towards those she didn't know well, she always wore an icy expression, projecting an aloof and regal aura. Hu Lin, on the other hand, seemed easygoing, yet she was meticulous and sincere, radiating a warm-hearted and chivalrous spirit. Of course, as a young online store entrepreneur with a net worth of tens of millions, she was no simple person. From their conversation today, Gu Li also guessed that Hu Lin, like Shenlinqi, came from a wealthy family. These insights gave him a clearer understanding of the situation, prompting him to consider making some adjustments to his plans. Meanwhile, on her way back, Hu Lin immediately started chatting with Shenlinqi. She naturally recounted the details of her meeting with Gu Li, which was something Gu Li hadn't anticipated. Previously, he had assumed Hu Lin was meeting him in secret without Shenlinqi's knowledge. He never expected that best friends were indeed best friends, and that Hu Lin would tell Shenlinqi everything. See, it's true what they say, once you hit 30, your appeal really takes a nosedive. Hu Lin's opening remark caught Shenlinqi completely off guard. If it weren't for her good temper, she would have lashed out as if she could control the passage of time. Even so, Shenlinqi's tone was far from pleasant. "You really know how to bring up the most annoying topics. If that's all you have to say, I'm hanging up." All right. Listen, Gu Li doesn't have any interest in you at all," Hu Lin finally said. "However, what I'm about to say next is a bit harsh, so please don't get angry." Shenlinqi, on the other end of the video call, was momentarily stunned, then feigned indifference. "I'm not even friends with him. Why would I be angry? Besides, when have you ever seen me get upset over a man?" Her words left Hu Lin feeling a bit taken aback. Shenlinqi was still the same Shenlinqi with an unshakably strong heart. She then relayed Gu Li's words and quietly watched her best friend's reaction. Upon hearing this, Shenlinqi couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, then surprisingly nodded, expressing strong agreement with Gu Li's words. "Gu Li is right. Pursuing me is indeed not a good choice. A man like him is surely very chauvinistic and would want to find someone less accomplished than himself with a gentle temperament, a proper homebody. Someone like me is too strong-willed. Plus, I have a lot of family troubles. I'm hardly an ideal partner." Well, if that's how you feel, then I'm relieved." "But," Hu Lin paused, looking at Shenlinqi, "don't you feel even a little disappointed?" Shenlinqi let out a scoff. "Why would I be disappointed? What is there for me to be disappointed about? A strong woman never concerns herself with a man's opinion." "All right, I'm hanging up. I still have things to do. We'll talk later. Bye." With that, she ended the video call before Hu Lin could even react. Hu Lin was left dumbfounded, as if she hadn't processed what had just happened. Could it be that she really doesn't care at all? Recalling the expression on Shenlinqi's face just now, she felt things were not that simple. And indeed, after hanging up, Shenlinqi tossed her phone onto the sofa. A look of displeasure was written all over her face. Although she was a strong woman who could ignore the opinions of many, Gu Li's dismissive attitude towards her still stung. Furthermore, the fact that he had unabashedly snatched her project added insult to injury, and the accumulated resentment was infuriating. That guy? He really looks down on people. His words basically implied that she was too overbearing, not virtuous, and came from a complicated family, making her an unsuitable match. Humph. Love should not be mixed with other things, or it wouldn't be pure. Shenlinshi also yearned for a pure and simple love. Unfortunately, after all these years, it remained a distant, unattainable dream. Reality had crushed her aspirations, and she no longer harbored any illusions. Since that man thought so little of her, she was determined to make him see her in a new light. Her unyielding spirit ignited a fierce ambition within her, vowing to make Gu Li sit up and take note. Then Shenling's mind began to ponder, and a look of intense concentration appeared on her face. A few minutes later, her eyes lit up, and she directly picked up the phone to call her subordinate Lin Huaqing. "Hey, old Lin. Don't you have connections over at Jinduyan?" "Yes. Keep a close eye on Gu Li's upcoming projects. If possible, well, snatch that one too. Since they took our project, we have to take one back." Lin Huaqing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but find it a bit amusing after hearing Shenling's instructions. He couldn't help but think to himself, it seems our President Shen really holds a grudge. Jinduyan snatched one of her projects, and she has to snatch one back. Though a bit petty, following a leader like this means there are projects to work on and meat to eat. Otherwise, following an inactive leader would only leave one with thin gruel. Immediately, he said seriously, "Got it, President Shen. I guarantee they'll complete this task." "All right, I'll leave this to you." After hanging up, she pondered for a moment and then dialed another number. This time a woman's voice came through. "Hello, President Shen, long time no see. President Zhou, I have a big deal here. Are you interested?" "Of course. I've been looking forward to a big deal from you, President Shen." "Great. Our company needs to poach a top-tier tech genius. Absolutely top-notch. Please screen a few candidates and provide me with their profiles by next week at the latest." "That's no problem. Just send me the requirements when you get a chance." "Okay, I'll send it right away." Hanging up again, Shenlinshi turned on her computer to draft the talent requirements. Indeed, the person on the other end of the line was a seasoned industry headhunter named Zhou Yun. Shenling's counterattack naturally had to proceed on two fronts: first, snatching Gu Li's projects, and second, recruiting a top-tier expert no less capable than Gu Li to optimize the company's systems. Only then could she handle the rise of Jinduyan on all fronts. She refused to believe that with the solid foundation of Qinhuan Jichuang, she couldn't beat a mere Jinduyan. Gu Li, of course, was unaware of all this at the moment, as he was focused on the Hong Kong stock market, particularly the stock price of Shenling Pharmaceutical. With only 2 or 3 days left until mid-June, some rumor had caused Shenling Pharmaceutical stock to have already doubled. This meant his purchased shares were less than anticipated, significantly reducing the final profit. Originally at a price of less than 3 yuan, he could have made at least 10 times his investment. But now with an average price of around 5 yuan, he could only expect to earn 6 or 7 times. So forget it. 30 million multiplied by a few times is still around 200 million. One must be content. After some thought, Gu Li could only convince himself not to be too greedy. After all, with the system, there was no need to worry about making money. Once his mind cleared, he patted his chest in relief, feeling a chill of fear. Good thing I snapped out of it in time. Otherwise, I'd have been consumed by greed. Then he took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he woke up to find something amusing. When he opened the window and looked out at the neighborhood, he spotted a familiar figure. Yes, it was Shenlinshi, still in her shorts and t-shirt, out for a run. Her long legs, fair skin, and the faint flush on her beautiful face from running were utterly captivating. Especially in the morning, when the male body's natural reaction was most pronounced, Gu Li couldn't help but stare intently. He also found it strange. Usually Shenlinshi didn't run this early, did she? A woman like that in the neighborhood was practically asking for attention. Could she have been affected by something? Thinking back to last night's gathering with Hulin, Gu Li began to speculate. Or maybe she was releasing stress from the bidding incident. Thus Gu Li spent over 10 minutes both watching the enchanting sight and pondering. Seeing Shenlinshi still running without pause, he couldn't help but admire her. A woman like that truly had an incredibly strong inner self. Self-discipline was indeed the key to success in life. And someone like Shenlinshi certainly wasn't running just to lose weight. She didn't need that. Running along with other exercises was merely a way to maintain health and a good physique. Confidence, beauty, strength all required great effort. Watching her go round after round, Gu Li felt even more admiration for Shenlinshi. Thinking of his own situation before acquiring the system, he couldn't help but mock himself. If he had possessed such self-discipline in college, he probably wouldn't have ended up in a small company after graduation only to be laid off after a few years of coasting. He would likely have joined a major tech firm like other classmates thanks to outstanding grades and programming skills. Though it would have been hard work, they were earning annual salaries of several $100,000. Without the system, he would never have been able to catch up. So he truly admired Shenlinshi for achieving so much at her age. A woman like that was worth pursuing with all his effort. Hey, why isn't she stopping? But what happened next surprised him. After Guli washed up and had breakfast, Shinlinshi was still running. Given that she had been running before he even got up, she must have been at it for at least an hour. Watching Shinlinshi persist, even as her pace slowed, Guli suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. This woman was too competitive. At that moment he wanted to rush down and tell her to stop and rest. But after a moment's thought he decided against it. For now he didn't want her to know he lived in the same neighborhood. Since that's the case, I'll run with you. Watching her unwavering figure, Guli stepped onto the treadmill and started running as well. Indeed, Shinlinshi had inspired him. He felt that life should be like this. Life is not just about the mundane struggles of the present, it also holds hope and perseverance. No matter how arduous existence may be, living with optimism can always illuminate the path ahead. Previously, it was the arrival of the system that steered his life onto a different road, one filled with sunshine. At this moment, Shinlinxi's persistence also elevated his spirit. It made him realize that although life is fraught with worries, as long as one faces them with effort, every day can be a bright and cheerful sunny one. He suddenly recalled what Hu Lin had mentioned last night about Shinlinxi's family situation. Only then did he understand how difficult things were for her, and that her excellence stemmed from a desire to break free from the constraints of her family background and live life on her own terms. This woman truly evoked a sense of pity. Involuntarily, Guli began to feel a subtle, different sentiment towards Shinlinshi. Finally, after running for another half an hour or more, Shinlinshi could no longer keep up the pace and slowed down. However, she didn't stop immediately. Instead, she walked another slow lap before starting her stretching exercises to alleviate the soreness in her muscles. As expected of someone who exercises regularly, her post-run stretching routine was executed flawlessly. Guli observed this and nodded approvingly. No wonder she had such a great figure. It was the result of a systematic training regimen and unwavering dedication. With such self-discipline, it was no surprise she was so successful in her career. A wave of admiration welled up within Guli. He only stopped watching after she returned home. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he couldn't help but chuckle. Exercise truly does make one feel different. Admittedly, after being modified by the system, his physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. Consequently, he hadn't paid much attention to training lately. Apart from cycling to and from work, he hadn't engaged in any other exercise. But now he realized this was a mistaken notion. Even if his physical condition was formidable, consistently avoiding exercise while overindulging in food and drink would inevitably lead to a decline in his fitness levels. Therefore, he couldn't neglect training just because he had an advantage. With that in mind, he decided to strengthen his workout regimen from now on to reduce the chances of illness and ensure a longer, healthier life. And my phone is ringing. At 9 in the morning, Guli was preparing to visit a prestigious forum to study a challenging computer science problem. Unexpectedly, the real estate agent brought him some good news. What did you say? An apartment in Building 9, Floor 9, is actually for sale. Guli was elated upon hearing Wang Gu's words and confirmed excitedly. Yes, Mr. Gu. The owner just came to our office and listed the property with us. I haven't even uploaded the listing yet and called you directly. All right, he'll be right over. It was the apartment on the floor directly below Shinlinxi's that was for sale. Guli was overjoyed. What incredible luck. A few minutes later, he arrived at the agency near the residential complex and immediately inquired about the property. It turned out the apartment was originally prepared by the owner as a wedding home for their son, so the decoration was exceptionally good. The layout featured 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, including 2 master bedrooms with private bathrooms, a study, and large balconies in the kitchen, living room, and master bedroom. The total area was 208 square meters, and with the included extra spaces, the indoor area was around 190 square meters. It was quite spacious for a family of 3. However, the price was also relatively high, as it was luxuriously decorated with branded furniture and appliances and had never been lived in. The asking price was 8.5 million, which based on 208 square meters exceeded 4.0 per square meter. Hearing this price, Guli frowned. Isn't this price a bit too high, eh? He had previously checked the prices in this area, where large flat units were listed between 3.500 and 4.0 per square meter. Even with excellent decoration, the price shouldn't exceed 4.0. Although he didn't care much about the money in his pursuit of Shinlinshi, he didn't want to be taken advantage of either. Wang Gu, the agent who had helped him rent before, nodded at this. Mr. Gu, I asked about this too. The owner isn't short on money and isn't in a hurry to sell, hence the high asking price. I see. Guli found this somewhat tricky and said, let's go take a look at the apartment first. All right, no problem. Let's see the place first. If you're satisfied, we can negotiate. Wang Gu nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, after viewing the apartment, Guli indeed thought it was nice. He considered for a moment and said directly, the apartment is good, but the price is too high. I can only offer 8 million. You can talk to them, if not, forget it. Having stated his terms, he returned home. In Gu Li's view, this price was reasonable as the number of buyers who could afford such a large property was relatively small. Having a sincere buyer like him so quickly was already quite good. All that was left was to wait for news. However, before he could even digest this good news about the apartment, Hu Lin brought him some bad news. Hu Lin explained the situation directly. Shen Linshi had gone to the office to work overtime again over the weekend, even standing up their date. Gu Li responded, given her personality, isn't this normal? But Hu Lin said this really isn't normal. You stole that project from her, and the company's next project hasn't even started. How could she be that busy? I think what you said yesterday got to her. That's why she's acting this way. What? Gu Li was stunned. You told Shen Linshi everything I said. Hu Lin nodded. Yeah, I just wanted to provoke her a bit to get her off her high horse. See, even men look down on her now. Damn, are you out of your mind? Gu Li was speechless, not expecting Hu Lin to think that way. No matter how magnanimous Shen Linshi was, she couldn't just have no reaction at all. Hearing Gu Li say those things about her, that he felt no attraction to her, would undoubtedly sting. And since she was upset, she would naturally drown herself in work to numb the pain. No wonder she ran for so long this morning. It was her way of venting. Gu Li realized this situation was quite tricky. After all, emotions need an outlet. Relying on work to numb oneself continually would inevitably lead to problems over time. So what do we do now? It seems my advice isn't getting through. You have no idea how much Cece treats work as her life. Recalling past incidents, Hu Lin's tone grew even more helpless. I've dealt with this several times before. Her suddenly leaving to go back to work in the middle of having fun isn't a one-time thing. Honestly, Hu Lin was genuinely afraid that telling Shen Linshi about Gu Li's opinion would only drive her to work even harder. If she completely turned into a workaholic, wouldn't that ruin her prime years? Having only work with no life or relationships would be such a regret in the future. There are many such examples in reality. Many career women remain unmarried even into their 30s or 40s. Even if they do get married, they might divorce within a few years due to poor choice of partner, work, or other reasons. Whether from research or various evidence, career-oriented women tend to marry much later than average and have higher divorce rates. Furthermore, Hu Lin had another worry. If Shen Linshi didn't find someone suitable on her own, she might follow her father's advice and enter a marriage with someone of equal status, but without love. But if that were the case, given Shen Linxi's personality, she would likely maintain a marriage in name only without any real marital life. That would truly ruin her life, which is not what this best friend wants to see. Gu Li on the other end of the call could naturally guess all this, and was moved that Shen Linshi had such a good friend in Hu Lin. However, he didn't know how to help with this matter. He and Shen Linshi hadn't even formally met, so he couldn't just casually invite her out for a heart-to-heart talk. After thinking it over, Gu Li consoled, Hu Lin, I don't have a good solution for this either. The best thing would be for her to come to terms with it herself. But I believe in Shen Linshi. With her inner strength, she shouldn't have problems for now. Just try to guide her more from now on. How about this? If there's a chance, I'll invite you both out for some fun, like an outing. We can relax and subtly offer our perspective. What do you think? Hu Lin, however, pouted in displeasure. If it were that easy to guide her, I wouldn't be calling you. I'm not even close to her, so what do you expect me to do? Gu Li didn't mind Hu Lin's attitude and could only say helplessly, all right then. Let's wait a few days until her anger subsides before talking again. Hu Lin knew this was the reality, and after thinking could only nod sigh. I guess that's all we can do. Okay, let's talk if anything comes up. After hanging up, Gu Li looked at Building 9 across the way and felt Hu Lin was making a mountain out of a molehill. Shen Linshi, a woman of such resilience, wouldn't be easily defeated. Her morning run showed her remarkable ability to self-regulate. Perhaps Shen Linshi becomes stronger internally with more work, and it might even be a way for her to release stress. As for the exaggeration in his conversation with Hu Lin, he had his own reasons. If he didn't exaggerate, how could he make Hu Lin worry about Shen Linshi? Only this way could he quickly use Hu Lin as a covert move to truly become friends with Shen Linshi. After all, he wasn't even friends with her, yet not even on WeChat. Although Shen Linshi went to the company to work overtime shortly after returning home, Gu Li didn't follow her there. After all, with the money earned from stocks, the daily reward of 8,000 had lost much of its appeal. Therefore, Gu Li didn't force himself to stay within 1,000 meters of Shen Linshi every day. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and it was Monday again. Shortly after arriving at the company, Gu Li was called over by manager Su and met the company's true owner, boss Lin. The boss, surnamed Lin, was under 40, rumored to be a rich second generation from a wealthy family. Besides Jinduyan Technology, he owned other companies, so he wasn't often around. This time the company secured the major Haitong logistics project, and with Gu Li involved, boss Lin came to meet him. Besides painting a rosy picture for Gu Li, he generously gave a 500 bonus, leaving the distribution to Gu Li's discretion. Additionally, boss Lin outlined the general scope of the next project. The client was Qianji Technology, specializing in selling phones accessories and providing repair services. They urgently needed an intelligent middle platform system to integrate their entire online and offline business operations, improve efficiency, and reduce costs. After understanding the requirements, Guli immediately agreed and said he would start preparations. This was quite a coincidence. His previous company had a middle platform, so he was quite familiar with it. As for the Haitong logistics project, it was still in the signing phase and probably wouldn't start full-scale development until next month. However, it wouldn't require much of him. He mainly needed to steer the direction and solve problems others couldn't. Overall, it was quite relaxed, not busy at all. Upon returning, Guli distributed the 5,000 bonus to the team based on their project involvement and overtime, while he only symbolically took 1,000 or so. This generous act immediately won everyone's respect. Work matters got on track smoothly. After handling things, he logged onto the Hidden Corner website to research difficult problems. This site was considered the top computer forum, filled with many masters and experts. There were also discovered computer problems that hadn't been solved well yet, and Guli wanted to take on the challenge. At the same time, the knowledge, solutions, and viewpoints found there were worth pondering to further enhance his computer skills. But just as he was deeply immersed in solving a problem and about to tackle it, a message arrived. He checked his phone and saw it was from Hu Lin. "Are you there? I'm at Chuanxing Square." Seeing this, Guli was puzzled. What was she doing here? "Yeah, what's up? Want to chat? Hurry up. I'm waiting for you at Xinxiu Cafe in the square. Be there or be square, don't stand me up." What the heck was Hu Lin up to? For a moment, Guli was troubled, wondering if he should go. Could it be about Shen Linxi? That was probably the only topic they had in common. Guli thought it over and decided to go check it out. After all, since the system upgrade was slow, the only way to get more lottery chances was through Shen Linxi. Of course, he also hoped to win her heart sooner and start enjoying a happy life. Because the more he learned about Shen Linxi, the more he felt drawn to her. It wasn't love at first sight, but rather an attraction. Perhaps it was also a sense of possessiveness. So after tidying up, he left the company and headed towards the cafe. A few minutes later, he finally walked into the cafe and scanned the interior. There were few solo customers at this time, but he spotted someone sitting alone by the window on the right. However, as he walked closer, he realized the figure looked strangely familiar. When Guli got nearer, he suddenly discovered it wasn't Hu Lin at all, but Shen Linxi. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, Shen Linxi turned her head at that moment. In that instant, less than a few meters apart, their eyes met. They stared at each other. Guli felt as if he had returned to the night of May 20th when the young woman in the distance slowly stood up, sending a jolt through his body. This eerily familiar scene was happening again. Shen Linxi frowned slightly, quite surprised by Guli's. Guli immediately understood the situation. It seemed that Shen Linxi had also been tricked into coming by Hu Lin. What on earth was that woman up to? At this moment, he was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but blame Hu Lin. Couldn't she have given him a heads up about anything? This sudden move put him in such an awkward position. Meanwhile, having collected herself, Shen Linxi naturally figured out why Guli was here, but Hu Lin was not. Like Guli, she was instantly exasperated by her best friend Hu Lin. That woman was simply unreasonable. In her attempt to set her up with Guli, she was just messing around. She hadn't considered her feelings at all, and this sudden meeting made her feel extremely awkward. After all, she and Guli had never gotten along, and to be tricked into meeting like this was utterly mortifying. Shen Linxi's expression shifted. She took a deep breath, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Should she lash out? The Guli before her was clearly also an innocent party, so it wouldn't be fair to blame him. Yet staying here any longer only made things more awkward. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Guli took the initiative to walk over and sit down unceremoniously. Looking at the beautiful woman across from him, who seemed torn between leaving and staying, he broke the ice. "Director Shen, did Hu Lin trick you into coming too?" Shen Linxi shifted her body closer to the window, her gaze fixed outside, as she replied testily. "And you're not?" Hearing this, Guli couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, so she was in a mood. But unfortunately, he wasn't the type to indulge her, even if he did have feelings for her. After all, 7 years of confessing his love had taught Guli a valuable lesson. Chasing a woman by being a pushover didn't always work. The right approach was to become strong and actively attract others. Of course, mutual attraction would be even better. Guli smiled faintly and nodded. "Of course I am. I was just making conversation. Since we're both here, we might as well have some afternoon tea." Hearing this, Shen Linxi felt a bit displeased and couldn't help but tease him. "Right? Director Gu has just landed such a big project, so naturally he's in the mood for afternoon tea. Unfortunately, I'm not so lucky. I have to go back to work overtime. So you enjoy your tea, I'll take my leave." With that, Shen Linxi made a move to stand up, putting on an impatient look. Based on her recent encounters with Guli, Shen Linxi found him quite unique. She always felt that he treated her rather dismissively, as if she were just any ordinary girl. With Guli, she lacked the sense of superiority she usually felt in front of other men. Sometimes she wondered if Guli was pretending to be that way to get her attention. But upon reflection, she didn't think so. Their encounters were too coincidental and his previous explanations were perfectly reasonable, leaving her no grounds for suspicion. As Guli studied her, her peripheral vision remained fixed on him, and her mind raced with analysis. For a moment, the two sat opposite each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Shun Linxi's sharp, merciless sarcasm finally made Guli burst into laughter. He looked at Shun Linxi and couldn't help muttering to himself. He hadn't expected this woman to be so blunt with her sarcasm. Indeed, she had a mature, domineering aura. But this only piqued his interest. Since he was here, why not have a proper chat with Shun Linxi? Guli immediately stopped Shun Linxi, who was about to stand up, and teased her with a smile. Director Shin, since you're here, why not stay and chat a bit more? Besides, we do have some fate, don't we? After all, we did love each other for a while back then. Even if we broke up in the end, that doesn't mean we have to be strangers. If you think about it, we're still ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend, aren't we? You. Hearing this, Shun Linxi's mind seemed to explode with a dull thud, and she felt utterly stunned. She hadn't expected Guli to be so thick-skinned as to bring up the ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend thing. It was utterly ridiculous. Seeing his half-smiling, half-sarcastic gaze, she was seething with anger. That husband from before still haunted her. It was just too embarrassing. Now that Guli had brought it up, Shun Linxi wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Her cheeks burned even more. But then she quickly composed herself, unwilling to let Guli have the last laugh. Who was she? She was Shun Linxi, the project director of Chenwanjichuang. How could she be scared off by a few words from Guli? She immediately sat back down, assuming a commanding posture, and said coldly, I never expected Director Gu to have such a thick skin. Truly astonishing. Thank you for the compliment. It's my honor to be remembered by Miss Shan. Guli chuckled, displaying an attitude of taking pride in what should have been shameful. That's how it was with chasing women. If you acted all ingratiating, you'd only end up at a disadvantage. A roguish demeanor and thick skin might actually work wonders, making you more memorable. That's why many girls were attracted to bad boys, while remaining indifferent to honest, serious men. Shun Linxi shrugged noncommittally, then took a sip of coffee before speaking leisurely. I've remembered you for a long time. After all, you made me taste defeat for the first time. I really should thank you. Guli spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Well, I didn't mean to. After all, who would have thought you were from Chenwanjichuang and in charge of this project? Shun Linxi studied the man before her, her face regaining the calm of her work mode, but inwardly, she was thinking about Hu Lin's purpose in setting up this meeting. Let's not talk about the project. I'm not a sore loser. But I'm wondering, how far did you and Hu Lin discuss? What do you mean by how far? Guli was confused by the question. Shun Linxi prompted, that woman, did she want to introduce me to you and have you pursue me? That's true. Guli didn't deny it, pausing briefly before adding, but I refused. I know. Shun Linxi nodded, her expression still calm. Your 4 points were very well analyzed. There are countless beautiful and capable women in the world, so why pick me? If I were you, I wouldn't choose myself either. After all, there's a saying, it's better to choose someone who loves you than someone you love. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Guli felt that Shun Linxi was indeed open-minded and mentally strong. He immediately apologized. I didn't expect she would tell you about that. I'm really sorry. Shun Linxi chuckled. It's nothing. Although I'm a bit pretty, I have self-awareness. By the way, since you said we should chat, how about we talk about my ideal partner? Guli was taken aback. What kind of question was that? Shun Linxi immediately teased. What? You analyzed everything so well before, but you can't analyze me. That's not it. Guli quickly said, after all, I don't know you well enough to give a correct analysis. It's fine, just say whatever comes to mind. Shun Linxi persisted, leaving Guli feeling a bit exasperated. He had to rack his brains, and then began to analyze. Miss Shin, for strong, independent women like you, it's actually quite hard to find a partner. If you want someone sincere, why not look in the IT industry? For example, a programmer. The kind that's honest, shy, down-to-earth, and hard-working. The henpecked husbands from Sichuan, I think they'd suit you well. What do you think? Haha. You actually made me laugh. Hearing Guli's analysis, Shun Linxi was a bit speechless, but finally couldn't help laughing softly. But after thinking it over, she found there was some truth to it. Her personality was indeed of the I mean what I say type, and only a henpecked husband could probably tolerate her temper. Deep down, she could also try a gentler type. Of course, that was only if Shun Linxi truly fell in love with someone. Seeing Shun Linxi smile, Guli heaved a sigh of relief. See, we can chat quite harmoniously like this. Upon hearing this, Shun Linxi shot Guli a cold glare, her smile vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stern, icy goddess had returned. Witnessing her lightning-fast shift in demeanor, Guli couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Truly formidable, just like the head teacher back in school. All right, you pass, Shun Linxi said indifferently, then glanced at her watch. Well, I should get going. I have a lot of work to handle. That works out, I need to head back too. Guli replied, rising to his feet without any attempt to persuade her to stay. In his view, having a chat today was already a promising start. Pushing her to stay longer would be overstepping the mark. His goal was to give Shen Linshi a sense of distance and air of being aloof and unbothered. A woman, especially one like her, surely couldn't stand being ignored. That would only pique her curiosity, and once curiosity took root it could become addictive. Having recently browsed some posts about romance, Gu Li believed that courtship also required strategy. Of course, this was all based on the premise that he was genuinely accomplished and truly wanted to pursue Shen Linshi. If one intended to be a heartbreaker, it was better not to toy with such a woman. Gu Li didn't gallantly escort her downstairs. Instead, he parted ways with her right outside the cafe and walked off alone. To Shen Linshi, however, this was no big deal. It actually gave her a refreshing feeling. Compared to others she'd met who eagerly lavished attention upon first meeting, this kind of easygoing interaction felt more comfortable. Unintentionally, her impression of Gu Li improved considerably. Regardless of how much of Gu Li's saying, "a flutter of the heart doesn't necessarily require action," was just smooth talk in her view, Gu Li wasn't a bad person. As for how good he truly was, that would only be known through further contact. Standing on the escalator, Shen Linshi pondered their earlier conversation, lost in thought. Yet upon reflection it felt as though nothing had really happened. They merely chatted for a while, and he didn't even say bye when leaving. Humph, what a man devoid of gallantry. Watching the direction Gu Li had gone, Shen Linshi shook her head. Thinking of him, she felt a sudden, inexplicable mix of amusement and exasperation. This feeling was truly strange. Shen Linshi couldn't quite figure it out, her brow furrowing slightly as she sank into contemplation. Oh, and that Hu Lin, she was absolutely infuriating. To set up such a scheme without a word of warning was simply infuriating. She had to admit, even though she handled the meeting with poise, she had been nervous inside. Later, back in her office, Shen Linshi sat down and immediately dialed Hu Lin's number. But after 2 calls no one answered. Shen Linshi was utterly speechless. "If not answering, huh? Fine, then never answer again." Growing annoyed, she sent a message instead. "What's the matter? Too scared to take my call? If you don't answer now, don't bother coming to me again." Sure enough, within seconds of sending the message, Hu Lin video called her. "CC, I really didn't mean to." Seeing her best friend's feigned pitiful look only fueled Shen Linxi's anger, and she let out a cold snort. "Fine. Hu Lin, since you think Gu Li is so great, why don't you just make him your boyfriend? Why insist on playing matchmaker for us? It's utterly ridiculous." Seeing Shen Linshi genuinely upset, Hu Lin quickly tried to explain and pleaded for forgiveness. "CC, I was only trying to help. Gu Li is a decent guy, but he's just not my type. So don't be mad, okay?" As she said this, Hu Lin even pouted coquettishly, looking rather cute. However, to Shen Linshi, who was still fuming, it seemed utterly absurd. Her tone grew even harsher as she began to interrogate her friend. "I don't want a relationship, and you know that. Just focus on yourself and stay out of my business. Besides, you don't even have a boyfriend, so why worry about me?" Right. Coming up, Shen Linshi would be swamped with work, especially for the Jindian project. Therefore, she definitely didn't want Hu Lin causing any more trouble that could ruin her mood and disrupt her work. So her words were harsher than usual, which left Hu Lin on the other end momentarily stunned. When had Shen Linshi ever spoken to her so severely? Hu Lin, unable to accept this for a moment, felt her own anger flare up. "Fine, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. Go ahead and bury yourself in work and end up an old maid. Or just accept your uncle's arrangement and marry some rich second-generation heir. That would solve everything. There's something I've wanted to say for a while. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass your father. Why put yourself through all this misery for nothing? Forget it, I was just sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. I'm hanging up. Don't contact me again. Buzz." With that, Hu Lin ended the video call, true to her word. Before Shen Linshi could even process her friend's harsh words, she saw the call-ended message on the screen. A sharp pang of heartache instantly seized her. How could she say such things to me? She slumped back into her chair, her phone slipping from her hand and clattering to the floor. Wasn't she just a bit harsh? Why did Hu Lin have to get angry and hang up like that? Hu Lin was the one in the wrong, tricking her into meeting Gu Li. A long moment passed, but Shen Linshi still couldn't understand or accept what had happened. How did things come to this? She wanted to call back and demand an explanation, but even after picking up the phone, she hesitated to press the dial button. Time ticked by second by second. "Ms. Shen, are you in?" A knock at the door interrupted the silence. It was Lin Huaqing. Hearing this, Shen Linshi took a deep breath, forced a faint smile, and called out, "Come in." Lin Huaqing then entered holding a document and walked up to the desk. "Ms. Shen, we've received word from Qinglin Kaiyuan. They say the system we developed earlier has encountered a major issue, and they're requesting urgent repairs." Startled, Shen Linshi exclaimed, "Then get the team on it immediately. What are you waiting for?" Lin Huaqing gave a wry smile. The employee who was originally in charge has left, and the person who took over isn't familiar with the code. Therefore, fixing it might take some time. Shen Linshi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at Jindian Technology, Gu Li was busy typing code when he was startled by a message from Hu Lin. Bewildered, he asked, "What's wrong now? I haven't even blamed you for tricking me into going to the cafe, so why are you throwing a tantrum?" A few seconds later, Hu Lin's reply came. Because of this I got into a fight with Shun Linshi. I'm in a terrible mood now. You have to treat me to dinner and drinks. Guli was shocked by this. He hadn't expected Hu Lin and Shun Linshi to fight over what happened today. This was all Hu Lin's doing, so why was he being blamed? Guli couldn't help but laugh, bitterly feeling like he'd been caught in the crossfire. What was he supposed to do? As an outsider, was there even anything he could do? Are you coming or not? Just give me a straight answer. Seeing no reply from Guli, Hu Lin started urging him. Guli sank into deep thought. Should he go or not? Forget it, he'll go. After all, Hu Lin had argued with Shun Linshi because of his matters. Logically and emotionally, he should go and comfort her and also find out what exactly was going on. The two were best friends, and even if they had a disagreement over the noon incident, it shouldn't have escalated to a full-blown argument. Therefore, he still needed to go and figure things out. Guli checked his watch. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. He quickly said goodbye to Wang Tai and drove over. Hu Lin, much like Shun Linshi, wasn't exactly the gentle and soft type either. Half an hour later, Guli arrived at the destination, which appeared to be a small tavern. Looking at the nearly empty tavern, he saw Hu Lin sitting alone in a seat by the window, drinking her sorrows away. He quickly walked over, and without even sitting down asked directly, "What the hell happened? Aren't you two supposed to be best friends? How did you end up fighting?" Hu Lin looked up, shot Guli a disdainful glare, and sneered. "Who said best friends can't fight?" He was so taken aback by her retort that he didn't know how to respond. After all, he never had a best friend himself, so he naturally wasn't familiar with the intricacies of such relationships. "We've had a few fights over the years. I don't know why this one happened, it's really strange," Hu Lin muttered to herself as Guli remained silent. "Like last time, we were having a great time traveling. But she insisted on flying back for overtime work. It was so infuriating. She left me alone in the Maldives, and I couldn't even enjoy the rest of the trip. And another time I introduced a friend to her. Not only was she ungrateful, but she also claimed the guy's diploma was fake. Sometimes she just drives me crazy. Guli, tell me, isn't she just too much?" Hearing all these complaints, Guli was caught between laughter and tears. Faced with her question, he was even more at a loss for words. Saying yes would be wrong, and saying no would also be wrong. What felt like a trap either way. So he decided to change the subject, picked up a glass from the side, poured himself a drink, and raised it. "Since you're feeling down, I'll drink with you. But after this, you should head home and get some rest. Maybe things will look better tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hu Lin's spirits lifted, and she happily clinked her glass against his. "Cheers. Let's drink until we drop." With that, she downed her drink in one go without a second thought, and then poured herself another glass. Seeing her like this, Guli felt a bit of trepidation. It seemed Hu Lin's tolerance for alcohol was quite impressive. She was definitely a seasoned drinker. "Alright, if you want to drink, go ahead." Guli couldn't be bothered to persuade her anymore. Since she wanted to get drunk, he'd let her. When it came to drinking, he could hold his own. However, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit, so he took the opportunity to chat her up while they were drinking. Surprisingly, he managed to extract quite a bit of information from her, such as the reason for this fight. He also learned how Hu Lin and Shun Linshi had met and become such close friends. It turned out they were both from Yudu, came from wealthy families, and had lived in the same villa area during their childhood. Thus they had known each other since they were young, but they were only ordinary friends back then. They didn't attend the same primary or middle school, but they were unexpectedly placed in the same class in high school, becoming high school classmates. That was how they became best friends during those 3 years. Because Shun Linshi was a top student, she got into a prestigious university and eventually pursued a master's degree. However, Hu Lin wasn't academically inclined and ended up at a vocational college just coasting by. But she was quite clever. During college, she used the startup capital from her parents to open a clothing store. Now her business had developed quite well with online stores on several major platforms. She also had a physical store and even designed her own clothing line, earning a good reputation with annual sales revenue of at least 100 million. So what do you think? Hu Lin tilted her head, proudly picked up the wine bottle, and asked Guli, "Don't you think I'm even more impressive than Cece?" Upon hearing this, Guli immediately nodded and said, "Yes, you're way more impressive than her, okay." It was undeniable that despite being good friends, there was probably still a hint of rivalry deep down. Fortunately, their paths to success were different, like one being a formally trained professional and the other being a wild card. In terms of how much money they made, it seemed Hu Lin had a slight edge. But from her words, Guli could also deduce. Whether in the early days, or even now, Hu Lin had probably relied on her family's connections and resources, which naturally discounted her achievements. On the other hand, Shun Linshi, whether it was starting her own business or becoming an executive at Shenhuan Jichuang, had achieved everything through her own efforts. Of course, both were exceptional women, and it was a stroke of luck to know both of them. Time flew by, and the small tavern gradually began to fill up. Hu Lin was truly drunk by then, and she simply slumped over the table. Seeing her in this state, Guli was at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. He tried waking her up to ask where she lived, but she couldn't even speak clearly. After a while with no other options he grabbed Hu Lin's phone from the table. Then he shook her vigorously, and in a few seconds, she opened her eyes. He quickly used her face to unlock the phone. He found Shinling's number and called her. You finally called me. Are you still mad at me? On the other end Shinling's voice came through immediately. Guli quickly said, Director Shun. It's me Guli. Your best friend is drunk at the Yulin Tavern. Maybe you should come and take her home. Upon hearing this Shinlingshi became anxious and quickly replied, Okay, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Guli hadn't even given the exact address when she hung up. He shook his head realizing Shinlingshi was indeed very worried. It seemed she was truly remorseful about their fight this afternoon. Afterwards he checked Hu Lin's WeChat and noticed that Shinlingshi had sent many messages over the past few hours. Among them were apologies, but since Hu Lin had been drinking she hadn't seen them. Well, if that's the case it should be fine. As long as Shinlingshi took Hu Lin home tonight, and they had a good talk tomorrow, the two best friends would surely reconcile. Then using Hu Lin's WeChat, Guli sent their location to Shinlingshi. Got it. They'll be there in 30 minutes. 26 minutes later Shinlingshi arrived looking travel-worn, with her anxiety and worry clearly visible on her face. Seeing her arrive, Guli helped her get Hu Lin into the car, then clapped his hands and said, Alright, they'll be heading off now. Upon hearing this Shinlingshi said, Thank you for tonight. By the way, where do you live? How about you take my car, and I give you a ride home? Guli didn't want Shinlingshi to know they lived in the same neighborhood, yet, so he politely declined. No need, I have other things to do. You should get Hu Lin home, and get some rest soon. Hearing this Shinlingshi didn't insist, and just nodded, Alright. Thanks a lot for today. Guli waved his hand and smiled, It's nothing. I consider Hu Lin a friend too, so it's no big deal. But you two shouldn't have fought because of me. It makes me feel a bit guilty. Shinlingshi was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. But it was true, the most direct cause of today's incident was indeed Guli. Of course, on a deeper level it was probably because Hu Lin was overly eager about Shinling's romantic affairs which led to this situation. Watching Shinlingshi get into her car, Guli also took out his phone to book a chauffeur service to drive his car home. Beep. But just as he took out his phone, Shinlingshi called out to him. Guli, how about we add each other on WeChat? Hearing this, Guli was momentarily stunned. Shinlingshi wanted to add him on WeChat. He looked at her in the driver's seat, half hidden in the shadows, her expression not entirely clear, yet something about her seemed different. At that moment, seeing Guli's lack of reaction, Shinlingshi felt her own cheeks grow warm. She didn't know what had come over her, but seeing Guli under the spotlight, she couldn't help but call out. Only after the words left her mouth did she feel a belated, inexplicable nervousness. I don't overthink it. I just want to make sure I can reach you immediately if something like this happens again. Seeing Guli staring at her blankly, Shinlingshi quickly explained. However, to Guli it felt like an unnecessary addition. Snapping back to his senses, he suppressed the ecstatic joy within him, took out his phone, and opened WeChat to scan her code. Oh, okay. No problem. Standing outside the car, he closely watched Shinling's slightly flustered expression, all the while feigning calmness himself. With a soft swish they added each other on WeChat. From that moment on, a connection was established between them. Then, they'll be going. After accepting Guli's friend request, Shinlingshi quickly said her goodbyes and sped off with a press of the accelerator. Guli was caught off guard, left watching helplessly as the car disappeared into the distance. Yet a wave of happiness washed over him. And Shinlingshi just now had seemed so nervous. Was this the same formidable woman he knew? He never imagined that the esteemed President Shun could get stage fright and make such a hasty retreat. Excellent. Truly excellent. He never expected that drinking session with Hu Lin would yield such rewards. With this in mind, Guli decided he would definitely find a way to repay her. First she had brought him and Shinlingshi together, and now she had genuinely helped advance their relationship. She was the ultimate wingman. Hu Lin was undoubtedly the best link between him and Shinlingshi, someone he absolutely had to keep in high regard. Lost in thought, Guli looked at Shinling's WeChat profile and froze. Chang'an Guli. Seeing this nickname he was puzzled. Why did it feel so familiar? Guli. Isn't that a homophone for his name? What the hell? What does this mean? Could Shinlingshi actually like me? For a moment Guli was baffled by the situation. Why was Shinling's WeChat nicknamed Chang'an Guli, especially when his name was Guli? Was there some connection between the two? Or was it just a line of poetry with no relevance to him at all? At this moment Guli's mind was in a whirl, completely forgetting about finding a designated driver. He stood there in front of the small bar, scrolling through Shinling's WeChat moments. Unfortunately, she had set her profile to show only the last 3 months, and within that time, she hadn't posted anything. Tisk tsk. She really is a workaholic. Her moments are as clean and white as a blank page. Finding no useful information, Guli felt a pang of disappointment. He thought about asking Hu Lin, but that wasn't possible right now. Sighing, he decided to leave it for tomorrow. At least they had connected on WeChat, which was a significant step forward. He then called a designated driver and headed home. On the way, Guli couldn't help but wonder. With such a major breakthrough in his love life, the system remained strangely silent, which he found a bit exasperating. But then he suddenly recalled the last time the system had indicated a relationship progress, mentioning something about "she knows my elegant name." Damn, could Xinling's WeChat nickname actually have something to do with him? With this realization, Gu Li was overwhelmed with joy. If Xinlingshi truly had some affection for him, then the difficulty of pursuing her would decrease significantly. There was no denying that this WeChat nickname seemed to reveal some promising news, sending a certain someone into a frenzy of delight. Gu Li immediately began making plans. WeChat Moments was a great platform, after all, a perfect way to let Xinlingshi see certain things. It seemed he couldn't let his moments remain so barren. He needed to post things from time to time. That way he could attract Xinling's attention and allow them to get to know each other properly. Gu Li thought to himself. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Hu Lin called to express her gratitude for the previous evening. She also talked about her situation with Xinlingshi. They had made up that morning, apologizing to each other and forgiving one another, their friendship as strong as ever. This outcome was something Gu Li had anticipated, but he still offered his congratulations. However, despite having added Xinlingshi on WeChat, they hadn't exchanged a single word. In his view, they were still just ordinary acquaintances. The addition was just a formality. He also figured he should let things cool down for a few days, otherwise he might seem too eager. Xinlingshi, the workaholic, seemed to have thrown herself back into work, becoming busy once more. He heard from Su Huai that she was busy with interviews, specifically for a computer expert recommended by a headhunter. "Oh, so Chenhuan Jichuan got stirred up by me. They're actually looking for a top expert to completely optimize their system." Gu Li wasn't surprised by this news. After all, they had suffered a major defeat in the Haitong project due to technical issues. If they didn't try to fix their system's flaws and reclaim their standing, they wouldn't be the long-established software giant Chenhuan Jichuan. If they continued to be surpassed by Jindian, it wouldn't be long before they were completely overtaken. Therefore, both the boss of Chenhuan Jichuan and Xinlingshi were determined to turn things around in the next project. If they could secure a major project comparable to Haitong Logistics, they would surely regain their lost prestige. However, Gu Li was extremely confident in his own skills. No matter what kind of expert they brought in, he was ready for the challenge. Besides, in the past few days, he had solved many difficult problems on the Hidden Corner website, elevating his rank to the top-tier certification. Above him were dozens of god-level programmers and a few legendary experts. Of course, this was just the website's certification system for its users, which didn't necessarily reflect a programmer's true abilities. In his opinion, the top certification on Hidden Corner was roughly equivalent to that of some senior programmers. With his system-augmented top-tier programmer skills, he was at least at the level of a legendary certification. Once he solved the top 10 most difficult problems on the site, he might even start his own software company and try his hand at entrepreneurship. Aside from these, the stock of Xunling Pharmaceutical, which he had been watching, was about to hit its most thrilling moment. On June 16th, the company released an announcement stating that they had successfully developed a specific drug for treating heart disease, which would be launched within the next 2 years. This was incredible news for many patients. Consequently, their stock on the Hong Kong market skyrocketed, surging 5-fold in a single day. At the same time, another piece of news emerged. Apart from the new drug, Xunling Pharmaceutical was undergoing a restructuring and had secured hundreds of millions in funding, instantly resolving their financial difficulties. Gu Li believed that once this news was confirmed, the stock price would surge once more. His plans had been set in motion days ago. All he had to do was wait for the stock price to reach a certain level and then sell. He roughly calculated that he could multiply his investment several times over. The thought of becoming a billionaire by the end of the month filled him with immense joy. With his relationship with Xunlingshi progressing and the stock price soaring, the weekend was fast approaching when Hu Lin sent him a flurry of messages. "Handsome, let's have dinner this weekend. It won't just be me this time, Cece is coming too. Thanks for accompanying me for drinks that day. To show my gratitude, I'm treating you to a feast. Hey, you're taking so long to reply. You're not thinking of refusing, are you?" Upon seeing this message, Gu Li felt a pang of regret. Although he was eager to accept the invitation and seize the chance to deepen his bond with Xinlingshi, he genuinely had prior commitments this week. The weekend happened to be Father's Day, a Western tradition, and he planned to return to his hometown to properly celebrate with his father. Moreover, he had just spoken with Gu Qiu on the phone, and they had agreed to head back early Saturday morning. Gu Li then dialed Hu Lin's number and politely declined. "Hu Lin, I'm really sorry. This weekend is Father's Day, and my sister and I have to go back to our hometown. You see, how about we postpone it until next week?" On the other end of the line, Hu Lin was taken aback. "This week is Father's Day?" "Yes," Gu Li nodded. "Even though it's a foreign holiday, it's really caught on now. Not just the online stores, even the teachers have assigned related homework. As a son, I definitely need to go back and show my filial piety. Also, my house in my hometown is being renovated, and I want to check on the progress." "Oh, alright, since that's the case, let's talk next week." Since he had legitimate matters to attend to, Hu Lin didn't press further, though she felt a bit disappointed. However, she was quite intrigued by the mention of his hometown house renovation and casually asked, "Not bad at all. Returning in glory and not forgetting your parents. Are you building a little villa?" "You guessed wrong there," Guli explained. "It's renovation, not rebuilding. My dad built a 3-story house before, but it was never really finished. Since we have the money now, I want to renovate the whole building and make it more modern. We'll replace the appliances and furniture too. After all, we might be going back often in the future, so it's best to make the place comfortable. That way it's nice to stay there, you know." "Oh, I see." Hu Lin chuckled upon hearing this. "You went back for the Dragon Boat Festival, and you went fishing and hiking. Is your hometown really that fun?" Guli thought about the big mountain behind his house and nodded. "It's not bad. You can go hiking and fishing. The back mountain is especially tall with bare rocks on top, which is great for flying kites. There's also a big canyon nearby that's quite fun." Hearing this, Hu Lin's interest was piqued. "All right then. They'll definitely come to your hometown to visit sometime, and he'll stay at your place." "Huh, no problem. But we'll have to wait until the renovation is done. It's too simple right now, it wouldn't be proper to host you all." Guli agreed without a second thought. After all, if Hu Lin went, Shen Linshi would surely follow. But this was a matter for later. For one, the house wasn't renovated yet, and for another, his relationship with Shen Linshi hadn't reached that point. Still, he filed it away in his mind, planning to remind Hu Lin when the time was right. Soon Saturday arrived. Guli drove to pick up Gu Qiu, and they headed towards their hometown. Gu Mingyuan was of course overjoyed to hear his son and daughter were coming home. That morning he slaughtered a chicken and caught some fish, preparing a delicious meal and waiting for them to join him for lunch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Linshi wasn't as busy as during the week. However, Zhou Yun had recommended 2 more candidates, so interviews were scheduled for Saturday. This situation once again dashed Hu Lin and Shen Linx's plans for an outing, leaving Hu Lin utterly speechless. Shen Linshi had no choice but to promise that she would definitely take time off next month for a trip, or else she would have to admit she was a big silly pig. And she would have to shout, "I am a big silly pig," 3 times in public while eating out. Shen Linshi didn't really want to make such a bet, but since she had stood Hu Lin up again, she couldn't find any other way to beg for forgiveness. After all, they had just had a falling out, and she didn't dare to provoke Hu Lin's anger again. However, the Saturday interviews left her somewhat disappointed. The candidates talked a good game in theory, but when it came to discussing the Huanyu system, they only pointed out some minor issues and offered no substantial suggestions. Some of their optimization ideas were ones Shen Linshi was already aware of. They had been discarded by Lin Huaqing and the others because they didn't meet the optimization goals, and the plans were too complex and costly. If that was the extent of their skill, they truly didn't meet her requirements. Thus, although both interviewees were senior talents with excellent programming skills, they still fell short of Shen Linx's expectations. That evening, as she reviewed more resumes recommended by Zhou Yun, she let out a sigh. "I guess I'll have to keep interviewing. I wonder why that guy so young is so incredibly skilled in computer technology." She had to admit, through these days of interviewing, she had developed genuine admiration for Gu Li's technical prowess. He had managed to significantly enhance the performance of the Jinduyan system in such a short time. One must know the larger the system, the more complex the performance optimization. When formulating a plan, one had to consider the overall functionality, ensuring optimization didn't affect other features. It was essential to balance stability and performance improvement. Gu Li had proposed a viable optimization plan just 1 week after joining Jinduyan Technology. Such technical strength was simply terrifying. Logically speaking, Gu Li was even younger than her, making such an achievement seem impossible. Yet the fact remained that he had accomplished what even the previous technical director Wang Tai couldn't do. Wang Tai was a top-tier programmer in his 40s, having built Jinduyan from the ground up. From this, one could see how impressive Gu Li truly was. But with high expectations came great disappointment. Having interviewed several candidates, without finding the right fit, Shen Linshi grew increasingly anxious. Headhunter Zhou Yun was also at a loss, as top-tier talent was incredibly rare. Moreover, such elite talents were now core executives at major companies and weren't easily poached. So finding someone who could match Gu Li and double the performance of Chunhuan Zichuang's Huanyu system was proving to be quite a challenge. I wonder what he's up to. As she scrolled through resumes in her email, Gu Li's name involuntarily surfaced in Shen Linx's mind. Somehow, ever since she had called him hubby, as a joke, their paths seemed to cross more and more often. Could this be fate? At this thought, Shen Linshi found herself lost in contemplation. Why am I getting curious about him? She quickly snapped out of it, puzzled by her own feelings. Little did she know, there's a saying, liking someone always begins with curiosity. Time quickly passed to Sunday evening. The weekend flew by, and although the two couldn't go on their outing due to Shen Linx's interviews, she made it up to Hu Lin by treating her to a lavish dinner. "So how's the food here?" "Good, right." Sitting in an antique-styled restaurant, Shen Linshi watched Hu Lin devour her meal with a smile. While savoring the tender and spicy stir-fried pork intestines, Hu Lin nodded enthusiastically. The food here is absolutely fantastic. I can confidently say this is one of the best Sichuan meals I've ever had. Seeing her best friend satisfied, Shen Linshi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I'm glad you're happy. You might consider this place when you treat Guli to dinner next week. Maybe next time. Hulin shook her head with a mysterious smile. Right now I just want to taste Guli's cooking. I'm thinking of inviting him over to my place to cook. What do you think? Shen Linshi was taken aback. Why invite him to cook at your place? Is he a good cook? You don't know? Hulin was surprised. Didn't you add him on WeChat? Haven't you seen his moments? Shen Linshi shot Hulin a look of helplessness on her face. Well, I did add him, but I've been busy all day and haven't had time to look. What does that have to do with whether Guli can cook? Hearing this, Hulin was speechless, shaking her head with a sigh. I can't even be bothered to scold you. You really don't care about anything but work. Didn't Guli go back to his hometown this week? Shen Linshi was still confused. Yes, so. He went to the pond to catch fish himself today, slaughtered a chicken and a duck, and picked vegetables from the garden. Then he cooked a huge table of delicious food himself. Hulin put down her chopsticks and continued, tsk. His cooking technique was so smooth and effortless. If I didn't know he was an IT, I'd have sworn he was a professional chef. The dishes he made looked so good in the photos my mouth was watering. I initially suspected he was just showing off that the food might look good but taste bland. But then he sent me a picture directly. I was completely speechless. As she spoke, Hulin handed her phone over for Shen Linshi to see their chat history. It wasn't just photos, there were also videos of Guli cooking, his skills rivaling any chef's. The final dishes looked incredibly appetizing, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. The last photo showed a round table where several large basins were completely empty, leaving only some sauce. All those big basins of food were completely eaten. Seeing this, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, this guy. He can cook this well. Hulin also nodded, her face filled with curiosity. Right? I used to think that since he was good at programming and spent all his time studying, his cooking would be average. But not only can he cook, his knife skills are incredible. He slices fish fillets thinner than you'd find at the market. It's unbelievable. Is he really a programmer? Also, he's quite filial. He drove 200 kilometers just to cook a feast for his father on Father's Day. And despite being wealthy, he doesn't mind getting his hands dirty doing farm work. Yesterday, he even used his luxury G-Wagon to help carry corn for the family. He didn't seem to care about the car at all. As she spoke, Hulin marveled. I have to say, Guli is different from all the elites and rich second-generation guys I've met before. Hearing Hulin's words, Shen Linshi subconsciously nodded, thinking to herself, this Guli really is a different kind of man. Upon reflection, she realized he truly seemed to have many admirable qualities. He was over 1.8 meters tall, quite handsome, and had an impressively fit physique that spoke of regular exercise. Young as he was worth tens of millions, held the position of technical director with an annual salary exceeding $1 million. His career was thriving. Although his hometown was rural, his family was harmonious, and he was a devoted son to his parents. A man like this was essentially a prime catch. For many women, he was the perfect marriage prospect. As she pondered, Shen Linxi's interest in Guli grew. She opened his moments and started scrolling. Even though they'd been WeChat friends for a week, she'd been too busy to check before. Of course, it was also a personal habit. She rarely looked at anyone's posts. She saw photos of Guli unafraid of dirt or fatigue, hauling a net with his father in the fish pond, fish leaping over the net and escaping. Another showed them together catching a huge silver carpet's body as wide as Guli's father's chest. Then there was a picture of the big fish breaking free with Guli and his father scrambling to catch it. Though they ultimately failed and the fish got away, their faces were beaming with happy smiles. Seeing these photos, Shen Linshi was stunned for a moment, a twinge of envy stirring in her heart. Perhaps this kind of harmonious family life was what she truly yearned for. Thinking back to her childhood, her parents' strictness, and the lack of their company, Shen Linshi felt a deep sigh well up inside her. Work had always been the most important thing to her parents. What accompanied her growing up was mostly the family nanny, aside from occasional weekends with her mother. As for her father, he was either at the company or on a business trip. Other kids' parents often took them to the zoo or amusement park, but for her, that seemed like a distant dream. Every day was filled with endless homework, dance lessons, piano practice, elocution training, and more. Even after growing up and getting into university, she still longed for that kind of ordinary familial affection. Unfortunately, as she grew older, the generation gap only widened. It was always about marrying within one station or getting married early. They even arranged a childhood betrothal for her, which was utterly ridiculous. After all, what era was this? The second young master of the Tang family is back from studying abroad. I heard he's quite handsome. Why don't you go meet him? So-and-so's daughter married so-and-so's son. It's a perfect match, strengthening both families. Her father's words felt alien to Shen Linshi. Every visit home to see her father had become a form of torment. Once there's a rift between a person and their family, all they want is to escape and return to their own little sanctuary. Even without friends around, being alone in her own space was more comfortable than being at home. Only in her own room did she feel truly free. So after graduating, she rarely went home, just like during her school days, only once a year. Seeing Gu Li's ordinary simple life through those photos stirred waves of envy within Shen Linshi. Cece, what's wrong? Across the table, Hu Lin noticed she hadn't reacted for 2 minutes while staring at her phone and asked. Huh. Shen Linshi snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I'm just amazed by Gu Li's talent. He really is different from others. So do you think he'd agree if we invited him over to cook next week? Hu Lin asked. Shen Linshi thought for a moment, then guessed he should probably agree. After all, it's an invitation from a beauty like you. He'd surely give you that face. Besides, he already turned you down once. He wouldn't have the heart to refuse again. Hu Lin nodded in agreement. Right? Then it's settled. He's coming to my place for dinner next week. You have to be there too. If you stand me up again, he'll really be mad at you. Alright, I promise. Shen Linshi smiled and nodded, already looking forward to tasting Gu Li's cooking. She wondered what that guy couldn't do. 2 hours later, they finished their meal and drove home separately. Back home, Shen Linshi picked up her phone and fell into deep thought. Remembering it was Father's Day today, she felt a pang of internal conflict. Although her father was strict and they had their differences, he had raised her for over 20 years. The bond of blood was something that could never be erased. Thinking of the photos of Gu Li laughing heartily with his father while fishing, Shen Linshi felt an unexpected flicker of hope. After a while, she found that familiar WeChat contact and started typing. But after typing Dad, she didn't know what else to say. She typed and deleted and typed. Over a dozen times, yet she couldn't bring herself to send anything. At this moment, the decisive, formidable businesswoman was utterly indecisive when it came to family. As time ticked by, she finally typed a few words and, steeling herself, hit send. Watching the message go through, Shen Linshi let out a sigh of relief. You can recall a message within 2 minutes. Should she? But just as her hand hovered over the screen, she hesitated and pulled it back. Resigned, she collapsed onto the sofa, her graceful figure resembling a sleeping beauty. In Yudu, nestled within the Qianli Jiangshan Villa district along the banks of the Jialing River, a well-preserved middle-aged man in his 50s, bearing a resemblance to Shen Linshi, had just stepped inside. On the living room sofa sat an elegant woman in her 40s or 50s, her face masked in a sheet mask, watching the television program before her. Indeed, they were Shen Linxi's father Shen Tianqian and mother Lin Jiqiu. Why are you back so early today? Lin Jiqiu glanced at the time on the TV and asked as her husband entered. Shen Tianqian slumped onto the sofa, the fatigue fleeting across his face. Almost 10 o'clock. Is that early? Compared to midnight or not coming home at all, arriving before 10 certainly counts as early. Lin Jiqiu chuckled, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Well, I'm not going to argue with you. Shen Tianqian, knowing his wife was upset, chose not to dwell on the matter. He decided to take a bath and get a massage, exhausted from the day's work. Coming home only to hear his wife's nagging, it was truly draining. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he noticed a WeChat message notification on the screen. Received a message from Cece. Seeing this, Shen Tianqian froze. His daughter hadn't sent a single message in months. The last time was on New Year's Day, when he received a New Year's greeting from her while on the plane. And it was even a mass-forwarded message. As a father who knew his daughter well, he understood that Shen Linshi rarely sent messages. When she did, it usually meant something significant. After all, the rift that had grown between them since childhood made it difficult for him to communicate with her. She would always turn to her mother first. Now that she was reaching out to him, could something terrible have happened? Was she in danger? Despite his constant complaints about Shen Linxi's stubbornness, his love for her had never diminished. He immediately opened WeChat, his face etched with worry. But when he saw the message she had sent, he was stunned. That's it. Dad, happy Father's Day. For a moment, Shen Tianqian stood frozen, the thought of bathing completely forgotten. Seeing his bewilderment, Lin Jiqiu asked, what's wrong? Take a look. What's gotten into our daughter? Snapped back to reality, Shen Tianqian handed her the phone. Curious, Lin Jiqiu took it and examined it, equally puzzled. She knew about Father's Day. Could it be this weekend, today? She quickly checked the calendar on her phone and confirmed it was indeed today. Seeing her husband still baffled, Lin Jiqiu said impatiently, can't you figure it out? Your daughter is wishing you a happy Father's Day. You should be happy. Well, Shen Tianqian nodded but then shook his head. I find it strange. This blessing comes out of nowhere. When did our daughter ever care about Father's Day? She only knows work day and night, never taking a break. Thinking of his willful daughter who was entirely devoted to her career and determined to make a name for herself, Shen Tianqian sighed helplessly. She's just so disobedient. In his view, it would be better for her to find a suitable match from a well-off family, settle down, and raise a family. Then she wouldn't have to toil away working overtime every day. Though it might not compare to the life of a wealthy heiress, at least she'd be free from worries. But unfortunately, his daughter had always been rebellious and never shared her true feelings with him. Thus the rift between them had only deepened. Lin Jiqiu thought about it, and realized there was some truth to his words. Even during the Dragon Boat Festival or Mid-Autumn Festival their daughter couldn't be bothered to come home, let alone send a text message. This unexpected Father's Day greeting was indeed out of character. So Lin Jiqiu also grew suspicious. Do you think something might have happened to Cici? Shen Tianqian nodded, possibly. Then ask her. Lin Jiqiu handed the phone back to him, urging him on. In her view, since their daughter had sent this message, it indicated a desire to ease the tension between her and her father. If Shen Tianqian took the opportunity to have a proper conversation, it might work wonders for their relationship. Shen Tianqian thought for a moment, then reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed directly. The call was answered immediately, but there was silence on the other end. A flicker of concern crossed Shen Tianqian's face as he asked, "Daughter, are you there?" Fortunately, Shen Ling's voice soon came through. "Dad, I'm here." Shen Tianqian quickly said, "I saw your message. Is everything okay on your end?" Shen Ling's tone was unusually calm, but she only uttered 2 words. "No." Hearing this, Shen Tianqian was at a loss for words and asked, "When will you come home for a visit? They'll have that person come over to the house, and you two can get to know each other." However, this remark caused Shen Ling's normally calm tone to suddenly sharpen. "Huh? Dad, do you really want to sell your daughter off that badly? Is there nothing else you can talk about?" Her voice carried a hint of anger, and without waiting for Shen Tianqian's reply, she hung up. This child, still so infuriating. Listening to the dial tone, Shen Tianqian's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. "Enough. Can't you two talk nicely? Every time you exchange a few words you end up making faces. I'm not blaming you, but it's all because you brought up that topic." Lin Jiqiu, equally exasperated, gave him a push. "Forget it, go take your bath. I'll talk to Cici myself." "Honestly, fine." Still fuming over his daughter, Shen Tianqian tossed out this reply and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in Rongqing, Shen Lingxi was at a loss. After hanging up, she reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the pristine white ceiling. She couldn't pinpoint when her relationship with her father had become like this. A sigh echoed through the empty room. An inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over Shen Lingxi, a feeling she had never anticipated. The video call rang again. Seeing it was Lin Jiqiu, she quickly wiped her eyes and sat up. "Mom, why are you calling on video?" Lin Jiqiu looked at her beautiful daughter and smiled. "What can I video call you?" "I didn't say that. I'm just curious. Aren't you usually working out at this time?" "I finished my workout today. Now I'm wearing a face mask." Lin Jiqiu paused, then said, "Don't blame your father for being difficult to talk to. You know his personality. He was really happy when he saw your message today. But you've never sent a message like this before, so he thought something might have happened to you. That's why he called in such a hurry. It was out of concern." Hearing this, Shen Lingxi felt a little better and nodded. "I understand, Mom. Actually, your father has always cared about you. Remember when your startup was in financial trouble? He arranged for an investment to come through." This revelation caught Shen Lingxi off guard, and a distant memory gradually came into focus. She had never expected that when she first started her business, the company had run into a funding crisis, leaving them all deeply in debt. Someone had wanted to take over, but they offered a very low price and demanded 80% of the equity. If they had accepted that offer, they wouldn't even have recovered their costs. Just when they were about to give up hope, a company unexpectedly showed interest in the project and invested 8 million yuan to help them through the crisis. It was that 8 million that allowed their project to succeed, eventually leading to a successful acquisition. This brought each of them substantial returns and financial freedom. And that crucial 8 million investment, it was Shen Tianqian who had arranged for someone to help them. So her father had always been looking out for her. At this thought, Shen Lingxi was at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes. But why was he so heartless, forcing her to marry someone she didn't love? For a moment, she didn't know how to feel about her father anymore. "All right, Cici. There's no rift between father and daughter that can't be mended." Seeing her daughter lost in thought, Lin Jiqiu pressed on. "Take a day off and come home. Have a good talk with your father. Everything he does is for your own good." But these words had the opposite effect on Shen Lingxi. Her expression hardened, and she wiped the corner of her eyes before speaking firmly. "Mom, I'm grown up now and have my own judgment. If Dad still wants me to marry Tang Wenhua, he can forget about it." Hearing these words and seeing the determination on his daughter's face, Lin Jiqiu fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. There it was again. Unfortunately, his daughter had brought up this matter once more. It seemed his earlier words had been in vain. His daughter's temperament was becoming more stubborn with each passing day. Of course, he himself saw no right or wrong in his daughter's pursuit of freedom and love. However, her husband, the old Stakinthamud Shen Tianqian, thought otherwise. Under the guise of securing their daughter's future happiness, he had insisted on arranging a betrothal with the Tang family patriarch. And now, because of this, the relationship between father and daughter had become incredibly strained. Sigh. Every family indeed has its own troubles. At this thought, Lin Jiqiu sighed once more, so much so that his facial mask began to wrinkle. Stuck in the middle of this conflict, he found the situation difficult to handle. Both parties were stubborn and unyielding, one an old fossil, the other a young rebel. Meanwhile, Shinlinshi, prompted by her own social media post, sent a greeting message to her estranged father. At that moment, Guli was already on the road back to Rongqing with Guqiu. Since it was the first half of the year, and the days were longer, they had set off after an early dinner. By the time they neared the suburbs, the western sky was awash in a breathtaking expanse of blood-red sunset. The young girl Guqiu, clutching her new phone, rolled down the window and snapped pictures endlessly. In the end, Guli's attempts to dissuade her had failed. Having received 10,000 yuan, Guqiu couldn't suppress her vanity and had gone ahead to buy a new phone. He was left with no choice but to let her be. After all, she would be a senior next year. A new phone would be beneficial for internships or job hunting. An hour later, Guli dropped off his sister and arrived smoothly at his residential complex. Upon entering his home, he changed into loungewear and lay down on the massage chair ready to relax. The massage chair had cost him nearly 80,000 yuan, and it was quite comfortable for a rest after tiring times. As the chair worked on his muscles, he finally had a chance to check his phone for previous messages. Guli, come over to my place to cook this Saturday night. I'm dying to taste your cooking. Can't wait to see you show off your skills. The first message was from Hulin. Seeing that she was inviting him to her home was somewhat unexpected, but this was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Thinking back to the photos and videos he had posted from his hometown, he understood why Hulin was so eager to taste his dishes. A sly grin spread across his face. Not bad. His top-tier Sichuan cuisine skills were finally going to be put to good use. Once she tasted his cooking, a second invitation would surely follow. He immediately replied, "No problem, I'll be there on Saturday night with the groceries. All you two need to do is bring your appetites." "Haha, it's a deal then. See you there. Oh, and what would you like to drink? I'll buy it in advance." A moment later, Hulin's reply came through. Seeing her words, Guli smiled, thought for a moment, and replied, "Drinking. What if I get drunk and go crazy? The two of you wouldn't stand a chance against me." You. Unexpectedly, his joke was met with disdain from Hulin. "Let me tell you, Shoshi and I took a 3-month self-defense combat course. You might be fit, but you wouldn't necessarily beat the two of us together." What the heck? Those two had taken combat training. Really? Guli found it hard to believe that two delicate women could endure such hardship. He scoffed, "You're joking, right? You two actually did that. How about we test that theory sometime? Bring it on. Think I'm scared of you?" Fist emoji. His disbelief clearly offended Hulin, who responded with a fist-clenching emoticon. Sigh, how presumptuous. Thinking of his own humanoid weapon-level combat abilities, Guli shook his head with a light chuckle. Forget it, he wouldn't bicker with this little girl. Just then a notification sound came from his old university class group chat. When Guli opened it, his eyes narrowed. "Guli, that G-Wagon of yours is rented, right? Hilarious. Renting a luxury car to haul corn back to the village. Huh. Zhong Hongfu, don't talk nonsense. What if Guli actually bought it? Bought it? Do you believe that? That car costs over 2 million, not 20,000. I heard Guli was just laid off from his company. Maybe he got a big severance package." I checked. That company only pays in yuan. With Guli's salary of around 10,000, that's at most 30 or 40,000. It turned out that Guli's social media post about hauling corn with his G-Wagon had been spotted by a classmate and shared in the group for discussion. Especially this Zhong Hongfu. He and Guli had never seen eye to eye since university, holding a grudge over a mistaken thermos incident. After that, Guli had found the guy insufferable, and they hadn't spoken a single word for the last 2 years of college. Of course, this guy standing under 1.7 meters and perpetually sour-faced was also jealous of the handsome Guli. With few girls in the computer science class, one had a particular crush on Guli, and this guy happened to be infatuated with her. However, Guli was secretly smitten with Yue at the time, so he paid no attention to other girls. Thus, Zhong Hongfu's envy and jealousy festered until the thermos incident turned it into outright hatred. After graduation, they had little contact, and Guli rarely spoke in the group chat. He never expected that a simple social media post would be seen by this guy who thought he had found a chance to humiliate him. Guli was annoyed, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with the likes of him. After all, they were on completely different levels now. A stooping to a shouting match would be beneath him. Just as he was about to ignore it, more messages appeared in the group. "Zhong Hongfu, you're such a busybody. How about a bet? If it turns out Guli bought that car, you have to run a lap around the school campus naked. Dare you?" Zhong Hongfu. "Yeah. You scared? Zhong Hongfu, do you dare?" Haha, these three guys actually came out of hiding. Seeing Zhong Hongfu go silent after being put on the spot, Guli couldn't help but laugh. "Hold on, everyone. I have proof. This proves the car is indeed Guli's. Look at these. Screenshot 1. JPG. Screenshot 2. JPG. Just then Zhao Jun, who was usually quiet, surfaced, said his piece, and posted 2 images. One was a screenshot from the Jindian company website featuring Gu Li's appointment announcement. Apparently, Gu Li had been promoted to technical director last week by the boss, and Wang Tai had become the CTO. The other photo showed Gu driving his G-Wagon in the underground parking lot of Chuanxing Square. When everyone saw these two clear photos, a wave of shock rippled through the chat. Hey, you know Gu from Class 1. I'm currently working at the same company as him. You won't believe how impressive he is now. He's the technical director at Jindian, a top executive managing 200 to 300 people. His annual salary is said to be at least 1.5 million. And his car is a Mercedes G-Wagon. I'm so envious. Same major, same graduation year, less than 4 years out, and he's already a technical director, earning over $1 million a year and driving a luxury car. Yeah, even those at Alibaba or Tencent don't seem to make $1 million a year, right? $1 million? No way. I was just talking to Zhang Yueshan the other day. He only makes 40K a month. And he's the most successful one among our classes. Well, excluding a few rich second-generation heirs. Following this, the classmate even forwarded a snippet of a chat log which silenced the entire group. The sudden quiet in the group piqued the curiosity of those who usually ignored the chat, prompting them to click in and see what was going on. At the same moment, in a residential area in the southern part of Rongqing, Yue sat on the sofa watching television, idly scrolling through short videos on her phone. As for the university group chat, she couldn't be bothered to engage with it, having long since muted its notifications. Thus, despite the lively chatter within, she remained willfully blind to the group's red notification badge. For her, a person who prized the quality of life after graduating, wasting time on such tedious gossip was simply out of the question. Just then, a livestream host recommended a high-quality skincare product at a price several hundred yuan cheaper than the official store, instantly igniting her desire to purchase. As she was about to place the order, a series of ding-dong alerts from WeChat suddenly caught her attention. In the computer science department, female students were already scarce, and genuinely beautiful ones were even rarer. A girl like Yue who could rival the department's beauty queen was an exceptional rarity. Consequently, among the few women in Guli's class, she had always attracted considerable attention due to her looks. She was also quite independent in her lifestyle, not quite fitting in with the other girls. The only exception was her roommate Wang Yixue, who remained close to her, and after graduation, they became best friends after joining the same company. Seeing it was a message from Wang Yixue, she quickly tapped on it. Yue, haven't you seen the group chat? Go check it out, but you need to stay calm. What does that mean? Seeing this message, Yue was puzzled. Her best friend even told her to stay calm. What on earth was going on? Driven by curiosity, she quickly opened the university group chat and scrolled up dozens of messages. Then she was stunned. Her classmate Gu Li had become the technical director of a company with an annual salary of 1.5 million yuan. His usual mode of transportation was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 2 million yuan. What? This can't be possible. Seeing these messages, Yui's first instinct was that this couldn't be true. She might not know much about other classmates' situations, but this was different. She knew Gu Li, who had harbored feelings for her for 7 years and confessed over a dozen times better than anyone. His salary was 100 yuan a month, which was only raised at the end of last year. He rented an old apartment from a decade ago for 130 yuan a month. Not only was the community environment poor and the residents chaotic, but there was also no elevator. She had been there once and never dared to go back. Every day Gu Li would ride a shared bike for a few minutes to the subway station, then transfer twice, spending 40 minutes to get to work. Oh wait. In April, Gu Li was laid off and became unemployed. But the current situation was vastly different from what she knew. Just 2 months after she had rejected him again, he had achieved a stunning turnaround. Not only had he become a technical director at a major company with an annual salary exceeding $1 million, but he was also driving a luxury car worth $2 million. This was utterly absurd. She knew Gu Li's family background well. He was definitely not a rich second generation. This bizarre turn of events was something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Thinking this, she wanted to question Gu Li in the group chat about what he was up to. But before she could act, she was startled by a message in the chat. Wow, Gu Li is getting more and more handsome. Have you all noticed? His outfit is worth a fortune. It turned out that some observant classmates had already noticed from the photos that Gu Li's attire was extraordinary, worth tens of thousands at least. Particularly the watch on his wrist, which everyone recognized as a Vacheron Constantin, a luxury timepiece worth at least several hundred thousand. At this point, no one doubted that Gu Li's car was rented, since he had been driving the G-Class to work for almost a month. And his clothes were clearly not something one could rent either. So there were only 3 possibilities for Gu Li's sudden transformation into an eligible bachelor. Perhaps he was a rich second generation. Or maybe he came into a sudden windfall. Another possibility was that Gu Li had always been keeping a low profile and was only now revealing his true strength. But regardless of which, it was a classmate who used to be just like everyone else now stood worlds apart from them. This immense disparity sent shockwaves through the group. Subsequently, the conversation inevitably turned to Yue, and the other ordinary female students began to gossip. Right? It's a pity. Some people might be crying in the bathroom. You said it. I heard she's dating a guy with an Audi, but now it seems she really picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. TSK TSK. Watching the veiled insults in the group, Yue was tempted to fire back. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it. After much deliberation, she still couldn't bring herself to type out a scathing retort. Arguing in the group now would only lower her status, invite trouble, and make everyone laugh at her for being blind, wouldn't it? However, the doubt Yue had just had was growing stronger with everyone's discussion. Could Gu Li's transformation actually be real? But then what about his previous situation? Right? It must have been a test for me. Yue thought, directly fabricating a reason for Gu Li's past behavior, and was instantly elated. She then immediately found Gu Li's WeChat ready to send him a greeting. Gu Li, are you still angry with me? Qianli Muyun has enabled friend verification. You are not yet a friend. This is infuriating. He actually deleted my WeChat. How infuriating. Faced with this, Yue was beside herself. She quickly found Gu Li's number and called him. To her surprise, the line was busy, and then it kept saying the call could not be connected. Damn it. This guy hasn't blocked my number too, has he? Realizing this possibility, Yue was furious and started cursing. This is outrageous. Just because I rejected you, we can't even be friends anymore. Let's see just how deep your secrets go. Thinking about it, she decided to call Gu Li from her secondary account. Fortunately, the call went through and Gu Li's familiar voice came from the other end. Who is this? Gu Li, it's me. I heard you've been doing quite well lately. Of course. If I had known life would be 10 times better without you, I would have stopped bothering with you long ago. But it's not too late now, is it? Yue didn't expect Gu Li to retort so sharply right from the first sentence, and anger surged within her. But considering his current achievements and the fact that she had indeed been somewhat harsh before, a little resentment seemed understandable. So Yue told herself to stay calm. As long as they could start over, everything would be fine. After taking a deep breath, she spoke in an even gentler tone. I know some things in the past were indeed my fault. Gu Li, don't be angry, okay? I was just testing you back then. I still have feelings for you. How about we have dinner together tomorrow night? Beep beep. Just as Yue was getting into her performance, Gu Li hung up the phone directly. Listening to the dial tone, Yue was dumbfounded, and it took her a moment to snap back to reality. No, I can't give up. Taking another deep breath, she stubbornly called again, only to hear the prompt, the number you have dialed cannot be connected. This guy has blocked me again. Yue never expected Gu Li to be so heartless. Blocked on WeChat and phone, there would be no more contact between them. Such an outcome might be understandable, but she felt Gu Li was going too far, deliberately humiliating her. As the prettiest girl in the class, she was always the one being fawned over, never having endured such humiliation. Being ignored by Gu Li like this, Yue simply couldn't swallow her pride. After much thought, she actually made a rather baffling decision. Yue's outlandish idea was to go directly to Jindo Technology tomorrow and have a face-to-face conversation with Gu Li. She refused to believe that Gu Li could have completely lost all feelings for her. How could 7 years of affection be abandoned so easily? If she could have forgotten him completely in an instant, she wouldn't have waited 7 long years. Yue, who could be considered the Belle of the computer science department, still possessed immense confidence and conviction. With this thought in mind, her heart racing with excitement, she couldn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. As a result, she felt quite drowsy when she woke up in the morning. Determined to present the most beautiful version of herself to Gu Li, Yue took the entire day off. In the morning, she got her hair done and even visited a beauty salon to relax before leisurely making her way to Chuanxing Square and then to Jinduan Technology. However, the reality was that without an access pass, she couldn't enter Jinduan at all. After much pleading, she managed to persuade the receptionist to announce her arrival, but Gu Li refused to see her and even had someone escort her out. After waiting in the elevator lobby for a while, Yue could only take the elevator down in defeat. Yet she didn't actually leave. Instead, after strolling around Chuanxing Square, she headed towards the underground parking garage. Meanwhile, in his office, Gu Li was quite taken aback that Yue had managed to track him down and felt a sense of exasperation. So after spending 2 hours in the office, he decided to clock out early and head home, carefully taking the elevator down to the parking lot. He wanted to avoid running into that troublesome Yue and causing unnecessary problems. Unfortunately, he underestimated how tenacious she could be. He truly hadn't expected her to be waiting right next to his G-Wagon. Looking at the vast garage and the multitude of cars, Gu Li couldn't help but marvel. A woman like Yue was truly terrifying. She had even figured out how to input his license plate number, locate his car in advance, and ambush him, having waited there for an hour or two. If she applied such persistence to her career, she wouldn't be constantly looking for shortcuts by latching onto wealthy men. This woman was deeply calculating. He had once foolishly thought she was innocent. Looking at the familiar figure, Gu Li felt extremely helpless. Gu Li, I was wrong before. Can we start over? Seeing him approach, Yue stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and began to act coquettishly. Stop! 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 Gu Li's expression changed, and he pushed her away, quickly stepping back several paces. Yue, apart from being ordinary classmates, there is nothing else between us. If you want to avoid future awkwardness, then say nothing more. Hearing this, Yue's heart tightened, and her face showed a pitiful expression. Are you really going to be this heartless? Huh, heartless. Gu Li stared at her coldly, a mocking sneer curling at his lips, unable to contain his sarcasm any longer. You don't deserve to use that word. Alright, I'm going home. I don't have time to waste here with you. Looking at the Gu Li, who seemed like a completely different person compared to less than 2 months ago, Yue was so shocked, she didn't know what to say. She couldn't help but demand loudly, Gu Li, I know you must still be angry with me, right? How can 7 years of liking just vanish into thin air? Seeing Gu Li's icy expression, Yue's confidence from last night plummeted to rock bottom. She hadn't expected that even after humbling herself to beg for forgiveness, he could still be so cruel. Could it be that the 7 years of affection were all a lie? But that was impossible. If he didn't like her, how could a man have shown her such meticulous care for years? Even after being rejected time and again, he would still be the first to her side whenever she called. But the truth was that the man standing before her, who had loved her for 7 years now, wore an expression of utter disgust. Although she was tempted to just walk away and not endure this humiliation, thinking of Gu Li's current advantageous circumstances, Yue decided to make one last effort. Gu Li, stop making a scene, alright? Who's making a scene? The pathetic simp from before is dead. If you want to see him, go burn some paper money for him. Seeing Yue acting somewhat frantic, Gu Li retorted directly. He felt that there was no need for any courtesy towards this kind of woman. Yue was rendered speechless by Gu Li's sharp retort. She hadn't expected his attitude towards her to be so harsh. Looking at the boy who used to want to revolve around her all the time, Yue felt a wave of regret, but more than that, disbelief and anger. However, at that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from the other side of the garage, causing Gu Li to freeze. He didn't want a colleague to see him entangled with Yue, so he subtly glanced sideways, and was startled. It was Shun Linshi. Realizing it was the person who absolutely shouldn't be here, Gu Li quickly turned his head back, his mind filled with confusion. It was still before 4 p.m. What was Shun Linshi doing in the parking garage at this hour? Could she be leaving early too? But this was too much of a coincidence. Not only that, but she had to witness Yue's shameless harassment. He had no time to think about why Shun Linshi was here in Building B. The most critical issue now was how to properly handle Yue without causing any misunderstandings. A few seconds later, the sound of Shun Linxi's high heels disappeared. Gu Li didn't even dare to turn his head to look. Naturally, he had no idea if Shun Linshi had left or was standing somewhere nearby watching him silently. He thought for a moment, then walked towards his car, issuing his final ultimatum. Yue, there's nothing more to say between us. I confessed to you over a dozen times before, and you never accepted, instead keeping me dangling like a backup. Do you have any idea how I endured those 7 years? Now that my career is starting to take off, you come begging for my forgiveness. It's not that simple. Why put yourself through this humiliation? From now on, we're just ordinary university classmates, nothing more. One last warning, if you insist on harassing me, then we can't even be classmates anymore. Think it over yourself. I'm leaving now. Having said his piece with a heavy undertone of threat, Gu Li believed she would understand. Without paying further heed to the shocked Yue, he turned to open his car door and leave. Seeing him about to leave, Yue became angry and directly blocked his path. Gu Li, why are you so heartless? Can't you just give me another chance? Hearing that she still expected a chance, Gu Li laughed outright. Huh, a chance is like the last hair on a bald man's head. If you grab it, you have it. If you miss it, it's gone forever. Alright, that's all I have to say. Goodbye. If you don't move aside, I'll really call security. As he finished speaking, Gu Li picked up his phone, threatening her. He didn't want Yue to bother him again in the future. The best outcome would be to scare her off today, so she wouldn't dare come looking for him again. Fortunately, his fierce expression startled her, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Gu Li sneered, opened the car door, got in, and started the engine. Seeing that it had come to this, Yue seemed to realize that Gu Li would never give her another chance. She then decided to give up all pretense and sarcastically spat, Gu Li, have you fallen for someone else? Otherwise, why would you suddenly ignore me? Huh. At that moment, Gu Li was looking at his WeChat, unsure how to reply. Because Shun Linshi, hiding in the shadows, had just sent him a message. Gu Li, so she's the reason you were drinking by the river. Upon seeing the message, Gu Li could well imagine the glee on Shun Linxi's face, practically beaming with schadenfreude. She was surely hiding behind some pillar nearby, gleefully texting him while enjoying the drama. After all, ever since he had snatched that project from her, Shun Linshi harbored quite a grudge against him. He looked up at Yue, who still hadn't left, and felt a wave of helplessness. But then he thought, since Shun Linshi was right there, and had even proactively messaged him, maybe he could ask her for a favor. Deciding it was worth a shot, he sent her a text. Damn, you're actually nearby. Since when? Can't you see how troublesome this woman is? Why not come over and help out? The reply from Shun Linshi was instantaneous. Help. This is hardly something I can assist with. Seeing this, Gu Li resorted to flattery. Of course you can help. This woman probably still has some illusions about me, and I really don't want to be pestered by her in the future. How about you come out and give me a hand, get rid of her for good, so she never dares to set her sights on me again. I'm begging you, my dear President Shun. Is this really our ever-strategic director Gu? Can't handle a mere woman. Huh. Reading this, Gu Li was utterly speechless. This Shen Linshi really knew how to hold a grudge. Even after Head said all that, she still refused to help. Thinking it over, he decided to pull out all the stops appealing to her emotions and reason. President Shun, you truly overestimate me. When it comes to technical matters, I'm your man. But in this situation, I'm genuinely at a loss. While I'd love to give her a piece of my mind, you know that's not an option. If I just walk away, she'll probably keep pining for me. Her coming back later would just be another headache. Tell you what, name your price. If it's within my power, I'll agree to it. Please, my dear President Shun. After all, we do share a certain connection, don't you think? Fine. Agree to one future favor, and I'll help you out today. Alright. Just make sure you play along with my act later. That's all. After a brief pause, Shen Linshi actually agreed, filling Gu Li with immense relief. Perfect. Although she demanded a favor in return, he could simply treat her to a nice dinner afterwards to express his gratitude. That was only natural. Or perhaps he could even get her a gift. Wouldn't that just bring them closer together? Putting away his phone, he glanced at Yue, who still lingered outside, and his mood instantly brightened. Little did Yue know this visit would yield her nothing but benefit for him. Yue, seeing that Gu Li hadn't left, immediately mistakenly thought he was having second thoughts. A look of delight spread across her face as she prepared to speak again. But at that moment, the sharp click of high heels echoed through the air. The crisp, decisive sound drew both their gazes towards its source. Under the bright lights, Shen Linshi, clad in a professional business suit, approached with brisk, elegant steps. Her alluring figure, confident expression, and commanding presence effortlessly overshadowed the elaborately dressed Yue. Gu Li watched expectantly, curious to see how Shen Linshi would pull this off. She walked straight to the front of the car, cast a puzzled glance at Yue beside the passenger door, and then asked. Her voice, clear and melodious, was like the song of a lark. Gu Li, and who is this? Gu Li let out an awkward chuckle, forcing a strained smile. Oh, no one I know. Oh, Shen Linshi said nothing more, merely walked over, opened the passenger door, and settled into the seat. This scene dumbfounded Yue, who was left wondering about the relationship between this beautiful woman and Gu Li. By the way, how's this Mercedes G-Wagon treating you after all this time? Shen Linshi glanced at Yue before turning her gaze to Gu Li. If you don't like it, we can go pick up a Range Rover this weekend. Or if you want to be more low-key, a Volkswagen Phaeton would work too. What do you think? Gu Li instantly caught her drift and felt a bit speechless. This girl really knew how to play the game. Still, he played along, putting on a pleased expression and shaking his head. This car is perfect, no need to change it. I only just got it, so I'll drive it for at least a year before trying out other luxury models. After all, I never imagined I'd ever be able to drive such a nice car in my lifetime. Don't you agree? Shen Linshi nodded in agreement. Alright, if you insist, we'll keep it for now. Later, when you come home to meet my parents and we sort out the marriage certificate, I'll get you an even better sports car. A mere 2 million yuan car simply isn't worthy of my future husband. Don't you think? Gu Li nodded in agreement. You decide, I'm fine with anything. Oh, come on. Shen Linshi rolled her eyes at him. As my husband, you should have your own opinions. Alright, let's get going. Weren't we supposed to check out that villa by East Lake this afternoon? It's almost dinner time now. Right, let's go. With that, Gu Li started the engine and then looked over at Yue. Yue, meanwhile, was utterly stunned. It dawned on her that Gu Li hadn't gotten rich on his own, but had latched onto a wealthy, beautiful woman. Seeing how submissive he was around her, it was clear he was nothing but a kept man, completely lacking in confidence. Damn it. She had thought Gu Li was either hiding his success or had suddenly struck it rich. But no, neither was true. What a waste of time. She had even shamelessly begged for his forgiveness just moments ago. Now Yue's heart was filled with nothing but rage. Gu Li, I never thought you'd turn out to be this kind of person. I was clearly mistaken about you. Humph. Though seething with anger, Yue chose to leave rather than face the woman whose aura completely overpowered her own. After hurling that insult, she stomped away on her high heels, the sharp clicks echoing her fury. After just a couple of steps, she heard Shen Linxi's accusatory voice from behind. Gu Li, who was that woman? You better explain yourself. A wave of satisfaction washed over Yue, and her previous frustration evaporated into pure, unadulterated glee. Now let's see you enjoy your cushy life. A few seconds later, once Yue was well out of earshot, Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, she's gone now. You can stop with the act. If anyone from our company saw that, I'd never hear the end of it. Hearing this, Shen Linshi curled her lips into a cold sneer. Oh, what's the matter? Is being kept by me such a hardship for you? Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then gave a wry smile, though he quickly resumed his flattery. President Shen, you are a vision of national beauty. To have the chance to be in your favor would be a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. You fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Unexpectedly, Shen Linshi felt a strange flutter in her heart at his words and hastily urged him to drive. Truth be told, she was also afraid of being seen by someone from Jinduyan, as it would be quite difficult to explain. You did me a huge favor today. How about I treat you to dinner? Guli drove out of the garage and then asked, what are you in the mood for? Anything you like. Shen Linshi chuckled. What, trying to fob me off with a single meal? Of course not. The favor I owe you still stands. Seizing this golden opportunity, Guli generously declared, besides this meal, I'll get you a gift another day. What do you say? Satisfied? Shen Linxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. That's more like it. But remember, you'll have to help me out next time too. No backing out. Guli laughed heartily. No problem. Even if it means braving the fires of hell, I'll do it. A man of my word through and through. You can count on me. Listening to the man beside her make such earnest promises, Shen Linshi felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, it was clear she still had her charms. The restaurant Shen Linshi recommended was a Western-style eatery nestled within Quanjai Alley. Guli parked the car nearby and followed her through the bustling crowd, ducking into a narrow lane that led to a traditional courtyard residence. He was somewhat taken aback by the quaint little establishment named Bifun Quan Yun Narrow Ring. The antique decor and serene ambience, secluded from the city's clamor, instantly evoked a sense of elegance and tranquility as one gazed up at the open sky courtyard. It was indeed a fine restaurant well suited for business banquets or romantic encounters. Guli had little knowledge of Western cuisine and no particular dietary restrictions, so he naturally deferred all decisions to Shen Linshi. Shen Linshi promptly ordered a set meal priced at 1688, which included a fine bottle of red wine. To Guli, the price was hardly exorbitant. His appreciation for her grew as he noted her sense of propriety and tact. The arrangement for their meal was perfectly balanced. Had she been a more materialistic woman, she might have tried to fleece him, perhaps even demanding a bottle of 1982 vintage as a starter. But Shen Linxi's choice was neither too extravagant nor too modest, just right for the two of them. In the quiet private dining room, they sat facing each other, the woman across from him exuding a calm elegance. Looking at Shen Linshi now, Guli found it hard to believe she was the same person he had encountered in the parking garage earlier. It was remarkable how completely she had switched personas. Noticing his lingering gaze, Shen Linshi felt a flicker of unease, but quickly composed herself. After all, the man across from her was quite handsome, nearly matching her own allure. She hadn't anticipated dining alone with Guli. It felt almost like a date. So what do you think? Isn't this place nice? She asked, breaking the brief silence. Guli took a sip of water and nodded. It's lovely. How did you come across such a serene and charming spot? Shen Linshi smoothed her attire and smiled. You probably think I'm too busy to enjoy a meal out, don't you? That thought had crossed my mind, Guli admitted with a slight nod, curiosity piqued. Hulin mentioned you're always swamped with work and often overtime. So you'd likely just rest at home on weekends. You'd be right about that. I rarely have time to hunt down good food, Shen Linshi said. These places were all introduced to me by Hulin, otherwise I'd never find such gems. By the way, the bread and beef tongue here are excellent. Oh, then I'll have to give them a proper try, Guli said, his face lighting up with anticipation. Then shifting the conversation, he added, though I must admit I know nothing about Western cuisine. So don't ask me if it's good or why it's good later. Because if it's truly delicious, I'll just say it's good, and then keep my head down and eat. Shen Linshi burst out laughing at his words. But then, realizing she might have laughed too heartily, forgetting the etiquette of covering her smile, she quickly toned it down to a gentle chuckle. Guli found this quite amusing. After all, if Shen Linshi were perpetually cold and aloof, it would be too much. Whether in life or work, one should embrace sunshine. Smiling brings many benefits. Laugh all you want, Guli said with an open gesture, being utterly candid. I'm not some refined gentleman, and I've hardly ever dined on Western food. I find being a bit vulgar and down-to-earth quite practical. Hearing this, Shen Linshi looked at him with surprise, then broke into a smile. Guli, you're quite an intriguing person. This piqued his interest. Oh, what's so intriguing about me? Shen Linshi replied. It's hard to believe you pined after that girl for 7 whole years. You confessed so many times, and were rejected each time, yet you never gave up. But on the night of May 20th, why did you finally let go completely? Logically, after 7 years of affection, it shouldn't be so easy to abandon. Perhaps it was precisely because of all those rejections that I finally reached the point of utter despair. Guli pondered for a moment before saying, there's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. I guess that's what it means. That does make sense, Shen Linshi said, nodding sympathetically. What about you? Have you ever been in love? Seizing the opportunity as the conversation turned to romance, Guli asked casually. Shen Linshi hesitated for a moment before answering. Would you believe me if I said I've never dated anyone, nor have I ever had a crush? I do believe you. Guli nodded. A goddess CEO like you probably has many admirers, but for various reasons it's normal that you haven't been in a relationship. Goddess. I'm getting old, almost 30 now. Shinlinshi sighed, though inwardly she was quite pleased. After all, even the most beautiful person needs praise to truly appreciate their own worth. Hearing her self-deprecating remark, Guli chuckled. That's not true. If you hadn't mentioned being near 30, I'd have thought you were a young maiden of 21 or 22. Oh, then why don't you have any interest in me? I'm supposedly a young maiden of that age after all, Shinlinshi teased, emboldened by his compliments. Guli was taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Didn't I tell you? A flutter of the heart doesn't necessarily require action. Besides, chasing after a goddess like you would be exhausting. How do you know it's exhausting if you haven't even tried? What if it turns out to be easy? Shinlinshi watched him, finding the situation increasingly amusing. She was curious to see how he would respond. But his answer was somewhat unexpected. Easy. Like on that night of May 20th, when we went from meeting falling in love to breaking up, all within a few seconds. Guli sighed, a sense of wistfulness creeping in. Love is truly hard to find in the right person. If you do find them, you've probably used up all your life's good fortune. Seeing the melancholy on Guli's face, Shinlinshi quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up such painful memories. It's fine really, Guli said, waving his hand dismissively. I should thank you for helping me out today. Thank you, President Shun. What's this? Still calling me President Shun? How distant are you being? Shinlinxi's face turned stern, feigning displeasure. Guli immediately caught on and said, my mistake. He'll have a drink as a penalty. Since we're now acquainted and friends, I'll call you Sister Shi. Thank you for coming to my aid today, Sister Shi. Should you ever need anything, I'll do my utmost to help without fail. Shinlinshi was speechless. Sister Shi. Wasn't that implying she was older than him? She looked at Guli, not knowing whether to accept or refuse. Sometimes she felt he was truly a hopelessly dense man, utterly exasperating. Just then the waiter arrived with their dishes, easing Shinlinxi's awkwardness. The atmosphere became much more congenial as they ate and chatted. During the meal they cleared up the misunderstanding regarding the Haitong project, and a toast sealed their reconciliation. Guli was genuinely pleased that this dinner marked a milestone in normalizing their relationship, something truly commendable. However, he was slightly annoyed that the system gave no notification. But one shouldn't assume Shinlinshi had conceded defeat. Guli let bygones be bygones. But for the upcoming project, it's anyone's game who will come out on top. Shinlinshi raised her glass, her eyes gleaming with a fierce desire for victory. Guli could only offer a wry smile. This damned competitive spirit, dealing with such a woman, was truly something else. I didn't expect this to spread so quickly. 2 hours later, just after settling the bill, Guli saw the message in the university group chat. What's wrong? Shinlinshi, standing beside him, seemed to sense something and asked curiously. Guli picked up his phone and chuckled. Oh, this afternoon's incident got leaked to the university group by that person. Now everyone knows I'm being kept by a beautiful rich woman. It seems that person really holds a grudge against you. Hearing this, Shinlinshi couldn't help but giggle. It took her a while to stop laughing before she asked, so what's your plan next? Are you going to clarify things, or? Clarify what? Guli wore a nonchalant expression and said carelessly, those who don't believe me won't be convinced no matter what slander is thrown around. As for those just here for the gossip, why should I care? If they'd rather believe I'm being kept, it doesn't really affect me. Besides, in this day and age, being a kept man is the way to go. If anything, it just makes those people even more resentful, envious, and jealous of me. Some of them probably even wish they could take my place. A snort of laughter escaped Shinlinshi as she was once again amused by Guli's words. How do you always manage to turn bad news into something so refreshingly strange? She tilted her head as if trying to figure out just what kind of person Guli really was. She had to admit, although his way of thinking was unconventional, what he said did make sense. In life, if you care too much about others' opinions, you'd truly be exhausted. Remember this, you live for yourself and for those you care about, not for others. Under the glow of the streetlights, Guli's tall figure and handsome face made him stand out conspicuously in the crowd. The alley was bustling with tourists, and although there were many attractive people around, the pair of Guli and Shinlinshi was particularly eye-catching. Many passers-by couldn't help but steal a second glance at them. Truly, the man was tall and handsome, and the woman possessed an extraordinary elegance. The two of them looked like a match made in heaven. Guli shielded Shinlinshi as they weaved through the crowd and finally emerged from the alleyway. Since they had both been drinking, driving was out of the question, so they would need to either call a designated driver or hail a taxi. Checking the time, it was still before 8 in the evening. Feeling that the night was still young, they both simultaneously turned to look at each other. For a moment their eyes met. Seeing Guli's handsome face, Shinlinshi felt her heart race and quickly turned her head away. Guli, noticing the sudden shyness on Shinlinxi's face, was also momentarily stunned and silently admired her beauty. Truly beautiful. Since their dinner on Monday night, Guli had once again thrown himself into his intense and busy work schedule. That evening after their meal, they hadn't gone straight home. Instead, they found a coffee shop and lingered for a while longer before heading their separate ways. Guli had originally offered to walk Shenlinshi home, but she had politely refused. Clearly, she was still quite guarded around him and didn't want him to know which residential complex she lived in. What she didn't know was that Guli had already found out where she lived and was even considering buying a place in her building to be closer. Despite this, their relationship had progressed considerably, and Guli was quite satisfied with that. Consequently, for the next few days at work, a smile never left his face. After all, his stocks were surging and he was receiving 7,000 to 8,000 in daily monetary rewards. Life couldn't be better. As for work, there was the Haitong project. The initial requirements gathering had already begun, and he was only responsible for the overall direction. Additionally, over at Qianji Technology, the preliminary business preparations for the middle platform project were also underway. Fortunately, this project was just starting up and Qianji Technology was still in the final confirmation stages, so Guli didn't have too much on his plate for now. Thus, he only needed to spend half a day in meetings and handling matters, leaving him with a relatively flexible schedule. As for the Shunling pharmaceutical stocks, they continued to rise steadily, perfectly mirroring the curve chart provided by the system. Seeing this, Guli felt much more at ease. He then began preparing to sell off his shares, putting a bid up for sale each day to maximize his profits. There were also some other scattered sell orders from other parties. Sure enough, some people had keen insight, knowing that this stock couldn't rise forever. However, on Thursday, Su Huai sent him a message. Guli, are you also preparing for the Qianji Technology middle platform project? Seeing this message, Guli was momentarily stunned, then asked directly. Yeah, I'm currently in charge of it, but we're still in the preliminary research phase. How did you find out about this project? After the senior management meeting today, Manager Lin assigned tasks to me and 2 others. It's the middle platform project, and the client seems to be called Qianji Technology. Seeing Su Huai's message, Guli found it a bit amusing. He hadn't expected Shenlinshi to be so well informed as to know about this project. It looked like she was gearing up to compete in the bidding as well. At this moment, Guli recalled what Shenlinshi had said during their dinner on Monday night. She wanted to compete with him on the next project to see who would come out on top. So this was her plan. Realizing this, Guli was speechless. This girl was really determined to compete with him. Indeed, she wasn't one to admit defeat, always holding her breath to win. Nevertheless, this made things increasingly interesting. Since that's the case, let's just see who ends up with this project in the end. It's fine. You just do your job as usual, don't worry about anything else. After thinking it through, Guli replied directly to Su Huai. I am curious though, what if Shenlinshi fails again? Will she be furious? Wouldn't it be too cruel for Miss Shun to lose the bid again? Su Huai on the other end couldn't help but worry. Hearing this, Guli also felt a bit concerned. What if Shenlinshi couldn't handle the loss and started holding a grudge against him? What would he do then? Was he supposed to intentionally go easy during the bidding process? For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. However, after thinking it over, he decided to put this issue aside for now. The bidding was still a month or 2 away, so he could figure it out when the time came. After all, he didn't know how close their relationship would be by then. Just like that, time flew by, and before they knew it, it was Friday. Guli had nearly finished selling off his stocks, essentially completing his previously formulated plan. In less than a month, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. Looking at the numbers in his stock account, Guli nearly shouted out loud. From this moment on, I'm a bona fide billionaire. Starting from June 1st, Guli began bottom fishing the stocks of Shunling Pharmaceutical. Besides his own 600,000, he also invested the combined 600,000 from Feng, Yezhao Yixian, and Niu Jingya, all purchased at the lowest price. However, the subsequent 35 million was bought at varying prices, some even 1 or 2 times higher than the initial purchase price. Even so, his principal in this stock investment had multiplied by more than 7 or 8 times. Moreover, this was a result of his overly cautious approach, otherwise a tenfold increase would have been entirely achievable. At its peak, Shunling Pharmaceutical stock price had even surged by 15 times. Even now, after the peak has passed, the price is still more than 10 times higher than it was in June. Therefore, Guli's profit of about 8 times is considered quite conservative. Even so, he was more than satisfied. One must not be too greedy, one must maintain reverence for money, or else they will eventually become a slave to it. The total principal of over 37 million had directly transformed into a massive income of nearly 300 million. Subsequently, Guli transferred 260 million of it to his bank card, leaving the rest in his stock account. Staring at the string of numbers on the payment app, Guli still felt a sense of unreality. After all, this was money he could never have earned in his entire previous life. Even with the system, he was essentially still the same ordinary office worker earning a monthly salary of over 10,000. Sometimes a person's nature is just like this. Even if they have money now, they can't instantly become a true wealthy person. It wasn't until half an hour later that Guli somewhat recovered from his shock. Alright, it's time to inform those 3 guys. With that thought, Guli took out his phone and sent video calls to all 3. Within seconds, all three were online. Zhao Yixian the fatty was in the bathroom at the moment and started shouting as soon as he connected. Old Gu, what's up? I'm taking a massive dump here. Your timing couldn't be worse. Damn. Fengya, who was also working out at the gym, burst out laughing upon seeing the fatty. Man, this video call stinks. Zhao Yixian's expression changed instantly, and he retorted, what the heck, old duck, are you asking for a beating? Seeing the two start bickering the moment they met, Guli quickly interjected, cut it out, you two. Let's talk business. Remember that stock investment. Well, we have the results now. Send me your bank card numbers, and I'll transfer the funds directly to you. Hearing this, Zhao Yixian immediately perked up with interest. That fast? I thought you were in it for the long haul. It hasn't even been a month. Just keep it on your end for now. It's not like it's a lot of money. When it turns into a few 100,000, you can send it to me then. At that moment, Niu Jingya also managed to come online and nodded in agreement. Old Gu, that's my private stash. My wife doesn't know about it. It's only been a month. How much could it have made? No rush, no rush. Yeah, old Gu. Since it's not much money anyway, just transfer it to Alipay. Why bother with a bank card? It's too much hassle. Fengyu, on the other hand, didn't have much of an opinion on long-term versus short-term investing. He just assumed that Guli was asking for bank cards because he hadn't made much and wanted to save everyone the withdrawal fees on WeChat and Alipay. Seeing the three of them with that indifferent look on their faces, Guli couldn't help but smile. These guys, they didn't even ask how much money was made, probably because they didn't expect much. At the same time, they were trying to be considerate of his feelings, implying there was no rush for the money and to talk about it once it had grown. What's with those looks on your faces? You don't think I lost money by investing so quickly, do you? Guli looked at the three of them with a grin. Seeing this expression, Fengyu was momentarily stunned, then realizing something, he grabbed his phone and headed towards the stairwell. Whoa, old Gu. Don't tell me we've already made a decent profit on our money in just this 1 month. Hearing this, Zhao Yixian and Niu Jingya immediately turned to look, their faces tense with anticipation. Guli chuckled. How about each of you take a guess? Seeing his roommate's enigmatic smile, Fengyu felt sure Guli had indeed made a profit, and immediately guessed, made half back. Hearing only half, Guli retorted with mock exasperation, come on, I'm practically a stock god here. If I'd only made half, would I be making such a big deal about calling you guys on video? This statement left the three of them stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. A few seconds later, Niu Jingya, unable to contain his excitement, was the first to hold up 2 fingers. Don't tell me it's doubled. TSK, can't you be bolder? Guli raised an eyebrow. At this, Zhao Yixian jumped up and shouted in amazement, no way. Old Gu, you made 4 times the profit. Seeing that none of the three had guessed correctly, Guli decided to stop beating around the bush. You guys, you still underestimate me. Let me tell you, this stock investment turned over 8 times. How about that? Happy? Cheer up. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people on the video call were left frozen in shock, their mouths wide open. It was only after a few seconds that they snapped out of it, chattering away incessantly. Holy crap. No way. 8 times. This is unbelievable. Old Gu, you're freaking awesome. I can't handle this. My 5,000,000 is going to turn into 4 million. Wow. Old Gu, let me just confirm. Is it really 8 times? Not 0. 8. Of course it is. I must say your thinking is still too small time. Alright, hurry up and send me your bank card numbers. I'm done chatting with you guys. Whoa. No, I need a moment to process this. This news is too sudden. Alright, take your time to process it. Just remember to send me your card numbers later. Bye for now. Guli couldn't be bothered to watch their excitement and hung up the video call. What he didn't know was that the 3 of them, upon learning their investment had multiplied 8-fold, were utterly unable to concentrate on work for the rest of Friday afternoon. Zhao Yixian, after returning from the bathroom, just stared blankly at his computer screen. 2 or 3 hours passed, and he hadn't even typed a few lines of code. His mind was filled with plans for the 4,000 he now had after getting the keys to his apartment, have the money for renovations. If he saved up for another year or 2, he could even pay off an extra 3,000 of his mortgage early. That would significantly ease his financial burden. He never expected Guli to give him such a huge surprise. At that thought, he felt he absolutely had to properly thank old Gu for this kindness. Niu Jingya, on his end, was also extremely grateful to Guli. He never imagined that a casual decision would turn his 5,000 into 4,000, allowing him to live a much more comfortable life. Old Niu loved sports, but his wife wasn't supportive and refused to learn. He had felt helpless about it before, but now with this money he could definitely take care of it. As for Fengya, having this 4 million was a complete game changer for him. He casually deleted the WeChat contact of a wealthy woman who had been showing interest in him recently. He wasn't going to bother with her anymore. What he didn't know was that this deletion would land him in a bit of trouble. But that's a story for later. Before long, all 3 had sent their card numbers, and Guli made the transfers one by one. He didn't take a single cent as a handling fee for this investment. After all, for a man who was now a multi-millionaire, the few million belonging to his friends were no longer a big deal. Of course, he had also completely turned his life around, achieving true financial freedom. Even if he did nothing for the next few decades, he could live very comfortably just on the interest. After making the transfers, he began planning what dishes to cook tomorrow Saturday at Hulin's place. His top-tier Sichuan cuisine skills were no joke. They were sure to leave them both licking their lips, and in the future, whenever they craved good food, they'd have to think of him. Isn't there a saying? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. He figured it was probably the same for women, right? That evening, as she returned home, Hulin sent a message. She reminded Guli not to forget about tomorrow's visit to her place and attached the address. Don't worry, I won't forget. The dishes I'll make tomorrow will definitely leave you wanting more. Alright, then I'll skip dinner tonight and wait for the feast tomorrow. Seeing Hulin's enthusiasm, Guli decided he would make sure both of them had a wonderful meal. And so time quickly passed to the next day. He woke up early, first heading to the nearby market to buy plenty of fresh ingredients. After breakfast, he drove over to Hulin's place. Strangely enough, Hulin, who was even wealthier than Shun Linshi, lived in an apartment. It was an apartment complex in the southern part of the city, close to the subway station and a large shopping mall. The price was steep, comparable to Shun Linx's spacious flat. A one-bedroom suite of just over 60 square meters cost over 2 million. Absolutely ridiculous. But for Hulin, who owns several online stores and was worth tens of millions, it was nothing. It seemed she had her own unique ideas in some aspects. When Guli arrived at 1602, carrying bags and packages, it was Shun Linshi who opened the door. Seeing his puzzled expression, Shun Linshi quickly explained, I came over last night. Please come in, I'll get you some slippers. With that, she handed him a pair of men's slippers as if she were at home. Hulin bought these last night. No man has ever been here before. Oh well, I guess I'm honored. Guli put on the slippers, placed the groceries on the table, and looked around. He had to admit Shun Linshi in her casual clothes and light makeup had a different kind of charm. Indeed, a goddess looked beautiful even without makeup. Chef, welcome. Hulin came out of the kitchen at that moment, greeting him warmly. Come have some tea. I bought some silver needle tea before, it's quite good. Thanks. Guli quickly took the tea and smiled. This is my first time here, so I didn't know what to bring. I just bought a carton of milk and some fruit. Hulin replied, Oh, you're too kind. You brought the ingredients and are cooking for us. I don't even know what to say. Huh. Then just eat more later, that will be the best, thanks. Guli waved his hand and laughed. The atmosphere in the room became lively, and they sat on the sofa chatting. When the two heard that Guli had taught himself to cook, they were amazed. This was simply genius. After all, who would spend so much time learning to cook? And he was also a tech fanatic. To them, focusing on one field and reaching the top of the industry was already astonishing. But Guli was not only a brilliant programmer, but also an excellent cook. After resting for an hour, they started cooking. Guli made some home-style dishes: garlic crayfish, stir-fried pork, kidneys, pickled fish, sautéed cabbage with vermicelli, and spare ribs with lotus root soup. Watching the plump, carefully selected crayfish turning a bright red in the pan, the two women standing nearby couldn't help but drool. His knife skills were superb and his movements were fluid. Guli's cooking was a performance art. Shun Linx's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, focused and intent. She was both surprised and impressed. Guli had reached the top of the computer tech industry, and yet could cook such amazing dishes. Even without tasting, just from the appearance, it was clear the food was delicious. Wasn't Hulin already sneaking a bite with chopsticks? Just from her expression, one could tell this foodie had found something good. If not for Guli's presence, she would have devoured it right there in the kitchen. An hour later, several home-style dishes were on the table, filling the entire living room with an irresistible aroma that made mouths water. Hulin had planned to open a bottle of wine, but Guli declined, saying he had to drive later. He didn't want to drink in front of two women on his first visit. What if he got drunk? Shun Linshi was a bit surprised that Guli refused to drink. But then she was moved by his insistence. Such principled men were rare these days. Any other guy facing two beautiful women would probably want to drink more, both to show off their tolerance and to get closer if they got drunk. So the three of them drank juice instead and had a wonderful meal. Guli's cooking truly lived up to expectations. His home-style dishes were even better than those from restaurant chefs. Shun Linshi, who rarely praised others, couldn't help but say, Guli, your cooking is amazing. It's a shame you don't open a restaurant. Guli laughed. Not a shame at all. I learned to cook just so I could eat well myself. I never expected to become this good. After all, eating out too much isn't great for health. It's safer to cook at home. You're right. Hulin nodded. Nowadays, with all the additives and chemicals, it's better to avoid takeout. Cooking at home is a bit troublesome, but safer. I really envy you being able to cook such delicious food. My cooking is mediocre, and I'm afraid I'll lose my appetite for my own dishes. What should I do? Guli replied, That's no problem. You're welcome to come to my place for meals. Great. You said it. Hulin exclaimed happily. Guli nodded. Of course. Having two beautiful ladies like you visit would bring honor to my humble home. Huh. Guli, look, you made our Linchi blush. Hu Lin teased. But it's strange. Sometimes you're like a straight man, and other times you can be funny. Guli thought for a moment, and said, that's because I've been in a good mood these past 2 days. When you're happy, you're more pleasant to talk to, right? Shen Linchi became curious. Oh, what made you so happy? Guli smiled. I think I'd better not say. If I do, your mood might not be as good as it is now. What? Hu Lin quickly retorted. What's so hard to say? I don't believe it. Spill it. Really want to hear. Guli laughed. You asked for it. Go on. You've piqued our curiosity, you have to tell us now. Shen Linchi was also curious about what Guli could say that would make them unhappy. Hu Lin nodded. Tell us. We've seen it all. All right. Guli had no choice but to say, it's nothing really. I just made an investment in the stock market recently. In less than a month, I earned 8 figures. What? 8 figures? Hu Lin was shocked. Shen Linchi also looked incredulous, staring at Guli. That much? Yeah, and it's the high 8 figures. Guli confirmed. Hu Lin could only laugh bitterly. Damn, you're amazing. In less than a month you made more than I do in a year. Is there no justice? Indeed impressive. Even Shen Linchi gave a thumbs up. When I started my business, I worked my ass off for 2 or 3 years and only made 10 to 20 million. I don't know what to say. Comparing people really was frustrating. Sure enough, after Guli said that, the good mood of the 2 women vanished. Guli spread his hands as if to say, well, you asked for it. Fortunately, both were free-spirited women. Though stunned, they didn't dwell on the matter for long. After all, everyone has their own life and achievements, and envy is futile. If they lingered on such comparisons, life would become nothing but a miserable cycle of jealousy and resentment. Yet even with this acceptance, their admiration for Guli only deepened. Even among their acquaintances from wealthy families who had the advantage of excellent education and family resources, it was rare to find someone who, like Guli, had built a fortune of tens of millions from scratch. The more Hu Lin learned about Guli, the more satisfied she became with him. Lost in thought, she quietly glanced at her best friend, increasingly convinced that the two were a perfect match. Given Guli's current accomplishments, who knew what heights he might reach in a few more years? At that rate, it might even be the Shun family who would be considered the lucky ones. As far as she knew, Shen Linxi's family wasn't among the ultra-wealthy billionaires. They were merely average in Kongda's elite circles. While she racked her brains over her friend's marital prospects, Shen Linxi was chatting enthusiastically with Guli. Since they were in the same industry, they naturally had plenty to talk about. By the way, what project are you working on these days? Shen Linxi asked casually during their conversation. Guli smiled. Still that Haitong logistics project. Recently, I've had some new insights and decided to do another upgrade on some core algorithms. What? Shen Linxi was taken aback. Didn't you just complete an upgrade not long ago? Why are you thinking of optimizing again so soon? Guli chuckled. Well, my boss saw the progress you guys made and got worried about being overtaken, so he asked me to work on it again. But I only have a preliminary idea now. It'll take at least a month or 2 to actually optimize it. However, as the technology improves, I believe it'll get easier in the future. You're truly amazing. Your skills are already so advanced, yet you can still improve so quickly. Seeing the confidence on Guli's face, Shen Linxi couldn't help but marvel. What on earth did you eat to grow up with such a brilliant mind? Her astonishment wasn't unwarranted. She had been at Xinhuan Jichuang for years and had never encountered anyone with superior technical skills. Among the company's hundreds of developers, none possessed the comprehensive expertise that Guli had. Moreover, Guli's youth was even more astonishing. Most people would be lucky to become a team leader after 2 or 3 years, but Guli was already the technical director of a relatively large software company. Well, I guess it's just a natural talent. Even though this was a top-tier skill granted by the system, it didn't stop Guli from boasting. Of course, it's also inseparable from my hard work. By the way, I've been working on problems on the Hidden Corner forum lately, and I find it quite interesting. The forum is filled with classic questions and various theoretical conjectures. If we can thoroughly understand them, it'll be a great help for our projects. Hearing this, Shen Linxi felt a bit speechless. This guy really wasn't modest at all. But considering his age, she couldn't really argue with him. However, the name Hidden Corner struck Shen Linxi as familiar, and then she was surprised. You're on that forum too? Huh. Have you been there as well? Guli looked at her with a hint of doubt in his eyes. After all, Shen Linxi's strength lay in project management, and her IT knowledge was mostly theoretical. Her practical programming skills were only average, as she hadn't written much code since college. The Hidden Corner forum, however, required exceptional programming and cybersecurity skills just to gain entry. Those who could find it and achieve some level of certification were all computer experts in the outside world. Well, no, I haven't been there. Shen Linxi shook her head. We recently hired a technical director, and he mentioned the forum during the interview. He even boasted that he was quite a skilled member there. Well, that's a good hire then. Anyone with any reputation on that forum is a top-tier expert. Guli looked at her with a knowing smile. Maybe that's why our boss is urging me to improve our system's performance, knowing you've found such a talent. Tisk TSK. Boss Shin, you're truly impressive. I'm sure your Huanyu system will reach new heights soon. Under Gu Li's intense gaze, Shin Lingxi felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the reason her company was so eager to poach top talent was the failure of the Haitong project and the threat posed by Gu Li. The playful mockery in Gu Li's eyes showed he was well aware of the situation. At that moment, Shin Lingxi could only offer a humble smile. It's not that easy. Not everyone is as talented as you able to optimize a massive system in just a few days. That's not necessarily true. Shin Lingxi's compliment put Gu Li in a good mood. Anyone who's been on the Hidden Corner forum must have solid skills. By the way, what's his level? Shin Lingxi thought for a moment, frowning. I think it was some kind of divine level certification. He only mentioned it briefly, so I don't remember exactly. A divine level certification, huh? It seemed Qinhuan Jichuang had indeed found a gem. Gu Li nodded immediately. Oh, then he's definitely good. There are only a few dozen such talents in the entire country. Hearing that even Gu Li approved, Shin Lingxi felt a bit pleased. If even you say so, then he must be great. By the way, you've only been on the forum for a month. What level are you now? Gu Li smiled slightly. It's not bad. In just 1 month, I've reached the highest level, the legendary one, that's all. Hearing this, Shin Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The legendary certification that only a handful of people have ever achieved. Yeah, is there a problem? I found it quite easy past the certification without any trouble. Shin Lingxi was rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. It takes people years to get a top-level certification, and this guy achieved the highest one in a month. Recalling how proud Pu Yongnian had looked when he mentioned his divine level certification during his interview a few days ago, Shin Lingxi couldn't help but want to laugh. If he ever found out that the person who passed the legendary certification in record time was only 26 or 27 years old, he'd probably be shocked speechless. But the more she thought about it, the more it highlighted Gu Li's sheer genius in computing. However, looking at the calm, composed expression on Gu Li's face, Shin Lingxi felt less like praising him and more like hitting him. This guy was too good at showing off. Shin Lingxi sighed and turned her head to compose herself. But she happened to catch her best friend's meaningful gaze, which made her face flush slightly as she awkwardly lowered her head. After resting for a while, Hu Lin grew bored, so Gu Li suggested they go hiking. They glanced at the sky outside and agreed. It had rained the previous day, leaving the sky overcast, but not too hot. Gu Li then drove the two of them to Longquan Mountain. They arrived at the foothill parking lot smoothly about half an hour later. Shin Lingxi, Hu Lin, give me your bags, Gu Li said, extending his hand as they exited the parking area, seeing each of them carrying a bag. Thanks, handsome. You're the best, Hu Lin said, without hesitation, shoving her bag and water bottle at him, not standing on ceremony at all. Beside her, Shin Lingxi hesitated, as she was a strong, independent woman. The weight of a bag and a water bottle was truly nothing to her. I can carry it myself, she said after a moment, declining Gu Li's kind offer. Don't be silly. Give it to me. Gu Li ignored her protest and promptly took her bag and water, stowing them in his own backpack. I've got great stamina. This stuff feels like air to me. With that, he strode ahead quickly, not giving Shin Lingxi a chance to argue. Seeing this, she could only let out a helpless sigh and quickly caught up. Gu Li, thanks. Since we're friends, don't stand on ceremony. Helping a lady carry something is no big deal. Seeing her slightly embarrassed look, Gu Li chuckled. It was true that Shin Lingxi, outside her formidable professional persona, had a unique charm. Her shy, hesitant demeanor was almost like that of a naive freshman girl entering university. Gu Li couldn't help but look at her repeatedly, finding it quite appealing. Different states, different graces, different experiences. He also wondered what she would look like in a school uniform with a pleated skirt. And so he followed behind, watching Shin Lingxi's graceful figure ahead, a smile involuntarily forming at the corner of his mouth. The appearance of the two pretty women, Shin Lingxi and Hu Lin, immediately drew the attention of those around them. Hu Lin was fine, but Shin Lingxi, tall and slender in a pure white dress, was like a beautiful jasmine flower. Set against the backdrop of blooming summer mountain flowers, she looked exceptionally beautiful, adding a stunning touch to the scenery. At that moment, many men realized the mountain was beautiful, but the women were even more so. And seeing Gu Li closely following the two beauties, some men couldn't help but feel envious. Feeling those stares, Gu Li sighed inwardly. No wonder he used to envy those men and women walking down the street. Because having a beautiful girlfriend and feeling the envy of others while walking down the street was truly a fantastic feeling. Even though he wasn't Shin Lingxi's boyfriend yet. In that very atmosphere with Shin Lingxi, even rejecting a few men who asked for her contact info, an hour later the three finally reached the observation deck. Standing atop the mountain, feeling the breeze, Gu Li felt refreshed and incredibly at ease. He had to admit, getting out to hike on the weekend was quite nice. It was good exercise, and it also helped cultivate one's spirit and broaden one's mind. Seeing that the two women, though a bit tired, were still doing fine, Gu Li nodded in approval. Both women had decent stamina, though they were far behind his. Because the sun was peeking out a bit, Shin Linshi and Hu Lin were feeling a little hot and kept using wet wipes to wipe away sweat. Gu Li, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected, not even out of breath. This sight secretly amazed Shin Linshi, who was used to regular exercise. This Gu Li guy is really all around, even his stamina is this good, she thought. How does he manage his time so well? He excels at everything he does, it's almost unbelievable. While Shin Linshi was lost in thought, Gu Li took a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to her. Have some water. Thanks. Thanks, handsome. Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, there's a restroom about 200 meters to the left. After saying this, Gu Li also took a gulp of his water and found a spot to sit and rest. The two women followed suit and began to rest and take photos. Gu Li wasn't particularly interested in taking photos, so he just snapped a few scenic shots and posted them on his social media. Since they had come all this way, it was worth checking in. Gu Li, come on. Take a picture of us together. He then took on the role of photographer, taking photos of the two beauties. Hu Lin, who was particularly fond of taking pictures, dragged Shin Linshi around to pose for photos endlessly. At one spot under a flower canopy, in full bloom, the photos were turning out beautifully. Hu Lin directly pushed Gu Li over. Come on, come on, come on. Since we're here, you two take one together. Shin Linshi was startled and was about to refuse when Hu Lin pressed her down, urging them on. Hurry up and stand still. We have more pictures to take, don't waste time. Hearing this, Shin Linshi could only smile wryly to herself and stiffly posed for the photo with Gu Li. Okay, perfect, Hu Lin said with a laugh after taking the picture. All right, let's go. I'm getting a bit hungry from the hike. Let's go find something to eat. On the way to find a restaurant, Hu Lin sent the photo to Gu Li. Gu Li looked at it, and his eyes lit up. In the picture, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They really did make a perfect couple. As this was his first photo with Shin Linshi, he had to keep it safe. A few minutes later, Hu Lin found a highly rated restaurant, and the three of them had a private kitchen meal. However, the taste still fell short of Gu Li's own cooking. This made the two women even more amazed, realizing Gu Li was truly a top-tier chef. On the way back at night, the car drove slowly because of the dark road. Combined with the occasional oncoming car driving on the mountain road was a bit dangerous. However, Gu Li's driving skills surprised them once again. The ride was incredibly smooth with no sense of jostling at all. Even when he had to brake suddenly, it was very steady, as if they were driving in the city. Such skill was at the level of a veteran driver with at least 10 years of experience. Inevitably, Gu Li became even more of an enigma in their eyes. How could Gu Li seem to be good at everything and so skilled at it all? Geez, this guy seems to be a master of everything. Back at the apartment, Hu Lin plopped down on the sofa and asked Shin Linshi, Cici, that guy is young, talented, handsome, and rich. He can cook, he's an excellent driver, and he's very attentive and considerate. If you don't grab a promising prospect like him, you'll definitely regret it later. Too bad he's not an older man, or I'd be tempted myself. Hearing this, Shin Linshi fell into deep thought. Was Gu Li excellent? Yes, he was. But did she like him? That she wasn't sure about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Li, who was driving home, received a very delightful phone call. It turned out that the agent had called saying the homeowner wanted to negotiate with him. Upon hearing this news, Gu Li immediately broke into a smile. Great, great. Today is indeed a day worth celebrating. The reasons were as follows. First, of course, through today's time spent with Shin Linshi, the relationship between them had taken a step forward. Whether it was his career achievements, professional skills, the culinary prowess that had won praise from both of them, or even the driving skills he displayed on the way back tonight, he had earned points in Shin Linxi's eyes. Successful in career, harmonious in family, skilled in cooking, and attentive to the little details of life, like helping a woman carry her things. From today's interaction, Gu Li could clearly feel that Shin Linxi's attitude toward him had improved significantly. If before she was merely slightly warmer than a stranger, now she seemed to regard him as a pleasant acquaintance worth befriending. Second, of course, was the good news from the agent. Just now, after waiting for half a month, the homeowner had finally relented. The reason was that during the past half month, apart from Gu Li, no other customer had shown interest in buying that house. Although the homeowner was not in a hurry to sell, the fact that the house price was not rising, but seemed to be dropping, had made him somewhat anxious. Thus, the homeowner, thinking that Gu Li had made a sincere offer, wanted to arrange a meeting to discuss the price. Gu Li, eager to secure the property as soon as possible, immediately agreed. So they scheduled a face-to-face meeting for the next morning to see if they could clinch the deal. The real estate agent handling his case was still Brother Wang, and Sister Li, whom he had met when renting a place. Now Sister Li treated Gu Li with much more importance, almost as if he were a VIP client. She had even managed to find out the homeowner's bottom price, which seemed to be around 8.08 million. Gu Li neither rejected nor accepted this price. He decided to see how things went tomorrow, and then find some flaws in the house to possibly knock off a few more tens of thousands. The next morning at 9, Gu Li arrived early at the agency and met the homeowner, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was an elderly man in his 60s, clearly wealthy and exuding an air of authority. However, he was old and walked a bit slowly, so Guli had no choice but to keep pace behind him. Young man, I never expected the buyer of my house to be someone as young as you. Remarkable. Mr. Wang took the opportunity to chat with Guli. Guli smiled. You flatter me. I'm just lucky to have earned some money. I'm still far from your level. Mr. Wang chuckled and praised him. Don't be modest. Being able to afford this house puts you far ahead of my son. Oh, it's a pity. I decorated this house so beautifully, but my family never got to move in. Well, there's nothing to regret. You can just buy another villa. I'm sure with your wealth, that's no problem at all. Guli laughed off the remark and flattered the old man. Besides, there are plenty of houses out there, many better than this one. When I get old, I'll also move to the suburbs and buy a villa, plant flowers, and raise fish. How wonderful. Hearing this, Mr. Wang nodded and then teased. Huh, that's true. But that's the thinking of an old man like me. You're still young, you'll have to wait quite a while before retiring. Guli smiled. Not necessarily. I have enough money anyway, maybe you'll retire one day. Not bad. It's rare for a young man to have such thoughts. Mr. Wang was now intrigued by this young man. After all, only someone with substantial wealth and solid confidence would speak like that. But since he was about to buy a house worth tens of millions, it was obvious he was wealthy. The question was whether he was born into it or had built his fortune from scratch. If it was the latter, that would be truly remarkable. Suddenly, he thought of his son abroad, and his anger flared up. Soon they arrived at the building where Shun Linqi lived. Gazing at the house that was about to become his Gu, Li felt a surge of excitement. After all, once he moved and living upstairs from Shun Linqi would surely accelerate their relationship. Of course, he wasn't going to be a fool and pay too much just to get the house. Mr. Wang's bottom price was 8.08 million, but Guli could still try to lower it since he wasn't in a hurry. Checking the attribute panel, his upgrade experience had reached 2.4 million. He needed just over 7.5 million to meet the upgrade condition and raise the system to level 5. So as long as the house price exceeded 7.5 million, he would be fine. Guli pondered as he walked around the room a few times, then finally turned to Mr. Wang. Give me your real price. If it's reasonable, I'll take the house, and I'll pay in full. Mr. Wang hesitated, then tested. 18 million, the lowest. You know this is fully furnished. Guli waved his hand dismissively. That price is too high. Even if the decoration and appliances are decent, it's not worth 18 million. I'm not satisfied with the beds and mattresses in the master bedroom and second bedroom. I'll have to replace them later. You can take all that stuff away, just lower the total price. Also, some of the crafts in the kitchen ceiling look mediocre. I might have to redo them. And thus Guli rattled off a list of problems, leaving brother Wang's sister Li and even Mr. Wang somewhat speechless. Based on these issues, he deducted 2,000 and offered a price of 7.8 million. He didn't even mention the previous 8 million. Young man, you're being too picky. After hearing all this, Mr. Wang gave a bitter smile, feeling a bit annoyed and almost wanting to call off the sale. Guli laughed. For a transaction of 7 or 8 million, I have to be meticulous. Mr. Wang, my money doesn't grow on trees. Besides, I still have to pay taxes which amount to hundreds of thousands. If you could share some of that burden, I might accept a higher price. Hearing this, Mr. Wang shook his head directly. That's impossible. The taxes are borne by the seller. Guli spread his hands and smiled. Then there's no point discussing further. The two continued negotiating for a while, but eventually failed to reach an agreement. Mr. Wang insisted on 8.08 million, while Guli held firm at 7.8 million, refusing to budge. The price deadlock set in. Seeing that no progress could be made, the agent suggested that both parties go home and think it over. Unexpectedly, Shen Linqi happened to be watering flowers on her balcony and caught a glimpse of Gu Li and his group. However, since they were heading toward the community gate, she could only see their backs from upstairs, and her view was rather blurry. That morning, she and Hu Lin had just returned from elsewhere and had been home only a short while. Staring at the tall figure, Shen Linqi rubbed her eyes, feeling that the silhouette looked familiar, especially the clothes he was wearing. It seemed that Gu Li had worn the same outfit just a few days ago. Seeing this, Shen Linqi called out, Hu Lin, I think I just saw Gu Li. She pointed toward the courtyard, but by the time Hu Lin came over, the group had already disappeared around the corner. Hu Lin didn't see anyone and laughed. How could Gu Li be here? You must be seeing things. Shen Linqi shook her head. But it really looked like him. The build, the clothes, everything. Like your head. Hu Lin didn't believe her and teased. You said you have no feelings, yet you can't stop thinking about him. Huh. Isn't that what they call daydreaming leads to night dreaming? Oh, you're impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't deny it. If you're daydreaming, night dreaming can't be far off. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Seeing her friend getting more outrageous, Shen Linqi abandoned all pretense and lunged at her. Ah, what are you doing? The balcony echoed with laughter and banter as Hu Lin, being tickled by Shen Linqi, finally begged for mercy. Stop, I won't dare anymore. Let's see if you dare to mock me again. Ever since I met you, you've been most afraid of being tickled. You always tickle me. That's not a fair fight. I'm just a little woman, so I don't follow martial ethics. Guli didn't go back to the agency. Instead, he headed straight home. Standing on the balcony gazing at the sprawling penthouse across the way, he deliberated and settled on the highest price he had in mind. He relayed his decision to the agent and then sat back to wait. Brother Wall, my final offer is $7.88 million, and it's a full cash payment. If that works, we can sign the contract and transfer ownership on Tuesday. Otherwise, we'll have to call it off. All right, rest assured. We'll get in touch with the other party right away and try to give you an answer today. Okay, the house matter was off his mind. In Guli's view, the other party would eventually agree to his offer as the price was fairly in line with the market. If anything, it was slightly above the market rate. If they truly insisted on $8 million, he wouldn't easily budge. After all, even if his money came from the system, it wasn't just handed to him on a silver platter. Setting that aside, Guli remembered that Fengya and Zhao Yixin were coming over in the afternoon, so he decided to go buy some groceries. Whether or not they'd be eating at home tonight, it was always good to be prepared. With his top-tier culinary skills, he found himself increasingly unable to enjoy eating out, always preferring to cook at home. Perhaps this was the consequence of having his palate refined. An hour later, he had bought a haul of goods and returned home with a small cart, beginning to prepare lunch. Even though he was alone, life should still be full of flavor. He decided to make some braised pork belly, sweet and sour pork ribs, and a simple tomato and egg soup. That would be enough. However, just around 11 o'clock, Hu Lin sent him a message. Guli, where are you? Caught off guard by the question, he replied, I'm at home making lunch. What's up? As he said this, he snapped a photo of the pot where the braised pork was steaming, glistening with a golden hue. A truly appetizing sight. After a moment, Hu Lin on the other end finally replied, Oh, nothing. Seeing this, Guli found it a bit baffling. What did she mean? She asked where he was. He said he was cooking at home, and then nothing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Guli asked, Are you sure nothing's wrong? Really, it's nothing. Just asking. Just asking. Her response only deepened his suspicion, prompting him to press further. But Hu Lin immediately sent another message. That braised pork looks absolutely delicious. They'll have to come over and try it sometime. Bye. The thought of Hu Lin visiting his home made Guli's heart skip a beat with panic. That wouldn't do. If Shen Linshi found out he lived right across from her, who knows what she might think. It seemed he'd have to come up with an excuse to decline when Hu Lin wanted to visit. For now, though, he had to agree, or it would definitely arouse her suspicion. Sure. My treat next time. Putting down his phone, Guli stroked his chin in deep thought. It looked like he needed to finalize the house situation quickly. Then he could orchestrate a coincidental encounter with Shen Linshi, letting her discover he lived right below her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Lin was talking with Shen Linshi. See, I told you must have been seeing things. Guli is at home cooking, making braised pork no less. Looking at her friend, Hu Lin couldn't help but laugh helplessly. She thought Shen Linshi seemed a bit off today, making mistakes left and right. In the morning, she thought she saw Guli among a few people walking in the courtyard. Earlier, when they drove out of the complex and passed a supermarket, she also thought she saw him again. And now it turns out Guli was perfectly fine at home cooking. How could he be in the courtyard one moment, at the supermarket the next, and then at home? If she didn't know her friend had slept well the night before, she'd think Shen Linshi hadn't woken up properly. But then it dawned on her. Shen Linshi kept mentioning Guli. Could she actually have feelings for him? A mischievous idea sparked in Hu Lin's mind. It was simple, just find a chance to test her. Little did Shen Linshi know that Hu Lin was already scheming. At that moment, Shen Linxi's face was a picture of embarrassment, and she could only let out a helpless sigh. Alright, maybe I really did see things. That person outside the supermarket was probably someone else. Honestly, you're getting a bit obsessed. Hu Lin teased her again. It's true what they say, you dream about what you think about during the day. Huh, say what you want. I'm just not going to react. However, Hu Lin's teasing failed to stir any emotion from Shen Linshi. Shen Linshi let out a cold snort, waved her hand, shrugged, and walked on ahead with an air of indifference. Seeing this, Hu Lin felt the fun drain away. After all, if the person in question was so nonchalant, there was no point in continuing to tease her. But as time went on, Hu Lin couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Linshi was acting unusually quiet today. During their spa session, she was strangely silent, barely saying a word. It was a stark contrast to her usual self. Usually they'd sip their drinks, chat, and enjoy the service, relaxing their minds and bodies. This time, however, Shen Linshi had become a silent clam. She kept staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Hu Lin began to suspect something was bothering her. But when she asked directly, Shen Linshi just shook her head. I'm fine, really. Just thinking about some things. Don't overthink it, it's about work. I find that a bit hard to believe. Hu Lin pouted, her face full of skepticism. That last part was totally unnecessary. It feels like you're hiding something. Spill it. Are you thinking about a man? Oh my god. Shen Linshi was startled by the accusation, feeling utterly exasperated. Can you not just say whatever pops into your head, eh? Hu Lin countered. Then tell me what's really on your mind. Shen Linshi gave the same answer as before. I'm really just thinking about work. Believe it or not. Fine, I believe you. Hu Lin nodded in feigned agreement, not wanting to push further, but inwardly she was skeptical. If I actually believed that I wouldn't be your best friend. Shen Linshi turned her head away, unable to meet Hu Lin's gaze. The truth was she wasn't thinking about work at all. She was preoccupied with the fact that she had mistaken someone for Gu Li twice today. Could it be that she actually had feelings for him, which was why she saw him everywhere? No, it had to be a mistake. But the thought was immediately dismissed. There was no way she had feelings for Gu Li. It was definitely a mistake. Yes, it must be a mistake. Shen Linshi stared at the flower arrangement on the table firmly, believing it was impossible. She couldn't possibly develop feelings for a guy so easily. While Shen Linshi was consumed by suspicion, the mastermind behind it all was happily enjoying braised pork while scrolling through short videos. He couldn't help but laugh at the hilarious clips. In the past, weekends were spent either cleaning the house or acting like a lovesick fool, nowhere near as comfortable as this. After finishing his meal, he stretched lazily and paced around the house for a few minutes to aid digestion. Finally, he washed the dishes and calmly awaited the arrival of his two friends. Around 1 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang, and Gu Li quickly opened the door. Unexpectedly, the first thing that greeted him wasn't the hefty Zhaoyixin, but a tree. It was a money tree over a person's height, with lush verdant foliage that looked incredibly auspicious and uplifting. Behind the tree stood the slender Feng Ye and the overly muscular Zhaoyixin. Both were panting heavily, sweat beading on their foreheads, as if they had just undergone strenuous exercise. Confused, Gu Li quickly asked, "What the heck? What are you two doing?" Feng Ye chuckled. "Old Gu, you've helped us make so much money, we wanted to show our gratitude, so we got you some gifts. Oh, and there's also a god of wealth statue here with a solid gold ingot." Zhao Yixian chimed in, holding up a gift box with a wide grin. Gu Li hadn't expected these two to buy him gifts as a thank you, and he was genuinely surprised. However, considering he had earned them millions, these gifts were nothing much. Huh, thanks, you guys are thoughtful. With that, he helped Feng Ye move the money tree into the living room, then fetched a basin of hot water for the two sweating men to wash their faces. By the way, old Nyo also has a share in these gifts. While washing his face, Feng Ye added, "But compared to the money you made us through stock investments, these things are truly insignificant." Hearing this, Gu Li felt a wave of emotion. "We've been brothers for years. Mentioning this is a bit distant. Since I've made it big, it's only right that I help improve your lives. Remember back then, I spent all of next month's living expenses to buy a gift for Yue. You guys went out of your way to bring me meals and turns. I remember that clearly." Old Gu mentioning that reminds me of how devoted you were back then, the chubby Zhao Yixian sighed. "So now that you're rich, has your mindset changed?" Gu Li was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean by mindset changed?" I know," Feng Ye said with a mischievous sly grin. "He means, have you gone from being devoted to being fickle? After all, some men change for the worse once they get rich. And your case is special. The more devoted you were then, the more fickle you might be now." Hearing this explanation, Gu Li was speechless and retorted with annoyance, "Damn, is that really how you see me?" This remark, however, only drew disdainful looks from both of them. Zhao Yixian curled his lips, looking unconvinced. "Of course. After all, you weren't shy about browsing those websites back in the dorm." Feng Ye chimed in with a firm, questioning look. "Yeah, what about Lotus Sister, Goodbye Starry Sky, or Secrets of the Phone? After I shared them, can you deny you didn't secretly watch them alone?" Gu Li was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile. Well, we're all men, some things are better left unsaid. There were indeed things he couldn't refute. After all, they were all men. Everyone has their youthful, impulsive moments, their days of burning desire, needing some form of entertainment. But when it came to matters of the heart, he truly had no other intentions. He was an honest man with a simple personality, believing that marriage should be steadfast. Finding someone he loved, and who loved him back to spend the rest of his life with, was enough. After all, one's capacity for love is limited. It cannot be divided into universal benevolence. Choose what you love and love what you choose. This had been his QQ signature for a long time. Back then, many thought it was a declaration of love to Yue, promising to love only her. But what everyone didn't know was that it was also his expectation for love, his attitude towards marriage. Choose the one you love and grow old in a city of your choosing. Even with his newfound wealth, this attitude remained unchanged. If he wanted to stop pining for Shen Linshi and date several girlfriends, his current circumstances would easily allow it. But what would be the point of that? Life is full of choices, and some of his choices had never wavered. All right. Enough of this. Feng Ye waved his hand grandly after their banter. "Let's head to the next stop." Hearing this, Gu Li snapped back to reality and asked, "What? The next stop?" Zhao Yixian immediately said, "Old Duck Feng Ye wants to treat you to some relaxation at the Golden Times Club in Haiwa Plaza. He knows the place well." At the mere mention of Golden Times, Gu Li was rendered speechless. Wasn't that the most famous club in the area? The service was rumored to be exceptionally attentive. More importantly, the women there were all stunningly beautiful, with great figures. "Let's skip that. How about we just go for some tea instead?" Guli thought it wise to avoid such places fearing potential trouble. Fonya immediately retorted, damn. Old Gu, what are you thinking? I'm a decent guy, you know. We're just going for a massage to relax. Really? Guli sought confirmation. Honestly, he didn't mind massages. Back when he often worked overtime, had occasionally visit a blind massage parlor to relieve his body. After all, being a programmer means sitting all day, which leads to back pain, lumbar disc issues, and other ailments. Of course, we're dorm brothers, don't you trust my character? Fonya said with a mock serious expression and a grin. Guli thought it made sense. Although Fonya was associated with some wealthy women, he didn't fool around recklessly. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, he never touched married women, as that would be immoral. And so under Fonya's lead, the two of them entered the grand hall of golden times for the first time. Seeing Guli looking around like a country bumpkin seeing the city for the first time, Fonya couldn't help but ask, damn, is this really your first time at a place like this? Guli nodded. Of course. What did you think? I thought you were just pretending. Pretending? Who the hell pretends to be like that? Isn't that tiring? As it turned out, Fonya was right. It was just a simple massage. But he had to admit it was incredibly comfortable. After the massage, his entire body relaxed, his mind felt at ease, and all fatigue vanished. Then came a steam bath and a hot shower. Nothing could be more delightful. Meanwhile, there were all sorts of exquisite pastries and seasonal fruits on offer, making it a true indulgence. He had to admit the life of the wealthy was indeed so unpretentiously luxurious. If only he could come for a massage whenever work got tiring and exhausting, at least his hair wouldn't fall out so fast. By the time he turned 30, he wouldn't end up like his colleagues whose bodies gave out and developed all kinds of ailments. Well, today I truly learned what life is all about. This was indeed worthy of the 188 yuan premium package, well worth the visit. Upon hearing this, Fonya burst into laughter. Old Gu, I have to say this about you. You're already so wealthy, you need to learn to enjoy life. Look at you. You're worth at least 100 million, yet you're still renting. You should buy a villa right away and start enjoying life. Otherwise, when you're old, it'll be too late. Money can't be taken to the grave, so the real truth is to enjoy it while you're young. In response, Guli nodded thoughtfully and took the advice to heart. From now on, he would experience top-tier massages, VIP business class cabins, luxury cruises, and famous scenic spots and hotels around the world. Otherwise, all that money would go to waste. However, Fonya was wrong about one thing. He was already handling the housing matter. I've already found a place. I saw a large flat across from my rental, about 8 million yuan. I've met the owner once, that just depends on whether he's willing to sell. Hearing this, Fonya and Zhao Yixin became intrigued and started asking questions. Why buy in that complex? There are plenty of better houses everywhere. Guli chuckled. You don't know this. There's a stunning beauty living across the street. I want to get close to her. A water tower near the moon gets the moonlight first. Upon hearing this, Fonya exclaimed, damn. So your interest lies elsewhere. Got a photo? Let us see. Zhao Yixin, standing beside him, was even more impatient. He wanted to see how beautiful the woman Guli had his eye on was. He was also curious about how Guli's taste had changed now that he was rich. Seeing their eager expressions, Guli took out his phone and scrolled to the only photo Hu Lin had taken of the two of them. Take a look, but don't get too shocked. Damn, she's a mature goddess. Old Gu, you've got great taste. This is absolutely stunning. After seeing it, both of them were full of praise, their eyes filled with envy. You two even took a photo together. How far have things gone? Fonya put an arm around Guli and asked with a grin, by the way, have you kissed? Guli was so taken aback by the question that he didn't know how to answer. He finally took a deep breath. Can you two not be so nosy? And when you meet her later, keep it together. Don't let your true nature show. Otherwise, I'll hold you both responsible. Oh, look at you. You really are falling for her. Hearing Guli's harsh words, Fonya laughed heartily. At the same time, he grew even more curious about the stunning beauty in the photo, who had such charisma. She had completely captivated Guli. But curiosity aside, for the sake of their friend's happiness, the two readily agreed. If they met Shinlinshi later, they would make sure to leave a good impression. Of course, Guli also warned them not to slip up. For now, Shinlinshi didn't know he lived in the same complex. And so it wasn't until 4:30 in the afternoon that the three of them finally finished enjoying the premium service and leisurely walked out of the lobby. But just as they stepped outside, they encountered an unwelcome visitor. A burly gold chain-wearing fat man, followed by two lackeys, walked toward them with a grin. The three of them initially thought the man was heading into the club, but he stopped right in front of them, causing them to tense up. Guli stepped forward, positioning himself at the front, and asked the fat man, "Brother, is there something you need?" The gold chain fatty chuckled and turned his gaze to Fonya. "Kid, you're Fonya, right? Our boss wants to see you." Seeing this, Guli glanced at Fonya, who shook his head. "Your boss? Who's your boss?" Fonya was completely baffled, on high alert, as he asked in confusion. The gold chain fatty waved his hand, and the two men flanked them. "Our boss is surnamed Chui. You should know him. If you don't show some respect, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing the name Chui Feng, Ya's heart skipped a beat. I've already made things clear with Manager Chui. I'm not going. Hell, whether you go or not is not up to you. The gold chain fatty wasn't taking no for an answer, his tone turning threatening. Believe me, tomorrow you could lose your job. Or maybe you'd like us to loosen your bones for you. As he spoke, the man cracked his knuckles, the sound sending a chill down their spines. Seeing the menacing expression, Gu Li was a bit surprised, but stood firm beside Feng Yao along with Zhao Yixian. Then Gu Li asked Feng Yao, what's going on? Feng Yao with a grimace explained helplessly, a few days ago a Manager Chui came to the gym to work out. She wanted me to accompany her. I refused, but I never thought she'd come looking for me. Hearing this, Gu Li was speechless. If someone doesn't want you, shouldn't force them. This rich woman was really something, trying to coerce him. Have you made up your mind? If so, let's go. Seeing the three of them finish talking, the gold chain fatty stepped forward again, reaching for Feng Ya's shoulder. Realizing he had to step in, Gu Li grabbed the man's wrist and applied a little pressure. Instantly, a sharp pain made the man grimace and wince. He tried to grab Gu Li's hand with his other hand to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge Gu Li's grip. He was forced to beg for mercy. Let go. Gu Li sneered coldly, raising his phone. Today you started the trouble. I have video evidence. Get lost. And tell your boss to leave my friend alone. Hiss. As Gu Li released him, the gold chain fatty stumbled and nearly fell, only saved by the men beside him. But seeing his swollen wrist, he no longer dared to step forward, nor did he dare to call the police. After all, they were the ones who started the trouble, and Gu Li had recorded the video. This guy who looked so refined was not only incredibly strong, but had also recorded the video in advance. What a sly bastard. Fine. We're leaving. With that, the gold chain fatty and his two men left resentfully. Feng Yao let out a long sigh of relief and gave Gu Li a bear hug. Thanks, old Gu. Without you today, I'd be in deep trouble. But Gu Li's face was now serious. A message had just come through on WeChat, and it was from Hu Lin. Gu Li, you actually went to Lu Jin's Suiwa. My. His heart jolted as he immediately looked around, trying to find the source. Gu Li never expected that his first visit to a massage parlor would coincide with running into Shen Linshi and Hu Lin. He didn't know what to make of such luck. As for why he was so certain Shen Linshi was nearby, it was simply a gut feeling. Yes, a peculiar intuition unique to a man. It made him feel that Shen Linshi was right beside Hu Lin at that very moment, quietly observing them from afar. The two companions beside him noticed his sudden unease and immediately asked what was wrong. The girl I'm pursuing is right over there. You two better keep it cool later. Upon hearing this, and noticing the obvious panic in Gu Li's expression, Feng Yao and Zhao Yixian also tensed up, their eyes darting around in search. They were eager to see for themselves just how beautiful the girl their friend fancied really was. However, after scanning the area, the three of them failed to spot their target, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Gu Li then sent a message to Hu Lin. Are you with Shen Linshi? Where are you? I can't seem to find you. The barrage of questions clearly revealed his inner turmoil. Honestly, Gu Li was terrified that Shen Linshi might misunderstand something. Although he had only gone for a simple massage, he feared she might think he had poor character and frequented such places. If that were the case, the good impression he had just managed to build would be severely tarnished. He didn't have to wait long before Hu Lin's reply came through. Stop looking. We're at Yinshan Yoga watching you through the window. Huh. You look a bit nervous, don't you? It's not like you're pursuing our she, so why the worry? Reading this, Gu Li quickly glanced across the street, and sure enough, saw the prominent sign of Yinshan Yoga. What a coincidence. He hadn't expected Shen Linshi and the others to be here for yoga as well. And they had just witnessed the scene at the club entrance. Seeing Hu Lin's teasing, Gu Li quickly replied, I'm just afraid you might get the wrong idea. I'm a law-abiding young man. I wouldn't do anything against the rules. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. You can't judge a book by its cover. Well, I stand by my integrity, so I'm not worried about what you say. A college classmate invited me out as a thank you for helping him earn some money in the stock market earlier. It's really nothing much. By the way, are you two done? If so, how about we grab a bite to eat together? Someone's treating. After offering a brief explanation, Gu Li deftly changed the subject, steering the conversation towards the stock market and Feng Ya's invitation. The tactic worked perfectly. Hu Lin immediately dropped the topic of whether Gu Li had only gotten a regular massage at the club. Damn, you're making money with stocks for people, why not me? You made a killing last time, I was so envious. I can't help that. We didn't know each other back then. Tell you what, next time I have a good opportunity, I'll let you know. That's more like it. So are you coming to eat or not? If not, well, go enjoy the food without you. Hey, hold on. Let me ask she for her opinion first. Alright. Although he had managed to deflect Hu Lin's probing, Gu Li remained uneasy about Shen Linxi's stance. He planned to use the dinner as an opportunity to gauge her reaction and clear up any unnecessary misunderstanding. Moreover, with Zhao Yixian and Feng Yao around, the atmosphere would be more relaxed. Introducing his friends to Shen Linshi and Hu Lin might lead to future invitations for gatherings or birthdays. And if the guys ever celebrated their own birthdays, he could invite the two women as well. Through these interactions, they'd all become friends, and in the midst of that camaraderie, they could help him win over Shinlinshi, making the whole endeavor twice as effective. Just as he finished explaining things to his friends, Hulin's message arrived. She says it's fine. Come wait for us on the sofa in the yoga lobby. We'll be out shortly after we freshen up. Great. Guli broke into a smile upon seeing the message and quickly urged his friends, let's go. We'll wait over there and figure out where to eat. Old Duck will let you be the host for this meal, and he'll transfer you the money later. On the way, Guli explained the plan and asked for Fengya's help. Upon hearing this, Fengya immediately said, damn. Old Gu, don't be so polite with me. It's my honor to have dinner with two beautiful ladies. If you try to pay me back, he'll just transfer those 3 million back to you. It's just a meal. Do you think I'm that stingy? Besides, you helped me deal with those 3 punks today, otherwise things could have gone badly. This kindness can't be repaid with a single meal. Hearing this, Guli didn't insist any further. Since you put it that way, we'll have to pick a nice place and eat and drink well. Fengya waved his hand grandly and chuckled, of course. Pick any place you want. We'll also play our part in helping you get closer to your goddess. That's great. Once I succeed, I'll give you both a big red envelope, Guli said with a laugh. Afterward, the three of them waited in the yoga studio's lobby for nearly half an hour before Shinlinshi and Hulin finally emerged gracefully. When Fengya and Zhao Yixian laid eyes on Shinlinshi, they were truly stunned by her beauty. Damn, she's even more beautiful in person. That aura, that figure, it's incredible. Fengya's eyes nearly bulged out as he nudged Zhao Yixian and whispered. Zhao Yixian, despite being somewhat prepared, was equally astonished. Truly beautiful. No wonder old Gu was so smitten and eager to make a move. You're finally out. Seeing them, Guli stood up and began introducing everyone. This is Shinlinshi, director Shun, whom I met during the project bidding. And this is her best friend Hulin. These two beside me are my college roommates for 4 years, my closest brothers. This is Zhao Yixian, Fatty, and this is Fengya, Old Duck. There's also Niu Jingya, but he's gone back to Jiangqing. Hello. Hello, ladies. After exchanging pleasantries, the group, led by Fengya, headed towards the nearby shopping mall. Fengya and Zhao Yixian walked ahead, while Guli fell back a step or two with Shinlinshi and Hulin. Look, about earlier at the club, it wasn't what you think. We just went for a simple massage. As they approached an escalator, Guli took the opportunity to step forward, turn around, and say this with a serious expression. Hearing this, Shinlinshi and Hulin were taken aback for a moment, and then both burst into laughter. Seeing this, Guli was speechless. Geez, is it that funny? Huh. Cici, I really can't help it, I'm dying of laughter. Hulin glanced at Shinlinshi, then turned to him and said, Guli, this is the first time I've seen you with such a serious expression. Don't tell me you actually thought we believed you went in there for some fun. Hearing this, Guli looked quite helpless, spreading his hands. Otherwise, after all, ordinary people wouldn't go in there to enjoy themselves. I was just afraid you'd misunderstand. All right, stop teasing him. At this moment, Shinlinshi finally spoke. We were indeed a bit surprised to see you come out from there. But thinking about it, given your character, it shouldn't be the case. Besides, this club is a legitimate establishment. Hulin was just teasing you. Oh, Cici, how could you betray me? Hearing this, Hulin beside her was a bit displeased. Shinlinshi smiled, pursed-lipped. I'm just stating the facts. Look, you've got Guli so anxious, he doesn't know how to explain. Seeing this, Guli heaved a sigh of relief. He had truly been afraid that Shinlinshi might mind his visit to the club, which would have been troublesome. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Uid better not go to places like this. By the way, what happened just now? Then Hulin asked curiously about what happened outside the club. Likewise, Shinlinshi also focused her attention and looked at Guli. Looking at Fengya ahead, Guli sighed and said, It's all because of that guy, Old Duck. He works at a gym and knows many wealthy single women who lack affection. Just so one of them wanted to date him, and he didn't want to. So they sent people to catch him for a date. Fortunately, I know some martial arts, otherwise things would have been tricky. What? Hearing this, the two were startled, not expecting that Guli's handsome roommate was actually quite popular with wealthy women. But on second thought, it made sense. He was tall, well-built, and young, indeed very popular in such an environment. However, they really couldn't understand the mentality of dating muscular men just because of loneliness. Looks like you're pretty impressive. I didn't expect you to take down a big guy so easily. Then Hulin became even more curious about Guli's recent performance. Guli laughed heartily, saying dismissively, It's not that big a deal. I'm just a bit stronger than average, and I've practiced some martial arts. So even though he was built, his strength really couldn't match mine. You've trained. Why didn't you mention it before? Hearing this, Hulin asked again like a curious child. Guli said, It's really nothing to mention. I'm strong and have practiced a bit, it's not something to show off. These were humble words, but to Hulin they sounded grating. If you're just humble bragging. Shinlinshi, seeing her best friend's expression, asked, What's wrong? Hulin then said, Last time I invited this guy to my place to cook, and I asked him what wine he wanted to drink, so I could prepare. But do you know what Guli replied? What did he say? Shen Linshi asked curiously. Hu Lin glanced at Gu Li and said scornfully, he said that if he got drunk and went crazy the two of us little girls wouldn't be a match for him. Shen Linshi was taken aback. That doesn't seem like a problem. It seems fine. But then I brazenly said that I had learned 3 months of combat training with you, and that I could take him 2 at a time. Hu Lin said, slapping Gu Li on the shoulder and demanding. Gu Li, when you heard that, did you secretly despise me? It was like wielding an axe at the door of the master carpenter Liu Ban. Gu Li, caught off guard by Hu Lin, was a bit amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected this girl to still remember that incident. She had a really good memory. If she hadn't brought it up, he would have forgotten it. But at that time, when Hu Lin claimed she could fight 2 at once, he indeed felt very contemptuous inside. I am a human weapon, and you are here bragging. But strange as it may seem, what goes around comes around. The bragging and showing off will eventually come back to bite you. Look, he's speechless, doesn't know how to explain. Unexpectedly, Gu Li's momentary pause made Hu Lin conclude that she had indeed been looked down upon. Seeing this, Shen Linshi couldn't help laughing, took her friend's hand, and patted it to comfort her. All right. You made the boast yourself, you can't blame others. Fine, Cece, now you're siding with outsiders. Could it be that you really have feelings for Gu Li? Seeing her friend's unreasonable behavior, Shen Linshi was also speechless, rolled her eyes, and didn't reply. Gu Li saw the embarrassment on Shen Linxi's face, shook his head, and found it amusing. These 2 best friends were quite interesting. Liking to undermine each other was good. It was very beneficial to him. Fortunately, they had arrived at the restaurant. Gu Li invited the 2 to sit down, and Fengya scanned the code to order, then handed over the phone. He took the phone and passed it directly to Shen Linshi. Order whatever you want to eat. This guy is a wealthy dog, so don't be polite. That's right. You 2 beauties, don't be polite, order whatever you like. Fengya beside him also said with a smile. He had chosen a hot pot restaurant specializing in seafood with individual small pots, which had good online reviews. However, Shen Linshi and her friend, being new acquaintances, didn't order anything too expensive. They just ordered a few plates of their favorite seafood and vegetables, and nothing more. Gu Li, on the other hand, was not polite at all, picking only the expensive items. His mood had been up and down this afternoon, so he needed to treat himself to something good. Thus, as they ate from the small hot pots and drank, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Hu Lin glanced at Gu Li and began to ponder. This meal was a perfect opportunity to gather information. It would be a pity to waste it. Plus, she had lost face earlier with Gu Li, so she had to regain it. Thus, the troublemaker rolled her eyes and asked Fengya and Zhao Yixian, "Hey, I heard that Gu Li had a crush on the department beauty in college. How did he pursue her?" These words startled the 2 immediately. Fengya even looked directly at Gu Li, his face full of confusion, as if asking, "What's going on? They even know about this?" Hu Lin's question startled Gu Li. After a moment's thought, however, he relaxed, deciding it was nothing to worry about. After all, Shen Linshi had already met Yu Wei, so whatever Fengya and the others might reveal could hardly do any harm. Perhaps his past devotion might even earn him some sympathy. He took a sip of wine and smiled wryly. Actually, it was because of this that I got to know Linshi in the first place, right? Shen Linshi caught his gaze and immediately understood, nodding in agreement. Yes, I remember, it was on May 20th, Internet Valentine's Day. Shen Linshi seemed to drift back to the night they first met, speaking slowly. After dinner with Hu Lin, I was walking home along the small path when I came across you drinking alone by the river. I saw a figure leaning against a large tree, surrounded by scattered beer cans. To be honest, I was quite scared at that moment. I even reached into my bag and gripped my pepper spray. Then I should consider myself lucky. Although my head was spinning, I was still conscious enough. Gu Li chuckled, looking at Shen Linshi as he continued, "Seeing such a beautiful young lady approaching, I don't know what came over me, but I summoned the courage to strike up a conversation. Obviously, I didn't get anywhere. But who would have thought it would turn out to be such a coincidence and I'd end up getting to know you? Hey. I've known about this for ages. Gu Li, why are you changing the subject?" Hu Lin, however, was not satisfied and interrupted his reminiscing. She knew full well that her best friend had even called Gu Li hubby, but this was certainly not the occasion to bring that up. Hu Lin then turned her attention to Fengya and Zhao Yixian, pressing on. "Tell us about Gu Li's past. We're all quite curious." Hearing this, Shen Linxi's face stiffened. She wanted to say she wasn't curious at all, but thought better of it. Arguing with Hu Lin now would do her no favors. Zhao Yixian and Fengya exchanged a glance, then looked towards Gu Li. Seeing this, Gu Li had no choice but to say what you want. There's nothing that can't be said. With his permission, Fengya spoke up. Well, old Gus' actions back then weren't really that complicated. If I had to sum it up in 2 words. Hu Lin immediately asked, "Oh, what 2 words?" "A simp," Fengya blurted out. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin burst into laughter and teased, "Oh my, I really regret not meeting you sooner. Our handsome Gu Li actually had a phase as a simp." "A phase? That was 7 years. Zhao Yixian, the chubby one, usually looked like a quiet otaku, but when he spoke he always hit the nail on the head. Although Hu Lin and Shun Linshi had long known that Gu Li had harbored feelings for someone else for 7 years, hearing it again still struck a chord. After all, life is only a few decades long. How many 7-year spans can one afford to waste? Unless it was for someone truly special who would be willing to wait that long. One had to admit such perseverance was truly moving. What woman wouldn't admire it? Seeing everyone trying to stifle their laughter, Gu Li decided to let it all go. Go ahead and laugh. Everyone has their reckless youth. The past is behind us. I just hope to cherish the present and the future. Right? Seizing the present and the future is what matters. Cheers. Cheers. With Fengya, the master of ceremonies, raising his glass, everyone followed suit and took a sip. Setting down his glass, Gu Li let out a sigh. Honestly, when I chased you away, it wasn't just love at first sight. It was also a bit of stubbornness. The method was simple, endless care, saving seats in the study room, buying meals, fetching hot water. But the results, as you can see, was being a simp for 7 years with nothing to show for it. Seeing Gu Li expose his own past, Hu Lin became intrigued. Oh, so what was it about Yue that attracted you the most? What attracted me the most? Gu Li paused, thought for a moment, and then said, it was probably seeing her on the sports field at the very beginning of college. Her innocence, her purity, her beauty. It was love at first sight for me. But looking back, I was so naive and blind. My view of love was too shallow, too stubborn. Perhaps that wasn't even real love. Fortunately, I understand now. Liking someone isn't just about appearances. You have to consider their heart, their character, and how well you fit together. Better to be alone than to settle. Shen Linshi, who had been listening intently, suddenly uttered this phrase. Exactly. Better to be alone than to settle. If I can't find someone to spend my life with, I'd rather live out my days in solitude. Hearing this, Gu Li looked at Shun Linshi and nodded in agreement. So Shun Linshi shared his sentiment. Neither would settle for less in matters of the heart. What he didn't know was that her situation was a bit different from his. As for Shun Linshi, feeling Gu Li's gaze on her, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks to mask her unease. Do you think any of us here don't want a perfect love? Seeing the two of them playing off each other, Hu Lin found it amusing. She pursed her lips and said with regret, but finding the right person is easier said than done. She also remembered her own college days and the boy she had a crush on. Unfortunately, he had gone abroad just as he was beginning to show interest in her. Her first love had ended before it even began. Thinking about it, Hu Lin also felt a pang of melancholy, lamenting the twists of fate. Hey, don't be so pessimistic. Gu Li chuckled, trying to console her. We're not even 30 yet. There's plenty of time. Hu Lin could only nod. So let's just take it one step at a time. Hu Lin, you're even younger than me. What are you worried about? Anyway, Gu Li's views on love are pretty similar to mine. It's about not settling. If you can't find someone you truly love, it's better not to date at all. Rather than getting married and realizing you're incompatible later, then getting a divorce and becoming completely disillusioned with marriage, it's better not to start in the first place. Sometimes I really think work is more important. Shen Linshi shared her perspective, ending with a sigh. Love is just too troublesome. Her words left everyone at a loss for a response. Love is indeed troublesome, but it's also an essential part of life. After all, it's rare to find someone who can swear off love entirely and never fall for anyone. Look at TV dramas. Even the most heinous villains will sacrifice their own lives for love. So love is truly something that makes you both love and hate it. Anyway, when fate arrives, it'll happen quickly. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit awkward, Gu Li raised his glass with a laugh to lighten the mood. Come on. Hey, race to everyone finding someone they love. Cheers. 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 After the Sunday gathering, Gu Li's life returned to normal, though it had become considerably busier. It was on Monday evening that he received a call from the intermediary Brother Wang informing him that the homeowner had accepted his offer. Yes, finally got it. Hanging up the phone, Gu Li was thrilled. Excellent. Once he bought the house and did some simple renovations, he could move right downstairs from Shenlinshi. He wondered what sparks might fly between them then. So on Tuesday afternoon, he went with the intermediary to the property transaction center and signed the second-hand housing sales contract directly with the homeowner. Since it was a full payment transaction, the process was naturally swift, money in hand, deed in hand. Staring at the bright red real estate certificate, Gu Li's heart blossomed with joy. At the same time, the long-awaited system upgrade notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Upgrade experience has reached 11263781. 89. The system has successfully reached level 5. You have also received one lottery draw opportunity. Do you wish to draw now? Congratulations, host. Your current monetary reward effective distance is 2 kilometers. The income per second is 0. 2 yuan. Mr. Gu, all the procedures here are complete. Is there anything else you need? At that moment, Sister Li beside him also asked in a soft, excited whisper, as both she and Brother Wang stood to earn a substantial commission. Gu Li, already immersed in the joy of the system upgrade, had no time for this, and simply waved his hand. Nothing for now. You two go ahead, I still have some things to take care of. Oh, alright. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact us. Mumbai. Seeing Gu Li's slightly impatient demeanor, Brother Wang quickly pulled Sister Li along and headed outside. For the two of them, this man was a major client, someone to be accommodated at all times and never offended. Tisk TSK. With a monetary reward of 0.2 yuan per second. If he stayed in the effective range all day, that would be 17280 yuan. Even if he were away for a few hours, it would still be around 1400 to 15000 yuan. Over a 30-day month, that's at least 4000 yuan in extra income, more than double his salary. Over a year, that would be 5 to 6 million yuan in pure income. Moreover, Gu Li still had over 200 million yuan in his bank account. If he wanted to level up faster, that was also an option. When the system leveled up again, his monetary reward would directly step into the realm of 10 million yuan annually. If he were to invest another 1 or 200 million, that would easily yield another few million in income. Indeed, nothing is simpler than making money with money. He recalled that the largest individual deposit in Alipay's Yubao was around 1 or 200 million, generating 15,000 yuan in interest daily. Back then, Gu Li had thought that if he had 100 million, he would definitely put it in there too. Living off 10,000 yuan in daily interest would be a fantastic life. As for why he'd rather put it in Alipay than in a fixed deposit with higher interest. That was of course because he really didn't have 100 million back then, so he could say whatever he wanted. Naturally, after acquiring the system, Gu Li's emphasis on money had lessened compared to before. Having enough money to be comfortable was sufficient, living a contented life was what truly mattered. Therefore, after earning over 200 million, he genuinely deposited 250 million into Yubao. Watching the tens of thousands of yuan in daily interest, he didn't feel it was lacking. System opened the personal attributes panel. As soon as he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before Gu Li that only he could see. However, in the bustling lobby of the housing authority, he felt a bit awkward looking at it, so he quickly moved to a less crowded spot before he felt comfortable. Host Gu Li. Bound girlfriend Shen Linshi. Current level 5. Monetary reward: when the host is within 2 kilometers of his girlfriend, he receives 0.2 yuan per second. Upgrade experience 11263781. 89100000000. Spending 1 yuan accumulates 1 experience point. Daily money accumulation seconds, 34524 seconds. Lottery draws 1 time. System space, no items. Asset level, billionaire level. Skill list: humanoid weapon top tier, computer programming top tier, driving skills top tier, Sichuan cuisine cooking skills. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Note 4. Sure enough, the upgrade experience for level 6 had directly reached 100 million. By that logic, level 7 might be 1 billion and level 8 would be 10 billion. Psi leveling up is getting slower and slower. It seems I should focus on nurturing my relationship with Shen Linshi from now on. With his qualifications, without a good project, his career achievements probably wouldn't be substantial. So the next priority would definitely be to win Shen Linshi over as soon as possible, get married, have children, and focus on family. After all, his mother also hoped he would marry early and give her a grandchild. System, start the lottery draw. Alright host, the draw is starting. Congratulations host, you have obtained the CAD Industrial Software Grant Pack. The relevant USB drive has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Seeing this draw prize, Gu Li was momentarily stunned. It was actually a software pack, and it was the well-known CAD software at that. What use could this be? Gu Li couldn't help but suspect that this prize was simply junk. After all, he had used CAD software a few times. There were plenty of free ones online that didn't cost a thing. Even the more powerful foreign CAD software had cracked versions available, which were more than sufficient for general use. Well, since I got it, I'll just put it aside for now. But after thinking about it, he decided to go back and see what this software pack actually was. So with an impatient curiosity, he quickly drove home. But just as he was about to plug the USB drive into his computer, his hand hesitated. No, he couldn't just plug it in so recklessly. What if it contained a virus that stole the data on the drive? He'd be furious. Also on the way back, Gu Li felt that a prize from the system couldn't possibly be that simple. It was best to be cautious. Therefore, important things needed to be handled with extra security. Next, Gu Li went straight to a nearby mall and bought a brand new Huawei tablet. He immediately disconnected the tablet from the network, even setting it to disabled to completely eliminate any possibility of data leakage through the internet. Finally, he carefully inserted the USB drive provided by the system and began to look through it. When he saw that the data on the system's USB drive amounted to tens of terabytes, he was directly stunned. Indeed, anything produced by the system should not be underestimated. Who would have thought it was fine until he looked, but once he did, he was shocked. Wow, this is amazing. After reading the comprehensive introduction to the software pack, Gu Li shouted out loud. He truly hadn't expected the system to give him such a huge surprise. This CAD software bundle was no ordinary package. It contained a complete suite of related CAD software covering various subfields such as 2D, 3D, along with extensive resource libraries. What was even more astonishing was that this software was at least a full decade ahead of the most cutting-edge CAD software currently available. Next, he researched the application of CAD software, both domestically and internationally, and the prospects were indeed promising, with an output value reaching billions of yuan. One might not think this figure is particularly large, but it's important to remember this is just for the CAD niche alone. The output value of the entire industrial software sector reaches hundreds of billions or even trillions of yuan. Moreover, a significant portion of this market is dominated by foreign products, leaving immense potential for domestic software. Perhaps the next lottery draw would yield the remaining software packages, which would be perfect. Given this situation, he could simply establish a software company dedicated to selling CAD and still rake in a fortune. However, this had to be done gradually. Although he had the finished software, releasing it to the public required a step-by-step approach. Sometimes having a good product isn't enough to ensure its widespread adoption. TSK. As expected, anything produced by the system is a masterpiece. At this moment, Guli realized he had somewhat misunderstood the system, and his perspective needed to be broadened. This lottery prize was truly excellent. It was as if his wishes were being granted on demand. He had been thinking about starting a business, but wasn't sure about the specific direction. Now the system had provided this, which was a huge help. If he wanted to get the company up and running quickly, the best course of action would be to acquire a CAD software company to accelerate productization and bring the superior product to market. However, there was no rush for this. It could be done slowly, perhaps after the Tianji Technology Middle Platform project was completed. Shenlinshi was still intent on competing with him after all, and he shouldn't disappoint her. As for the new house, Guli had taken time to inspect it and customized a renovation plan. It was simply a matter of replacing a few items and rearranging some things. The previous renovation was still in good condition and didn't require a complete overhaul. Of course, some greenery was necessary, especially since there was a large balcony. He purchased thousands of yuan worth of plants and flowers to place on the balcony and in the corners of the living room. The entire house immediately felt full of life and looked much better. However, unexpected events always seemed to arrive quickly. Tianji Technology was quite interested in their technical capabilities and specifically requested them to come to Pengcheng for discussions. So on the 3rd of July, Guli, tasked with this important mission, flew directly to Pengcheng with the business department personnel. Even while flying over Pengcheng Airport, he took a photo and posted it on his social media moments. The azure sky mirrored on the blue ocean was a truly beautiful sight. By the time he landed, his social media post had already garnered dozens of likes and comments. Big shot, you're actually in Pengcheng. When are we grabbing a meal? Long time no see, him here too. Let's catch up when you're free. Damn. Old Gu, what are you doing in Pengcheng? A business trip. How relaxing, going to the beach to play. Take some pictures of beach beauties and bikinis. A business trip, eh. Among them, 2 university classmates working in Pengcheng invited him to meet up. There were also envious comments from Old Duck Fatty and Old Neo, who thought it would be a waste not to visit the beach while in Pengcheng. Of course, there were also those joking about him taking bikini beach photos. And then there was Shun Linshi asking with a puzzled expression whether he was on a business trip. Guli thought for a moment and replied, "Yeah, I'm on a business trip over there. There's a project that requires preliminary research." Unbeknownst to him, Shun Linshi was currently in her office anxiously awaiting his reply. As soon as he responded, she stood up. Pacing back and forth, she looked in the direction of Jindian Technology, growing increasingly anxious. After thinking it over, she quickly summoned Lin Huaqing. "Old Lin, what's Guli up to over at Jindian? I heard he went on a business trip to Pengcheng. Is it for the Tianji Technology project?" "Huh. This? I really don't know about this." Lin Huaqing was also a bit surprised by Shen Linx's news. "Go and find out right away. I need to know the exact details as soon as possible. If Guli is really going there for Tianji Technology, then we need to prepare early." Hearing the seriousness in his leader's tone, Lin Huaqing immediately nodded. "All right, I'll get on it right away. I'll report back as soon as I have any news." Shen Linxi nodded. "Good. Work some overtime these next few days and get the materials for the middle platform project ready quickly. It looks like we're in for a tough battle." After Lin Huaqing left, the formidable businesswoman fell into deep thought again. Regarding the middle platform project, neither Qinhuan Jichuang nor Jinduyan had prior development experience in this specific area. Of course, they had worked on projects with functions similar to the various parts of a middle platform system. But the real challenge lay in how to organically integrate these various systems, seamlessly connecting online and offline operations, streamlining business processes, accelerating processing speed, and achieving efficient business flow. Simultaneously, it involved effectively combining physical goods, virtual goods, and various services, integrating the supply chain, distributors, advertising, revenue sharing, and more to achieve perfect unification across the entire system. So for this project, with technology and track record as a foundation, the outcome would hinge on who could deliver the most compelling presentation. Shen Linshi reviewed various materials on her computer simultaneously, synthesizing information in her mind, summarizing the strengths and weaknesses of Qinhuan Jichuan, and jotting them down for her slides. Some information needed to be provided by her subordinates, which she also noted down, intending to delegate these tasks later. Half an hour later, Lin Huaqing walked in again and relayed some news to her. President Xingu Li is indeed on a business trip to Qianji Technology. I heard that Qianji is quite interested in Jinduyan and specifically invited them over for discussions. So it's true. Shen Linshi was startled. She hadn't expected Jinduyan to move this fast. If they reached an agreement, there would be no chance left for her Qinhuan Jichuan. No, I can't just sit back and wait. With this thought, a wave of determination surged within Shen Linshi again. She turned her gaze to Lin Huaqing. This is some material I've written. Take a look at it first. Within 2 days, I need you to create a comprehensive PPT on the middle platform system. It must fully articulate our technical advantages and our ability to integrate Qianji Technology's business, specifically including a targeted analysis of their current business pain points. Hearing that he had to produce a feasibility software analysis report within 2 days, Lin Huaqing's expression turned slightly serious. However, under Shen Linxi's gaze, he nodded earnestly. Understood, President Shen. Shen Linshi nodded in return. All right. You go ahead and get to work. I'm going to the boss office. I might need to go on a business trip myself. Hearing this, Lin Huaqing's confidence immediately soared. As expected, upon receiving her report, the boss immediately became intrigued. It was the first time he had seen a subordinate so invested in a project, and he instantly understood that Shen Linshi wanted to reclaim her ground. Since she was so confident, he naturally went along with the flow and approved her request to take the lead personally. Normally, for such collaborative projects, the business development department would handle the initial contacts. Then client requirements would be relayed to the technical team, where Shen Linshi and her colleagues would analyze and discuss whether the project was feasible before formal negotiations commenced. However, since Shen Linshi wanted to intervene earlier, it was not a problem. It would just mean a bit more effort. Besides, after losing the major Haitong logistics project, the company had a somewhat saturated workforce. If they could secure the Qianji Technology middle platform project, it would alleviate the pressure on Qinhuan Jichuan. Thus, after leaving the boss office, Shen Linshi summoned the business manager Wei Liao and her subordinate Lin Huaqing for a brief meeting. They then decided to depart for Pingqing that very evening to participate in the bidding for Qianji Technology's middle platform project. Of course, Wei Liao had to coordinate with Qianji Technology in advance, informing them of the next day's schedule. The feedback was positive. Upon learning that Qinhuan Jichuan was also interested in bidding for the middle platform project, Qianji Technology immediately agreed. After all, having more companies participate was beneficial to them. In fact, for this middle platform project, bidding apart from Jinduyan, receiving early intelligence, 2 other software companies in Pingqing and Yangsheng were also sharpening their knives. Thus, both Gu Li and Shen Linshi faced at least 3 rivals, making the competition extremely fierce. Wei Liao and Lin Huaqing had long been prepared for Shen Linxi's decisive style, so they were not shocked. Compared to the previous 2 months of working overtime until midnight, a last-minute decision to fly to Pingqing in the evening was nothing extraordinary. After the meeting, the 3 immediately began preparations without a moment's delay. Time was money, and this time Shen Linshi was taking the initiative. If anyone dropped the ball along the way, they would face serious consequences. Meanwhile, Gu Li had arrived in Pingqing by 4 in the afternoon and checked into a hotel near Qianji Technology. After resting for the night, he would head to the client's premises early the next morning for preliminary discussions. Of course, this was merely an initial needs communication to facilitate the creation of a corresponding proposal for the bidding. Only by familiarizing themselves with the client's various business processes could they proceed with technology selection, software architecture, function mapping, and so on. As for outline design and detailed design, those would come after the bidding concluded and the contract was signed. Although Jinduyan had not previously developed a middle platform project, the company Gu Li had worked for before possessed a well-functioning small middle platform system. Though not as complex as the business of large corporations, it had complete functionality, allowing them to draw on some experience. In this regard, he held a certain advantage over Shen Linshi. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the 5-star hotel, Gu Li gazed at the bustling traffic and glittering lights outside, letting out a soft sigh. If he were still a low-level grunt at the company, he would probably never have enjoyed the exquisite service of such a 5-star business suite. Not only was the room luxurious and the bed incredibly comfortable, but the bathtub was also quite large. A nice soak would be truly pleasant. The hotel also offered various amenities, including a spa, fitness equipment, coffee, meeting rooms, and everything imaginable. Truly, the life of the wealthy was so unpretentiously opulent. How different from the outdoor trips during university, where they rode a cramped bus for half a day, squeezed into narrow hotels, and had lunches worse than boxed meals. The night passed quickly. Gu Li got up at 7, enjoyed the hearty breakfast provided by the 5-star hotel, and then along with the others arrived at Qianji Technology. The company was a nationwide chain of mobile phone retailers also dealing in various accessories, battery replacement, screen insurance, and other services. They operated dozens of stores on various e-commerce platforms, hundreds of direct sales stores offline, and tens of thousands of partner stores and distributors. Then Li Zong, a deputy general manager of Qianji Technology, first gave Gu Li and his team a tour of the company, introducing the workflow of different departments before leading them to the conference room. Gu Li had expected the meeting to start immediately, but to his surprise Li Zong said they would have to wait. This unexpected situation left him somewhat puzzled. From what he knew, the other two companies had already visited and completed their exchanges. The only remaining bidder was their Jinduyan Technology. He didn't ask, but instead along with Xiang Qiwen and the others began analyzing the materials provided, preparing for the upcoming proposal drafting. After half an hour of waiting, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Then he saw Shen Linqi walking behind Li Zong, dressed in a smart professional outfit, wearing a wry smile. He hadn't expected her to have such quick intelligence and to have caught up so soon. It was the height of summer. She wore a crisp, white blouse, wide-leg trousers, and heeled sandals. Her long, slender legs accentuated her tall and sensual figure, and with her well-proportioned bust, it was almost dazzling to the eyes. He could sense that as Shen Linqi entered, numerous gazes from the cubicles outside the conference room converged on her. Indeed, Shen Linqi was the center of attention wherever she went. Since she had arrived, Gu Li stood up and approached with a smile. At that moment, Li Zong said, "Director Gu, this is President Shen from Chenhuan Jichuan. You are both from Rongqing, so I believe you are familiar with each other. I won't introduce too much then." "Haha, you're too kind, Li Zong." Gu Li looked at Shen Linqi and nodded with a smile. "There's no need for that. President Shen and I have met before. I just didn't expect that we would become competitors again on this project. What a coincidence." Shen Linqi, seeing Gu Li, said with a meaningful tone, "Director Gu, long time no see." Seeing that they knew each other, Li Zong nodded and smiled. "Since that's the case, let's begin. For the company's business, I'll ask our technical director, Lu Zhuguan, to speak." Everyone took their seats, and Lu Zhuguan stood up, scanning the room, and opened the PowerPoint presentation. "Director Gu, President Shen, let's begin." Gu Li did not underestimate this technical director. He might be a key figure in the bidding. He gestured slightly, and Xiang Qiwen and the others became serious, listening, taking notes, and asking questions. Shen Linxi's team also listened intently. For a time, the meeting room was filled only with Lu Zugwen's clear voice and the occasional clatter of keyboards. After half an hour, the meeting entered a break. Gu Li withdrew his gaze from the screen and turned to meet Shen Linxi's eyes. Intense like a spark of gunpowder. Meeting again, still rivals. As their eyes met, a new round of their unspoken contest began. Gu Li, having been an ordinary programmer before, was unaccustomed to such high-stakes scenarios. The arrival of Shen Linqi stirred a hint of unease within him. Fortunately, his prior experience with bidding projects helped. This was only the initial requirement discussion, and once seated, he calmed down and regained his composure. Moreover, facing Shen Linxi's resurgence, he knew he had to project an air of unwavering confidence. Losing face in front of a beautiful woman would certainly be a blow to his pride. Fortunately, his top-tier computer skills and his status as technical director lent him weight, granting Gu Li ample strength and self-assurance. The outcome was far from decided. He gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, then rose from his seat with a faint smile, heading to the restroom. Back in the meeting room, members of both teams began murmuring amongst themselves, their gazes occasionally darting towards the opposing side, a clear division that belied their intense mutual scrutiny. Yet such situations were not entirely novel to those present. Most had weathered similar storms and felt little discomfort. As Gu Li stepped out of the restroom, he happened to encounter Shen Linqi in the corridor. Seeing no one else around, he deliberated for a moment before offering a greeting. "I must admit, I didn't expect you to chase me all the way here," he said. Shen Linqi smiled faintly. "There are many things you haven't expected yet." Gu Li chuckled, thinking to himself that this woman was indeed sharp-tongued, never conceding an inch in their verbal sparring. She had privately probed into his project, and specifically came to poach this middle platform project, all while pretending he was none the wiser. Just as Su Huai was his inside source within her company, she likely had her own informant within Jinduyan. He had suspected this ever since old Su mentioned her interest in the project. Yet he had never sought to uncover this spy. After all, the prospect of competing with Shen Linqi again and potentially defeating her once more was far more intriguing. It would leave an indelible impression on her. A powerful man conquers a woman through sheer strength, earning her genuine respect. To tame a fierce mare like Shen Linqi, conventional tactics like gentleness or being a nice guy wouldn't suffice. Besides, the past 7 years had taught him a lesson. He had no desire to be a sycophant again. Isn't a love between equals far more interesting? "Oh, like what?" Gu Li asked with heightened interest. Taken aback, Shen Linxi's smile vanished instantly. Her expression reverted to its usual icy composure, making her appear both cold and strikingly beautiful. To Gu Li, this was a different kind of beauty, and he silently admired it. A goddess indeed. Even her hint of irritation made her more alluring. Noticing his knowing, half-smiling expression, Shenlinshi felt a surge of annoyance, realizing she was being toyed with. "The break is almost over. I don't have time for this," she declared, turning and entering the restroom, leaving only the fading echo of her high heels. Gu Li rubbed his chin and shook his head. Tsk. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Soon, everyone reconvened in the meeting room. As Director Liu elaborated, Gu Li and his team gained profound insights into Qianji Technologies' operations. They also delved deep into the company's pressing needs and pain points. For Gu Li, the gains were even more significant. He noticed overlaps between this company and his previous employer, which meant many of their needs could be addressed with existing solutions. A clear strategy for the middle platform project began to take shape in his mind. His gaze drifted towards Shenlinshi, who was frowning, deeply lost in thought. Simultaneously, she typed on her laptop with remarkable focus. This professional woman, absorbed in her work with a pensive expression, presented yet another facet of exquisite beauty. It was undeniable that Shenlinshi exuded a distinct charm at every moment. In Gu Li's eyes, she became increasingly captivating. This woman is becoming more and more intriguing, he sighed internally. At this moment, he felt a genuine pull towards her, a feeling that transcended mere physical attraction. Just then, as if sensing his intense stare, Shenlinshi glanced over. The look made her heart skip a beat. What is that guy doing, she thought. Staring at me during such a serious meeting, it's ridiculous. Oomph. A bit flustered, she let out a soft cough and took a sip of tea from her cup. First a cough as a warning, then tea to mask her discomfort. Gu Li, startled from his reverie, offered a slightly apologetic smile. He then picked up his own cup and took a cautious sip. Their brief exchange did not go unnoticed by their respective subordinates, who exchanged bewildered glances. Whoa, what's going on with our leaders? Is this a formal standoff now? Tsk. This is going to be a show. Director Shen is definitely out for revenge after losing that last bid. Director Gu won't make it easy for her. Losing this project to her would be a huge blow to his pride. Looks like our meetings are going to be full of tension from now on. Of course, these speculations remained unspoken as everyone silently observed the drama unfold. Amidst this charged atmosphere, the morning meeting concluded smoothly, with the afternoon reserved for discussions. During this session, both parties could direct their questions to Director Liu. If he couldn't answer, he would bring in specialized technical staff. They also planned to involve specific business departments to gather their daily challenges and urgent pain points. After a hearty lunch at Qianji Technologies cafeteria, Gu Li decided to take a walk downstairs to rest. To his surprise, Shenlinshi soon appeared as well. "Oh, Director Shen is also out for a stroll." Facing his teasing, Shenlinshi retorted, "Of course. I take a walk on the Chuanxing Plaza rooftop almost every day at noon." Gu Li's eyes lit up at this. "That's great. Next time I'll join you. Maybe we'll even have a chance encounter." "Who would want to run into you?" Shenlinshi scoffed. Gu Li chuckled. "You're always so formal. We're still friends, aren't we?" A sly smile touched her lips. "Since we're friends, why not just hand this project over to me? After all, you did snatch the last one from me." Hearing this jest, Gu Li replied without hesitation. "The business world is a battlefield. I won't go easy on you. Besides, if I did, it would be an insult to your abilities. This guy has no idea how to be chivalrous." Shenlinshi fumed inwardly, though her face remained defiant. "Exactly. If you went easy on me, I'd look down on you." Gu Li laughed heartily, refusing to back down. "Then it's settled. Let's see who comes out on top." "I won't disappoint you," Shenlinshi retorted, her eyebrow arched, her aura undiminished. Seeing her brimming with confidence, Gu Li felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that Shenlinshi had an ace up her sleeve? The afternoon discussion session passed without incident, as both sides maintained their restraint. Watching Shenlinshi leave in a taxi without a word, Gu Li waved for Xiang Qiwen and the others to take cabs as well. He, on the other hand, decided to wander around and sample some of Pingqing's local delicacies. After all, since he had made the trip, he might as well enjoy himself. Moreover, he planned to spend the next 2 days relaxing on the beach and catching up with old classmates. So Gu Li hailed a cab, found a bustling food street, and began eating his way through it at a leisurely pace. Even as he ate, he pondered what gift to buy for Shenlinshi. She had helped him fend off Yu's harassment in the garage that day, and he had promised to show his gratitude. Since he had said he would give her a gift, he certainly had to follow through. However, he still had no idea what to get her. Shenlinshi, after all, wasn't short on money, and he didn't know her hobbies or interests. Finding something that would truly resonate with her would require careful thought. He could of course ask Hulin for advice, but he wasn't ready to tell her about the garage incident. This made choosing the gift quite a challenge. He had been agonizing over it for days without reaching a decision. Fortunately, his frustration was soon drowned out by the delicious food. He strolled along, posting updates on his social feed, every bit the foodie. Meanwhile, Shenlinshi watched Gu Li's indulgent feasting on her phone and couldn't help but snort in disdain. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. It was truly infuriating. She had rushed here specifically to secure the Qianji technology project, enduring meetings during the day and having to return to her hotel to work overtime at night. Her rival, however, showed not a hint of urgency and even had the leisure to stroll through a food street, eating and drinking to his heart's content. To Shen Linqi, this was nothing short of an insult. It was as if he didn't consider her a threat at all. Even though she was usually composed, she felt a wave of frustration and let out a resigned sigh. She turned and walked to the window, gazing at the glittering city lights outside, and murmured to herself, "Ever since I met that rival, Guli, work seems to have become so much more difficult. I am not one to give up easily." After a moment, Shen Linqi took a deep breath, expelled the pent-up frustration, and steeled herself anew. A truly formidable person possesses formidable self-regulation. The disdain of others only fueled her competitive spirit. She picked up her phone, opened the Matewan app, and ordered a substantial amount of late-night skewers and barbecue from a highly rated restaurant. Then she went to the suite next door, where Lin Huaqing and the others were still working. Clap, clap. Shen Linqi clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "I've ordered some late-night snacks for everyone. Let's take a break and eat. After that, let's try to wrap things up as soon as possible and head back to rest by 9. Her words were met with a chorus of cheers. "Thank you, President Shen." "No problem, President Shen. I should be done by 10. "Yeah. Don't worry, let's eat first and talk about work after." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Shen Linqi smiled and nodded. "By the way, Lao Lin, could you come over here for a moment? How are things progressing with Qianji technology?" Lin Huaqing nodded and followed her into the adjacent room. As soon as they entered, Shen Linqi asked the question. He thought for a moment before replying. "President Shen, the contact at Qianji Technology, President Lin, said they've reported to their headquarters, and it should be fine. However, he mentioned that the details of the collaboration will definitely need careful negotiation." "That's for sure." Shen Linqi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Naturally, we'll need to negotiate if we're to use their system. But don't worry, they won't make exorbitant demands, especially since we'll likely continue cooperating in the future. As long as we can secure the authorization and let Qianji Technology see a practical application, our chances of winning will be greatly enhanced. The demo system must be set up as quickly as possible. That's the key to our success in the bidding." "Understood, President Shen. Don't worry, I guarantee it will be ready by the end of the month." Aware of the task's importance, Lin Huaqing immediately gave his assurance. "Good. You can get back to work then." Shen Linqi smiled and nodded, a sense of anticipation welling up inside her. "Guli, you have no idea that while you're busy eating, I've already gained another card to play. Haha. Let's see how you'll admit defeat when the time comes." "Achut." At that moment, Guli was enjoying a skewer of barbecue grease glistening on his lips. An unexpected sneeze ruined the skewer of kidneys he was holding. "Damn, who's thinking about me now?" He cursed under his breath. He regretfully discarded the ruined skewer, took a tissue to wipe his nose, and then looked at the vendor. "Boss, give me 2 more skewers of kidneys." "Coming right up. 2 skewers of grilled kidneys." "Just a moment, sir." The vendor's loud call drew the attention of those nearby in the bustling night market. But when they saw a handsome young man enjoying barbecue with a beer, they all looked on with surprise and amusement. A guy this good-looking surely had no shortage of female company. No wonder he was ordering kidneys. Guli noticed the curious glances and could only offer a wry smile. "It's just a few kidney skewers, is it such a big deal?" Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Su Huai calling. "Old Su, what's up? Guli, are you on a business trip in Pengcheng?" "Yeah, why? Oh, sorry. I'm not working for President Shen anymore, so I only just found out today that she's in Pengcheng." Guli didn't blame him in the slightest. "It's fine, don't worry about it. I saw her today. She's definitely after Qianji Technology's middle platform project." "Oh, I see." Su Huai nodded. "That's what I guessed. Oh, by the way, there's another piece of information that might be useful to you." Guli was instantly curious. "What is it?" "Well, President Shen is planning to collaborate with Qianji Technology. She probably intends to use their system to bid for the Qianji Technology middle platform project." "Oh, what's that all about?" "It's like this." Through the subsequent explanation, Guli finally understood why Shen Linqi was so confident. It turned out that while Qinhuangji hadn't fully completed a middle platform project, they had some experience with systems that shared similar functionalities. Qianji Technology, it seemed, had a simple middle platform system in-house, a large part of which had been developed by Su Huai and his team in the past. So Shen Linq's plan was to use Qianji Technology's system to compete for the Qianji Technology middle platform project. Guli hadn't expected her to be waiting for him with this move. She was certainly not one to be underestimated. To be honest, after learning about Qianji Technology, Guli's confidence had waned considerably. Compared to his former employer, Pinway Software, which had laid him off, Qianji Technology was clearly a far more formidable force. Its operational middleware system surpassed the old companies in both business volume and complexity. If Shen Linqi truly managed to collaborate with them and create a simulated system based on their solution, then Qianji Technology might very well be interested. At this thought, his mood for enjoying the night market evaporated instantly, and he hurried back to the hotel. Over the following 2 days, Gu Li, like Shenlinshi, fell into the grueling routine of researching by day and working late into the night. This sudden burst of intensity surprised his subordinates at Jinduyan, including Xiang Qiwen. They increasingly believed that Gu Li was pushing himself so hard due to pressure from Shenling's side. After all, when they had first arrived, their director's face had borne an expression of certain victory. Though there was no obvious change now, everyone could still sense a certain tension in the air. Of course, these 2 days weren't without their usual banter between the two rivals. However, their exchanges were evenly matched, and in the end the sharp edge of their conflict dulled, replaced by a much more harmonious atmosphere. Director Shin Qianji Technology's distribution model is quite tricky to handle, isn't it? What are your thoughts on this? Taking advantage of their post-lunch stroll, Gu Li seized the opportunity to ask. Shenlinshi, seeing him approaching again, immediately frowned. Director Gu, if a technical expert like you has no good ideas, why ask someone like me who knows little about technology? Did you not wake up from your nap properly? Haha, Director Shen, you jest, Gu Li chuckled in response to the teasing. I haven't even started my nap yet, so I'm definitely still half asleep. Why ask such a question? Could it be you didn't sleep well last night? It seems the problems I mentioned yesterday are a bit challenging for your technical department at Qinhuangjichuang as well. Of course there are challenges, but that's not something for you, the esteemed director, to worry about, Shenlinshi replied, without changing her expression, a hint of pride in her voice. We'll have a proposal ready by the end of the month. Don't be too surprised then, Director Gu. Oh, is that so? It seems you're quite confident about this project. Gu Li said, meaningfully, looking at the confidence on the woman's face. If I lacked confidence, I wouldn't dare show my face before you again, Director Gu. Don't you think? Shenlinshi spoke with a light smile, her eloquence unable to conceal her radiant charm. Sensing the strong, capable aura of the woman before him, Gu Li's gaze sharpened for a moment. For a brief second, neither spoke, both immersed in the oppressive afternoon heat. Noticing Gu Li's silence, Shenlinshi turned to look and found him staring intently at her. Meeting his gaze, she felt a sudden jolt in her heart, a warmth creeping up her cheeks as she was briefly stunned. Another day passed, and the current round of meetings concluded, leaving the companies time to prepare their proposals. Gu Li, through days of effort, had managed to digest his previous experience and transform it into tangible results. Coupled with his top-tier computer skills, his mastery over the system had improved dramatically. Now everything hinged on the quality of Shenling's system. It could be said that this competition was shaping up to be a true clash of equals. Relieved, Gu Li decided to enjoy the final day to the fullest. On the evening the meetings ended, he treated everyone to a lavish dinner and then gave them the rest of the time off for leisure. He arranged for the company to book flights back to Rongqing for the day after tomorrow. On July 6th, Gu Li first arranged to meet his college friends Li Jiang and Hao Wenwen for dinner that evening. Then he headed to the beach alone, ready for a day of fun. Renting a yacht for some sea fishing, going for a dive, and watching the beauties on the sand all sounded quite appealing. While he was living it up, he inadvertently provoked Shenlinshi again. That guy, he's having too much fun. Went to the old alley this morning, had an authentic Cantonese morning tea. Rented a yacht in the afternoon, went sea fishing, watched seagulls, and even did some crazy skydiving. Went diving in the afternoon, took pictures with coral, and even found a really beautiful top-notch conch. Now he's just lying on the beach sipping coconut water and checking out girls in bikinis. TSK, clearly just there to look at women, and he has the nerve to caption it with watching the sunset over the sea, observing the clouds drift across the sky. Trying to be poetic, huh? Looking at Gu Li's social media post, Shenlinshi didn't know how to even criticize it. If Hu Lin were there, she would have noticed the look of pure resentment on her best friend's face. I've been slaving away all day, and this guy is off watching girls on the beach. It's infuriating. It must be said Gu Li's social media posts could be quite provocative at times. Especially for Shenlinshi, his rival on this project, who had been paying him extra attention these past few days. Luckily, after fuming for a while, she managed to calm herself down. She reasoned that she shouldn't let Gu Li affect her emotions. This might be his strategy all along. He was probably trying to disrupt her focus and derail her plans. How sneaky. Shenlinshi found her thoughts starting to wander for some inexplicable reason. Ding. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Gu Li posted on social media again. Looking at the pictures of seafood and steak, Shenlinshi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, feeling a pang of craving. That guy was out eating an Aliokaniat seafood buffet again. At this point, Shenlinshi, who was still working overtime, couldn't take it anymore. She whipped out her phone and started making arrangements. Thinking it over, since it was the last day, she decided everyone deserved a break. So she turned to Lin Huaqing, who was about to order food, and said, "Old Lin, let's go. We're getting seafood at Demacia. My treat." Hearing this, Lin Huaqing was taken aback. Demacia? Isn't that a bit far? I've already bought the vouchers, Shenlinshi said. Tell everyone to meet at the hotel entrance in 10 minutes, and we'll head straight over. Without offering further explanation, she left the room to pack her things. Lin Huaqing stood there for a moment, then turned to relay the good news to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Guli was pleasantly surprised by the stunning beauty of the friend Hao Wenwen had brought along. Indeed, at the dinner that evening, his college buddy Li Jiang brought his girlfriend Pan Xiu, while Hao Wenwen brought her best friend and roommate Xiao Jingzhu. This woman was not only beautiful, but also very tall, seemingly around 175 meters. Wow. With a figure like that, it's a shame she's not a model. Guli couldn't help but think as he glanced at the alluring and statuesque Xiao Jingzhu sitting beside him. Unbeknownst to him, because of his social media post, Shen Linqi had already led her subordinates to the entrance of the very restaurant. Observing Xiao Jingzhu's demure and gentle demeanor, Guli was suddenly reminded of Yang Yixia, an alumna he had met while returning home for a festival with his sister. The two were quite similar in style, slim, charming, and looking like fresh university graduates. Their figures were fine, they were pretty, and their words were pleasant. Yet with the alluring Shen Linqi setting such a high standard, he found little interest in beauties like them. Just as his heart once belonged solely to Yu Wei, he remained oblivious to the other campus belles and department flowers. Perhaps this was a testament to his single-minded devotion in matters of love. Like Yang Yixia, Xiao Jingzhu took a keen interest in Gu Li after the introduction. After all, it was rare for someone his age to hold the position of technical director. With Hao Wenwen's enthusiastic introduction, the conversation grew even warmer. Gu Li, however, remained indifferent, maintaining a polite and courteous demeanor throughout. Soon everyone retrieved their dishes, and Li Jiang even brought Gu Li a premium steak. Seeing this fellow, Gu Li felt a pang of nostalgia. He never imagined that Li Jiang, who had been rather ordinary in their class, would be the first to get married. Moreover, he had a good job, decent pay, and had even bought an apartment. He had heard that Li Jiang went straight to a major corporation as an outsourced worker, earning around 20,000 a month, albeit with frequent overtime. His girlfriend Pan Xiu also worked in IT, though as a front-end developer at a small company. As for Hao Wenwen, she had switched careers entirely to sales and now worked at a 4S dealership. Similarly, Xiao Jingzhu was also a salesperson at the dealership, rumored to be a standout graduate from Pingqing University. When Hao Wenwen first joined, it was only thanks to Xiao Jingzhu's help that she managed to close 2 deals within 3 months and avoid being let go. Their bond grew quickly from there, and they eventually became roommates and close confidants. Among the 3 women, Xiao Jingzhu was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Otherwise, how could she consistently rank in the top 3 for monthly sales performance? Guli, how did you become so impressive just 2 or 3 years after graduating? Were you hiding your talents all along, staying low-key? As they chatted, Hao Wenwen asked out of curiosity. Guli thought for a moment and replied, "It's not that impressive. I haven't done much better than a few classmates who joined major tech companies. Back in school, my grades were decent, and I was steadily building my skills. I guess the pressure at work drove me to study hard for 2 years. Then all of a sudden things clicked, and my skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Honestly, I was probably just lucky." "That's not just luck. Maybe a bit of it," Xiao Jingzhu said, looking at Gu Li with admiration. "But it's your hard work, Gu, that led to such achievements." Hearing this, Pan Xiu glanced at her boyfriend and shook her head. "This one here is a perfect example. He's skilled, but he's such a quiet, unassuming guy. To this day, he's still just a struggling programmer." Hearing his girlfriend's words, Li Jiang didn't take offense. Instead, he said, "I can't help it. It's just my nature. Asking me to schmooze with the higher-ups would be worse than killing me." Gu Li laughed as well. Li Jiang's right. Everyone has a different personality. Sometimes you can't force things, or it might backfire. Li Jiang, you could keep honing your skills and aim to switch to the client side. If you get into Huawei, as long as you avoid layoffs, the pay is bound to be excellent. At that moment, Gu Li's eyes widened as he saw several people approaching from across the room. Among them, with an elegant stature and a simple, refined dress, was none other than Shen Linqi. She spotted him, immediately narrowed her eyes, and offered a faint, subtle smile. But when she noticed Xiao Jingzhu sitting across from Gu Li, her expression shifted, turning icy cold. The swift change left Gu Li momentarily stunned. "Handsome, what would you like to eat? Let me get it for you." Just then, Xiao Jingzhu stood up and asked him enthusiastically, "The oysters here are excellent. How about I grab you some?" Hearing this, Gu Li was speechless. Shen Linqi had just walked by, and now she was offering to get him oysters. This had to be deliberate. He shook his head and said, "Thanks, but no thanks. I don't eat that stuff." "Oh, then how about something else?" Xiao Jingzhu persisted. Growing a bit annoyed, Gu Li stood up. "Really, it's fine. They'll get whatever I want myself. I'm going to the restroom. You all go ahead and eat." With that, he headed off to find the restroom, his mind racing. He hadn't missed the cold look Shen Linqi had just given him. She was probably cursing him out in her head. But then he reconsidered, could Shen Linqi be jealous that he had a beautiful woman by his side? If so, did it mean she had feelings for him? The thought lifted his spirits. After finishing up, he spotted Shen Linqi getting food and walked over. "Ms. Shen, what a coincidence. You're here for dinner too. Shen Linshi rolled her eyes at him. Isn't that obvious? Who else would come here if not to eat? Gu Li was taken aback by her sharp retort, realizing he had asked a foolish question. Seeing her displeasure, he began to wonder. Could she really be this upset because of him? My miss. Shen seems to be in a fiery mood today. How about a can of herbal tea to cool down? All that pent-up heat can lead to breakouts. Gu Li teased with a smirk. If you got pimples, that pretty face of yours would be ruined. You? Can't you say something nice for once? Shen Linshi retorted, genuinely irritated. She truly felt a surge of anger every time she saw his social media posts. Now face to face, she couldn't help but want to scold him. Somehow she was becoming less and less composed around Gu Li. At that thought, Shen Linshi shuddered. Could she actually be developing feelings for Gu Li? Otherwise, why such a strong reaction? Watching the woman's helpless expression, Gu Li felt a mischievous urge. With a sly glint in his eye, he leaned in close and whispered, Ms. Shen, could it be that you're a little jealous that beauty was about to get me something? The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Linxi's heart jolted, and she bristled. Her hand shot out, resorting to her ultimate move, pinching the flesh at his waist and twisting it a full 360 degrees. Gu Li let out a sharp hiss, wincing in pain and barely stifling a yelp. Damn it! Shen Linshi, you're using that much force. Gu Li would have cried out loud if they weren't in public. This woman really knew how to inflict pain. How had he never noticed before that beneath Shen Linxi's beautiful exterior lurked a violent streak? Seeing his gritted teeth, Shen Linshi finally cooled down and withdrew her wicked hand. Then leaning closer to Gu Li, she whispered triumphantly, That's what you get for running your mouth. This was actually the gentle version. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll twist it even harder next time. Gu Li, however, remained defiant. If you do that again, I'll just let my thoughts wander again. Shen Linshi raised an eyebrow, flashing a fierce expression of, Just you try. Seeing that she meant business, Gu Li felt a twinge of fear and quickly took a step back. Rubbing the tender flesh on his side, he said with annoyance, I never expected you to be such a violent woman. Shen Linshi, as if throwing caution to the wind, curled her lips into a smug smile, looking utterly unapologetic. I'm a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. Isn't it normal for me to be a bit aggressive? Besides, you're the one who started spouting nonsense. If anyone's to blame, it's that mouth of yours. I never realized before how sharp your tongue could be. At that moment, Shen Linshi added silently, It's almost a match for her best friend Hu Lin's. If you really want to test it, I'd be happy to oblige. I'm just afraid you wouldn't dare. As she spoke those harsh words, Shen Linshi extended her right hand again, making a show of pinching her fingers right in front of Gu Li. Seeing this, Gu Li felt speechless, but inside, he was discovering a whole new world, becoming even more intrigued by Shen Linshi. I never realized before that our CEO Shen had this side to her. It truly is an eye-opener. That feeling just now was really something. I'd actually like to try it again. How about you give it another go? After speaking, Gu Li, playing along with Shen Linxi's earlier words, leaned his body towards her. Instantly, a faint, unique fragrance of jasmine from Shen Linshi invaded his nostrils, sending a jolt through his senses. This bold move caused Shen Linxi's expression to change. She quickly retreated 2 steps, looking at him warily. You're such a rogue. Haha. When did I ever claim to be a gentleman? Gu Li's retort left Shen Linshi momentarily speechless. At this moment, he also realized that when dealing with Shen Linshi, he needed to show a bit of roguishness to keep her in check. Otherwise, being all serious wouldn't be enough to handle this proud woman. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to get something good to eat. I'm starving. Seeing the mischievous smile on Gu Li's face, Shen Linshi quickly grabbed 2 large prawns and made a hasty retreat. Gu Li stood there, a grin spreading across his face. TSK. Miss Shen is getting more and more interesting. Then with a smile, he returned to his seat and continued drinking with Li Jiang. Meanwhile, Hao Wenwen, sitting nearby, was carefully observing Gu Li as if trying to see him in a new light. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Gu Li asked, What's up? Got something on my face? Hao Wenwen nodded immediately. Yeah, big peach blossom. Gu Li was momentarily baffled. Hao Wenwen then said, Gu Li, you know you're totally different from your college days. You pined after you Wei for 7 years, and now you've completely let loose. In just that short moment earlier, you were already flirting with that elegant lady. TSK. Impressive. I admire you. What? Hearing this, Gu Li was instantly speechless. He hadn't expected his little exchange with Shen Linshi to have been witnessed by Hao Wenwen. He had no choice but to explain, Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I've known her for a while. She's my competitor for the Pingxing project. Hearing this, Hao Wenwen and Li Jiang both had a look of sudden realization. So that's how it was. No wonder she had given Gu Li a second glance when she walked in earlier. However, Hao Wenwen felt that there must be more to it than that. After all, the interaction between Shen Linshi and Gu Li just now didn't seem like mere competitors. A suspicion then formed in her mind. No wonder Gu Li seemed indifferent to her best friend. He had met such an elegant woman first. By the way, I want to buy a gift for a woman. At this point Gu Li suddenly remembered the matter of Shun Linx's gift, and asked, "It needs to be something truly meaningful. Jewelry or bags are too cliché." Hearing this, Hao Wenwen became curious. "Gu Li, is this for a woman you like?" Gu Li thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Not exactly. She just helped me out before, and I want to get her a gift to say thanks." That's a tough one. After a pause, Hao Wenwen said, "If you want it to be meaningful, you could look for things she cares about, like her favorite color, zodiac sign, hobbies, and such. See if there's something special, something hard to find with a bit of sentimental value. That way it shouldn't be so cliché." "Hey, that's a good idea. Let me think about it carefully then." Hearing Hao Wenwen's advice, Gu Li nodded, an idea already forming in his mind. It looks like he'll need to make a trip to the mall tomorrow morning to see if he can find a suitable gift. He couldn't put this off any longer. It had already been a few days. Just then Xiao Jingzhu returned with a plate piled high with food and began eating without a word. Seeing this, Gu Li was a bit confused. She had been so enthusiastic earlier, why was she now just focused on eating and barely speaking? At that moment Li Jiang sent him a WeChat message. "All three of them just saw you flirting with that competitor of yours, so they think you're a real player." Oh man. Seeing this message, Gu Li felt utterly speechless. He hadn't expected to suffer such an undeserved misunderstanding, though thankfully, he had already explained things. Besides, Xiao Jingzhu was just a passing acquaintance. Even if she misunderstood, it didn't matter. While Gu Li was being misunderstood here back at Shen Linx's table, she also noticed the atmosphere had changed with everyone staring at her. "What's wrong with you all? Why are you staring at me? Eat up. Shen, we all just saw it. You and Director Gu, are you?" Shen Linxi was instantly overcome with embarrassment, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, she was filled with regret for having gotten into that little spat with Gu Li earlier. Now look at the situation, all her subordinates had seen it. If she didn't come up with a good excuse to brush it off, her carefully maintained image of authority would be ruined in an instant. Then her expression darkened abruptly as she gazed silently at the colleague who had just spoken. What is it? Switching expressions in a split second was second nature to Shen Linxi. One moment, she was affable with her subordinates. The next, she might be lashing out with a torrent of reprimand. Witnessing the leader's sudden shift from sunny to stormy, the colleague instantly lowered his head and mumbled an explanation. "President Shenai, I just wanted to ask if you and Director Gu were discussing project matters." Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi cast him a faint glance, then swept her gaze over the others before speaking. "Gu Li and I weren't discussing any project just now. On the contrary, he was provoking us, claiming we could never secure the project. Naturally, I felt a bit indignant, hence I exchanged a few words with him. Since he looks down on us, we must redouble our efforts and secure the central platform project no matter what." Hearing this, the team's competitive spirit was ignited, with some even giving direct assurances. "Rest assured, President Shun. Since they despise us, we must win this project. Otherwise, when we meet next, those Jinduyan folks won't know how to mock us." Chenhuan Jichuang. "Exactly. We lost the last project. This time we must not let them succeed again. I've decided. I'm willing to work overtime every day for the next half month just to crush Jinduyan. Right? President Shun, we can't let them get too cocky. It's simply outrageous." Seeing the excitement, Shen Linxi nodded with satisfaction. "What formidable spirit. The troops are ready." She smiled faintly, gestured for everyone to calm down, and then spoke slowly. "All right. I know you're all simmering with anger, but we must eat one bite at a time and work step by step. Tonight let's eat and drink well. After returning to Rongqing tomorrow, we'll put in extra effort for the next fortnight. Getting the proposal and demo system ready as soon as possible will be the greatest help to me. Of course, given your hard work, neither I nor the company will let you down. Once we secure this project, they'll definitely apply for project bonuses and time off for everyone." This speech from Shen Linxi was once again met with enthusiasm from her subordinates, who looked at her with adoration as if injected with adrenaline. After all, which subordinate doesn't appreciate a leader who is both passionate and generous? Indeed, work is just that simple. If the pay is enough, even working overtime every day is acceptable. It must be said that Shen Linxi's rhetoric of shared enmity not only instantly dispelled the earlier awkwardness, but also boosted everyone's confidence. It was a move that killed two birds with one stone, curbing the subordinate speculation while benefiting the project. If Gu Li were to learn of this, he would surely have to give a thumbs up. Shen Linxi's mind is quick. She can turn passivity into initiative and gain extra advantages. On this point, he had to admire her. For the rest of the evening, Gu Li and Shen Linxi kept their distance, avoiding any further interaction. Even when they happened to be fetching something, they simply pretended not to see each other. After roughly 2 hours of dining, Gu Li felt it was time to leave and stood up to head back to the hotel. Li Jiang, Hao Wenwen, and the others had also finished their meals, so everyone headed outside together. Gu Li then hailed a taxi directly to the hotel, while Li Jiang and his girlfriend departed. Meanwhile, Hao Wenwen, noticing her silent and dejected best friend, offered a word of consolation. "Don't dwell on it. My old classmate has exceptionally high standards. Xiao Jingzhu nodded and sighed. I can see now that Gu Li definitely has some interest in that President Shun. And it's not unreasonable. She's far more beautiful than me. What's more, she's a strong woman founding a company at a young age and then selling it for millions. Perhaps sensing her friend's lingering resentment, Hao Wenwen tried her best to comfort. There's no helping it. Comparisons can be maddening. Don't worry, if it's meant to be, it won't slip away. With these words, Hao Wenwen turned her gaze to the sea where the bright moon was reflected in the water. But where she wondered was her own moon. The next day arrived quickly. Gu Li had a flight at 4 p.m., arriving in Rongqing 2 hours later. He spent the morning shopping and fortunately managed to buy a nice gift. He had planned to wait until they reached Rongqing to find an opportunity to give it to Shen Linxi. But unexpectedly, the two groups ran into each other again at the airport, seemingly on the same flight. What a coincidence! Gu Li's heart lifted at the sight of Shen Linxi. However, he noticed something odd. The attitude of Shen Linxi's subordinates toward him was strangely different. It was far from the cordial atmosphere in the meeting room. There was even a hint of hostility. What the hell? Gu Li then stealthily glanced at Shen Linxi, wondering if she was behind this. That made it awkward for him to approach and offer the gift. Fortunately, the two groups were seated 2 rows apart on the plane, sparing him much embarrassment. In business class, Gu Li and Shen Linxi were also separated by several seats, so he didn't exchange a single word with her during the entire flight. Shen Linxi, for her part, paid him no attention either. This unusual situation made Gu Li's heart itch. He felt an urge to walk right up to her and ask what was going on. Indeed, Shen Linxi's indifferent attitude piqued Gu Li's curiosity immensely. Once curiosity takes hold, it's hard to let go. Meanwhile, Shen Linxi was well aware of Gu Li's occasional glances. She was secretly delighted, feeling that she had finally gained the upper hand in their dynamic. He'll just ignore you. Ever since she met Gu Li, she had been constantly drawn to him and astonished by him. Eventually, she even felt she had developed feelings for him. Last night, after a night of reflection, Shen Linxi decided that Gu Li had stirred her heart too much, and she couldn't let this continue. After all, wasn't it said that the one who falls first loses? So she would stand firm and resist falling for him. Even if Shen Linxi truly came to love Gu Li in the future, he would have to be the one to make the first move and confess first. Otherwise, she would rather hide this feeling deep in her heart. Thus today, Shen Linxi reverted to her former self. With a cold, aloof demeanor, she seemed indifferent to everything. As expected, this left Gu Li feeling an itch he couldn't scratch. Just as everything was going smoothly and Shen Linxi's group was about to exit the airport, Gu Li suddenly stepped forward and called out, "President Shen, you dropped something." Everyone, including the dozen or so colleagues from Qinhuan Jichuang and Jinduyan, was startled. Seizing the moment while Shen Linxi was caught off guard, Gu Li directly slipped the bag onto her hand. "Don't be so careless next time. If I hadn't found it, it would have been truly lost." With that, he gave a slight nod to Xiang Qiwen and the others, then led his team from Jinduyan forward. The entire process took only a few seconds without a hint of hesitation. By the time Gu Li was already several meters away, Shen Linxi finally snapped back to reality, only to face her subordinates' gossip-filled expressions. However, given the events of the previous night, no one dared to ask anything. Staring at the Givenchy gift bag in her hand, she was utterly baffled. When had she ever bought this? She had no memory of it at all. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she opened her phone only to find a message from Gu Li. "This is a gift I got you for helping out in the underground garage. Hope you don't mind it. Bye." So that was what it was about. She had completely forgotten about that incident if Gu Li hadn't brought it up. She just hadn't expected that after half a month he would actually still deliver the gift. Still, the way he did it was indeed a bit hard for her to handle. Thinking back to what had just happened, Shen Linxi felt a wave of speechlessness. Good heavens. If this wasn't clarified, who knew what the employees on both sides would think? At that moment, she could feel the prying, gossipy gazes of her subordinates, making her extremely uncomfortable. But Shen Linxi couldn't explain herself now. Could she say it was a thank you gift for a small favor she had done before? If she said that, wouldn't everyone be even more curious about what kind of favor it was? If someone with ill intentions spread rumors, and it got tied to the Haitong logistics project, that would be even worse. Ahem. Everyone, don't overthink this. As her mind raced, Shen Linxi could only come up with an excuse. It's just that last night at the restaurant I chatted with Director Gu for a bit, and he mentioned he was going shopping this morning. So I thought since I was here for a rare visit, I should get a gift for my best friend. I asked him to help pick one out. I just didn't expect to forget all about it on the plane earlier. That's why he rushed over to deliver it just now." Upon hearing this, Lin Huaqing immediately caught on to Shen Linxi's meaning and quickly nodded. "Oh, so that's what happened. Actually, I was thinking of buying some local specialties to take back too, but I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot all about it." Hearing this, Shen Linxi said with a hint of self-reproach, "This is all my fault. We've been working overtime every day lately, and you've all been so tired you haven't even had time to go out and have fun. How about this? Next time we come, we'll definitely make time for everyone to go out and explore." Whether it's visiting scenic spots or catching up with old classmates, everyone can arrange their own time. I think that's a great idea, President Shen. I've already taken it to heart. Huh. After speaking, Lin Huaqing laughed to himself, then waved his hand at everyone. All right, let's go. Everyone go home and get a good rest tonight. One more day of work tomorrow, and then you can rest well over the weekend. Okay then. President Shen, Manager Lin, goodbye. Bye, President Shen, Manager Lin. Go home and rest well. You've all worked hard these past few days. A moment later, the colleagues dispersed one by one, leaving only Shen Linshi and Lin Huaqing to continue walking towards the parking lot. Lao Lin, thanks for earlier. Otherwise, who knows what they would have thought. Once in the car, Shen Linshi immediately expressed her gratitude. Lin Huaqing said politely, President Shen, you're being too modest. But even though I explained, I doubt they believed it much. I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Shen Linshi sighed in response. That ghoulie pulling a stunt like that on me, it's really quite exasperating. President Shen, there's something I've been wanting to ask, but I'm afraid you might get angry. Lin Huaqing started the car before speaking with a slight hesitation. Shen Linshi smiled and said, Lao Lin, just ask whatever you want. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Only then did Lin Huaqing ask, alright, I'll ask then. Is that ghoulie trying to pursue you? What? Upon hearing this question, Shen Linshi was caught between laughter and tears. Lao Lin, how could you possibly think that? Lin Huaqing explained, earlier at the meeting I noticed he was paying special attention to you. And with the situation at the restaurant, it felt like you two were quite familiar with each other. Add today's gift on top of that, and it's hard not to let my mind wander. This is a bit of a long story. Shen Linshi thought for a moment and decided to reveal a little bit. As for Ghoulie, we had only met briefly before. At the time, I didn't know Head joined Jindian Technology. As for what happened after that, everyone knows. Having a project poached by him, I was a bit resentful about it. That's why I made this trip to Pengcheng. I just didn't expect things to reach a point where even you would misunderstand. It seems I need to keep some distance from him after all. Hearing this, Lin Huaqing nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. But during this critical phase of the project, keeping your distance is the right call. After all, if any problems arise with this project later on, the higher-ups might cause trouble for you because of your personal relationship with Director Gu. Appreciative of the reminder, Shen Linshi said, That's something I need to consider. When she thought about the upper management of the company, she did have some complaints. After all, with so many shareholders in a company, conflicts between the boss and the shareholders are inevitable. Other than that, Lin Huaqing didn't say much more. Some things are best left unsaid. However, what Shen Linshi didn't know was that her subordinates didn't believe her explanation at all. Hey, do you think President Shen and that ghoulie actually have something going on? I think it's highly likely. Last night at the buffet, I saw with my own eyes President Shen pinching Ghoulie's waist. Think about it. If they didn't know each other privately or weren't friends, would they do something like that? And besides, he gave her a gift today. That was a Givenchy gift box, so small it's definitely a necklace, bracelet, or earrings. Maybe Ghoulie fell for President Shen after the last bidding, and now he's trying to court her. It's rare for President Shen to meet a man who's beaten her. She might just be tempted this time to set his sights on President Shen. That Ghoulie sure has some nerve. Alright, don't spread this around the company. If President Shen finds out, we're in trouble. Don't worry. Am I someone who can't keep their mouth shut? It took Lin Huaqing over an hour to escort Shen Linshi to the entrance of her residential complex before he finally headed home. Ghoulie, however, had already been home for half an hour and had even enjoyed a hot bath. Seeing the lights across the way flicker on, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. He had given her a gift, so why hadn't she said a single word in reply? Did she like it or not? She should at least give him some indication. The complete lack of response left him feeling anxious and utterly bewildered. After all, the gift was something he had carefully selected, not easy to obtain, and represented his genuine feelings. If this didn't work, he truly had no idea what else to give her. What Ghoulie didn't know was that upon arriving home, Shen Linshi had casually tossed the gift onto the sofa before heading off for a bath. After all, her business trip to Pengcheng had been a bit tiring. After a 2-hour flight back followed by another hour of agonizing deliberation in the car, she was genuinely exhausted. It wasn't until she had luxuriated in a soothing bath and emerged in her silk pajamas that an hour and a half had slipped by. At that moment, Shen Linshi finally noticed the gift bag on the sofa. That guy, I wonder what he got me, she murmured. With that, she picked up the bag, sat down, and pulled out a small box. The green hue of the box was her favorite color, and her eyes lit up with a spark of anticipation. Oh, it's a 4-leaf clover emerald necklace. And this was a necklace she recognized. A few years prior, as the 520 Internet Valentine's Day quietly rose in popularity, Givenchy had followed the trend and launched a range of jewelry products. This encounter with floral language 4-leaf clover series had garnered significant attention from women since its release and had become deeply beloved. The 4-leaf clover motif was also something she adored. It symbolized luck, health, love, and wealth, making it highly distinctive among various patterns. Many people even rejoiced at the simple act of finding a four-leaf clover among a patch of three-leaf ones. She had heard that Givenchy, to promote this collection, had customized 52,000 of these necklaces globally. Also, with a globally distinctive price tag of 5200 yuan, they sold out within a single day of release. Shen Linqi hadn't expected Gu Li's gift to be a necklace with such profound significance. Additionally, inside the box was a heart-shaped note with a message written on it, wishing you a lifetime of luck and companionship. That guy, he really put some thought into this. She had to admit the necklace truly struck a chord with her. She picked it up, examining it closely. The emerald glimmered with a soft, verdant light, quite lovely to behold. He was rather generous, wasn't he? Not only treating her to a meal, but also giving such an expensive gift. Of course, a gift worth tens of thousands wasn't considered extravagant for either Gu Li or Shen Linqi. However, given their current status as mere friends, it was indeed quite substantial. Looking at the necklace, Shen Linqi was now caught in a dilemma. She liked it, yes, but its meaning made her deeply uncertain. Think about it. A limited edition of 5200 pieces priced at 5200 yuan, and it's the exclusive necklace for the 520 Internet Valentine's Day. Furthermore, their acquaintance began with that single encounter on the night of May 20th. Adding to the coincidence, Gu Li was also the first person she had ever called hubby. Putting all this together, Shen Linqi found it hard to believe there wasn't some deeper intention behind it. At this moment, faced with the necklace she loved, her mind was in turmoil. Could Gu Li really be interested in me? Was his earlier talk about a flutter of the heart doesn't require action, just a ploy to reel me in? At the thought, Shen Linqi felt her heart race and her cheeks flush. After all, this was the first time she had been so fixated on a man. It was even the first time she had cared so much about a gift from a man. Although Shen Linqi was decisive and swift in her work, she was a complete novice when it came to matters of the heart. Faced with this situation, she was at a loss for how to respond. But what if he had no such intentions at all? Perhaps he chose the four-leaf clover emerald necklace because he saw her Romeo model car, which also featured a four-leaf clover, and guessed she liked such things. If he didn't mean anything by it, and she was just flattering herself by thinking he was interested, that would be truly embarrassing. Recalling the various moments of her acquaintance with Gu Li, Shen Linqi was lost in thought. She pondered for a long time, but couldn't make up her mind. Finally, steeling her resolve, Shen Linqi decided to return the necklace to Gu Li. After all, accepting such a thing rashly would compromise her principles. She could accept something worth a few hundred yuan, but a gift worth tens of thousands would create a psychological burden. For example, would she feel obligated to go easy on him in the upcoming middleware project? Or would she feel awkward refusing if he asked her out for dinner again? These thoughts gave Shen Linqi pause. The gesture was thoughtful, but she truly couldn't accept it. Thank you for the gift. Although I really like it, I should return it to you. With that, Shen Linqi picked up her phone, hesitated for half a minute, and finally sent the message. Unexpectedly, Gu Li replied within seconds. If you like it, keep it. Why return it? Shen Linqi quickly replied, it's too expensive. It's only a few tens of thousands. How is that expensive? It's a token of my appreciation. I searched several malls for it. Seeing this, a wave of sweetness washed over Shen Linqi, but she still insisted. Let's forget it. I only did a small favor, and you already treated me to a meal. There's no need for this gift. How can you just refuse it? Besides, I promised I'd give you a gift, and I must keep my word, right? You can't make me a man who goes back on his word, can you? Don't you agree, Shen Linqi? Shen Linqi was amused by Gu Li's words. This guy would say anything to get her to accept the gift. But since she had decided not to accept it, she wasn't about to change her mind easily. She replied, let's meet for lunch tomorrow. He'll return it to you then. After all, we're just ordinary friends, and giving such an expensive gift isn't really appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? It's perfectly normal for friends to exchange gifts. If you insist on seeing it that way, then consider it a gift from someone who has feelings for you, who wants to pursue you. See, does that work? Unexpectedly, Gu Li's next 3 messages left Shen Linqi completely stunned. Off. A squeal escaped her lips, whether from surprise or shock was unclear. She bit her lip, buried her face in the sofa, and kept murmuring. Impossible. Impossible. How could he possibly be interested in me? The next day, while Gu Li was at work, he received a message from Shen Linqi. Meet me at Sanxian Soup for lunch. Don't you dare not show up. Attached to the message was the restaurant's address, which upon closer inspection was a few hundred meters away from Star Plaza. Seeing this, Gu Li shook his head and let out a helpless chuckle. This woman was quite cautious. She picked a meeting spot so far away, afraid that her colleagues might see and think it inappropriate. He recalled the last few words he had said the previous night, after which she had gone completely silent. He was curious about Shen Linqi's reaction to his words. He wondered if those sentences had stirred something within her. Carrying this anticipation, Gu Li headed to the restaurant before noon. He arrived at the Sanxian Soup Eatery at 1150 and sat down to wait. He didn't have to wait long before Shen Linqi arrived as promised. Looking at her composed face, he felt a flicker of unease. You're here. Let's order some dishes first, we can talk while we eat. Although Shen Linshi had initiated the meeting, Gu Li, by handing her the menu, had inadvertently taken on the role of the host. Shen Linshi said nothing, simply sitting down and pulling a box from her bag, placing it on the table. I told you I'm returning this. I appreciate your kindness, but you should take it back. Seeing her stubborn resolve to refuse the gift, Gu Li felt a surge of frustration. Since Shen Linshi was destined to be his wife, why was giving her something so difficult? However, this gift was meant for a woman, taking it back was useless, so he had to make her accept it. After a moment's thought, Gu Li said directly, I gave it to you in front of everyone. Returning it now, what's that supposed to mean? It's not possible. We are just ordinary friends. Shen Linshi shook her head again, her tone resolute. Hearing this, Gu Li was speechless, thinking to himself how stubborn this woman could be. He then continued to persuade her. Didn't I say it? Consider it a gift I bought specifically to pursue you. Is that acceptable? Shen Linshi retorted, Save those lines for fooling children. Seeing her utterly skeptical expression, Gu Li felt a pang of helplessness. The blame lay in the past, where his act was so convincing that now, when he spoke the truth, she wouldn't believe him. Was this whole situation getting out of hand? Yet he pondered this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least when talking about feelings with Shen Linshi, she didn't feel awkward. That meant there would be plenty to talk about in the days ahead. Gu Li thought for a moment, then pointed at the menu. Why don't you order first? We can chat while we eat. All right. Shen Linshi, believing Gu Li wouldn't change his mind, smiled and began to order. Soon she ordered 2 dishes and a soup, then her expression turned serious as she began to admonish him. Since we're talking, I'll speak first. From now on, when you talk to me, don't say all that nonsense like Hulin does. We're just ordinary friends. It's better to keep things proper. Just treat me like before with that cold indifference. That was fine. Hearing this, Gu Li almost blurted out a curse. He was utterly confused by Shen Linxi's words. What? Don't understand. Seeing his expression, Shen Linshi asked again. Yeah, your words have left me stumped. Gu Li sighed, saying helplessly, Wait, do you really think my talk of pursuing you was a joke? Shen Linshi nodded. What else would it be? Gu Li said, Why can't it be real? You're so beautiful, isn't it only natural for me to pursue you? That statement itself is unnatural. Shen Linshi curled her lips. Who was it that said a flutter of the heart doesn't necessarily lead to action? Aren't you still reeling from your 7-year itch? If you've fallen for me this quickly, I'd have to doubt whether your affections for Yue over those 7 years were ever genuine. She finished with a look of contempt. Gu Li understood perfectly well what that look meant. Explain your way out of that one. Stunned by her words, Gu Li was momentarily at a loss for an answer. How could he say that his previous feelings were all fake? That was impossible. So you can't explain it, can you? Shen Linshi spread her hands and smiled triumphantly. Hello, you two. Your dishes are all served. Enjoy your meal. Just then the waiter's arrival eased the awkwardness, and Gu Li picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After a few bites of food and a couple of mouthfuls of rice, he paused. Shen Linshi, is this how you've always treated your suitors? Shen Linshi smiled faintly upon hearing this. Wrong. I've never even had a meal with any of my suitors. They never even had a chance to get close to me. Gu Li was taken aback, then forced a smile. Well, it seems I'm quite special then. No. Shen Linshi wagged a finger. It's because I don't consider you a suitor at all. In short, don't expect me to accept that gift. My decisions are final. I hope you don't become the kind of person I despise. Faced with such sharp words, Gu Li found himself momentarily speechless. It was at this moment he truly saw this formidable woman and felt the authority she wielded in her work. Seeing Gu Li so deflated, Shen Linshi was secretly overjoyed. In the past, he had often held the upper hand. Now that she had regained her composure, it was Gu Li who found himself at a disadvantage. However, after this brief moment of being on the back foot, a smile spread across Gu Li's face. In that case, he'll take the gift back. Since you don't want it, I'm sure I can find someone more suitable to give it to. It's a shame, though. It was a carefully selected gift, but some people just don't appreciate it. Hearing his sarcastic remarks, Shen Linshi wasn't angered, but instead replied, I'm confident you'll find it a more deserving owner. Looking at this woman whose eyes held not a single ripple of emotion, Gu Li was genuinely impressed. At the same time, a wave of determination surged within him. He had to win her over. That was what a real man should do. As you wish. Gu Li gave a slight smile, his eyes full of confidence. They exchanged a knowing smile, silently agreeing to drop the subject of the gift. Over 10 minutes later, Gu Li moved to pay the bill, but Shen Linshi beat him to it, and he had no choice but to let it go. However, as they were walking out of the restaurant, he spoke up. Since you paid this time, you'll get the next one. Don't argue. But, Shen Linshi started to speak, but was cut off by Gu Li. Honestly, I don't like owing people favors. Or you could accept my gift, and then we won't need that next meal. Shen Linshi was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself. This infuriating man. So this was his angle. Let's see how you handle this. Walking back, Shen Linshi felt extraordinarily delighted. Although Gu Li's final strategy had forced her to accept the gift, she had still achieved her goal. Now with his chance for a follow-up invitation lost, she wondered how Gu Li would ever ask her out again. If he didn't approach her again for a while, it would prove that everything he said today was a lie. If he did find another opportunity to invite her, then it would show he might genuinely have feelings for her. Regardless of the outcome, she would hold the upper hand and control the initiative. If he invited her again, she now knowing Gu Li's true intentions could handle the situation with ease. If he didn't, their relationship would simply end there, becoming nothing more than ordinary friends. Looking at the necklace in her hand, and recalling Gu Li's relentless insistence that she take it, Shen Linshi felt a sense of anticipation for what was to come. At the same time, there was a hint of trepidation. After all, if Gu Li truly had feelings for her, and began to pursue her, would she reject him or accept him? Having never been the object of someone's affection since childhood, she found herself feeling lost. Love, unlike work, is something that can easily bewilder the mind. Even the shrewdest woman can lose herself in love and fail to find her bearings. Furthermore, she was afraid that her somewhat complicated family background might affect this potential relationship, causing them both pain. This was one of the reasons Shen Linshi had always kept her distance from matters of the heart. However, the course of events far exceeded her expectations, racing uncontrollably towards an unforeseeable future. Just after her afternoon nap, she saw Lin Huaqing burst in through the door, knocking urgently. "President Shen, are you sure there's nothing going on between you and President Gu from Jindo?" Hearing this, Shen Linshi was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Huaqing sighed. "The tech department is buzzing with rumors that you and Gu Li were on a date at Sanxiantang during lunch." "What?" Shen Linshi was stunned, taken aback. She couldn't understand how her colleagues had discovered her having lunch with Gu Li, especially since she had deliberately chosen a distant restaurant. It was too much of a coincidence. At that moment, Shen Linshi looked at Lin Huaqing and realized that even he seemed somewhat convinced. She gave a wry smile and said, "Old Lin, we've worked together for 2 years. Do you honestly think I would date a competitor? We are friends privately, and having a meal together naturally involves other matters." Lin Huaqing believed her explanation, but still cautioned, "President Shen, I believe you, but the people below don't. They may not dare to say it openly, but you can't control the whispers behind your back. What's more, if the boss gets wind of this, who knows how he might interpret it?" Hearing this, Shen Linshi thought for a moment, and then said, "It's fine. I believe the boss will use his own judgment. We don't need to worry. As for the employees, let them talk. We can't control them anyway. You just focus on your work." "All right." Lin Huaqing nodded reluctantly and left the office. Shen Linshi let out a long sigh. This whole situation made it seem as though she and Gu Li actually had something going on. Just then the phone on her desk rang. She quickly answered it. "President Shen, come to my office." Hearing the voice of boss Zhou Shun, Linshi smiled wryly to herself. She hadn't expected the rumor to spread so fast, already reaching the boss' ears. As she walked out of her office towards the boss, she felt some strange looks directed at her. Although everyone lowered their heads and pretended to work as she passed, Shen Linshi was a sharp one, as she could tell at a glance whether they were actually working. She immediately put on her authoritative air, let out a cold snort, and walked briskly out of the office area. This instantly scared those who were slacking off, making them tremble in silence, not daring to look up. "Boss Zhou, you wanted to see me?" President Shen, please have a seat." Boss Zhou, nearly 60 with graying hair, was quite courteous to Shen Linshi. "You've been doing an excellent job recently. Not only did you recruit a technical genius for the company, but you also managed to establish a connection with Gu Li over there. Very impressive." Shen Linshi was taken aback, not understanding what her boss was getting at. Boss Zhou chuckled. "You're even willing to sacrifice yourself for the company. I truly admire that spirit. So if you do manage to recruit him to the company, I'll personally give you a big red envelope when you get married. Also, if you need any help, just say the word." Seeing her boss' serious expression, Shen Linshi wished she could crawl into a hole. What on earth was he talking about? Boss Zhou's imagination was something else, thinking she was personally getting close to Gu Li for the company's sake. How could she even explain this? "Once the middle platform project is secured, they'll give you half a month off. Then you can take a nice trip with him and relax. Honestly, you're about the same age as my daughter. But she's been married for 3 years, and I already have a 2-year-old grandson. You need to get a move on too. I know you're dedicated to your career, but matters of marriage also need attention. Alright, I know you're shy. I won't say more. You youngsters just handle it yourselves." After this speech, all Shen Linshi could do was nod. Any words of explanation or rebuttal seemed futile. It was truly the first time Shen Linshi had been rendered so speechless. "Alright, Boss Zhou." She didn't even know how she managed to walk out of the boss office. She only realized after leaving that she had been completely dumbfounded by his earnest nonsense the entire time. How could things have turned out like this? Even back in her office, Shen Linshi couldn't wrap her head around it. Meanwhile, Gu Li was equally baffled. "Damn, CEO Gu, you're amazing. You've already won over President Shen so quickly. Impressive." Seeing the message from Su Huai, he was completely confused. So he anxiously asked, "What's going on?" "You don't know?" You had lunch and a date with President Shen, and you're keeping it a secret from me. We had lunch, but how does that turn into a date? If lunch isn't a date, then what is it? Are you telling me you went all the way to Sanxian Tang hundreds of meters away, just to discuss work? Su Huai's question was quite sharp, leaving Gu Li momentarily unable to counter. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. Shen Linshi and Hu Lin walked together down the bustling street, catching up on recent events. A few days prior, Hu Lin had been away on business for her online store, and had only just flown back today. She hadn't even made it home before Shen Linshi had called her over. Seeing her best friend looking rather downcast, Hu Lin quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, it's a long story," Shen Linshi sighed, and proceeded to recount everything that had happened recently. After listening to the full account, Hu Lin was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected that in just a few short days so much could have transpired between her best friend and Gu Li. It truly was a case of enemies are destined to meet. "Hey listen," Hu Lin said, "you're usually so sharp and capable. How can you be so blind when it comes to this? If you like him, go for it. Show him your strong, independent woman side, and charge straight ahead." Seeing Shen Linshi so unusually conflicted, Hu Lin felt a sense of frustration, as if disappointed in her for not living up to her potential. She herself believed that regardless of whether it would eventually lead to marriage, it was worth a try. It would be such a pity to miss out on a good person just because of being overly cautious. Besides, love is something you figure out by being in a relationship. Even if it ends in heartbreak, you can just try again. Hu Lin was mainly afraid that Shen Linshi would keep delaying things and then panic about turning 30 and just marry the first random person who came along. In that case, there was a high chance she'd end up with someone unreliable. After a few miserable years of marriage, she'd be 40 by the time of the divorce. By then she'd be past her prime, and finding someone to spend the rest of her life with would be nearly impossible. This was Hu Lin's own reasoning for her own life. She was determined to get married before turning 30, absolutely refusing to delay it past that age. As for Gu Li, she thought he was a good match, and seemed quite compatible with her best friend. As for the Shun family's issues, they could worry about that after they started dating. Besides, they were both well off, so they didn't need to worry about financial difficulties. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Shen Linshi seemed quite hesitant. "It's easy for you to say. Can matters of the heart be handled like work tasks? Besides, as a woman, me actively pursuing a man. What kind of sense does that make? Oh, come on. What's wrong with a woman pursuing a man? It happens all the time in society now." Hu Lin retorted directly, "Aren't you the one who always says you have to fight for your own happiness? I always thought you were someone bold enough to love and hate. But look at you acting like a coward. You clearly have feelings for Gu Li, yet you won't even give it a shot. TSK. When did I ever say I had feelings for him?" Shen Linshi was caught off guard and immediately denied it. Hu Lin curled her lip and said, "Still saying you don't have feelings for him? You're already feeling conflicted inside because of him." "I'm conflicted because of the misunderstandings from my colleagues and boss at the company and not knowing how to handle it next. It's not because I have feelings for him." Shen Linshi firmly shook her head on this point. However, Hu Lin felt that her friend was simply too proud to admit it, like being unable to see the forest for the trees. She was blind to her own heart, stubbornly believing she couldn't possibly like Gu Li, and thus subconsciously dismissing her current feelings as a delusion. "All right, then let me analyze this for you." Shen Linshi nodded, listening with keen interest. By this time they had walked to the riverbank. The July night was still somewhat sultry, but fortunately a breeze blowing off the river coupled with the shade of the willow trees made it bearable. They found a stone bench and sat down. "First, are you curious about Gu Li?" Hu Lin asked directly, ticking off her fingers. Shen Linshi thought for a moment, then gave a hesitant, almost reluctant nod. I am a bit curious." Hu Lin continued, "That's the point. Look, Gu Li is excellent in every way. In his professional field, his computer skills are simply outstanding. Based on that forum you mentioned, his programming ability ranks him in the top tier nationally. Anyone who reaches the top of their industry is a genius and makes a lot of money. So his financial capability is beyond doubt. Secondly, his cooking is amazing, comparable to a top chef. If you two get together, you'd be eating delicious food every day. Also, he's a great driver. Riding in his car is super comfortable. Later on, he can drive you to your prenatal checkups, giving you a huge sense of security. Most importantly, he's incredibly strong and has martial arts training. Being with him would significantly reduce the risk of unexpected dangers. A man like that who also has feelings for you is practically a gift from heaven. If you don't seize this chance, it's a total waste. Oh my God, is he really that great? If Gu Li knew you were praising him like this, he wouldn't know how to thank you." Hu Lin's words had practically elevated Gu Li to sainthood, making Shen Linshi feel it was all a bit unreal. She finished speaking and shook her head again. "Also, when did Gu Li ever show he has feelings for me? Don't talk nonsense." Hu Lin chuckled. "Then why did he give you a gift, and such an expensive one at that? The thoughtfulness behind it is the key. What else could that be but having feelings for you?" Shen Linshi was left speechless. Should she tell Hu Lin about the time she helped Gu Li deceive Yue Wei in the underground parking garage? Shen Linshi thought about it and decided against it. Even though they were best friends, they didn't necessarily have to share absolutely everything. See, you can't argue with that, Hu Lin said, spreading her hands as she saw Shen Linshi falter. And you also have feelings for Gu Li. Don't rush to deny it. Think about it. In the past, many guys tried to pursue you, but did you ever give them a second glance? But with Gu Li it's different. He hasn't explicitly tried to pursue you, yet he constantly manages to capture your attention and spark your curiosity, making you gradually, unknowingly become interested in him. Isn't that right? This was something Hu Lin had pondered during her travels over the past few days. She always felt that Gu Li's intentions towards Shen Linshi were not simple. Shen Linshi was stunned by Hu Lin's words. She thought back to all the moments she had shared with Gu Li from their chance encounter to today's lunch. If Gu Li had no feelings for her, he probably wouldn't have given her such a thoughtful gift. And if she had no feelings for him, she probably wouldn't have tried so hard to outdo him on the project. Could it be that I really do have feelings for him? At this thought, she couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Hu Lin chuckled. Why else? Sometimes matters of the heart happen just like that without you even noticing. You'll understand better once you've been through it a few times. Hearing this, Shen Linshi gave her a sharp look. Says the one who talks as if you've been through it multiple times. Well, I haven't been through it many times, but I've at least dated twice, haven't I? Hu Lin looked at Shen Linshi, a smug expression spreading across her face. Shen Linshi retorted with a hint of annoyance. Those 2 times of yours are practically the same as not dating at all. Did anything substantial even happen? Although she was looked down upon, Hu Lin wasn't angry. Instead, she spoke with a playful smile. At least I've liked someone and taken the initiative to confess. What about you? Shen Linshi was left speechless as if struck on a sore spot, and immediately jumped up. I'm leaving. Let's go eat, I'm starving. Seeing this, Hu Lin let out a helpless sigh. You just can't let go of your pride. Do you really expect Gu Li to pursue you directly? Let me tell you, he's different from other guys. How is he different? Didn't you say he has feelings for me? Shen Linshi muttered, her tone uncertain. Hu Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. True. Maybe he'll contact you in a couple of days. Just wait patiently. If he doesn't make a move, you'll probe him then. Anyway, I won't let you down. Hearing this, Shen Linshi felt a surge of joy in her heart. At the same time, she began to feel a sense of anticipation. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was Friday again. In the afternoon, while Lin Huaqing was busy with work, Old Wu, one of the team leaders under him, walked over. Seeing the dejected look on the other's face, he immediately asked, "What's wrong, Old Wu?" Old Wu sighed. "It's still about the camouflage system. President Shun requires it to be as realistic as possible. So many functions have strict requirements and need real data support. This has significantly increased our team's workload. It's not going to be easy to complete all the system's functions by the end of the month. But President Shin insists on the best results, and I'm under immense pressure. Look, why don't you go talk to the higher-ups again and ask for an extension?" Hearing that this was the issue, Lin Huaqing immediately shook his head. "Forget it, I don't dare to incur President Shun's wrath. We'll just have to work overtime and try our best to finish by the end of the month." Hearing that he wouldn't help, Old Wu felt a wave of disappointment and began to complain. I don't know what's going on. President Shun's mood hasn't been very good these past few days." Hearing this, Lin Huaqing quickly stopped him. "Should keep your voice down. President Shin's been in a bad mood lately. Maybe it's that time of the month. Let's all be a bit more tolerant. It should pass in a few days." I hope so." Old Wu had no choice but to nod and head back down to continue working overtime. This is a bit strange." Lin Huaqing looked back at Shen Linx's office, feeling a sense of curiosity. Wasn't she fine when she came back from the business trip? How is it that since this weekend, starting from Monday, President Shin's temper has become increasingly unpredictable? Previously, she even said everyone could rest, but now she's got everyone working overtime every day. Indeed, leaders are fickle. At this thought, Lin Huaqing couldn't help but complain internally. Of course, he only thought this in his mind and wouldn't dare say it in the office in front of his subordinates. Inside the office, Shen Linshi was also working intensely, naturally, to forget certain worries. However, when she finished all of today's work, she realized it was still not even 3 p.m. With nothing to do, she suddenly felt a wave of emptiness and restlessness. Looking out at the bright sky, her gaze happened to land on Building B opposite. Suddenly, Shen Linshi fell into deep thought. She hadn't expected that a whole week would pass, and there would still be no news from Gu Li. During this week, he hadn't even posted anything on his social media, which was quite strange. You see, Gu Li used to post quite frequently, at least once a day. Could something have happened? Or was he just busy? Filled with this curiosity, Shen Linshi went from Monday to Friday, yet still received no news. This made her a little anxious. It was like the gas station she passed every day on her way to work. If it suddenly disappeared one day, she would definitely be concerned about why it disappeared. Indeed, getting used to someone is a frightening thing. At this moment, Shen Linshi realized that she truly had some feelings for Gu Li. Standing before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Shenlinshi looked at her reflection on the glass. The necklace on her neck was faintly visible. The four-leaf clover emerald necklace, symbolizing luck, reflected a soft green light on the glass. Yes. Because she loved this necklace, she wore it directly. You know, in the past, even if suitors gave her million-dollar jewelry, she would scorn it. But this necklace, worth only a few tens of thousands, given by Gu Li, she treasured exceptionally. At this moment, Shenlinshi stared blankly at the tall building opposite, thinking to herself. Perhaps Gu Li was in one of those offices working hard. Off. With a soft exclamation, Shenlinshi suddenly realized that her best friend, Hu Lin, was right. So I really do have feelings for him. The confusion that had persisted all along suddenly became clear, releasing the pent-up emotions of the week for Shenlinshi. Over the past few days, because she hadn't received any news from Gu Li, she had been numbing herself with overtime work. She never expected that her subordinates would think she was on her period. In reality, she was just agonizing, anticipating, and feeling disappointed. Since you like him, then go for it. What are you afraid of? Is this still my fearless Shishi? Hu Lin's words from that day seemed to reappear vividly before her eyes, making Shenlinshi realize what she should do. With this thought, Shenlinshi secretly made up her mind to change herself. She could refuse the marriage arranged by her parents and go out to build her own career. Why couldn't she take a firm step forward and find herself a boyfriend? At this moment, she suddenly understood what she truly wanted. Shenlinshi, you can do it. Taking a deep breath, Shenlinshi turned and walked back to her desk, directly picking up her phone. She didn't open WeChat, but directly made a call. On the contact list, the contact's name was clearly Gu Li in the ancient city. Without any hesitation, she resolutely dialed the number, and her heart immediately began to race with excitement. Looking at the name, Gu Li in the ancient city, Shenlinshi also knew. Perhaps from the very beginning she had feelings for Gu Li. It's just that she never admitted it. Hello, who is this? Suddenly Gu Li's familiar voice came from the other end of the line, and Shenlinshi was at a loss for words for a moment. Hello, who is this? If you don't speak, you'll hang up. Hearing this, Shenlinshi panicked, and quickly said, Gu Li, it's me, Shenlinshi. Gu Li was sitting in his office when he heard that it was Shenlinshi calling. A look of surprise crossed his face. He truly hadn't expected her to reach out to him on her own initiative, and he felt a flicker of flattery. The sun really must have risen from the west. Despite his surprise, he sensed that Shenlinxi's proactive call was a good omen. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Gu Li said calmly, Oh, it's President Shen. Is there something you need from me? What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? A hint of grievance seemed to color Shenlinxi's voice on the other end, leaving Gu Li utterly baffled. Since when did their President Shen speak with such sharpness? What on earth was going on? He hadn't contacted her for just a week. Surely that wasn't reason enough for her to speak, as if she were ready to explode like gunpowder. Besides, he had been entirely devoted to his work. It wasn't intentional neglect. The CAD industrial software package was incredibly complex and demanded his full undivided attention to study and digest. Thus he had thrown himself completely into it, neglecting everything else. Who would have thought a week could fly by like mere seconds? During those days, he spent half his time at the company handling work matters, and the other half in the afternoon studying the materials on his tablet. In the evenings, he returned home to work overtime, not even having the chance to glance over at Shenlinxi's balcony across the way. Fortunately, despite the exhaustion, the gains were immense. He had now grasped the basic principles of CAD drafting software and had grown much more familiar with its various functions. The next step was to use the resources within it to develop a new stripped-down version of CAD software. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Gu Li remained silent for so long, Shenlinxi's voice grew anxious. My apologies. Gu Li quickly explained. I just suddenly remembered something and got lost in thought for a moment. By the way, what exactly did you want to see me about? Please go ahead and say it. Shenlinxi's tone seemed tinged with disappointment and helplessness. After a pause, she let out a long sigh. Since you care so little about my call, then never mind. He'll hang up now. But, hearing the dial tone buzzing in his ear, Gu Li felt as if a herd of sheep were stampeding through his heart. What the heck? What was wrong with Shenlinshi? Her mood was completely off. What on earth had happened? After pondering it over, he couldn't make heads or tails of it, and could only sigh in resignation. A woman's heart truly was like a needle buried deep beneath the sea, utterly unfathomable. Resolving himself, he steeled his nerve and quickly grabbed his phone to call her back. A few seconds later, Shenlinshi finally picked up, her voice cold as ice. What is it? Gu Li quickly explained. I'm really sorry about just now. I was so deeply engrossed in coding that I didn't snap out of it in time. I hope you can be magnanimous and not be angry. I'm not angry at all. There's nothing about you that's worth getting angry over. Though her words claimed otherwise, her tone made it impossible to believe there was no resentment brewing within her. Hearing this, Gu Li felt a bit helpless. An angry woman was indeed a troublesome thing to deal with. He immediately resorted to soft, placating words to soothe her. "Oh, my dear President Shun, please don't make this difficult for me. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears, all right." After a long moment, Shun Linshi finally spoke. "It's nothing major, really. I just wanted to invite you to a meal. Firstly, to thank you for the necklace you gave me, and secondly, to have a talk with you. You should have the time right." A talk. Although Shin Linxi's tone was perfectly calm, Guli could sense that she wasn't as composed as she sounded. He could detect several unexpected pauses in her speech, making it sound somewhat disjointed. Moreover, while the thanks seemed normal enough, the mention of a talk was quite surprising. After all, just last week, Guli had used the excuse of a future meal to get her to accept the necklace. Now, merely a week later, she was thanking him for it. Clearly, the thanks were just a pretext. The real point was the talk that was to follow. Since their relationship was only that of ordinary friends outside of work, this talk carried a rather intriguing weight. Could it be that Shin Linshi had feelings for him and wanted to lay her cards on the table? Guli found this possibility highly plausible, though her attitude remained as inscrutable as ever. After all, he still had no clear idea of what she truly thought of him. Facing such an aloof and unique woman, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Furthermore, if Shin Linshi really did want to talk about how they should get along from now on, then he had a real problem on his hands. After all, in his pursuit of her, he had gone to great lengths to move into her neighborhood, renting an apartment directly across from hers, and had even bought a place in the building below hers. If this ever came to light, how would he explain it? The property manager Zhang Tingting and the security guard Yu Xiaofeng had both seen him asking about Shin Linshi before. If they were ever seen together, and Shin Linshi found out about the rental, wouldn't she think he was too cunning and scheming in his approach? As for Su Huai, he didn't have to worry about that being exposed. After all, Shin Linshi had several project teams under her with hundreds of employees. She probably didn't even know who Su Huai was. But the property management side was a different story. Since they planned to live here for a long time, the chances of exposure increased dramatically. So Guli found himself in a deep dilemma. Should he confess all these things when he talked with Shin Linshi? After all, if they were to continue, it was better to clear things up sooner rather than later to avoid future misunderstandings. However, his hesitation and delay made Shin Linshi on the other end grow impatient. "Say something. Guli, are you going to honor me with your presence or not? What's the matter? Can't you be as proactive as a woman like me?" Hearing this, Guli's doubts about Shin Linxi's intentions vanished completely. Since she, a woman, had taken the initiative to call him, why should he hesitate any further? Just go for it. With that thought, Guli steeled himself and nodded firmly. "No problem. Actually, I have a lot I want to say to you too. But let me arrange the time and place. He'll call you tomorrow morning." "All right. He'll wait for your call. I hope you don't disappoint me." A hint of joy and anticipation crept into Shin Linxi's voice on the other end of the line. "Don't worry. I'd never disappoint you no matter who else I might," Guli said without a moment's hesitation, feeling equally eager for their meeting tomorrow. During the rest of the afternoon, Guli pondered how to take control of the impending meeting tomorrow. After all, that encounter would be pivotal, shaping the future of their relationship. Life is but a few short decades. Having enough money is sufficient. To live with joy and happiness, one needs a blissful, complete family, and Shin Linshi was the crucial piece of that puzzle. Moreover, a woman of her independent mind would not grant anyone too many chances to mend their ways. A single mistake could mean losing everything that might have been. Thus in life there are rarely do-overs. Missed chances are gone forever. How many instances of forgiveness and rekindled love can there truly be? After much deliberation, Guli decided to confess everything and leave the decision to Shin Linshi. Let her choose whether they would continue to see each other or part ways. The night passed without a word, and soon it was Saturday morning. Guli woke up with dark circles under his eyes, shaking his head helplessly. He had suffered from terrible insomnia the night before. Never had a night felt so interminably long. It was like an endless winter with no hint of spring in sight. He stirred before 6, just as dawn was breaking. He splashed cold water on his face, slipped into shorts and a t-shirt, and headed out for a vigorous run along the river. He returned to his rented room drenched in sweat an hour later. After a hot shower, he felt refreshed, went out for breakfast, and then arrived at the apartment he had purchased located directly below Shin Linxi's. Looking at the fully renovated space, a smile spread across his face. "This is truly my home from now on." Thinking of Shin Linshi upstairs, he felt genuinely fortunate. He had been wanting to buy a place, and this one practically fell into his lap. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if the system was behind it all. Guli settled into a lounge chair on the balcony, gazing at the surrounding greenery, but his mind drifted to Shin Linshi upstairs. He wondered what she might be doing at this moment. Washing up, watering plants, making breakfast, or waiting for his call. Their thoughts were indeed quite similar. At that very moment, Shin Linshi had already finished breakfast and was lying on the sofa waiting for Guli's call. If the building were transparent, he would have seen her. Time ticked by, and just as Shin Linshi was growing impatient, Guli's call finally came. "Shin Linshi, come to the stairwell. I'm right below your apartment." Hearing this, Shin Linshi was stunned. Simultaneously, a wave of nervousness, even fear, gripped her heart. How could Guli be downstairs at her place? Had he known where she lived all along? The thought sparked a surge of anger, and she felt a profound sense of betrayal. Was this man still worthy of her affection? Putting down her phone, a flicker of hesitation crossed Shinlinx's face as she stared at the door for a few seconds. But after a moment's consideration, she slipped on her shoes and resolutely opened the door. She was determined to see what kind of man Guli truly was. Even if this was the end, she deserved to know the truth. It was only a dozen or so steps from her door to the stairwell, yet it felt to Shinlinxi like traversing an entire winter. Her initial anticipation instantly plummeted into a frozen wasteland. As she pushed open the fire door to the stairwell, the dark corridor light flickered on, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Guli. Seeing him there unexpectedly, Shinlinxi let out a cold snort. "I need an explanation." Her firm tone conveyed her anger. Guli immediately responded apologetically. "Of course I'll explain everything. But we can't exactly talk here. If you're not afraid, we can go to my place." "Your place?" Shinlinxi asked, puzzled. Guli nodded. "Right below yours. I just bought it last month." A wave of realization washed over Shinlinxi. So that's why the unit below had been under renovation without anyone moving in, and why she had sensed some activity these past few days. The apartment had been sold, and Guli had moved in. So he knew she lived upstairs all along, but kept it a secret. It was a calculated scheme to get close to her. This erased any doubt she had that Guli had feelings for her. However, his approach was hard to swallow. "Fine, let's go." Of course, she still trusted his character. She refused to believe he was a wolf in sheep's clothing who would dare to harbor ill intentions towards her. Hearing this, Guli nodded with a smile. "Please welcome to my home. After you." He led Shinlinxi down the stairs and onto the balcony outside the living room. She was pleasantly surprised by the clean, tidy living room adorned with numerous green plants and flowers. "You've decorated this place quite nicely." "Haha, thanks for the compliment. But it's nothing compared to your balcony," Guli said modestly, then asked, "Would you like some tea, coffee, or perhaps a drink?" "A drink." Shinlinxi rolled her eyes at him. "Drinking this early in the morning? Can you even ask that? Don't tell me you're trying to get me drunk to pull something shady." Guli spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "I was just asking as a formality. I didn't have any such intentions. Besides, with my strength, do I really need to get you drunk?" Shinlinxi was stumped, suddenly remembering his fighting prowess, and found herself at a loss for words. Seeing he had gotten the better of her, Guli felt quite pleased and chuckled. "Since you didn't specify, I'll just get you a glass of plain water." Shinlinxi nodded, then said meaningfully, "What I drink doesn't matter. The explanation is what matters." "Of course." Guli poured 2 glasses of water and began, "Actually, this is the start of a beautiful love story." Hearing this, Shinlinxi couldn't help but laugh and retorted, "You really know how to flatter yourself." In this situation, he had to be thick-skinned, so Guli continued, "Who told you to be so beautiful and elegant? That mature, confident aura you had by the river that day made me fall for you at first sight. So I found out you lived in this complex, rented the apartment across from you, and even went to the lengths of buying this place. All just to be a bit closer to you, and hopefully win your heart sooner. You can only blame yourself for being so incredibly captivating." Shinlinxi, and used to such direct praise, turned her head away, unable to face his intense gaze. But she quickly reminded herself not to lose her composure in front of him, and retorted sharply, "But your methods are really off-putting." However, she then realized he had rented an apartment in the complex long ago. Suddenly, she recalled a message from Zhang Tingting, the property manager, and was struck by another wave of shock. "So you were the one who rented an apartment and asked about me?" Hearing Shinlinxi's words, Guli also showed surprise and asked subconsciously, "You actually know about this?" Shinlinxi chuckled, as if recalling something delightful. "Since I moved into this neighborhood, there have been several times when people try to pry into my affairs like this. Later I added Zhang Tingting on WeChat too." She glanced at Guli with a hint of surprise, and continued, "I just didn't expect it to be you. I thought it was just some bored person, so I didn't bother." Guli nodded. "True, a goddess like you has countless suitors. Someone like me is probably just average." "Not really. Don't sell yourself short. You're quite remarkable. Otherwise, how could you have caught my attention?" Hearing Guli's subtle compliments, Shinlinx's anger naturally subsided a bit. "But unlike you, no one has ever schemed so deliberately to get close to me before. Previously, people either confessed boldly, sending flowers every day, sending bags every day, calling every day. It was utterly annoying." As she spoke, Guli noticed that Shinlinx's attitude had softened. The icy expression had faded into a neutral face, occasionally even breaking into a smile. Clearly, although Shinlinxi had initially been irritated by his actions, as the conversation progressed, she was no longer so resistant. This was a good sign. Everyone has their own standards for many things, the most typical being double standards. For instance, Shinlinxi would be impatient with the pursuit of a man she had no interest in, rejecting him outright. But if she were interested in the same man, her attitude would be completely different. Gu Li thought for a moment, then went to turn on the stereo and play some music. As the top-tier speakers in the living room came to life, a soothing, pleasant light melody filled the air. Shenlinshi recognized it as Banderas, the Foggy Dew. It was a famous piece of light music that instantly calmed the mind. You like Bandari too? Sort of. Whether it's light music, pop, folk, or rock, if it's good I enjoy it. I like relaxing tunes like Bandari or Butterfly Lovers, as well as melancholic songs like It's Raining or River of Reverse Flow that pour out sorrow. I also love inspiring youthful songs like Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and Our Time. Gu Li smiled, sat down, and leaned back on the sofa speaking slowly. Meanwhile, listening to the soothing music, Shenlinshi also began to relax. Hearing Gu Li's thoughts on music, she was somewhat surprised to find that they shared many common interests. For example, in music their tastes were very similar. She also liked all kinds of good music without any bias against specific singers or genres. After all, different occasions call for different music, and any good song has many fans. Shenlinshi, would you like to hear a story? Just as she was lost in thought, Gu Li asked again. Shenlinshi thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, go ahead. I'm curious about your story. Gu Li was taken aback. How did you know it's my story? Shenlinshi chuckled. Otherwise would you tell me someone else's story to explain yourself? Well, Gu Li laughed awkwardly, his face stiffening. He sighed. From the way you're talking it seems you haven't forgiven me yet. Forgiveness? Not yet. Shenlinshi pursed her lips, sounding somewhat reluctant. Honestly, your strategy was very effective. Through this interaction you thoroughly piqued my curiosity and made me feel something for you. Otherwise I would have scolded you long ago. If I didn't think we'd have to meet again, I wouldn't even bother with you. Huh. If I've managed to make you curious, then I guess I'm somewhat attractive. Upon hearing this, Gu Li's heart was overjoyed. Since Shenlinshi had said it outright, it meant she wasn't that angry anymore. Everything still had room for reconciliation, and perhaps the relationship had even made some progress. You know, on May 20th, I was utterly devastated. I completely gave up on her. 7 years of affection, and I was just a backup. When she got into someone else's car and drove away, I felt like dying. So I bought some wine and went to the river to drown my sorrows. But then unexpectedly I met you. And even more surprisingly, you didn't despise me, you comforted my wounded heart. Plus you're so beautiful and elegant, exactly my type. So I swore to myself that I would pursue you. Gu Li spread his hands and concluded with a touch of emotion, and then everything that followed happened. But I swear I never had any bad intentions. My goal was always marriage. After hearing Gu Li's words, Shenlinshi let out a long sigh, unsure of what to say. She was certainly angry about what Gu Li had done, but his sincere words softened her heart a little. Coupled with the slight flutter she felt for Gu Li, she found it harder to hold a grudge. Honestly, this inability to hate was a terrible feeling. Shenlinshi felt it robbed her of her usual composure. It meant that she was treating this man beside her differently from all her previous suitors. Once that distinction was made, the principles she had always adhered to in matters of the heart would inevitably begin to crumble. Shenlinshi had always been a rational person, but when it came to this issue she was torn for the first time. A voice inside her told her to forgive Gu Li for his earlier intrusive approach. But another voice argued that a man who used such tactics was not worth entrusting her life to. Yet from another perspective, Gu Li's behavior seemed understandable. After all, blindly giving had brought him 7 years of pain. In the pursuit of love, using a little strategy didn't seem like a big deal. At that moment, Gu Li was also nervously watching Shenlinshi, quietly awaiting the final outcome. Shenlinxi's heart was equally unsettled. After an unknown length of time her eyes sharpened, and she pushed herself up from the sofa. Seeing this, Gu Li's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, was Shenlinshi really going to leave in anger? Where's the bathroom? However, her next question left him puzzled. The upstairs and downstairs had the same layout, so why ask where the bathroom was? What did that mean? Seeing that Gu Li remained silent, Shenlinshi glanced up and caught sight of the bathroom. Without a word, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she turned on the tap, cupped her hands under the stream, and splashed a handful of water onto her face. It turned out that Shenlinshi hadn't come for the bathroom at all. She simply needed to wash her face and clear her head. Honestly, she was in a genuine dilemma. Gu Li's excellence was undeniably alluring, and coupled with his apparent interest in her, it seemed to be steering toward a promising mutual connection. Yet she feared it might all be an illusion, afraid of making the wrong choice. After all, in less than a month, she would officially turn 29. A mere step away from 30. However, 2 minutes later, a resolute gleam gradually settled into Shenlinxi's eyes. She dried her face, took a deep breath, and opened the door to step out, immediately meeting Gu Li's concerned gaze. Are you alright? He asked with genuine curiosity. Shenlinshi shook her head and walked over to the balcony. Gazing at the blooming flowers, the turmoil in her heart began to subside. Life is always fraught with helplessness. Only by seizing the most beautiful years can one bloom with the most radiant splendor. At this moment, she stood at the most beautiful age of her life, the prime of youth with her lovely countenance and an enviable career. If that were the case, why should she be plagued by fear and hesitation? In an instant, Shinlinshi came to a realization. Hu Lin was right. Regardless of the outcome, one must bravely give it a try to truly experience it. With that, she spun around sharply and fixed her gaze on Gu Li. Gu Li, do you really have feelings for me? Taken aback by such a direct question, Gu Li rose to his feet and nodded solemnly. Of course. At first it might have been attraction to your looks. But the more I get to know you, the more I'm drawn to you. Huh. You're quite honest, even admitting it was love at first sight. Shinlinshi chuckled, a hint of shyness coloring her voice. Alright then. Let's give it a try and see if we're truly compatible. How about a 3-month trial period? Having said that, she didn't dare to look at Gu Li, instead turning her gaze toward the greenery beside them. Her words sent a surge of ecstasy through Gu Li's heart. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his excitement and nodded firmly. Alright, no problem. But why the 3-month limit? Shinlinshi explained, the 3-month period is to see if we're truly right for each other. If by then I haven't genuinely fallen for you, then we can only remain friends. I see. Gu Li nodded in understanding. Then it's settled. It's a deal. It's a deal. As she said this, Shinlinxi's heart raced, and she yearned to flee the room immediately. After all, from this moment on she had accepted Gu Li's pursuit. Their relationship had entered a new phase, more than friends, but not yet lovers. And at that very moment, a familiar voice echoed in Gu Li's ears. Congratulations, host. Your relationship with Shinlinshi has made a breakthrough. You have been awarded one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Not for now. Seeing the long-awaited lottery chance, Gu Li once again suppressed his excitement, saving the opportunity for later, and turned his attention back to Shinlinshi across from him. At this moment their relationship had undergone a monumental shift. With their feelings laid bare, everything was now crystal clear. There was no longer any need for deliberate concealment or special tactics to foster their connection. For him, this was an immense leap forward. Of course, the fact that Shinlinshi had managed to set aside her previous reservations was also a testament to his efforts. If Gu Li hadn't been exceptional, Shinlinshi wouldn't have given him a second glance. Watching the sudden shyness that appeared on the beautiful woman's face, Gu Li couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had thought that the formidable Shinlinshi was immune to bashfulness, yet here, she was displaying the flustered demeanor of a young girl. Indeed, even a strong woman is still a woman at heart. Noticing Gu Li's intense stare, Shinlinshi felt a flicker of annoyance and quickly turned her head away. What are you looking at? I'm looking at a beauty. Shinlinshi, you look really beautiful when you're shy. Gu Li couldn't resist blurting out, captivated by her endearing expression. His words only made Shinlinshi more embarrassed. Honestly, the sudden shift from being ordinary friends to pursuer and pursued was taking some getting used to. She felt a hint of awkwardness and a loss of her usual ease. Since everything's been said, I should be heading back. Hearing this, Gu Li felt a pang of reluctance. But after a moment's thought, he realized that since their relationship had just changed, Shinlinshi probably needed some time to adjust. Pushing too hard wouldn't be wise, so he nodded. Alright, come down for lunch later. Today's a special day, so we'll cook you something delicious. By the way, what do you like to eat? A flicker of anticipation stirred within Shinlinshi at his words, for Gu Li's cooking was indeed exceptional. She mused that with him living just upstairs, she'd have a convenient place for free meals. She could enjoy delicious food every day. How delightful. But the thought quickly left her speechless as she realized she was turning into a foodie. If she came by every day, wouldn't that be like willingly walking into his trap? She silently scolded herself for being so eager to be swept off her feet. Why aren't you saying anything? If you don't order, I'll just improvise. Seeing Shinlinshi still pursing her lips without a response, Gu Li asked again. Shinlinshi snapped back to reality, mentally chiding herself for being so absent-minded lately, as if her mind had slowed down. Anything is fine. They'll just head up now. Without waiting for Gu Li's reply, she dashed to the door in a few quick steps. Watching her flee without another word, Gu Li found it rather amusing. This woman was actually shy. Anticipating that such moments would become a common occurrence, he chuckled softly. Today's confession had been a resounding success, propelling them into a whole new realm of relationship. What remained now was to see how the 3 months would unfold. Gu Li felt confident given that Shinlinshi clearly had some feelings for him as well. Of course, pursuing a woman like Shinlinshi required a different approach compared to others. For instance, showering her with designer bags or similar luxuries would likely have little effect. Instead, he needed to work on other fronts, demonstrating his genuine affection, perhaps even love, for her. Well, let's first see what goodies this lottery has in store. The thought of the system's reward filled him with anticipation. System, start the lottery. Alright, host. The lottery is commencing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the advanced massage skill. Do you wish to extract it? What? Hearing that it was such an unorthodox skill, Gu Li was instantly speechless. This skill was completely useless. If he wanted a massage, he could just go to a massage parlor. As for giving massages to others, he was a billionaire diamond bachelor. He wouldn't stoop to that. Unless it was for Shun Linshi. Tisk TSK. This system really knew how to stir things up. Thinking of Shun Linxi's delicate figure, Gu Li finally understood. This skill wasn't meant for him, but for Shun Linshi. However, given their current situation, it seemed the prize had come a bit too early. I'll forget it. Let's extract it first. After all, having more skills never hurt. There would always be a chance to use it later. After a moment of thought, Gu Li extracted the skill and instantly became a massage master. But for now it was of no use, so he just set it aside. Subsequently, he prepared to go grocery shopping. After all, this was their first lunch together at home, and he had to treat it with due seriousness. Meanwhile, back at her place, Shun Linshi finally calmed her nerves. Thinking about how she would now be living with Gu Li, her suitor, just upstairs and downstairs with lights and phones connecting them, she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Of course, there was also a hint of anticipation. After all, this was a situation she had never imagined before. Though she had faced all kinds of scenarios at work, this was truly a first. For now, she decided to just treat him like a good friend. After pondering for a long time, Shun Linshi could only settle on that decision. Looking at the blooming roses on the balcony, she uncharacteristically took a photo and posted it on her Moments. The flowers are beautiful. Within seconds, Hu Lin directly asked, "What's going on? You actually posted on Moments?" Shun Linshi replied, "Why can't I post on Moments? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Something's off, definitely off. Come on, tell me what's made you so happy." But Hu Lin wasn't someone to be brushed off with a few words. She pressed on relentlessly. Shun Linshi naturally wouldn't tell the truth, so she made up an excuse saying that there had been progress on a project, and she could now snatch Gu Li's project, avenging her previous defeat. Hearing that, Hu Lin was somewhat convinced. After all, she knew Shun Linxi's personality very well. She had always held a grudge against Gu Li for stealing that project. It was just like Shun Linshi to specifically take back the project. To this, Hu Lin could only reply, "Alright, do what makes you happy. Gu Li is truly unlucky to have you as an opponent." Seeing her best friend's words, Shun Linshi was speechless. That guy, she's totally taking his side. Remember, it was Gu Li who stole her project first. Even though she had agreed to his courtship, business was business. She wouldn't show any mercy when it came to projects. Ding. Just then, Hu Lin sent another photo. "What's going on with you two? You both posted similar Moments. And at almost the same time. Tell me you two aren't together, are you?" Shun Linshi looked at it and couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out that Gu Li had also taken a photo of the balcony flowers and posted a Moment. "Summer flowers bloom in splendor, my humble abode shines with glory." And when she checked the time, it was within the same minute as her post. This was too much of a coincidence. Phew. Luckily, Gu Li didn't show the location. Otherwise, she would never be able to explain herself. Shun Linshi anxiously checked and breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected that just a little progress with Gu Li would bring such thrilling developments into her life. For now, she didn't want to tell Hu Lin about their relationship, even though Hu Lin was her best and only confidant. No, I need to warn Gu Li. He must not let it slip. After some thought, Shun Linshi quickly sent a message to Gu Li. But she received no reply, and she figured he was probably cooking, either on his way to buy groceries or selecting items, too busy to check his phone. She would have to talk to him during lunch. How could I be with Gu Li? I'm at home, look. Next, to prevent Hu Lin from asking endless questions, Shun Linshi directly made a video call to Hu Lin. Seeing that she was indeed at home, Hu Lin stopped suspecting, but suggested, "Since you're at home, I'll come over later. Let's talk about what happened last week with Gu Li. Has he reacted? We can analyze it together." Hearing this, Shun Linshi was startled. If Hu Lin came, everything would be exposed. She immediately refused. "Better not come. I have to go to the company at 10 to handle something, so I won't have time at noon." Hearing this, Hu Lin didn't suspect anything and said after a moment, "Since that's the case, let's do it in the evening. We'll have dinner together. I found a great hot pot place recently. Oh, we'll see how it goes this afternoon. If I'm free, I'll call you." Shun Linshi didn't agree, immediately not knowing how Gu Li would arrange things after lunch. "Alright, that works. Talk to you in the afternoon. Gotta go, I need to get ready for the office." And so Shun Linshi temporarily fended off her best friend and finally relaxed. This was no easy task. Thinking about all the troubles that lay ahead, she felt a headache coming on. Next, she started cleaning the house, watering the flowers, and doing the laundry. At around 11, Gu Li finally replied, "Don't worry. If you don't want me to tell, I won't. By the way, I bought some fish. Do you want it braised in soy sauce or steamed?" Either is fine. You decide. I'm not picky. As long as it's tasty, I don't mind anything else." That makes you easy to take care of." Seeing Gu Li's words, Shun Linshi was a bit helpless. She really didn't know how to respond. She had to admit she still wasn't used to this kind of communication with Gu Li, which went beyond the boundaries of friendship. But before she could dwell on that, she was troubled by the question of what to wear to go downstairs for lunch. Her morning loungewear seemed too casual and inappropriate. She had been so shocked earlier that she had forgotten to change. Now for lunch, she couldn't be so casual. If others saw them, they might think they were too intimate. Sigh. I never used to have such worries. Looking at her sexy, statuesque figure in the mirror, Shen Linshi let out a sigh. In the end, Shen Linshi chose a plain-colored long dress that swept to her ankles, concealing her slender legs entirely. Yet with her striking beauty, she remained like a jasmine bud on the verge of blooming, drawing lingering glances from those around her. A few chimes of the doorbell echoed, followed by the click of the door unlatching. Gu Li, spatula in hand, was instantly captivated by Shen Ling's appearance. The phrase, elegant and serene, immediately sprang to his mind. The woman before him exuded a refined, ladylike charm that was immensely pleasing to the eye. "You're here, come on in," Gu Li said, brandishing his spatula with an apologetic smile. "Sorry I can't get you slippers. Help yourself. Oh no, my pan's about to burn. Just make yourself at home." Before Shen Linshi could even respond, Gu Li had already dashed back into the kitchen. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head with a soft sigh, retrieving a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. The slippers were of fine quality, still bearing their price tags, clearly a recent purchase. Noting the layout was identical to her own home, Shen Linshi easily found the bathroom to wash her hands before heading to the kitchen. There Gu Li was busily preparing a dish of sweet and sour pork, while a steamer on the adjacent stove suggested a fish was being cooked. Seeing her enter, Gu Li quickly said, "Have a seat, I'll be ready soon." Shen Linshi smiled and nodded, asking, "Is there anything I can help with?" "No need. Just a vegetable dish and a soup to go." As he spoke, the sweet and sour pork was done, and he plated it directly. Shen Linshi walked over, took the dish, and set it on the dining table. She then began to arrange the table, setting out bowls and chopsticks. Gu Li didn't say anything, but he was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected a woman like Shen Linshi to offer help instead of sitting back politely. Such attention to detail spoke volumes about her character. She carried none of the airs of a wealthy heiress, nor was she someone who had never lifted a finger. About 10 minutes later, all the dishes were ready, and Gu Li laid them out on the table. Just then Shen Linshi emerged from the master bedroom, asking with a smile, "Do you work out often? You even have a treadmill and a spin bike." Hearing this, Gu Li puffed up with pride. "Of course I love exercising. How else do you think I stay in such great shape?" With that, he shamelessly lifted his t-shirt, revealing a set of chiseled 8-pack abs. "See? Pretty good muscles, right?" The sudden action startled Shen Linshi, who instinctively took 2 steps back in a defensive posture. Only when she saw him simply pull his shirt back down did she speak, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Fine. You're impressive. Happy now. Huh. Sorry I got carried away." Gu Li finally offered an apology, but the smile on his face betrayed his smugness. Shen Linshi couldn't help but think to herself how predictable men were. Indeed, unlike women's pride in their figures, men seemed particularly proud of their 6-pack abs. "All right, let's eat," Gu Li said, taking a seat and gesturing to a rack nearby. "I've got some wine and various drinks here. What would you like?" Shen Linshi glanced at the liquor cabinet, but shook her head. "Do you have any freshly squeezed juice?" Gu Li's heart sank slightly at this. He sighed, "I'm afraid not." "Well, that's fine. Plain water is fine for me," Shen Linshi said with a smile, showing no disappointment. Not wanting to leave a bad impression on her first visit, Gu Li remembered the watermelon in his fridge and immediately stood up. "Wait a moment, they'll make you some watermelon juice." Seeing that he was going to prepare it just because she mentioned it, Shen Linshi also quickly stood up. "No, really, it's fine. I was just saying that it's not a requirement. Besides, you've already made soup, I can just have that. Really, there's no need." But Gu Li was already in the kitchen, taking out the watermelon and locating the blender. "It's no trouble, just takes a couple of minutes. Since it's your first time here, I want to make sure you're satisfied." Really, there's no need. Sit down, just wait and enjoy." "Oh." From outside the kitchen, Shen Linshi watched as Gu Li deftly sliced off the watermelon rind and cut the red flesh into neat chunks. He even carefully picked out the black seeds scattered within. His focused expression and fluid knife skills were almost an art form. This guy was surprisingly thoughtful. Watching him, a strange feeling welled up within her. Gu Li genuinely cared about her feelings, leaving her with nothing to fault. And this wasn't just a show for her benefit. He was sincerely making the juice for her. A few minutes later, the blender whirred to a stop and the watermelon juice was ready. Gu Li ceremoniously poured it into a tall glass and presented it to Shen Linshi. "Madam, your watermelon juice is ready. Please enjoy." Hearing this, Shen Linshi couldn't help but laugh, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you. Now please sit down and eat. With this kind of treatment, I'd be too embarrassed to come back next time." Gu Li chuckled. "What's there to be embarrassed about? My home is your home, you're welcome anytime." Shen Linshi was speechless, noting that this was the second time in just a few minutes Head made such a remark. Yet it was said so politely that she couldn't very well contradict him. "Here, try this piece of fish. This is the best part. And this sweet and sour pork, I used the finest meat I could find." Gu Li continued to introduce each dish while serving her, making her feel both flattered and overwhelmed. She was almost at her limit before the meal was even over. "Have a seat for a bit. After I do the dishes, how about we catch a movie or something?" Gu Li proposed once they had finally finished eating. Shen Linshi quickly cut him off and began gathering the dishes. He'll do the dishes. You worked so hard on the cooking. My cooking might be mediocre, but I'm perfectly capable of washing up. Guli was taken aback by her offer, but he shook his head. No way. He'll do them. You're the guest. But you just said I should treat this place like my own home. So stop being so polite. Now go sit down and rest. Shen Linshi was insistent and gently pushed him out of the kitchen. Left with no choice, Guli returned to the dining table to clear it. Meanwhile, Shen Linshi, now in the kitchen, breathed a sigh of relief, patting her ample chest and thinking, so this is what it's like to be treated with such enthusiasm. It's quite exhausting. Better to just do some honest work. Guli, watching her industriousness, found it hard to believe. If the employees of Qinhuan Jichuang ever saw their esteemed President Shun washing dishes in his home, they'd be utterly shocked. Maybe he should press his luck and invite her to a movie later. Guli fell into deep thought. In the living room, Guli sat at the dining table watching the beautiful woman wash dishes in the kitchen, his heart brimming with delight. He had never imagined that Shen Linshi, a formidable career woman, could possess such a gentle and virtuous side. After all, if a man were lucky enough to have such a beautiful wife, he would surely cherish her, pampering her with the finest food and drink. Isn't there a saying? He'll earn the money to support the family, and you'll be beautiful enough to rival flowers. Guli felt that Shen Linshi perfectly fit this standard. No man could bear to let her do housework. Watching her deft and skillful movements, it was clear she was accustomed to cooking for herself, which only made her even more endearing. After all, in this day and age, if she were one of those pampered noble women who never lift a finger, he wouldn't dare to have her. When seeking a wife, one should find someone with good character and a down-to-earth nature. If her character was flawed and she was prone to being difficult, it would be an absolute disaster for family life. Just as Guli was appreciating the scene, with a satisfied nod, Shen Linshi finished her work, putting the dishes and chopsticks away, and even wiping down the stove. She turned and saw the man staring intently at her, and a blush immediately spread across her face. Guli, I'm all done here. Then I should head upstairs. Hearing this, Guli quickly stood up to persuade her to stay. You've worked hard. I should have been the one washing the dishes. Look, why don't you sit and rest for a bit? I've already brewed you a cup of tea. Stay for a while before you go. It's not like we have anything to do this afternoon. On the table were 2 glasses. One contained chrysanthemum tea, a clear, translucent yellow with a subtle fragrance. The other was green tea, but it had some flower tea mixed in, carrying the scent of jasmine. Seeing Shen Linshi glance over, Guli began to explain. This cup is brewed with top-grade chrysanthemums. It's great for clearing heat and detoxifying. The other is jasmine dragon pearl green tea, with jasmine blossoms, giving it a lovely aroma. I usually enjoy drinking this one, and keep a good stock at home. If you like it, you can take some back with you later. Come on, I've got the chairs ready. Let's sit, have some tea, and relax. I tell you, this recliner of mine is fantastic. You have to try it. Guli was so enthusiastic he was about to pull Shen Linshi over. Seeing this, she had no choice but to agree. She nodded and took a sip of the chrysanthemum tea. She had to admit, although the lunch was delicious, it was a bit rich. Drinking chrysanthemum tea at this moment truly helped cut through the grease and aided digestion. After drinking it, she even felt a sense of relief in her stomach. Subsequently, the two sat down on the chairs and began to chat. Guli also taught Shen Linshi how to adjust the chair into a recliner for comfortable lounging. Guli, how is it that your life seems so much more leisurely than mine? Looking at the living room decor, Shen Linshi asked curiously, this recliner, these tea sets, and even fishing gear over there. Your life is quite colorful. Hearing this, Guli chuckled and said, actually, in a way, you and I are different. From what Hu Lin says, and from what I see in our work, you're a strong woman. You take your career very seriously, always striving to achieve something monumental. But I'm different. I feel my current achievements are sufficient. I'm financially free. Even if I stopped working right now, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. So I've shifted my focus to enjoying life. Actually, there's one person I really admire, and that's Shui Gu. Shui Gu. Shen Linshi was startled by the name. Guli nodded. Yeah, the one known as Shui Gu, who participated in that show Superbrain or something. He lives such an interesting life, and I think he's truly happy. After graduating, he never held a regular job. He earns enough money for financial freedom in a very short amount of time, and then spends his time on his hobbies. You know what? His villa is an ecological kingdom he built entirely by himself. It's beyond imagination. It's true that characters in novels have plot armor to become exceptional. But in reality, he genuinely felt that Shui Gu, like a protagonist from a novel, was living a life with cheat codes. And he too hoped his future life wouldn't just be about work, but also include various hobbies and interests. After listening to Gu Li's introduction, Shen Linshi felt a sense of deep respect. A life like that is indeed more meaningful than mine. Of course, don't sell yourself short either. Your achievements are truly remarkable among women. As a man, I hold you in high regard. Gu Li's words weren't just flattery, he genuinely meant them. After all, Shen Linxi's accomplishments were far more impressive than many men who had started their own businesses. His words made Shun Linshi think even more highly of him. Being so considerate of her feelings and offering such thoughtful comfort showed a great deal of attentiveness. Huh, don't flatter me. I know my achievements well enough, they're not a big deal. As she spoke, Shun Linshi recalled the difficult times when she first started her business and remembered her father's help, and she felt a wave of emotion. After all, her success wouldn't have been possible without her father's crucial assistance back then. She couldn't even compare to Shui Gu, who had been playing around since graduation and still earned tens of millions a year, nor could she compare to Gu Li. With this thought, a sudden wave of dejection washed over Shun Linshi. All these years she had been trying to prove herself to her father, yet she hadn't achieved much. Wasn't that a bit of a failure? With this thought, she wondered if she needed to make some changes in her life. Besides work, perhaps there was also love. This thought inexplicably crossed Shun Linxi's mind. She looked up and met Gu Li's gaze, which happened to be on her. What's wrong? Gu Li asked directly when he saw her look over. Nothing. Shun Linshi quickly shook her head and laughed it off to change the subject. By the way, how much did this house of yours cost? Gu Li thought for a moment and said 7.88 million. With all the other miscellaneous expenses, it's a bit over 8 million. Hearing this, Shun Linshi immediately said, that's a bit pricey. When I bought mine 2 years ago, it was less than 5 million. Even with $1 million in renovations, it was only 6 million. It's fine since it's what I need. Gu Li smiled and said, I don't think it's expensive at all. Oh, in fact, I think it's quite cheap. After all, this is right below you. Some things simply can't be measured with money. Shun Linshi naturally understood the implication in his words and couldn't help but smile. That Gu Li was certainly smooth with his words. However, she'd have to be careful in the future. Too much sweet talk like this could easily go to her head. As she thought this, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of her mouth. She wondered how much sweet talk he had practiced on Yue back then to become so good at it. The two chatted about everything under the sun, and time slipped by. During their conversation, Gu Li also spoke about his family, filling Shun Linshi with deep envy. He had loving parents and an adorable younger sister, and even his grandparents were still alive and well. Such a large family gathered together for every holiday, creating a lively atmosphere that was the very epitome of family bliss. Their life was ordinary, yet brimming with warmth. Her own family, in contrast, though materially affluent, was severely lacking in that warmth. Although she was an only daughter, a veritable rich young lady, a beautiful, rich, and elegant woman, by any standard, her childhood and school years were far from happy, due to her parents' strict upbringing. While Gu Li was playing in the mud, she had to learn painting, dancing, piano, and even running and swimming. Even during her student years, the heavy academic load crushed any chance of joy. Every day was filled with homework and extra tutoring. It was fulfilling, to be sure, but terribly monotonous. Gu Li, on the other hand, only attended kindergarten for a year at age 6, and spent his entire elementary school years in playful mischief, full of happiness. All right, that Niu Jingye kid is as stubborn as a mule, Gu Li said, his face lighting up as he talked about his college roommate. Once when we were getting food, a student cut in line, and he gave her a piece of his mind without any mercy. And you know, she was a real beauty. If it were us, would have just turned a blind eye. After that, everyone knew old Niu was a straight-laced, no-nonsense guy. But oddly enough, for such a rigid guy, he returned to Jiangxing and got married soon after. Isn't that strange? Huh. He's certainly unique. But from what you're saying, your roommate is a case of fortune favors fools. After all, a guy like that might not be the most romantic, but he's definitely loyal and a man you can rely on. Shun Linshi had met Fengya and Zhao Yixin before, and each had their own distinct traits. Zhao Yixin was a chubby guy weighing at least 180 pounds, a typical tech geek. She had one or two similar characters in her own department, their personalities obvious at a glance. Skilled, hardworking, and minding his own business, he was the perfect code-writing tool. As for Fengya, in Shun Linxi's eyes, his stock was considerably lower. Handsome and a fitness coach, he just didn't seem very serious or dependable. Furthermore, because of the earlier incident outside the club where he got into trouble, and Gu Li had to step in if she found Feng Ye even more unreliable. Of course, she wouldn't show this in front of Gu Li. Besides those two, she hadn't expected this last one, Niu Jingye, to be quite a character as well. Listening to Gu Li recount his college days and the funny stories from the dorm, Shun Linshi couldn't help but sigh. I envy you guys. It was different for me. I felt like I had no real friends in college. Hearing this, Gu Li became curious. Oh, didn't you keep in touch with your roommates either? Shun Linshi thought for a moment, then said with some regret, my relationship with those three was just so-so. I only lived in the dorms for a year before moving out. Actually, I started taking advanced courses early and had part-time jobs, so I never had the time to get close to my classmates. Hearing this reason, Gu Li was also a bit reflective. So any success requires persistent effort. And often you lose a lot during the preparation phase. Yeah, compared to you, I feel I never had a happy childhood, and my college life was just as tense and busy. Shun Linshi agreed wholeheartedly. Sometimes when I'm still, I realize that besides Hu Lin, I don't have a single true friend I can talk to. It's really quite sad. It's true everyone has their own troubles. Those without money are preoccupied with mortgages, car loans, and the pressures of life, budgeting every penny just to eat out. Those with money find they have no real friends, spending their days alone in empty rooms, drinking in silence, and wallowing in loneliness. In a lifetime, one walks many paths and misses many things. You gain, you lose, and you envy what others possess. It's only when one grows old that they understand the simpler things are the most precious. Well, it seems I've gotten a bit off track with these musings. Sorry, but these were the thoughts crossing Shin Lynx's mind at that moment. She keenly felt that truly living a happy life is incredibly difficult, because even the slightest setback can drown a person in worries. Sensing that something was off with Shin Lynx, Guli sat up straight and was surprised to see a glimmer of moisture in her eyes. Remembering what he had just said, he quickly tried to console her. Hey, it's okay. It's not about having many close friends, but about having genuine ones. From now on, I'm your best friend too. If you're ever feeling down, just come to me anytime. Seeing the sincerity in Guli's eyes, Shin Lynx's own eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded gently. Thank you. Don't be so formal with me. What are we, strangers? Guli chuckled. How about I tell you an embarrassing story from my past? I guarantee it'll have you laughing your head off. Oh, go on then. Hearing this, Shin Lynx was immediately intrigued, her face full of curiosity. Guli thought for a moment, took a sip of his tea, and then began slowly. In high school, I boarded at the county school. For a while, I was obsessed with playing basketball in the morning. One day, the dorm lights came on earlier than usual. Without even checking my watch, I rushed through my morning routine, opened the door, and headed to the playground to shoot some hoops. Then I suddenly heard a voice from the neighboring building yell out, "You son of a gun. Who's out here playing basketball in the middle of the night?" Huh. Sure enough, Shin Lynx burst out laughing. I was so startled. I hurried back to the dorm and realized it was only 2:30 in the morning. My God, no wonder there wasn't a soul on the playground. Even now I get chills thinking about it. I don't know what I was thinking, just rushing out alone like that, and even waking up the sleeping dorm manager to unlock the door. There wasn't a single person on the court, and for 15 or 20 minutes, I didn't notice a thing out of the ordinary. Shin Lynx couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed so hard she had to sit up straight. Oh my God. The whole dorm's lights were on, and you were the only one who ran out. Huh. Were you possessed? Tell me about it. Thinking back on it now, it's just unbelievable. Guli nodded, his voice filled with endless reminiscence. It's true, so many funny things happened during high school, and they still feel so vivid when he thinks about them now. Huh. I need a moment to compose myself. Shin Lynx, still laughing from Guli's story, got up and headed to the restroom. Seeing this, Guli nodded with satisfaction. His plan was working well. Maybe he thought it was a good time to strike while the iron was hot and suggest catching a movie. Shin Lynx emerged from the restroom, a smile still gracing her face, clearly in good spirits. She genuinely hadn't expected that Guli would have done something so unconventional during high school. At 2:30 in the morning, he had gone alone to play basketball on the court, only to be shouted back by a student from the neighboring dormitory. How desperate must he have been to play basketball? The key point was that the dorm lights were blazing at 2 a.m., yet no one raised any objection. Guli actually found the sleeping dormitory supervisor and had him unlock the dormitory door. And when he returned, the entire dorm was still brightly lit with no one questioning anything, everyone still fast asleep. It had to be said, such a high school life was filled with amusing anecdotes, leaving lasting memories. Compared to his own experience, it was like night and day, a completely different world. With this thought, Shin Lynx curiously asked, "And then what happened?" Guli said, "Later I saw my roommate's watch and realized it was 2:30 a.m. I could only sigh, realizing I was the only one who thought it was time to get up. So I told the supervisor to turn off the lights. What was a bit exasperating was that when I came back from class, I overheard him telling another supervisor about my little escapade. Alas. From then on, I became a legend in the dormitory supervisor's chats. Even now, thinking about it feels truly unbelievable." Huh. That's too exaggerated. Shin Lynx couldn't help but be astonished, a strange smile flickering across her face. Sensing the moment was right, Guli asked, "How about going to see a movie this afternoon?" Hearing this, Shin Lynx suddenly remembered she had already planned to have dinner with her best friend tonight. Lin was still waiting for her reply. Checking the time, it was already almost 3 p.m., so Shin Lynx quickly took her leave. I'm sorry, Guli. I need to head back now. I have some things to do this afternoon. Thanks for the lunch today, it was really delicious. I enjoyed talking with you today, it felt really nice. Hearing this, Guli felt a pang of disappointment. I see. Okay then. How about dinner tonight? Oh no, I can't. I've already made plans with Lin for dinner. Maybe next time. Shin Lynx suddenly felt that having dinner together every day would be moving way too fast. Besides, she had already promised Lin if she didn't show up, Lin would definitely get suspicious. Alright, let's talk about it tomorrow then. Guli thought to himself that he shouldn't push her too hard, he needed to take it slow. Gradually get her used to having him as a neighbor, slowly integrate himself into Shin Lynx's life, and make her unable to do without him. Watching Shun Linshi change out of her slippers and walk out the door, Gu Li thought he should get 2 pairs of women's slippers specifically for her. After all, the slippers he had bought before were too ordinary and couldn't complement Shen Linxi's beauty at all. At the doorway, Shen Linshi turned back to say goodbye. "I'll head up now." Bye. Gu Li nodded, but then suddenly suggested, "Shen Linshi, why don't you register your fingerprint? Then you won't need me to open the door for you in the future." Hearing this, Shen Linshi was caught between laughter and tears and quickly refused. This really isn't necessary. It was only the first day, and Gu Li was already asking her to register her fingerprint. This was way too fast. She had to admit she was already feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Okay, we'll talk about it later. I'm off then." After turning the corner in the stairwell and returning to her own floor, Shen Linshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely a bit nervous just now. Back home, after resting for a bit, she sent Hu Lin a message saying she was free for dinner. Hu Lin replied quickly, "Okay, see you there." Time passed quickly. At 6 in the evening, Shen Linshi arrived at a shopping mall near Hu Lin's place and met up with Hu Lin, who was dressed in very revealing clothes. "So, did Gu Li contact you?" Hu Lin asked eagerly the moment they met. Shen Linshi nodded. We chatted for a bit, but I think we should just be friends for now and see how things go after spending some time together." Upon hearing this, Hu Lin thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "That works too. You haven't known each other for long. Right now it's just curiosity. Once you've known each other longer and learned about each other's character, personality, and hobbies, then you can have a clearer understanding and see if you truly have feelings for the other person. In reality, love isn't about how much you like someone, but how well you fit together." Hearing Hu Lin say this, Shen Linshi was suddenly surprised. "Since when did you become so rational?" Hu Lin said with a hint of exasperation. "It's not like I've just compromised with reality, haven't I? I have a college roommate who's about to marry someone she met through a blind date. Both sides have good conditions, similar interests and hobbies, and both have stable government jobs. They feel okay about each other, but there's just no deep emotional foundation. I asked her why she was getting married so quickly. Guess what she said? She said in today's society, it's enough to be suitable for marriage, you don't necessarily need deep feelings. The other person has good character, doesn't seem like the type to cheat, and appears quite honest." Hearing this, Shen Linshi was also left speechless. How can something as important as marriage be settled for so casually? What else? Hu Lin pursed her lips. "Isn't it like this with many blind dates nowadays? If you pass 30 and can't find someone for a long time, you'll probably end up the same way. What mutual pursuit of love? Not everyone gets to have that." "Alas. You have a point." Thinking about the current reality of society, Shen Linshi had to shake her head. What was the real purpose of such a marriage? Wasn't she working so hard precisely to control her own destiny and her own marriage? To avoid becoming a tool in her father's hands, marrying someone she didn't love, and living a life devoid of affection. But that also depended on fate, on meeting the right person. And was Gu Li that right person? Shen Linshi wasn't too sure about that. Sometimes people really can be defeated by reality. Ideals are plump, but reality is skinny. As Hu Lin spoke, her tone carried a hint of helplessness towards reality. Seeing her best friend like this, Shen Linshi immediately felt something was off. How could this usually carefree and cheerful girl seem so melancholic all of a sudden? Had something happened? With this thought, Shen Linshi quickly asked, "Hu Lin, what's wrong with you today? You seem a bit off." Hu Lin just shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't overthink it. Let's go eat first, and then catch a movie." Hearing this, Shen Linshi didn't press further, thinking she'd ask more during dinner. Maybe after a few drinks, Hu Lin would open up. Regarding smoking and drinking, Shen Linshi absolutely never touched cigarettes, but she could occasionally enjoy a little wine. Of course, a little wine lifts the spirits, but too much harms the body, so moderation was key. And so Shen Linshi was led by Hu Lin to a place that served fish. To her surprise, what was brought to the table was a large vat, just like a pickle jar. At the bottom of the jar were special red-hot stones, and as soon as the boiled fish was poured in, it sizzled and steamed. Instantly, the aroma burst forth, making one's mouth water and taste buds tingle. This dish is quite unique. Shen Linshi couldn't help but exclaim. About to enjoy the delicious meal, Hu Lin also smiled. Let's dig in." At that moment, the beer they had ordered arrived at the table, and Shen Linshi took the initiative to fill Hu Lin's glass. "Come on, cheers." Seeing Shen Linshi pour the drink and start drinking so willingly, Hu Lin was a bit surprised. "Oh my, you're being so proactive today. Could it be that something good happened?" "No, don't overthink it." Shen Linshi explained. "You're in a bad mood, so I'm just keeping you company with a few more drinks. Drowning your sorrows is the way to go. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and you'll feel better tomorrow. TSK, if you don't want to say, just don't. No need to use me as an excuse." Hu Lin didn't quite believe her and pursed her lips. "We've been friends for over 10 years, so I know you inside out. The way you are today is definitely out of the ordinary, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Those words made Shen Linxi's heart skip a beat. She was truly afraid her best friend might see through her. But the other was right. After more than a decade of friendship, they knew each other's temperaments perfectly well. If something was truly off, it would be felt upon the slightest contact. Just like how she had sensed something was wrong with Hu Lin the moment they met. Shenlinshi pondered this while deftly changing the subject. Never mind me. Aren't your aunt and uncle pressuring you about marriage? Your roommate's wedding shouldn't be enough to make you this melancholic. Oh, you really are like a tapeworm in my belly, hitting the nail on the head. Hu Lin was a bit surprised, then sighed helplessly. My mom called me and said I'm 27 now and it's time to find a boyfriend. She said if I don't have one by the end of this year, she'll start setting me up on blind dates next year. You know what kind of guys they'd introduce? They'd have absolutely nothing in common with me, not my type at all, and completely impossible to date. Ugh, I never thought I'd see the day. Here I am with looks, a figure, and a career, yet am being reduced to going on blind dates. Hearing her best friend's complaint, Shenlinshi felt a deep sense of empathy, both sympathetic and in agreement. After all, when she was in university, her father had already found a match for her. But being stubborn, she had resolutely opposed it, which strained her relationship with her family. Now that her best friend was about to walk the same path, Shenlinshi couldn't help but lament how absurd life could be. Then she probed cautiously, in that case, what did that guy of yours say? Hearing her careful tone, Hu Lin's face grew even more dejected. Maybe. He never intended to come back. All these years my feelings were just wasted. Hearing such sad news, Shenlinshi was at a loss for words of comfort. Her best friend had waited naively for 3 long years only to face this outcome. Come on. Enough of that, let's drink. On her end, Hu Lin seemed to let loose after her rant, directly raising her glass and shouting with feigned nonchalance. Shenlinshi had no choice but to swallow her words, continuing to drink with her best friend while offering comfort. It's fine. A 4-legged toad is hard to find, but toe-legged men are everywhere. After tonight, tomorrow will be a happy day again. With that, they clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Compared to Shenlinshi, who always kept her distance from matters of the heart, Hu Lin might have been more carefree. If things truly couldn't be salvaged, she wouldn't hang herself from a single tree. But she also had to worry if she really let go with luck, she might find a good man. But if she was unlucky and met a scumbag, that would be terrible. With this concern in mind, Shenlinshi decided to keep a closer eye on things in the future to prevent her best friend from being deceived. The meal stretched on for a good 2 or 3 hours, and it wasn't until after 9 in the evening that they unsteadily paid the bill and prepared to hail a cab home. But as soon as Shenlinshi stepped outside, she witnessed an unexpected scene. Not far away, a man and a woman were arguing whether it was a breakup or something else was unclear. It looked quite intense. The woman was trying desperately to explain herself, while the man, clearly furious, shoved her away. Whoa, is this a breakup scene? Hu Lin, supporting Shenlinshi, watched with curiosity. But Shenlinshi was frozen in place. Because she recognized the woman. It was Yue, the girl Gu Li had loved for 7 years. And as for the man opposite her, if Gu Li were here, he would have recognized him as the guy who drove the Audi A8. Yue looked at the man before her, unable to believe that after just 2 months of being together, he was already getting involved with other girls. Even when caught red-handed, he refused to admit it, claiming the woman was just a friend. A friend. A friend they hug and kiss. Only an idiot would believe that. Stop making a scene, alright? At this point, noticing people were starting to stare, the man grew angry and began threatening Yue. Yue's heart sank and she demanded angrily, in making a scene. You have a girlfriend, yet you're still flirting with other women, and you call me unreasonable. Are you even human? Seeing the crowd growing, the man, exasperated, roared back. Damn it. Are you never going to drop this? If you don't leave now, I'll slap you. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the man grew more agitated, his violent streak surfacing as he raised his hand, as if to strike. At that moment, Shenlinshi, unable to stand by any longer, stepped forward. Hitting a woman in public? What kind of man does that make you? Her words immediately drew rebukes from the others around. Seeing this, the man lost his earlier bravado and blustered. What are you all looking at? Mind your own business. We're through. He hurled those words at Yue, then pushed through the crowd, without a backward glance, fleeing in disgrace. Yue, watching her boyfriend leave, couldn't hold back her grief, feeling utterly helpless and despondent. Hu Lin, seeing her sorrowful state, couldn't help but console her. A man like that, it's good you broke up. Look at his violent temper. Even if you'd married him, he'd be abusive. Breaking up now is the right choice. Don't feel bad about it. You'll find a good one later. Hearing this, Yue nodded, wiped away her tears, and looked at Shenlinshi. I didn't expect you to help me despite everything. Thank you, CEO Shen. Shenlinshi was taken aback. You know who I am. Yue sighed. You're Gu Li's girlfriend, of course. I'd look into you. I used to naively think you were keeping him. Huh. I must have been out of my mind. What? Hearing their conversation, Hu Lin was stunned, her mind reeling with disbelief. Since when was Shenlinshi Gu Li's girlfriend? And keeping him? What on earth was going on? Seeing her best friend's shocked expression, Shenlinshi knew she was wildly speculating, and she let out a helpless sigh inwardly. Plans truly couldn't keep up with changes. It seemed everything was about to be exposed. Of course, she still needed to deal with Yue first and explain things properly later. Looking at Yue, Shen Linshi couldn't help but marvel at the irony of fate. First, Yue had kept Gu Li as a backup for years, and now she herself had been cheated on. It truly fit the saying good and evil are ultimately repaid, and the wheel of karma turns. Retribution is not absent, merely delayed. However, as a woman herself, she could naturally empathize with the pain of betrayal and certainly wouldn't kick someone while they were down. Since the other party had inquired about her, she had likely cleared up any misunderstandings about her relationship with Gu Li. After a moment's thought, Shen Linshi began, "Actually, Gu Li and I." But before she could finish, Yue cut her off directly. Looking at this formidable woman who made her envious, Yue bit her lip and said, "President Shun, I don't want to know any more about your relationship with Gu Li. I've made a fool of myself today. I wish you both eternal happiness. Goodbye, and thank you again for your righteous words today." Hey! Seeing Yue turn and walk away after speaking, Shen Linshi was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, if it weren't for Gu Li, she would never have met her. But Yue stopped after a few steps, suddenly turning back to look at Shen Linshi and say one last thing. "President Shun, he is truly a good man, please cherish him." With that, she turned and walked forward again, her pace quickening, as if she wanted to flee this incredibly awkward place as soon as possible. Shen Linshi suddenly noticed that her receding figure seemed so desolate and sorrowful. She could feel that Yue was genuinely regretful at this moment. However, her regret wasn't for being with the man just now, but for having let down Gu Li in the past. Snapping back to reality, Shen Linshi glanced at Hu Lin, who was still staring blankly, and waved her hand. "Let's go. Stop staring. Hey, wait for me." Hu Lin watched Shen Linshi leave and immediately chased after her. Soon the two walked out of the mall one after the other and stood by the street to find a designated driver. Seeing her best friend acting like a curious child, Shen Linshi sighed and had no choice but to tell the truth. "She's the girl Gu Li liked for 7 years. What? Hu Lin hadn't expected that in just that short moment the gossip would land on Gu Li. "So what's going on with you two? You've met her. She knows about you and Gu Li. And by the way, you're Gu Li's girlfriend, and you're also supporting him. What is that all about?" Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Hu Lin fired off questions one after another. "Tell me, are you two hiding something from me?" With that, she crossed her arms and stared intently at Shen Linshi, waiting for an explanation. She was quite annoyed. Unbelievable. She had been racking her brains trying to figure out how to bring the two of them together. Yet it turned out her best friend had already gotten together with Gu Li behind her back. It was truly infuriating. Seeing Hu Lin's attitude, which made it clear she wouldn't let it go without an explanation, Shen Linshi wore a wry smile. "With so many questions, I don't even know where to start." Hu Lin snorted coldly. "Then start from the moment you met Yue. Alright, I've already found a designated driver. I'm staying at your place tonight." With that, she snatched Shen Linxi's phone and canceled her pending ride order. Knowing she was in the wrong, Shen Linshi didn't say much and began to explain after a moment's thought. When she heard about the incident in the underground garage at Chuanxing Square, Hu Lin laughed. "You said before you had no feelings for him. TSK. Look at you going to building BS underground garage to coincidentally run into him. You're such a hypocrite." Watching her good friend, Hu Lin, criticize her mercilessly, Shen Linshi felt a bit speechless. Still, she explained, "I went there that day to handle some business. How was I supposed to know I'd run into Gu Li? Maybe it was fate." "Oh, fate, huh?" Hu Lin laughed upon hearing this. "You two certainly have a lot of fate. Just calling him hubby once was enough to bind you together. I think you two are destined to be together." However, this remark stung Shen Linshi, who immediately jumped up. "Hey, can you not bring that up? Seriously." Hu Lin wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, and continued, "Oh my, are you blushing? But I insist on talking about it. TSK. You called him hubby. You can't stop me from mentioning it." Seeing her friend being so shameless, Shen Linshi simply shook her head, having no way to deal with her. She truly regretted ever telling Hu Lin about that incident. Look at the situation now. It had become a handle Hu Lin constantly held over her, using it to tease her from time to time. Fortunately, the designated driver arrived at that moment, otherwise Hu Lin would have kept chattering in her ear until she blew a fuse. In the car, Hu Lin was quiet for a bit, but once they got home, she sidled up again. "Little Cece, how did it feel to call him hubby?" Hearing this, Shen Linshi ignored her completely, gathered her clothes, and prepared to take a shower. "I'm going to wash up and then go to sleep. You go sleep over there. Seriously, you don't have to be like this." However, Hu Lin refused to back down, declaring she would sleep with Shen Linshi. Shen Linshi flatly refused. No way. But the firmer her tone was now, the more it would come back to bite her later. By the time she finished washing up and returned to the bedroom, Hu Lin was already waiting in bed. "Little Cece, hurry up and get in." Hu Lin patted the mattress beside her, calling out with a giggle, though something about her expression seemed off. Seeing this, Shen Linshi had no choice but to concede, letting out a rather helpless sigh. "I really give up on you. You're my sworn enemy." "Sworn enemy?" Hu Lin laughed, holding up 2 fingers. "I'm not your sworn enemy, Gu Li is. You've both returned to your hometown together, so Gu Li has his chong on. Sigh. Faced with another taunt, Shen Linshi could only sigh, then laid down on the bed, ignoring the annoying creature beside her. Seeing her friend adopt a policy of passive resistance, Hu Lin felt a bit deflated. But then her eyes twinkled, and she grinned slyly. Since you won't talk ill, just go ask Gu Li. Remember that Yue Wei told you to cherish him. Suddenly Shen Linshi recalled Yue Wei's last words. He is truly a good man, please cherish him. Suddenly Shen Linshi grew worried. If Gu Li found out about this, and came up specifically to ask, the whole thing would be exposed. And if Hu Lin knew that Gu Li lived downstairs, who knows what she might think? She'd probably assumed they were already living together. No way. Absolutely not. With that thought, Shen Linshi flipped over, snatched Hu Lin's phone, and tossed it aside. Don't you dare tell him, or he'll sever ties with you. Seeing Shen Linxi's intense reaction, Hu Lin was taken aback. Why, oi? Shen Linshi replied. No particular reason. I just don't want you to tell him, because there's no need. Hu Lin was puzzled at first, but after a moment's thought she said, Is this because of Yue Wei? Shen Linshi nodded. Yue Wei must be feeling quite regretful now. Let's not let Gu Li know about her betrayal. After all, if Gu Li called to ask, even if it was out of concern, Yue Wei would surely see it as an insult. Sigh. We're all women. Since she's already in that state, why stir up more trouble? Hearing this, Hu Lin nodded. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But you're still too soft-hearted. Remember, she's your rival in love now. Shen Linshi, however, was nonchalant. Rival or not, don't you worry about it. Besides, I've only chatted with Gu Li. Let's see how things develop. But anything can happen. We might not even end up together. I'm calm now. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I lose it, that's my fate. There's no need to agonize over it. He'll let fate decide. Indeed, after talking with Gu Li today, Shen Linshi had found some peace. She could take the initiative, but she wouldn't be fixated on the outcome. Gu Li might be outstanding, but he wasn't the only exceptional man out there. She wasn't like the girls in those novels who would throw themselves at the male lead like moths to a flame. If a man wasn't interested or already had a girlfriend, and she still forced herself on him, that would be truly pathetic. It wasn't until the following Monday evening that Gu Li met with Hu Lin. Over the weekend, he had wanted to invite Shen Linshi to a movie, but she declined, saying she was with Hu Lin. He didn't push it, since they lived so close now, there would be plenty of opportunities. On Sunday night, Gu Li received a call from Hu Lin, who congratulated him. He wasn't surprised at all that Shen Linshi had told Hu Lin about them. When Hu Lin suggested they meet for a meal, Gu Li readily agreed, as he had many questions for her as well. They went to a hot pot restaurant, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and started chatting. Gu Li, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Shouldn't you be punished with a few drinks? I used to think you really had no interest in our shishi, turns out it was just playing hard to get. Hu Lin voiced her displeasure right away. Gu Li chuckled. I didn't lie to you. At first I was a bit intrigued, but not to the point of pursuing Shen Linshi. I can't just chase after someone for her looks without knowing anything about her, right? When looking for a spouse, character and heart matter most. Being merely attractive is just too superficial. Hu Lin dismissed his explanation. After all the words came from Gu Li, he could spin it any way he wanted, probably a mix of half-truths and half-lies. Enough talk. Are you drinking or not? Seeing Hu Lin's expression that clearly said I'd believe you if pigs could fly, Gu Li sighed. It seemed it wasn't easy to completely fool her. He'll drink, of course. After this, he'll have to rely on you for what's to come. As Shen Linxi's best friend, he definitely had to keep her happy and not offend her. Smart man. Hu Lin smiled. So what's your plan from here? What plan? Just take it slow, get to know her, and try to win her over. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. I'm not going to force it. Although Gu Li said this, he had already mentally decided that Shen Linshi was his destined wife. Plus, he was genuinely falling for her, so he was determined to win her over. Hearing his candid words, Hu Lin was a bit surprised. You seem to have a clear head about this now. That's a good attitude. It'll prevent you from being too heartbroken if things don't work out. After experiencing so much, you naturally become more philosophical. I'm only 27 or 8, but I've reached a mature age. Gu Li then steered the conversation towards Shen Linshi. Speaking of which, can you tell me about Shen Linxi's hobbies and interests? Hu Lin, however, did something unexpected, and said, well, I'm afraid I can't help you there. It's better for you to discover my best friend's goodness on your own. Otherwise, relying solely on my help would diminish the sincerity of your feelings. This response caught Gu Li off guard, but he soon nodded. You have a point there. Gu Li's refusal to take the bait left Hu Lin feeling helpless, and her curiosity waned. She thought about mentioning Yue Wei, but recalling Shen Linxi's words, she held her tongue. What's wrong? Gu Li noticed her unusual behavior and asked. After thinking it over, Hu Lin said, I do have a piece of information that might interest you greatly. Gu Li immediately asked, what is it? Hu Lin said, the 24th is Cece's birthday. You can start preparing a gift. Birthday? Gu Li was startled. It's already the 17th. That means it's next Sunday. Hu Lin nodded. Right? So if you want to buy a gift, you better get on it. Thanks. They'll definitely get her something, but I need to think it over carefully. Gu Li continued. Also, how does Shinlinshi usually celebrate her birthday? How? How do you think a career-driven woman celebrates her birthday? Hu Lin sighed, recalling past years. In previous years it was just a dinner, and that was it. Sometimes she'd even forget, and end up working through it. That sounds so dull. Yeah, it really is. Noticing Gu Li's thoughtful expression, Hu Lin suggested, if you want to do something special, and give Cece a memorable birthday, you could plan something. Don't worry, I'll cover for you. She'll probably forget it's her birthday next Sunday, anyway, as usual. Gu Li fell into deep thought, pondering the possibilities. This upcoming birthday of Shinlinxis was a perfect opportunity to strengthen their bond. With Hu Lin's help he could even surprise her. It seemed he needed to plan this carefully. On the ride back, Gu Li kept pondering over Shinlinxis' birthday, but no ideas came to mind. The relationship between the two was now somewhat awkward. This kind of ambiguous neither here nor there connection is often the hardest to navigate, as showing too much concern might seem inappropriate. Despite his 7 years of experience, it had always been a one-sided affair. Yu Wei never took him seriously. She accepted his gifts readily enough, but her response was always a perfunctory thank you Gu Li, whether she liked the present or not, offering nothing more. Yu Wei and Shinlinshi were completely different women, so the approach to courting them naturally had to be vastly different. Therefore he needed to discuss how to celebrate Shinlinxis' birthday with Hu Lin. Lost in these thoughts, Gu Li received an unexpected call from his younger sister Gu Qiu before he even reached home. On the other end of the line, Gu Qiu asked cheerfully, brother, how's it going? Any progress with my future sister-in-law? Gu Li naturally had to project an image of rapid progress in front of his sister, so he immediately replied with a smile. Pretty good. Pretty good. You could say our relationship has advanced by leaps and bounds. Maybe it won't be long before your brother has a girlfriend. Huh? Really? Gu Qiu was a bit surprised to hear this. You're that efficient. Gu Li chuckled proudly. You should know your brother is quite exceptional now. Charming a girl is a piece of cake for me. By the way, you didn't call just to ask about this, did you? Come on, what else is going on? Gu Li knew Gu Qiu's personality inside and out. She never called without a reason, it was a rule of hers. If she called, there was definitely something. Sure enough, Gu Qiu let out an "Aya" and said, TSK TSK. Just as I expected from my brother, you guessed right away that I have something to discuss. Go ahead, I'm listening. Gu Li nodded. Gu Qiu then said, well, I've been on break for over 10 days now, and am bored of staying at school. I remembered you bought a new place, so I wanted to come see it. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately smiled. No problem, come on over. But don't bring any of your hometown friends along. Oh, I know. Don't worry, I won't meddle in your love life anymore. Gu Qiu immediately swore, and even explained, I didn't know you already had someone in mind before. Don't hold it against me. I was just saying that as a reminder. Gu Li nodded. Him in a critical phase now, so you absolutely cannot mess things up for me. By the way, hurry up and come over. I have something I need your help with. Hearing this, Gu Qiu immediately asked, should I come over right now? Sure, come now. My place is close to the metro, so I'll pick you up at the station entrance. Knowing she was studying at Rome University and the metro ride would take less than an hour, he agreed readily. Besides, he was still fretting over Shinlinx's birthday celebration, and Gu Qiu's arrival would be perfect for brainstorming. Perhaps being a woman herself, she might have some good ideas. Gu Qiu's visit was like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. Perfect timing. Alright, I'll pack up quickly and come over. Hearing Gu Li's confirmation, Gu Qiu was overjoyed and immediately hung up to start packing. Seeing this, her two roommates, Su Yujing and Wang Mei, asked what was going on. I'm going to stay at my brother's place for a few days. Bye, ladies. With that, Gu Qiu grabbed a few changes of clothes, stuffed them into her backpack, and dashed out of the dormitory. Witnessing this, Su Yujing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It must be nice to have an older brother. You can even crash at his place and eat good food during the summer break. Yeah, having a relative in Rongqing is really convenient. An hour later, Gu Li picked up the little rascal Gu Qiu at the metro station. Seeing her dressed coolly in a t-shirt and shorts, Gu Li couldn't help but comment, young lady, can't you dress a bit more conservatively? Gu Qiu pouted, brother. It's already 9 o'clock and the metro isn't crowded anymore. There aren't any perverts. Fine, forget I said anything. Hearing this, Gu Li could only sigh and refrain from further lecturing. After all, Gu Qiu was over 20 and understood these things herself, saying more would just make him sound naggy. Subsequently, he led his sister to the entrance of the residential complex, which immediately caught her attention. Brother, there's so much good food outside your place. I barely ate anything tonight. How about some barbecue? Seeing the pitiful look in Gu Qiu's eyes, Gu Li smiled, tapped her nose, and said indulgently, Fine. Since you're here, I'll make sure you eat well and have fun. Let's go. Tonight, mister. Gu is treating, so eat whatever you want. With a grand wave of his hand, he headed towards the barbecue restaurant. Overjoyed, Gu Qiu grabbed her brother's arm, beaming like a happy little bird. I knew it. Brother, you're the best to me. Since Gu Li had already eaten, he just picked at the barbecue when it arrived, while Gu Qiu helped herself without any hesitation. She ordered whatever looked good and ate until she was completely stuffed, even taking some leftovers home in a takeaway box. Wow, bro, your community's environment is really nice. Are all the buildings here one elevator, 2 apartments per floor? As soon as she entered the complex, Guccio was amazed by the surroundings and praised it. Guli nodded. It's alright. For Rongqing, it's considered a decent improved type housing. And since it was built a few years ago, it naturally can't compare to some of the later luxury homes. TSK. An 8 million yuan house, and you call it average. Guccio looked at her brother, feeling like he had changed a lot of far cry from the ordinary programmer he used to be. But thinking about it, it made sense. With an annual salary of 1 million and being a stock market he was bound to become more confident. Arriving at the 208 square meter, 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom flat, Guccio was amazed again by the interior decoration. Brother, with such a big house, don't you feel lonely living here alone? Don't start with that. Guli knew exactly what Guccio was thinking and pointed to another secondary bedroom that had its own bathroom. That room has a bathroom and a vanity, so you can move in there yourself. The entire apartment had 5 rooms and 3 bathrooms, but Guli only used 3 as bedrooms. The largest master bedroom was of course for himself, and the other 2 were a secondary bedroom with an attached bathroom and a smaller guest room. The one with the bathroom was reserved for Guccio, so she could stay over on weekends or during holidays. The remaining secondary room served as a guest room for their parents or friends like Fonya when they visited. If that wasn't enough, he still had a rented apartment across the hall. Even if his parents and his eldest sister's whole family came, there would be enough space. As for the remaining 2 rooms, one was converted into a study and the other into a workout room. For now, Guli didn't have any plans to buy a villa. There was no need. And after he started dating Shenlinshi, since they lived just floors apart, it would be quite convenient. Unless there was a special reason, Shenlinshi certainly wouldn't stay overnight at his place, so he didn't need to worry about that. Hearing this, Guccio happily pounced on him, saying in a flattering tone, "Brother, you are the best brother ever. You're so good to me. Ugh. Go. It's too hot. Quickly think of an idea for the problem I mentioned at dinner." Unable to stand the girl's antics, Guli quickly walked away, deciding to take a refreshing shower first. Hearing this, Guccio quickly said, "Don't worry. Isn't it just about celebrating a birthday? They'll definitely come up with a creative idea for you." Guli nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. That would be great. A moment later, after his shower, he sat down on the sofa. Thinking of Shenlinshi upstairs, Guli suddenly felt a pang of longing and sent her a message. But after half an hour and several messages sent, there was no reply, as if they had vanished into thin air. This left Guli feeling puzzled, wondering what was going on with Shenlinshi. Could he already be asleep? Guli pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Given Shenlinxi's workaholic nature, there was no way she would be asleep before 10 o'clock. Then perhaps she was deliberately ignoring his message. But that seemed even more unlikely since the 2 of them hadn't had any quarrel. After thinking it over, Guli couldn't come up with a plausible explanation and had to let it go for now. What's wrong? Send me a message if you see this. In the end, he could only send another message, then turned on his computer to continue studying CAD. What Guli didn't know was that Shenlinshi, who had also bathed and was lying in bed, was currently fuming with displeasure. "Are you asleep? How about coming to my place for dinner tomorrow night?" Staring at Guli's message, Shenlinshi pouted, her face a picture of anger. "I'm not coming. Go keep your little girl company." Of course, this was only because she was at home. If she had been at the office or any other public place, Shenlinshi would have maintained an impassive expression no matter how furious she was. She truly hadn't expected Guli to be so blatant in flirting with another woman. Just earlier, when she was returning from working overtime, she had witnessed the scene firsthand at the intersection outside the residential complex. Guli had even affectionately tapped the other woman's nose. They were so intimate. At the time, Shenlinshi was driving and thought she might have been hallucinating, so she didn't think much of it. Yet unexpectedly, while jogging in the neighborhood just now, she had accidentally seen the 2 of them chatting and laughing joyfully. Instantly, her anger flared up. However, as a woman who valued her dignity, she naturally wouldn't rush over to argue with Guli. After all, the 2 of them were just ordinary friends now, and she had no right to interfere with whatever Guli did. What infuriated her was that Guli claimed to have feelings for her while simultaneously flirting with other girls. Such behavior was utterly despicable. Although she desperately wanted to rush over and give him a beating, Shenlinshi managed to restrain herself. "This guy really has no idea that I've seen everything. And he still dares to send me a message inviting me to dinner tomorrow night. Dinner, my foot." The more Shenlinshi thought about it, the angrier she became. She tossed her phone aside and buried herself under the covers. Yet sleep eluded her, and the next day she found herself drowsy. It's all that damn guy's fault. In the morning, sitting at her desk, Shenlinshi wore a helpless expression. Just then her phone rang. Picking it up and seeing it was Guli calling, Shenlinshi hesitated for a moment. After a brief consideration, she answered coldly, "What is it?" Guli was taken aback by her tone, but still asked, "I sent you a message last night. Why didn't you reply?" "I didn't see it. Besides, I didn't feel like replying." Recalling what she had witnessed yesterday, Shinlinshi was still upset, and her attitude remained frosty. I have to work overtime tonight. You can eat by yourself. Guli was caught off guard by the rejection, taking several seconds to react. No way. Are you really working overtime? Do you have to push yourself so hard? Shinlinshi replied irritably, not work overtime. Then how would I eat or afford cosmetics? Besides, if I don't work overtime, how can I snatch the middle platform project? You're so strong. You're putting immense pressure on me. If I don't work hard, can I keep up? Oh, come on. How is it all my fault? Hearing Shinlinxi's caustic words, Guli had no idea what had gotten into her. She had been perfectly fine over the weekend, but starting yesterday, she had become utterly unreasonable. He couldn't help but sigh. Truly, a woman's heart is like a needle beneath the sea, impossible to fathom. After a moment's thought, Guli tested the waters. How about, during the project, I go easy on you so you don't have to work so hard? I don't need your concessions. Guli, that's an insult to me. Please give it your all, or even if I win, I'll feel it's undeserved. Unexpectedly, this only provoked Shinlinxi's rebuttal. Alright, that's it. I have work to do. Don't call me anymore. Shinlinshi hung up the phone, composed herself, and went to the project team to check on progress. Her stern demeanor caught Lin Huaqing and others off guard. As for Guli, he was even more baffled. He had no idea what had caused Shinlinxi's mood to become so irritable. After a moment, he decided to send a message to Su Huai. I don't know what's going on, but Shin's boss is in a terrible mood today. Several slowpokes got chewed out. Anyway, I can't talk long. If the boss catches me on my phone, it'll get an earful too. Oh, by the way, some colleagues joked that it might be that time of the month. What? Reading Su Huai's message, Guli could only shake his head with a wry smile. Bad temper. Could it really be that time of the month? But that seemed unlikely, as Shinlinshi had such strong self-control. She couldn't possibly become so irritable over something as trivial as her period. As things stood, Shinlinshi wasn't replying to messages, and phone calls yielded nothing. This left Guli quite exasperated. For the rest of the day, he was so distracted that he made no progress on his work. Since Guqiu was still at home, he had wanted to go find Shinlinshi and ask what was wrong, but he had to give up that idea for now and head home. After cooking a few dishes and having dinner with Guqiu, Guli returned to his own place, plopped down on the couch, and opened the system's personal attribute panel. He stared at the accumulated money counter, waiting for it to start ticking up. That would indicate Shinlinshi had returned. Bro, what are you doing? You've been sprawled on the couch for over an hour, Guqiu curious asked him. Guli tried to brush it off with a vague excuse. I'm stuck on a work problem. I'm thinking of a solution. You go to bed first, don't worry about me. Okay. Guqiu didn't dwell on it, and went straight to her room with her phone. But Guli reminded her not to stay up too late, and to get some sleep. Time ticked by, and at exactly 9:30 in the evening, the accumulated money counter suddenly began to increase. Seeing this, Guli lit up with joy. Shinlinshi is back. She's within 2 kilometers. Immediately, he jumped off the couch, slipped on his shoes, opened the door, and headed for the stairwell. Arriving at Shinlinxi's door, he waited and pondered what to say. After all, Shinlinxi's behavior was so inexplicable. Could something have happened at home? If so, he would need to console her as best he could. He waited, thinking about how to approach the situation. After about 10 minutes, the elevator finally chimed. Guli tensed up and watched closely. The person stepping out was indeed Shinlinshi. Seeing him standing right at the elevator door, Shinlinshi, completely unprepared, was startled. Guli, you. Why are you here? Guli rubbed his head and chuckled awkwardly. I was waiting for you. Shinlinshi rolled her eyes and said with irritation, waiting for me? More like trying to scare me. Realizing he had indeed startled her, Guli quickly apologized. Sorry about that. I knew you were working late, but I wasn't sure when you'd be back, so I had to wait here. Besides, you didn't reply to my messages, and I couldn't get the full story over the phone. I was worried about you, so this was the only idea I had. Shinlinshi looked at him in surprise, a faint ripple stirring in her heart. Not knowing when she would return, hadn't he been waiting here for 2 or 3 hours? Unwillingly, she was moved by his persistence. But the moment she recalled last night's events, that flicker of goodwill vanished. Her preconceived notion made her believe he was putting on a show for her sake. After all, there had been precedents. With that thought, Shinlinshi grew impatient. Guli, I told you I'd be working late and wouldn't come for dinner. Isn't that clear enough? Seeing her displeased expression, Guli was certain something had happened to her. Anxiety flooded his heart, and he asked with concern, don't be angry. Let's talk calmly, okay? Did something happen? You're in such a bad mood. Tell me, and we'll figure it out together. Maybe I can help. Well, faced with his seemingly genuine care, Shinlinshi hesitated. Maybe she had misunderstood. Of course, it was also possible she hadn't, and Guli's performance was just too convincing. He knew what he had done, yet he played dumb. Shinlinshi thought bitterly, and issued her ultimatum. Fine. The project is already annoying enough. Don't bother me anymore. Guli, let's not see each other for a while. Hearing this, Guli was shocked. What had happened to Shinlinshi that she would say such a thing? Such words were severe, They practically negated their relationship. Helpless Gu Li felt 1,000 horses stampeding in his mind. He grew even more anxious about her temperament. Even at this point, she wouldn't explain why she was so angry. How strange. But in such a situation, he had to stay rational. Gu Li's mind raced as he asked cautiously again. Shenlinshi, just tell me what's bothering you, alright? If it's about the middle platform project, there's no reason to act like this. As a friend, I have the duty to care and help you. If you're this unreasonable, I think I might have misjudged you. I always thought you were strong and faced any difficulty head-on. As a friend, why can't you tell me? Seeing Gu Li still pretending, Shenlinshi let out a cold laugh. Gu Li, stop it. I really don't have anything. Mind your own business. Besides, we're just ordinary friends. Huh? Ordinary friends. At this, Gu Li was speechless. If we were just ordinary friends, you wouldn't be this upset. Something must have happened. Why won't you talk? Do you have to bottle it up and suffer alone? If it's truly about the project, you don't need to worry. Even with my technical skills, teaming up with Shinji Technology for the middle platform project is almost a sure thing. So don't use work to brush me off, got it? Shenlinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. You know about Shinji Technology's middle platform? Caught off guard, Gu Li realized he had slipped up and didn't deny it. Since you were so confident about snatching the middle platform project, I had to do some digging. The software circle in Rongqing isn't big, so it was easy to find out. Though he said it lightly, Shenlinshi didn't buy it, and shook her head involuntarily. Well, so you have a mole inside my company. Huh. Impressive. Gu Li was at a loss for words. Why did everything seem to get worse? He was just adding fuel to the fire. Seeing Shenlinshi even angrier, Gu Li could have kicked himself. He was acting more and more foolish. But he had to face it, and face it honestly. After a moment's thought, he spread his hands. Actually, it's not entirely my fault. You're so famous in this circle. Anyone can find out about you with a little asking. By the way, have you had dinner? If not, I'll heat some up and bring it up. Your favorite fish-flavored eggplant. It's really delicious. Seeing him talk about food in such a situation, Shenlinshi couldn't help but smile. Eat? I'm already full of anger from you. Me. Finally realizing something, Gu Li's eyes widened. Did I accidentally offend you? Shenlinshi didn't want to admit she was jealous, so she pursed her lips and shot him a meaningful glare. No. I just happened to see someone inviting a young girl out for barbecue. TSK. What the hell? Upon hearing this, realization dawned on Gu Li instantly. So Lin Weiner's erratic behavior all day was because she'd seen him having barbecue with his sister. Come to think of it, on their way to the barbecue last night, he and his sister had been rather close. The girl was a bit clingy, even holding his hand. Thinking about it now, everything clicked into place for Gu Li. No wonder she hadn't replied to his messages, and her attitude had become so strange. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Who would have thought that a brief barbecue outing could be witnessed by Shenlinshi at just the wrong moment? Now he wasn't anxious at all anymore. Looking at the woman still fuming before him, Gu Li couldn't help but chuckle. Shenlinshi, are you jealous? Upon hearing this, Shenlinshi, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately retorted. Jealous? You're the one who's jealous. Gu Li said, not jealous. Then why such a big reaction? Not answering my calls, refusing to come down for dinner. Huh. Stop laughing. Ridiculous. Shenlinshi, once again transforming into a fierce little lioness, glared at him angrily. I'm not jealous at all, just a bit disappointed. I thought you were a decent person, but it turns out you're eyeing the food in your bowl while staring at the pot. Indeed, all men are fickle. Gu Li chuckled, that's not fair. I'm definitely a good man, alright. You let your imagination run wild, and then blame me for not being a good man. Shenlinshi, unwilling to admit it, continued to argue. I wasn't imagining things. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Gu Li laughed heartily, deciding not to tease her further, and revealed the truth directly. That was my sister, my biological sister. I originally invited you down for dinner to introduce you to. Who knew you'd misunderstand? Sigh. I've had it rough. I've been worried sick all day, thinking something had happened to you. What? Your sister? This time it was Shenlinxi's turn to be embarrassed. Gu Li nodded firmly. Her name is Gu Qiu, she's my sister. She's a senior at Rongqing University. Since it's the summer break before her final year, she said she wanted to come and stay with me for a few days. Oh, so she's your sister. At this moment, Shenlinshi truly felt mortified. She hadn't expected that her day of gloom was over a baseless jealousy. She had even refused his dinner invitation and said she didn't want to see him again. Thinking about her own behavior, and with Gu Li staring at her, she felt an urgent urge to flee back inside. But Gu Li seemed to be deliberately opposing her, blocking her path, and refusing to budge an inch. Seeing Shenlinxi's embarrassed and shy demeanor, Gu Li truly wanted to burst out laughing to ease the worry and tension he'd felt all day. Fortunately, it was all just a misunderstanding, a false alarm. I really wasn't jealous. I was just a bit angry, thinking you were a liar. Shenlinshi thought for a moment before finally coming up with this flimsy excuse to prove she wasn't jealous. At the same time, she felt a bit exasperated with herself. This feeling really did a number on people. she felt she wasn't as smart or rational as before. There's a saying that goes women in love tend to get a bit silly. If she was like this before even truly being in a relationship, what would it be like later? The situation had reached a reasonable conclusion, and Ghoulie had no intention of provoking her further. After a moment's thought he said directly, "If you don't want the food, at least have some soup. I made winter melon and mung bean soup. It's especially good for clearing heat and quenching thirst. Let me bring you some to try." With that, and before Shenlinshi could react, he headed straight down the stairs. Seeing this, Shenlinshi could only shake her head helplessly, open the door, change her shoes, and go inside. "Bro, what are you doing?" Ghoulie was ladling the soup, when Guqiu, hearing the commotion, saw him, and asked. Ghoulie replied, "Bringing some up for your future sister-in-law." This piqued Guqiu's interest. "How about I go up and meet her too?" "Not today. He'll invite her over for dinner tomorrow night." Considering Shenlinxi's current state, Ghoulie gently declined his sister's request, deciding to defer it to the next day. Guqiu had no choice but to drop it, though her curiosity about the future sister-in-law upstairs only grew stronger. A short while later, Ghoulie carried the soup upstairs and looked around with considerable curiosity. He hadn't expected Shenlinxi's home to be decorated so beautifully, resembling an art gallery. There were many shelves adorned with various ornaments, one of which held a collection of figures, including anime, movie, and commemorative items. Besides these, there were various sculptures remarkably lifelike and clearly crafted with exquisite workmanship. In the living room, instead of a TV cabinet, there was a large bookshelf filled with numerous books and some green plants. "Here, try this. And this dish, it's one of your favorites. I brought it up too." Placing the food on the table, he ladled out a bowl of mung bean soup and set it in front of Shenlinshi. Looking at the steaming dishes and the cool soup, Shenlinshi smiled and accepted it. "Thanks. No need to be so polite with me. If you want to thank me, just finish all this food," Ghoulie teased. Shenlinshi looked at the 2 plates of food and the large bowl of soup, and her brow furrowed slightly. "So much. I'm not a pig. There's no way I can eat all this." However, she didn't continue the conversation with Ghoulie and quietly began to eat the dishes and sip the soup. To be honest, Shenlinshi hadn't eaten much for dinner that evening, as the takeout she'd ordered really wasn't very tasty. Combined with her anger towards Ghoulie, she had even less appetite. She just hadn't expected to come home and end up eating food cooked by him. Still feeling a bit awkward due to the earlier misunderstanding, she used eating as a way to mask her discomfort. Ghoulie, for his part, didn't press the matter, simply sitting nearby and watching quietly. It seemed that simply watching Shenlinshi eat was a pleasure for him. In this manner, 10 minutes quickly passed. Just as Shenlinshi reached for a napkin, Ghoulie, who had one ready, handed it to her. "Thanks. I told you don't say thank you to me. Why won't you listen? You stay seated, I'll wash the dishes, and you can take them down later." "Forget it. You go rest, there are only a couple of bowls anyway." Having said that, Ghoulie picked up the dishes and headed to Shenlinxi's kitchen to wash them. Seeing this, Shenlinshi didn't insist. Watching him seriously wash the dishes, she thought for a moment, then turned and walked to the living room. She rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a brand new cup, placing it on the dining table. "This is a new cup. If you get thirsty, you can pour yourself some water." Hearing this, Ghoulie was a bit surprised, but nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, no problem." A few minutes later, after finishing the dishes, he eagerly walked out, saw the new cup, and asked with a smile, "Hey, did you get this specially for me?" Shenlinshi was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to answer.